Hello, and welcome to the History of Rome. Episode 126, All the King's Men. As you know, when Diocletian came to power in 284, he inherited an empire that had spent the better part of 50 years getting kicked around the neighborhood. Everywhere he looked, things were in shambles. He wanted to revive and restore the empire he had been taught to revere, and as he took over, he faced no greater roadblock to this goal than the problem of the malfunctioning governmental apparatus he now headed. What had happened was that as the military crisis became worse and worse, the government had basically become nothing more than the supply arm of the army. If civilians entered into the government's calculations at all, it was only to determine what they might have that the army might need. Everything else, by the dire necessities of the times, was considered an unimportant distraction. But now that the crisis had subsided, it became clear what sorts of really important things had been deemed unimportant distractions. For example, a functioning judicial system. Basically, everything that you would expect a government to do, the imperial government had ceased to do. It was time, then, to reinvent that government. As we've seen, this reinvention started at the very top, with the establishment of co-emperors and then the tetrarchy, but it would descend all the way down to the localist of local levels, as Diocletian ensured that wherever there were Romans, the Roman government would be there. The big problem, really, was that too much was getting missed. There are multiple reasons for the fracturing of imperial authority, and the military and political rationales cannot be understated. But on an administrative level, the establishment of the Tetrarchy was an extension of Diocletian's desire to get more people focused on fewer things so that all that stuff that was getting missed would stop getting missed. Had he done nothing else, the simple fact that there were now 4 emperors spread out across the empire instead of just one meant that already 4 times as much work was getting done. 4 times as many letters were being answered, 4 times as many petitions were being ruled on, 4 times as many decisions were being made. And as a bonus, each tetrarch didn't have to worry about what was going on the other side of the empire, leaving him to focus on the management of his particular domain. Which was nice because even though it was just a quarter of the empire, those domains were still a pretty huge chunk of land, and millions of people still lived in them. But of course, the division of imperial authority was not the end of Diocletian's reforms, it was just the beginning. In keeping with the theme of getting more people doing fewer things, Diocletian also set about dividing up the empire into smaller, more manageable provinces. Last week, I focused on the military implications of this reformation, so this week I want to focus on the administrative aspects. There were basically 3 main things here that were of concern: the collection of taxes, the administration of justice, and the maintenance of the infrastructure. All 3 of these core missions had been more or less abandoned as the crisis years wore on, and even before then, the size of an individual province, which was big, and the size of a provincial government, which was small, conspired to make most administrations woefully inadequate with regards to all 3 anyway. Sure, taxes were collected and justice was administered, and the roads were maintained, but not without delays, inefficiencies, and outright failures. When it came to government, Diocletian didn't want to just set things back to the way they had been. He wanted to make the whole operation better. When Diocletian finished drawing his lines all over the map, and I have posted a map of Diocletian's new provincial alignment at thehistoryofrome.typepad.com, the Romans found that their empire now contained over 100 provinces. As with the larger division of the Tetrarchy, the proliferation of new provinces meant that, simply put, governors had less to worry about. And it was a good thing that they had less to worry about, because Diocletian was going to expect more of them than any previous emperor had. For example, he sent out instructions that he expected his governors to be active participants in the judicial system. They were not to ignore petitions or appeals, and they were not to hand them off to subordinates. They had been made the supreme legal authority in their province, and they were damn well going to act like it. It used to be easy to shirk these responsibilities because the absolute flood of plaintiffs and defendants who would come calling made for an easy excuse, but even the most conscientious governor had no hope of dealing with it all himself. So, smaller provinces, and voila, a reasonably sized caseload. I don't want to belabor these points because I think you get the general idea, but suffice it to say that smaller provinces also meant that it was easier to track down tax evaders, and it was easier to notice when a dilapidated building needed to be repaired. More people focused on fewer things meant that fewer things were getting missed. But of course, with all these little provinces running around, coordinating empire-wide initiatives became a major headache. So over and above the provincial governors, Diocletian created a whole new bureaucratic level to help manage macro policy. And these were called the dioceses. The 100-odd provinces were collected into just 12 of these new dioceses, and it was at this level that the most basic policies of the Tetrarchy were implemented. A diocese could be made up by as few as 4 provinces, as in the case of Britain, and as many as 16, as in the case of the so-called Diocese of the East, which encompassed the whole of the Eastern Mediterranean. Their main function was to help enforce policy that was being handed down by the emperor, and help oversee policy that was being enacted on the local level. The men in charge of a diocese were called vicars, and they were officially listed as the personal representative of the Praetorian prefect, meaning that they were just about as close to the emperor as you could get these days, which helped streamline the process of rolling out new policies. These novel new super-districts were kept around in the east until Justinian decided to abolish them and go back to the more powerful provincial governor model. But in the west, the dioceses were taken over by the clergy, and form the basis, even today, of Catholic administration in Europe. On the subject of macro policy, I want to insert a small correction for something I said last week with regard to the new military duxes. I said that given the smaller sizes of Diocletian's provinces, that the duxes only commanded small contingents of soldiers, but the opposite was actually true. A dux functioned more like a theater commander, who often oversaw multiple provinces' worth of soldiers in order to maintain strategic coordination out on the frontiers. Their ability to revolt was blunted not so much by the fact that they only commanded a small number of troops — some duxes actually controlled 20,000 men or more — but rather by the fact that they had no political powers and no private control over the tax and levy system that they would need if they were going to fund and feed a revolt. So I apologize for having denigrated the rank and dignity of the noble dux. The point of adding new layers of administration was to try to get everyone on the same page. Diocletian wanted the empire to function as one coordinated mechanism, with all parts working in concert with one another for the betterment of the whole. To this end, he also initiated 2 highly unpopular shifts, at least in the affected regions, to make sure that no part of the empire thought it was somehow better or different than the rest. I am speaking, of course, of his treatment of 2 parts of the empire that most definitely considered themselves better and different: Italy and Egypt. As he was splitting up the provinces and appointing vicars, Diocletian decided that the time for special treatment was over, and that henceforth everyone would be equal within what had become, in every single way, a multinational empire. The Italians, going back to the very beginning of Rome's expansion, had been exempt from taxation, and had always enjoyed certain other little perks that came with being the home base of the empire. But now, that was over. Divided into 16 districts and watched over by a vicar, Italy was now treated just like any other province. Only the city of Rome itself maintained its exemption, one of the few deferential nods Diocletian ever made to the birthplace of his empire. Egypt, on the other hand, had always paid its taxes. though there was an awful lot of dodging going on. But they had also been granted a degree of autonomy. They were allowed to keep their own records, they ran off their own calendar, and perhaps most importantly, they coined their own money at a mint in Alexandria. All of this too was cancelled by Diocletian as he implemented his nice, clean, rational order, free of exemptions, exceptions, preferential treatment, and special deals. Maybe the empire could afford such things in good times, but the good times were long gone. It was time for everyone to pitch in equally. For the senatorial aristocracy in Italy, the blows to their status were now coming fast and furious. Their power as a body had of course been stripped away by Augustus a long, long time ago, but the pleasant fictions of the Principate had allowed senators to maintain some dignity over the following centuries. They ran provinces, they ratified decisions, and as individuals they joined in the administrations of just about every emperor. But now that too was all over. Diocletian's vision of an autocratic, centrally planned and centrally governed empire was absolute, and he had no intention of letting a few wealthy Italians who used to be somebody, we swear, get in his way. His first and most obvious move towards eradicating the Senate from imperial affairs, as we've already seen, was to simply never go to Rome. Power is usually established by proximity to power, and the Senate was now, physically, nowhere near power. But Diocletian went further than that. Previous emperors had allowed the Senate to continue running the old senatorial provinces of the Augustan constitutional settlements, the most important of these being the provinces of Africa and Asia. They never wielded anything like final authority, but senators were appointed governors of these provinces, and the Senate as a body still deliberated what to do with them, with the full understanding that any time the emperor wanted to, he could step in and do or undo whatever he wanted. But still, they had a little tiny chip in the game. When Diocletian reorganized the empire, though, that chip was taken away, as he obliterated the old senatorial, imperial, provincial distinction. Plus, almost to a man, Diocletian's new provincial authorities were drawn from the equestrian class. He wanted smart, capable, career-minded men who owed their allegiance fully and completely to the emperor to be the ones out in the field running the show. The old aristocracy in Rome never quite gave up their sense of self-importance when they gave up their power, and Diocletian did not trust them to fall into line without hesitation or reservation. The only notice he took of their feelings is that when he divided up Italy along with the rest of the empire, he did allow senators to govern the individual Italian districts, though they were overseen by an equestrian vicar. From this point on, we see a shift in Roman politics. Robbed of any role to play in the empire they had created, the senators in Rome fell back into a merely local brand of politics. No longer was the pinnacle of a senator's career the consulship, the governorship, or the emperorship. It was instead the city prefecture, the mayor of Rome. Oh, how the mighty have fallen. And this was all undertaken, I think, not so much because Diocletian despised the Senate, as his attitude is sometimes reduced to, but instead because he disliked the untidiness of the old Augustan pseudo-partnership with them. Diocletian was, with every fiber of his being, an autocrat. He was not the type of man, like, say, Trajan had been, who encouraged his subordinates to figure it out for themselves. Diocletian wanted to control every single little detail of imperial administration, and then systematize that control so that it became permanent and unbreakable. To this end, he created the largest centralized bureaucracy staffed by career civil servants the Western world had ever seen, and then let it run the empire. In a later denunciation of Diocletian's policies, the bitterly hostile Christian writer Lactantius, who, as we'll soon see, had some very good reasons for being bitterly hostile, describes the enlargement of the imperial bureaucracy as creating a situation where the number of men being paid by the state was greater than the number of taxpayers paying into the state. This is of course a gross exaggeration, but there is no denying that Diocletian effectively doubled the number of civil servants over the course of his reign. But that doubling was from around 15,000 to maybe 30,000 in an empire with a total population of 20 to 50 million. So no, there were not more bureaucrats than taxpayers. But yes, there were a lot more salarymen running around today than there were yesterday, and that did have a negative impact on the economy. The other thing to keep in mind, though, is that the new bureaucracy was not necessarily adding redundant layers to the administration of the empire. During the crisis years, a local civic government had essentially ceased all operations. All those town and city councils that had previously administered daily life had shuttered their doors, and someone had to step into the void. So, enter the imperial bureaucrat. The new bureaucracy was the flip side of that separation of civilian and military operations we talked about last week. Just as generals had gradually taken over the provincial governorships, the daily minutiae of governance was taken over by career soldiers on their staffs as well. Diocletian wanted to get the soldiers back to doing what they did best, and bring in trained professionals to do the work the military had by necessity taken over. But as he considered how the new administrative system was going to function, Diocletian decided that the one thing he liked about the military being in charge was the clear chains of command, the clear hierarchy of authority, and the clear specialization of function. So when he kicked the soldiers back to the frontiers, he essentially kept the structure of the military in place for his new bureaucracy, even as he staffed it with civilians. Bureaucrats were grouped into cohorts, just like in the legions, made answerable to senior officials, who were in turn grouped together and made answerable to another senior official, all the way up to the Praetorian prefect and the emperor. To make sure that no one missed the point, Diocletian even made the official uniform of his civil service a military cloak, rather than a civilian toga. Most of these officials served out in the provinces collecting taxes, maintaining the public infrastructure, assessing property values, and so on and so on. But everyone was angling for a promotion to where the action and money really was, working directly for one of the emperors in one of the imperial capitals. Where once a few informal advisors had helped the emperor shape policy and make decisions, there was now a staff of literally thousands, carefully regimented into different departments, all scurrying to and fro, issuing memoranda, making recommendations, and implementing policy. These departments became known as scrinia, named after the boxes the officials used to hold all of their paperwork in while traveling with the emperor. And there was a scrinia for everything. Foreign affairs, protocol, correspondence in Latin, correspondence in Greek, petitions, favors, law, finance, on and on. Each scrinia had a department head, the equivalent of a cabinet minister or a cabinet secretary, who, when grouped together, became known as the consistory, the permanent body of advisors who surrounded the emperor. The most important of all these officials, and the one who was really in charge of running the show on a day-to-day basis, was the Praetorian prefect, who in terms of power, both de facto and de jure, was second only to the emperor. The office of Praetorian prefect had, over the years, evolved well beyond simply being the captain of the imperial bodyguard. Lucius Sejanus had been the first to assume administrative and political functions, and for the next century and a half, the trajectory of the office had been consistently away from its old military functions and towards an exclusively political one. When Septimius Severus disbanded and then reformed the Praetorians, though, the prefects once again wielded real military authority. But when Diocletian took power, the Praetorians were reformed once more, this time reduced to simply serving as the local city garrison of Rome, which, as you'll recall, put them nowhere near the emperor or power. But the office of Praetorian Prefect was maintained, for I guess sentimental reasons, and Diocletian placed the prefect squarely at the top of his new bureaucracy. In effect, the prefect became a vice-emperor, and it was his job to make sure that the vast new bureaucracy, including the hundreds of staffers that he personally employed, ran as smoothly as it could. But even more than that, his job was to share in the emperor's workload. For most agenda items, the signature of the prefect was just as good as the signature of the emperor, which meant that twice as much could now be done in the same amount of time. In the later part of his reign, Diocletian even went so far as to issue an edict stating that judicial decisions issued by the prefect were no longer appealable to the emperor. You could appeal to the emperor, or you could appeal to the prefect, but you couldn't do both. The prefect was, in short, a really, really powerful guy, and not at all someone you wanted to mess with. So those are the basics of the bureaucracy. Imperial agents out in the field were answerable to the officials who ran the regional offices, who were answerable to their superiors in the cabinet ministries, who were answerable to the department heads, who were answerable to the Praetorian Prefect, who was answerable to the emperor. Throw in the parallel and sometimes intertwined tracts that introduce provincial governors and vicars of the diocese, and what you get is a hugely expanded, centrally run civil service that now governed the whole empire, with its own code of ethics, standards, and loyalties. The famously ritualized and labyrinth administrations that came to define the Byzantine Empire, and indeed gave rise to the adjective Byzantine to describe something so multi-layered, overly complicated, and self-perpetuating that it confounds the mind, found its first form back here in the years of the Tetrarchy, as Diocletian sought to bring back adequate governance to the empire. The one thing we haven't really talked about, though, is perhaps Diocletian's most famous reform of all, the nature of the imperial office itself. I mentioned something about it when I was discussing Diocletian's desire to rest his legitimacy on divine authority, rather than the approval of the legions or the consent of the Senate. But I didn't really talk about how it worked in practice. How Diocletian, on a daily basis, transformed the Principate into the Dominate. At its most basic level, the transformation took place on a physical level. And it was from these physical changes that Diocletian expected the psychology of his subjects to shift. First and foremost, access to the emperor was severely restricted. He was kept secluded behind doors and officials and guards, and more doors and more officials and more guards, and then long hallways and more doors, until by the time you actually got to the emperor, it was like you were setting foot in some holy inner sanctum. The Principate had been predicated on a calculated intimacy, with emperors going out of their way to show that they were just one of the guys, whether inviting senators over for dinner or sharing in the hardships of the soldiers. Now it was the exact opposite, with calculated aloofness, creating the impression that the emperor was a near mythical figure. Gibbon remarked that Augustus's model sought to conceal the real power of the emperors, while Diocletian's sought to display it. And by keeping the emperor hidden from view, the people's imaginations, with regards to the extent of his almost supernatural powers, began to run freely. Beyond this, there were dozens of subtle shifts. When the consistory met, all the ministers stood while the emperor remained seated. You'll recall that Julius Caesar's fate was practically sealed when he failed to rise to meet a delegation from the Senate, so this was actually a pretty big deal. Upon meeting with the emperor, it was expected that you kiss his robe as a sign of submission, something that would have been absolutely offensive to the Romans of old. But even more offensive might have been the reappearance of that universal symbol of royal authority, the diadem, which he took to wearing along with rich and bejeweled royal robes. The point of all this, as I mentioned before, was not so that Diocletian could indulge his vanity or his megalomania, but so that he could impress upon his subjects that the emperor was indeed above and beyond them. He literally shimmered in the light, never rising from his throne as supplicants cautiously approached to kiss his robes. The empire needed a strong authority figure to reassert order over an empire that had nearly come crashing down, and Diocletian aimed to give it to them in spades. The emperor was no longer princeps, the first citizen. He was dominus, the lord of the empire, and there would be no going back. Taken together, Diocletian's reordering of the governmental apparatus ushered in a whole new era for the Roman Empire, and did nothing less than set the stage for the Byzantine Empire that would carry on Rome's legacy into the Middle Ages. All pretense of public government had now been cast aside. All claims of regional autonomy had now been cast aside. And any hint that the emperor might not be some sort of demigod ruling from a divine palace in the sky had definitely been cast aside. Perhaps, most importantly, by abandoning Rome as the capital and reorganizing Italy as just another province, the Roman Empire was finally cut adrift from its Roman heritage, which is, incidentally, how the East was able to keep right on going even after Rome itself had fallen into barbarism. The empire was now, more than ever, a single unit commanded from the center and functioning for the betterment of the whole without regard to tradition, feelings, or even private interest. No more was it first citizen and fellow citizens. It was now ruler and ruled. Plain, simple, and laid bare for all to see. Next week, we will see how much this new dynamic of ruler and ruled came to alter the daily lives of the citizens, as Diocletian will seek to control not just the apparatus that governed them, but the economy that they swam in. And it was here that he finally met his match, because if there was one field Diocletian failed to master, it was economics. This week's episode is brought to you by Audible. As you know, Audible is the internet's leading provider of audio entertainment with over 80,000 titles to choose from. When you're done with this episode, go to audiblepodcast.com/Rome. That again, audiblepodcast.com/Rome. By going to that address, you qualify for a free book download when you sign up for a 14-day trial membership. There is no obligation to continue the service, and you can cancel anytime and keep the free book download. You can also keep going with one of the monthly subscription options and get great deals on all future audiobook purchases. This week, I see that there is another Julius Caesar biography available, this one by Samuel Willard Crompton. So if you still can't get enough of everyone's favorite dictator, well, now's your chance to get even more. Just remember to go to audiblepodcast.com/Rome so that they know who sent you. Hello, and welcome to the History of Rome. Episode 127, Commanding the Economy. When Diocletian first came into office, the Roman economy was pretty much just limping along. In the critical agricultural sector, the combination of war, plague, and forced migration had left Rome with fewer people, harvesting fewer crops from fewer functional farms. In the less critical but still important urban centers, the hardships of the past 50 years had essentially brought construction, trade, skilled craft, and banking to a standstill. But as with everything else, Diocletian was optimistic about the future. He had big fancy plans for the economy, and turning it into what he wanted to turn everything into, A rational, centrally controlled mechanism that, once organized properly, would begin producing wealth for everyone in quantities not seen in years. Yes, the problem of inflation would put a kink in his plans, but Diocletian was determined to see the Roman economy reinvented, and by the time he abdicated, economic activity in the empire had taken on an almost wholly different character from what it had been before. Part of the change was the result of the natural evolutionary forces of civilization, but much of it was the result of the reforms Diocletian himself initiated. Just to give you an idea of where we're going, I want to talk today about 4 things: the attempt to stabilize the currency, the reorganization of the tax structure, the calcification of professions, and finally, the edict on prices, which, though it achieved basically nothing, is a fascinating bit of history nonetheless. So, yeah, it has finally happened. Years of misguided imperial fiscal policy have finally ruined the currency of the Roman Empire. By the 280s AD, prices had begun to soar, wages had become inadequate, and savings were wiped out. It was bound to happen. As I mentioned before, the sheer volume of base metal coins flooding out into circulation would eventually cause major problems for the empire, and it was during the reign of Diocletian that those chickens finally came home to roost. Which was a particularly maddening state of affairs for the senior Augustus, because in almost every other respect, the empire was recovering from its brush with death. But when it came to the money, not only was the wound not healing, it had only just begun to bleed, and no one knew how to stop it. As with his predecessors, Diocletian understood that there was something inherently dangerous about making the coins of the empire literally less valuable. Of course, that hadn't stopped his predecessors from going ahead and debasing the coins anyway, but they all sort of grasped that they were playing with fire, which is why debasement went on in secret. Aurelian had finally arrested the free fall, and even turned back the tide a bit, and Diocletian hoped to follow his lead and bring the currency of the Roman Empire back into respectability. To this end, he ordered that a new hierarchy of 5 coins begin circulation immediately, based on the old 3-metal system. 2 copper coins and 1 silver-copper mixed coin for everyday transactions. 1 nearly pure silver coin, something which had not been seen in years, for larger purposes, and 1 high-grade gold coin reserved for major payments, those usually coming from or going to the imperial government. One of the side effects of debasement had been that cheap silver coins had pushed the more common copper coins, the dollars and cents used on a daily basis by the population, out of circulation, which threw the whole system completely out of whack. Diocletian hoped that his new hierarchy would return balance to the system, but, unfortunately, no dice. See, while there is no denying that the coins Diocletian issued during this period were of far better quality than what had been released over the course of the preceding generation, Diocletian was not practicing monetary policy in a vacuum. Had his new currency system been set up on a blank slate, it probably would have worked great. But the Roman Empire at the end of the 3rd century was anything but a blank slate. There were just millions and millions of bad coins already out there, and given the shortage of precious metals and the exacting standards Diocletian was trying to reassert in the mints, his new coins were simply unable to make a big enough impact to really curb inflation. Plus, the Romans didn't really understand the root of the problem, and so they missed what is today obvious to us. It is not necessarily the intrinsic value of the coin that is important to setting prices. It is rather the number of coins in circulation. Now, the Romans weren't complete dummies. They understood the basics of scarcity and abundance. After all, they lived and died each year with crop failures and bumper harvests driving the prices of grain all over the map. But they never made the leap to understanding that the same laws affect currency. To the Romans, currency was a stable element. A coin was worth exactly what it was worth, whether there were 500 in circulation or 5 million. And the thing is, for the most part, that had been true in their experience. The price of goods and the wages of workers and soldiers changed very little over the centuries, in sharp contrast to our own experience of that trip to the movie costing more with each passing year. So they just failed to grasp that the sheer tonnage of coins out in the marketplace was affecting the purchasing power of all those coins. And here was Diocletian issuing even more coins. Better coins, yes, but still, more. And this is where the emperor and his advisors made their biggest mistake. They did not call back in nearly enough of the old coins. They cycled some out of circulation, but if he really wanted the currency put back on sound footing, Diocletian needed to put the recall of all the bad coins at the center of his policy, and he just did not do it. As a result, his new 5-coin system, while definitely introducing an element of stability, failed to do what the emperor wanted it to do. And unfortunately, he did not recognize that he had made this mistake. So when inflation continued, even after he launched his good coin policy, he looked elsewhere for the causes, and as we'll see, he wound up far afield, blaming people, places, and things that had nothing at all to do with the real underlying issue. As he waited patiently for the currency to revalue itself, and then watched helplessly as it did not, Diocletian still had an empire to pay for, and he understood instinctively that he couldn't afford to rely on the cash anymore. Taxes paid in cash were worthless. Wages paid in cash were worthless. If Diocletian was going to keep the empire functioning, and just to be clear, when I'm talking about the empire, what I really mean is the army, for the time being, taxes and wages were going to have to be assessed and paid by some standard other than money, something real and tangible, or at least something that seemed real and tangible. For this, Diocletian and his advisors concocted an elaborate and really ingenious new system to calculate imperial revenue and imperial expenses that cut out the middleman of cash, and was based instead directly on the goods and services that money was supposed to be able to purchase. The origins of Diocletian's new system of taxation lay in the way the army had come to rely on forced requisition to supply itself during the latter part of the crisis years. When times had been good and the money was sound, everything was done on the up and up, with the army purchasing goods and services from contractors more than willing to do business with the legions. When times got tougher, the goods and services were still purchased by the army, but from far less willing sellers, and commanders often invoked a proto-version of today's eminent domain laws, whereby in an emergency the sale of goods and services were compellable by law. When times got really tough, and the money had become a joke, commanders no longer even bothered with the farce of compulsive transactions, and simply took what they needed. This new means of supplying themselves naturally changed the way that officers and soldiers were paid, as money had simply stopped being a functional medium of exchange. Officers and soldiers were now paid in kind, that is, with the goods themselves, rather than the money to purchase the goods. Grain, shirts, meat, blankets, shoes, whatever was around that approximated what a man would have purchased had his money been worth anything. It used to be that all of these items would have been deducted from a soldier's pay by the quartermaster. Now they were the pay. This was the army that Diocletian had spent the majority of his career in, and though it is clear he was no fan of forced requisition because of the damage it did to the bonds of civil society, he understood that it was necessary. When he became emperor, then, his ideas about how to extract resources from his subjects and how to pass them along to his soldiers was informed by his experience with this ad hoc system of requisition and in-kind payment. But it shouldn't surprise you to learn that the thing that bugged Diocletian the most about the system was how random, arbitrary, and untidy it all was. So he set about to make the empire's new tax structure less all those things. In order to run a proper army, there were certain things a general learned by heart. If he had 1,000 men to feed, clothe, and shelter, he knew exactly how much timber he was going to need, how much wine he was going to need, how many horses he was going to need, and how many boots he was going to need. The army, in fact, had this practically down to a science. They knew down to the fraction of everything how much one soldier was going to add to their supply burden. Diocletian simply took this understanding and blew it up to an empire-wide level. Since the money was no longer any good, Diocletian just added up everything the imperial government required to outfit its army and bureaucracy for 1 year, which is the very first annual budget in the Western world, by the way, and then ordered his subjects to supply him with what he needed. But of course, the regions of the empire did not produce goods and services on a uniform basis. One city may specialize in textile production with nary a pig farmer in sight, while another may have abundant wheat fields but no brickworks. So you couldn't just divide up the list and demand everyone pony up the same fractions of everything. What Diocletian needed was a way of reducing what a man legally owed in taxes to some standard unit of measurement and exchange, kind of like money, except we can't use money because the money is no good. So the answer was a new theoretical unit of exchange. Basically what the emperor and his advisors did was take everything listed in the new annual budget and make a giant equivalency chart to track the relative value of all the items. So many bushels of wheat equals so many shirts, equals so many miles of transportation provided, equals so many chickens, and so on. Then they reduced the total of everything down to manageable fractions, and used that as the basis for taxation. So farmer guys, who doesn't owe cash really anymore, also doesn't owe half a shoe and 2/3 of a shirt and a quarter of a blanket. Instead, he owes 5 units of tax, payable in whatever good or service he can most easily provide. In this case, probably bushels of wheat. Mule driver Publius, on the other hand, pays his 5 units of tax by transporting some swords the army needs from point A to point B. There is an inherent danger, of course, in that, well, what if everyone satisfies their allotment of tax by paying in pigs? But apparently it never came up, and the diversification of the empire's economy produced, mostly of its own accord, the supplies Diocletian demanded. The other question, then, was how do you assess how much a person is required to supply? For this, Diocletian turned to his newly enlarged bureaucracy. They fanned out across the empire and cataloged everything. They counted every man, woman, child, and slave. They counted how many chickens you had, and how many horses you had, and how many acres you owned, and what was being grown on them. They noted your profession, your skills, your physical strength, and they drew it all up on a ledger. Then, they asked around to see if you were hiding anything. Once everything was cataloged, the empire was reduced to 2 basic units: manpower and land, which is how imperial agents determine what your share of the tax burden was going to be. Both units were calculated with some nuance, with women and children being counted for less in the manpower department, and rich land being valued differently from poor land, because Diocletian was actually sensitive to matters of fairness. As I said, one of the problems he had with forced requisition was that it was arbitrary and cruel. So Diocletian really was trying to put in place a system that would take a man's particular circumstances into account, rather than just laying some blanket levy on his head, whether his 10 acres were prized vineyards or a rocky mountainside. So this is how it worked then, and I'll just make some numbers up here. Let's say your city has 500 units of land and 200 units of manpower. Well, according to our calculations, you collectively owe 75 units of tax. You can pay with whatever you've got. Shirts, bricks, timber, pigs, just make sure that we get it. Payable in 3 yearly installments to account for spoilage. Thank you, and see you next year. Diocletian's solution was an ingenious way to get around the inflation issue, and in no time, the empire was reaping tax harvests like the good old days. Well, more even than the good old days. Back in its various golden ages, Rome had actually been pretty loose about taxes. As long as enough was coming in, they never really questioned whether there was more to be had, or whether they could be exploiting their empire more efficiently. But after systematically cataloging every single thing in the empire, and then applying a uniform system of collection, Diocletian was able to extract resources from his subjects at a previously unimagined level. He didn't take everything, of course. That would have been counterproductive. Diocletian kept to Tiberius's old maxim that the sheep must be shorn and not skinned, but he now had a far more exact idea of how close he could get without skinning the sheep. Unfortunately, his successors would not be so exact, a problem that we will get to in future episodes. But in his attempt to mobilize the resources of the empire as quickly and efficiently as possible, Diocletian did not stop with tax policy. He also inserted the imperial government directly into the economy in ways that had never been seen before. As I mentioned last week, Diocletian wanted the empire to function as one unified mechanism to maximize its power. But that did not mean just paying attention to the big stuff. It also meant ensuring that all the little screws and cogs and springs were where they needed to be, doing what they needed to do. In other words, the free market is about to become a lot less free. The rigid tentacles of the state first worked their way into the economy by way of the trade guilds, and from there extended themselves until they touched every man, woman, and child in the empire. Diocletian was not insensible to the danger that his new tax system would fall apart if everyone paid in pigs, and he was well aware that the chaos of the previous decades had caused massive population upheavals and severe shifts in the economic output of whole swaths of the empire. In other words, if he wasn't careful, the diversified economy Diocletian needed to make his new tax system work would collapse down into a few subsistence industries, with everything else being abandoned as an unsustainable luxury. Worse yet, many of the jobs that needed doing were not at all happy fun jobs. What if young Publius, son of Publius the mule driver, decides that he doesn't want to follow in his father's footsteps? What if all the sons of all the mule drivers decide that? Pretty soon, there will be no mule drivers left. It is entirely likely that had he not gotten into it, everything would have worked out fine, but Diocletian was never one to not get into something. As I just said, it started with the trade guilds. One of the first to be enveloped was the Guild of Shippers, who brought the grain from Africa to Italy. After doing business with the empire for centuries as an independent corporation, Diocletian simply took it over and declared the guild an arm of the government, and then took over wages and prices. Then it said that if you wanted to ship anything into Italy, you had to join the government's guild. And oh yeah, once you've joined, you can't resign. He followed that same pattern with everyone, brickmakers, cobblers, architects, whoever. Wherever there was a voluntary association of professionals, Diocletian would come in, co-opt it, make it compulsory, and then make it hereditary. This process was amongst the most gradual of his career, but by the time Diocletian abdicated, most of the empire's citizens were attached to some sort of imperially mandated guild that compelled them to keep the job they had been doing. And it further compelled their sons to join the guild, and then their sons to join the guild after that. So, if by some random chance you were a tanner in the late 3rd century, that meant that your family was now, forever, tanners. Same for potters and teachers and fishermen. And of course, same for farmers. On top of everything else, you weren't even allowed to move anymore without permission, even if you planned to keep the same job, because Diocletian didn't want industries to die off in a given city due to unplanned population migrations. If you think this sounds an awful lot like the beginnings of medieval serfdom, then gold star for you. We are, right now, transitioning away from the Roman Empire of old and into pre-feudal society. Diocletian was the author of a lot of what defines the next 1,000 years of history. He did it as a response to the particular economic necessities of his day, but once it all took root, it really took root. One thing he did that most definitely did not take root is the last thing I want to talk about today. The infamous Edict on Maximum Prices, which represented Diocletian's last furious attempt to put a stop to inflationary prices. I don't want to spend too much time on it because, well, it was more or less abandoned an hour and a half after it was issued, but still, it is a fascinating little piece of history that deserves some attention, for no other reason than it lets us know that the Romans had three kinds of beer: Pannonian, Celtic, and Egyptian, and that the Egyptian kind was considered half as good as the other two, because apparently Egyptian beer was the Schlitz of the ancient world. After 16 years on the throne, inflation continued to ravage the empire, and nothing Diocletian did seemed to even slow it down. Though his tax structure had been mostly taken off the gold, silver, copper standard, there was no getting away from currency completely, and it drove Diocletian crazy that he could never ensure that wages kept up with prices, especially when it came to his soldiers. Paid to risk their lives in defense of the empire, Diocletian was outraged every time he heard of a soldier being forced to drop a whole year's pay on a single shirt. Price gouging and war profiteering was nothing new, but things had gotten ridiculous, and Diocletian decided that the main culprits were the evil, no-good merchants who were taking advantage of the situation. They were thieving the life savings of good, honest, hard-working soldiers, and it had to stop. In 301, Diocletian had finally had enough, and he issued in typical Diocletianic fashion an encyclopedic edict divided into 32 sections, breaking down practically every single thing that could be bought and sold, and then setting a maximum price for it. The emperor was careful to note that he was not setting the price, he was only setting the maximum price. If you wanted to charge less, that was your prerogative, just don't charge more. If you charged more, the edict was crystal clear in the consequences of your greed. Death. Of course, even with the death penalty hanging over their heads, no one paid any attention to the edict. No one had any motivation to turn anyone in for violating it, and everyone paid the going rate for everything, just as usually happens when draconian price controls are put into effect. But nonetheless, the edict was carved in stone and posted all over the empire, so we get to learn fascinating things about what an idealized version of Roman economic values looks like. Per-day farm laborers made 25 denarii a day, compared to the 50 earned by a stonemason or a cabinet maker. There were 7 kinds of wine, all listed at 30 denarii each, and one listed as simply ordinary wine, which sold for just 16. Aged wine actually lowered the price, as each of the 7 more expensive varieties dropped to 24 denarii once it was a year old. A lawyer could make 1,000 denarii for pleading a case, and 250 just for filing the opening paperwork. Our old friend Publius the mule driver would have made with maintenance 25 denarii per day, or 4 denarii per mile for 1 mule load of goods. Every kind of grain, seed, or bean you can think of gets its due price, as does every kind of shoe, boot, sandal, and shirt imaginable. Famously, the most expensive item listed is 1 pound of purple dyed silk, which a merchant was not allowed to charge more than 150,000 denarii for. And since the only person who was probably buying purple dyed silk by the pound was the emperor himself, I would wager to guess that it was maybe one of the few items that actually went for the price listed. As I said, the edict was quietly abandoned just a few years after it was issued, and many historians believe that Maximian and Constantius never even got around to announcing it because they recognized what a terribly unenforceable idea it was. But for a while there, wherever Diocletian went, so went the price edict, until even he began to recognize that he was tilting at windmills. That was right around the time he decided to retire. Not that the two are in any way connected. With that, I'll bring to a close our brief little tour through Diocletian's reforms. We've seen the deep impact he had on the military, the government, and the economy, and in many respects, he was as transformative a figure as Rome had ever known. The empire Diocletian inherited was not the same one he bequeathed to his successors. And perhaps even more importantly, the answer to the age-old question, are you better off now than you were 4 years ago, was almost everywhere a resounding yes. Which is to say that there is nothing at all that prevents us from comfortably placing Diocletian among the top 5 emperors of all time. Next week, though, we'll start to get into why we can't put him at the very top of the pile, and some of the curious moves he made at the end of his reign that damaged the stability of the empire, stability that he had worked so hard to establish, so that when he handed the reins of power off, his successors were more than able and more than willing to take Rome right back into the snake pit of civil war. Hello, and welcome to the History of Rome. Episode 128, The Great Persecution. As we've seen over the course of the past few episodes, the first 15 years of Diocletian's reign represented a sea change for the Roman Empire. Some of the reforms he initiated were embraced as long overdue, while others were fought tooth and nail every step of the way. For example, the uprisings in Egypt triggered by the crackdown on tax evaders. Some of his reforms did not outlast his reign, while others became the entrenched status quo for 1,000 years or more, while others, like the Price Edict, never even got off the ground. But all in all, there is no question that Diocletian had taken an empire that was adrift and placed it back on solid ground. And impressively, he had done all this with a minimum of ill-advised screw-ups. That is, Diocletian sometimes pursued policies that were disruptive, and sometimes he pursued policies that wound up producing no tangible benefits, but he almost never pursued policies that were both at the same time. I think it's fair to say that this week, we will see him pursue a policy that was both in spades. And ironically, for all that Diocletian did right, it was this thing he did wrong that wound up changing the world more than anything else. The trouble started in 299 AD, not long after Galerius returned to Antioch in triumph, having just defeated the Sassanids. Diocletian and Galerius were together in the imperial residence and decided to have some divinations taken to find out what the future looked like from a metaphysical point of view. But every time the priest reached in to inspect the entrails of a sacrificial animal, he announced that something had gone wrong. Something was preventing him from getting a proper reading. After enduring attempt after attempt, it was finally brought to Diocletian's attention that certain members of the household staff were Christian, and that they had been seen making the sign of the cross to ward off evil demons, aka the gods Diocletian was trying to contact. In other words, these Christians were intentionally sabotaging the emperor's divinations. Diocletian was furious, and immediately ordered all members of his household to make a sacrifice to the gods, and if they refused, they were to be fired. Then, egged on by Galerius and a few other staunchly anti-Christian advisors, he extended his order to the army. Every officer and soldier in the legions was to make a sacrifice. Refusal meant immediate discharge. Diocletian was at heart a deeply conservative man, who was trying to restore the glory of the Roman Empire. His desire to connect imperial authority to Jupiter and the other Olympian gods was, for him, not necessarily just cynical propaganda. He very much wanted to get Rome back on the side of the gods who had made the empire great, and he spent lavishly on temples and sacrifices and memorials throughout the provinces to help make that happen. Now, following the reasoning of Decius, Diocletian began to suspect that the continued existence of the antisocial, impious, and sacrilegious Christians was doing serious damage to the relationship between Rome and her gods. So he began to suspect that it was time for them to go. But he was also at heart a deeply pragmatic man, and wide-scale religious purges can rarely be filed under P for pragmatic. So with his religious conservatism coming into conflict with his political pragmatism, Diocletian turned to his advisors for, well, advice. With Galerius taking the lead, they came back to him with the nearly unanimous conclusion that in this case, his religious instincts must take precedence. Christianity needed to be stamped out once and for all. We have, up until this point, only dealt with the Christians in passing, usually as they intersected with imperial affairs, like when Nero blamed them for the Great Fire, or when Pliny asked Trajan what to do about them. But since Christianity is about to become one of the core defining elements of the Roman Empire, I think I should probably take this moment to give a brief thumbnail sketch of the first 300 years of the Church, so we can get a feel for what it is exactly Diocletian is about to try to stamp out, and what it is exactly that in just a few years will become the most powerful non-imperial institution in the empire. Now, by way of disclaimer, I'd like to say that I am not a church historian, and am not going to delve deeply into the myriad little controversies about, say, who wrote what Gospels, when, why, and how. I just want to give a general overview of how Christianity developed, where it developed, and what it developed into over the course of its first 3 centuries. I am afraid that at times my vocabulary will be imprecise, but I hope that no one will find too much to argue with in the broad strokes. So as I'm sure you are no doubt aware, it is said that around 30 AD, a Jewish holy man from Nazareth named Jesus was put to death by Pontius Pilate, the Roman governor of Judea. Over the course of his brief career as a preacher, 3 years being the longest estimate I've seen, Jesus had won over a small band of adherents known as the disciples, and had earned fame throughout Galilee for his non-traditional interpretations of Jewish scripture and his potential for miracle working. He eventually ran afoul of the Jewish religious authorities, and when he arrived in Jerusalem for Passover, the exact year is unknown, he was arrested by Roman authorities either on sacrilegious or revolutionary grounds. He was found guilty of whatever crime he was charged with, and crucified a few days later, which most people no doubt figured was the end of the ministry of Jesus. But the disciples of Jesus were not ready to abandon their leader's message. They continued to meet and worship as he had instructed them to do, and continued to convert their fellow Jews to their way of life. The early church was focused on Jesus' role as the prophesied Jewish Messiah, and that per his teachings, he would soon return from the dead to oversee an apocalypse that would pave the way for the establishment of the kingdom of God on earth. The early Christians expected this second coming at any moment, and lived their lives accordingly. But as the years passed and Jesus did not return, the imminency of the second coming was emphasized less, and other, more immediate concerns began to demand the attention of the Christian leadership. The first major concern for the growing church was the question of the Gentiles, that is, non-Israelites. Initially, Christianity was an exclusively Jewish sect. Every Christian was a practicing Jew. They just happened to believe in a few extra things that were not believed by mainstream Judaism. But as the first generation of disciples went out into the wider Greco-Roman world, they often found willing non-Jewish adherents. So, are they allowed to be Christian, or what? Some Christian leaders said yes, and others said no. As you probably already know, though, the drive to allow for Gentile conversion was driven by St. Paul, and his point of view eventually won out. Traditionally, the first Gentile Christian was a centurion named Cornelius, who was baptized by St. Peter himself, though that is one of those myriad little controversies that I am not going to wade into. The question of whether Christianity should retain its strictly Jewish character was answered early in the negative, but that question was merely the opening salvo in a long-running Christian debate about the nature of their religion. That is, whether the church ought to be composed of a select few who were pure in their faith and utterly devoted in life, or whether it should make a play at becoming the universal religion of the world, which would inevitably involve clearing away most of the barriers to entry into the church. At the very beginning, it was understood that you had to be circumcised in order to be a true Christian, but that barrier was quickly dropped to allow for Gentile adherence. What other barriers should be dropped? What barriers could not be dropped? Though that initial question was resolved, the tension between big tent and small tent Christians would never go away, and every generation some new controversy would flare up that pitted purists against expansionists. The 2nd century saw the passing away of the original disciples and gospel writers, and the rise of an independent Christianity with its own hierarchy of command, separate from all other religions in the empire. Up until the Great Jewish Revolt, Jerusalem had naturally acted as the de facto capital of Christianity, since it was, after all, a Jewish sect. But after Jerusalem fell in 70 AD, the church began to separate itself permanently from Judaism, culminating most visibly in the Christian refusal to join in the Third Jewish War of the 130s AD. The Romans themselves by that point had already determined the two religions were separate, and a tax edict issued by Nerva explicitly denies to Christians the special exemptions enjoyed by the Jews. See, the Romans liked people to get on board with the Roman way of doing things, and the Jews had always given them trouble on that front. But the Romans were also deeply impressed with the sheer ancientness of Judaism, and so, more or less, let the Jews conform to Roman rule in their own way. But the Christians were recognized as a newfangled thing, owed no such deference. Jesus' church, which had once been just a little sect of Judaism, was now, for better or for worse, its own independent thing. The other major consequence of the sack of Jerusalem is that the Christian movement also became far more decentralized. With Jerusalem out of the picture, the local leadership of each of the Christian centers now took command of their parishes and ran them as they saw fit. Ironically, though, just as the church as a whole was becoming less centralized, the chain of command at the local level was becoming more centralized. Over the years, the Christians developed a system whereby each city had its own chain of authority, with deacons at the lowest rung doing the daily work of tending to the sick and poor, the next run of presbyters, who would become today's priests, acting as a sort of governing council, and at the top the bishop, who was the supreme religious authority in his district, which usually meant that he issued clarifications on the differences between a true and a false teaching. Naturally, the bishops of the largest cities, Rome, Antioch, and Alexandria, came to exert an extra bit of authority over their surrounding territories, and the Bishop of Rome in particular claimed a higher authority even than that, both because he sat in the capital of the empire and because his seat had been founded by St. Peter himself. But if you'd like to enjoy an entertaining conniption fit, just ask the Bishop of Alexandria what he thinks about the primacy of Peter. Since the main role of the bishop was to establish the difference between what was a true and what was a false teaching, we must ask the question then, what happened when the bishops disagreed with each other? And that, my friends, is the $10,000 question of early Christian history. The church was not some sort of hive mind, and the various bishops disagreed with each other frequently, passionately, and sometimes violently about almost everything under the sun. And these were serious disagreements. This was not, I think what that guy over there is teaching is true, and you think what that guy over there is teaching is false. It was rather, I think what I am teaching is true, and I think that what you are teaching is false. Excommunications and counter-excommunications began to proliferate, and sometimes succession to a major bishopric began to look like succession to the imperial throne, with supporters of the new bishop purging supporters of the old bishop, stripping them of their priesthoods and kicking them out of the church, only to have the whole drama play out in reverse a few years later. It is truly a wonder that Christianity managed to maintain any sort of cohesion at all during this period. But enough of the bishops had enough of an interest in preventing a major schism that they would meet in councils, summits really, and hash out their differences, force each other to compromise, and try to put these controversies to rest. But just as one issue was put to bed, another would pop up, threatening a split all over again. And we haven't even gotten to the really big controversies of the 3rd and 4th centuries yet. The 3rd century was as tumultuous for the Christians as it was for everyone else. Though Christianity had always been an outlaw religion, and had found itself the victim of periodic local persecutions, in Rome under Nero, in Gaul during the reign of Marcus Aurelius, and so on, imperial policy rarely took notice of them. Trajan's advice to Pliny that he ought to ignore the Christians unless they did something really wrong seemed to be standard operating procedure. But as the empire fell into chaos, the Christians for the first time felt the sting of coordinated imperial attack. Maximinus Thrax ordered the first major attack on Christianity, though he limited the scope of his persecutions to the bishops. 15 years later, attempting to get Rome back on the right side of the gods, Decius broadened the scope of persecution to include all Christians, which not only resulted in confiscations and executions across the empire, but also a major split within the church between leaders who advocated compliance and those, particularly in North Africa, who advocated resistance. The latter would eventually be shouted down and declared heretical when the Decian persecutions was over. But this episode foreshadowed the later, larger fight with the Donatists, who advocated similar resistance to Diocletian's persecutions, or more accurately, resistance to those who acquiesced to them. But just as it seemed like things were going from bad to worse for the Christians, the empire was falling apart, and the emperors were now specifically targeting them for harassment, Christianity suddenly enjoyed an unprecedented run of growth and acceptance. Gallienus canceled the Decian persecution on the grounds that it was unnecessary and unjust, and the Illyrian emperors had way more important things on their minds. So from 260 until about 300, the stigma attached to Christianity was muted. So much so that the religion that had once been derided as a religion of women and slaves now counted amongst its number wealthy and influential men. Slaves were now joined by their masters. Wives were now joined by their husbands. Common soldiers by their officers. The poor by the rich. Churches ceased to be little hovels hidden away deep in the maze of an inner city, and were now being built right out in the open. By 300 AD, in fact, a church sat on a hill in Nicomedia overlooking the imperial palace. Christians were still in the minority by a substantial margin across the empire, but they were estimated by this point to account for about 10% of the population, which was nothing to sneeze at. Over the course of the past 3 centuries, the little sect of heretical Jews led by a messianic holy man from Nazareth had grown to be the largest monotheistic religion in the empire and a social force with real teeth, which is, perhaps, what troubled Diocletian's advisors the most. Of all the myriad differences between Christians and pagans, perhaps no single difference loomed larger in the minds of imperial authorities than just how structured Christianity was. Yes, the church functioned politically more as a loose oligarchy of bishops than as some unified autocracy, but still, no pagan cult could come close to matching the empire-wide network of institutionalized authority that Christianity boasted. It was nothing less than a parallel command structure to the state, and if you listened to Christian rhetoric for any length of time, you would find that most of them believed that their command structure actually superseded the state's, render unto Caesar what is Caesar's, notwithstanding. The fact that roughly 10% of the population was now Christian and adhered to that command structure scared the hell out of many in the government. Plus, that 90-10 split is a bit misleading, because Christianity was still clustered in the cities at this point, so their minority share seemed that much larger to government officials living in those same cities. Coupled with genuine fears of organized revolution, there was also the fact that the church was beginning to raise funds in unprecedented sums, as wealthy patrons began to render unto God whatever they weren't rendering unto Caesar. So when we ask the question, why were Diocletian's advisors so keen on taking the Christians out? The answer essentially boils down to protection of the status quo. They were amongst the greatest beneficiaries of it, and the Christians were amongst the greatest threats to it. So, this is all mostly a case of entrenched power making a preemptive strike against a potential rival. But following the initial purge of the imperial household and the army, tempers cooled some. The purge of the army was, in fact, unevenly enforced at best. And it wasn't until the winter of 302-303 that things really got rolling again. Not that Diocletian hadn't been gearing up for the fight in the meantime. In 301, he had visited Egypt and encountered problems with the Manichaeans, a religion similar to Christianity, both in substance and organization, which had become a hotbed for resistance to imperial authority. Diocletian was additionally troubled by the Manichaeans because their religion originated in Persia, and members still had close ties to their brethren in the East, meaning that they looked to Diocletian a lot like a Sassanid-aligned fifth column. So the Manichaeans were ruthlessly suppressed. Executions, exiles, confiscations, and destruction of Scripture. In effect, a dry run for the great persecution of Christians that was coming down the chute. Diocletian and Galerius were in Nicomedia over the winter of 302-303 when things finally got going. The emperors had attempted to get a pronouncement on something or other from an oracle of Apollo, but the oracle instead announced that the, quote, impious on earth were preventing him from connecting with the gods. Diocletian huddled with his council to determine what this meant, and they were of one mind. It meant that the gods were angry at Rome for tolerating the Christians. I should mention at this point that it is widely believed that by now, Galerius was taking more of a lead in imperial policy, and as a fierce anti-Christian, that he was actually the driving force behind all of this. At its most all-encompassing, the blame Galerius for everything theory contends that the junior emperor arranged for the botched divination and the non-responsive oracle in order to push Diocletian into a hardline stance. He will also be blamed for the fires that will break out following the publication of the first anti-Christian edict, which we'll get to in a second. However, though Galerius proved himself to be a sadist when it came to the Christians, it is really hard to say in the run-up to the persecution what events he prearranged and what events he simply took advantage of. On February 23, 303 AD, almost exactly 1,708 years ago, Diocletian finally let the hardliners off the leash. He ordered the Church of Nicomedia, the one that could be seen from his imperial palace, razed to the ground. All of the scripture housed there was burned, and all of its valuables were carted off. The next day, imperial authorities posted an edict, not only ordering every citizen in the empire to make a proper pagan sacrifice, but further ordering that every church in the empire was to be destroyed, all Christian scripture was to be burned, and known Christians be henceforth forbidden from assembling in one place. The public outcry was immediate, and the first victim of the persecution was a Christian man who literally tore the posted edict down off the wall. Within a week, fires began breaking out in the imperial palace. According to some sources, these were little Reichstag fires set by Galerius, and Diocletian's opinion hardened further. Now the Christian threat was not just theoretical. They were disobeying imperial orders and engaging in nothing less than treason. In the aftermath of this initial uprising, Christians were rounded up and tortured for information about their brethren, and Galerius seems to have had a particular penchant for burning victims alive once he was done extracting information from them. Then, when the first edict was determined to be insufficiently oppressive, a further law was passed in the summer of 303, ordering that church officials, all those deacons and presbyters and bishops, be rounded up and jailed. This, of course, caused the prisons to overflow, and regular criminals had to be released to allow for the influx of Christians. It was around this time that the backlash began. Hardline anti-Christians, for the most part, only lived in the uppermost rungs of the imperial government. Down on the lower levels, soldiers and guards and wardens had a hard time fathoming why they were being made to suffer under the crushing weight of thousands of harmless old men who had broken no real laws. In many cases, these men just outright lied to their superiors, telling them sacrifices had been dutifully made just so they could clear out the holding cells. This dynamic played out all over the empire, as the rigor with which the persecution was pursued became defined by local officials, who, more often than not, wanted no part of jailing and killing Christians. In the West especially, the Great Persecution never really gained traction. Constantius in particular seems to have set the tone for his territories, and after a few perfunctory photo ops, he essentially let the whole matter drop, which of course made him something of a hero within the church, allowing his son to easily play the part of Christian champion down the road. In the east, though, under the watchful eye of Galerius, Christians in Syria and Egypt and Asia Minor were rounded up, tortured, and more often than not, burned alive. The backlash in the eastern provinces, then, did not take the form of intentionally blind state officials, but instead ordinary citizens who were horrified at what the government was doing. The victims were their family, their friends, and their neighbors, and even if they were none of these things, the Christians were by this time widely viewed as a harmless cult comprised of law-abiding, tax-paying citizens, whose most visible public activity was, what, tending to the poor and the sick? On top of that, there was a whole growing community of Romans, like for example the Emperor Aurelian, who had drifted over to monotheism, even if it was a particularly pagan brand of it. They often identified the God of the Christians with their own God, and even if the Christians did not necessarily reciprocate, monotheists who watched fellow monotheists dragged off in chains were incensed. Across the East, citizens hid Christians, lied to protect Christians, helped Christians escape to the West, and in every way tried to thwart the imperial agents. The persecution's initial burst of energy lasted into 304, and would continue on the books until 311, but it would eventually be dropped by Galerius just prior to his death, after he finally came to understand that the whole operation had done far more to undermine imperial authority than bolster it. What happened between 304 and 311 to change Galerius's mind, you ask? How about the rise of Constantine the Great, whose career was in part fueled by citizens, Christian or otherwise, who viewed the persecution as an unthinkable crime against humanity? And that is why it appears Diocletian made a huge mistake in aligning himself with the hardliners. The persecution disrupted the peace he had spent the last 20 years establishing. It undermined the legitimacy of the Tetrarchy, paving the way for Constantine to eventually blow it up, and in return for all that, the persecution had produced for Diocletian no tangible benefits. It was a bad policy and a bloody policy, and stands as a giant stain on Diocletian's otherwise sterling record. Next week, we will get into the only upside for Diocletian, namely, that in 305 he would wash his hands of the whole thing, and in an unprecedented move, announced that he planned to voluntarily abdicate the throne so he could retire to his villa and, I'm dead serious about this, raise cabbages. This week's episode is brought to you by Audible. As you know, Audible is the internet's leading provider of audio entertainment with over 80,000 titles to choose from. When you're done with this episode, go to audiblepodcast.com/Rome. That again, audiblepodcast.com/Rome. By going to that address, you qualify for a free book download when you sign up for a 14-day trial membership. There is no obligation to continue the service, and you can cancel anytime and keep the free book. You can also keep going with one of the monthly subscription options and get great deals on all your future audiobook purchases. This week, I am going to shift gears completely. Since we've fairly well plundered all the ancient Roman titles in the Audible library at this point, I think it would be fun to throw open this section to listener recommendations. What are you listening to that you think other History of Rome listeners might enjoy? Drop a comment at thehistoryofrome.typepad.com and let's recommend stuff to each other. But before you do that, go to audiblepodcast.com/Rome. Hello, and welcome to the History of Rome, Episode 129, Abdication. Now that we know how everything turned out, I think it's safe to say that 303 AD marked the beginning of the end for Diocletian and his tetrarchy. Beyond the great persecution and all the long-term ill effects that came with it, 303 also saw Diocletian stricken by an illness that plagued him for so long and was so nearly fatal that calling it a brush with death doesn't quite do it justice. It was more like an extended staring contest. When death finally blinked, though, Diocletian did not take it as a sign that he was destined to live and rule forever. Instead, he took it as a reminder that he was mortal, that he was not long for this world, and that it was time to initiate his last and most audacious plan yet. Despite the unpleasantness of the Great Persecution, 303 AD was otherwise supposed to be a banner year for the Tetrarchy. The Romans loved their anniversaries, and the year was about to see two big imperial milestones come to pass. In March, the two Caesars, Galerius and Constantius, would celebrate the 10th anniversary of their ascension to the purple, and in November, Diocletian would enter the 20th year of his reign. The senior Augustus had every intention of celebrating both anniversaries in unprecedented fashion, and so he took this opportunity to play the one card he had thus far kept hidden deep in his hand. After 20 years of neglect and disdain, it was finally time for the Emperor of Rome to visit Rome. Word went out to the citizens of the Eternal City that they were about to get their first look at Diocletian, and preparations immediately went into overdrive to greet him with all Rome had to offer. The city fathers saw it as an opportunity to fully impress upon Diocletian that whatever his political aims had been in refusing to visit the true capital of the empire, that Rome could not be denied forever. She was too big, too rich, and too important to simply fade away. Rome's day would come again, and they planned to make sure that Diocletian bore witness to that fact. For the lower classes, the imminent arrival of the emperor meant only one thing: festivals and games on a massive scale. It was with great anticipation then that the citizens of Rome awaited the imperial entourage, and when it finally arrived, no one was disappointed. No one, that is, except Diocletian. On his way to Rome, Diocletian swung through Milan and picked up Maximian, who, apart from a brief campaign in North Africa, had spent the last few years taking it easy in northern Italy. The two Augusti then entered Rome together in November of 303, just in time to welcome Diocletian's 20th anniversary year, and inaugurate games that would simultaneously celebrate that milestone and the decade milestone of the two Caesars. The plan was then for him to remain in the city until January 1st, at which point he and Maximian would stand on the Capitoline Hill and be invested with the year's consulships. Hey, remember consulships? Just like the Romans of old. But it quickly became apparent that things were not going to go according to plan. Things started out all right, as Diocletian took a tour of the city to inspect the various building projects he had commissioned over the years. Despite his political disdain for the city, Diocletian had always been conscious of the symbolic importance of the old capital, and felt that it would be in bad taste to let the city fall into disrepair. So when, for example, the Senate house burned down, Diocletian did not hesitate to rebuild it, and the curia that stands in the Forum today is the ruin of Diocletian's final rebuild. The emperor also took the opportunity to put his own stamp on the city by building a huge bath complex in the northern quarter that rivaled the baths of Caracalla in both size and opulence, which were called, obviously, the Baths of Diocletian. But after satisfying himself that the city was in good shape architecturally, there was nothing left for him to do but enjoy all that Rome had to offer. And unfortunately, Diocletian did not at all enjoy what Rome had to offer. He was immediately put on edge by the attitude of the citizens, who he found himself face to face with for the first time. See, the Romans themselves were not so quick to embrace the notion that their emperor was a quasi-god who had descended from on high to rule them. That kind of BS might work on the lowly provincials, but in Rome, an emperor was just a man who had a lot of political power. There was nothing mystical about it. We invented this whole operation, for crying out loud. Don't try to tell us that you're made of magic. We know that somewhere behind all those curtains is a man just like us. After almost 2 decades of being treated with awed reverence wherever he went, it was a bit of a shock to be thrust into a world where the princeps model was still believed to be in effect. Diocletian found himself dealing with familiarity, vulgarity, and disrespect in degrees and quantities he had not experienced in years, and frankly, it put him off. This unpleasantness was then compounded by the behavior of the Romans at the games themselves. Diocletian was a conservative man, and perhaps a bit of a prude, but he was not naive as to the way the world worked, nor to the way that people worked. But still, what he saw in Rome shocked him. The drunkenness, the grubbiness, the licentiousness of it all contrasted sharply with his mental image of the Romans of old, an image that he himself had been trying to emulate all these years. Here now were the great Romans, crying over a lost chariot race, fighting over women, passing out in the streets from an excess of, well, everything. It was, in a word, disgusting. After just a few short weeks, Diocletian had had enough. Far from impressed, the emperor was now convinced more than ever that Rome was irrelevant. 20th anniversary or no, there was a whole empire out there that needed his attention, and he couldn't in good conscience continue to ignore it in favor of this drunken orgy. So he let it be known to everyone's shock and dismay that he was cutting his visit short, and that he would accept his consulship not on the Capitoline Hill, but instead on the road, getting him the hell out of Rome. The Romans, commoner and aristocrat alike, were bitterly disappointed, and not a little offended themselves that the emperor was snubbing them right to their face. In a few years, Maxentius will arrive on the scene and offer them the opportunity to extract a measure of revenge on Diocletian and his carefully laid plans for the empire. It should come as no surprise that they will jump at the chance to upset Diocletian's apple cart. Now maybe it was just a coincidence, or maybe it was that Diocletian was getting old, but if you're feeling superstitious, there is no misinterpreting what happened next. On his way out of Italy, Diocletian came down with some sort of illness that basically knocked him out of commission for a year and a half. He could do no more than lay in a closed litter as the imperial entourage struggled to make its way back to Nicomedia. I am sure that there were more than a few whispers about whether or not the gods were perhaps a bit annoyed at Diocletian for the way he had just treated Rome. His advisors kept pleading with the emperor to stop the journey and settle down in any one of the numerous cities they passed so he could recover, but Diocletian ordered them to press on to Nicomedia. If he was going to die, he was going to die in the city that had been his home base all these years. The procession moved so slowly that it wasn't until the summer of 304 that they finally made it back to his capital. Upon arrival, Diocletian mustered enough energy to dedicate a new circus that had been built in honor of his 20th anniversary, and then he promptly disappeared into the imperial palace. While it's true that access to the emperor had always been carefully controlled, for the next 9 months or so, this control was taken to extreme lengths, and almost no one saw Diocletian in person. He was kept sequestered in his private quarters, suffering from an illness that kept him debilitated while refusing to kill him. On multiple occasions during these nervous months, though, rumors swirled furiously that the emperor had died, was about to die, had died weeks ago, or had been dead the whole time. At one point, he apparently slipped into a coma, which sparked rumors even within the imperial household that Diocletian was now, finally, dead. Galerius was alternatively called for or waved off with each cycle of rumor. When he was finally officially summoned in March 305, though, it was not to oversee funeral arrangements, but rather to congratulate Diocletian on his recovery. The emperor, though pale and gaunt, was not dead yet. Galerius, who was probably more than ready for Diocletian to die at this point, no doubt issued his congratulation through clenched teeth, but if he was disappointed that his time had not yet come, Diocletian immediately put his junior emperor's mind at ease. He was alive, yes, but Galerius's time was still at hand. Diocletian told his Caesar that he was going to abdicate the throne. As with the decision to elevate Galerius and Constantius in the first place, it is difficult to determine when exactly Diocletian decided that he was going to retire and let them take over. Some believe it was his plan all along, and that abdication was at the very heart of what he hoped would be a perpetually stable succession process. Others believe the idea only popped up later as Diocletian grew older and began to think about how he could best ensure a peaceful transition of power, and still others believe that it was never the plan, but that an overbearing Galerius essentially forced Diocletian to step aside. However long he had been planning eventual abdication, though, the long illness he just endured was the likely catalyst for setting his last plan in motion. Though it is worth noting that the date of abdication was almost 20 years to the day after the Battle of the Margus, so it is entirely possible that the illness was just a coincidental stop on the road to cementing a precedent of 20-year-long reigns for all future emperors. The trick was getting Maximian to go along with the plan. In order to ensure that the balance of power remained intact as authority was handed from one generation to the next, both of the Caesars needed to become Augusti at the same time, and the two new Caesars needed to be appointed at the same time, which meant that the old Augusti, Diocletian and Maximian, needed to abdicate at the same time. And as we will see, Maximian was not nearly as keen to give up on power as Diocletian was. The thing that has always stuck in my craw about the alleged necessity of everyone shifting places at the same time, though, is that when we look back on it, the only version of the Tetrarchy that ever worked was the one in which there was very clearly a senior Augustus who outranked the others. For all the outward professions of equality, Diocletian had always been the head cheese, and when we analyze the stability of the Tetrarchic system, it is hard not to come to the conclusion that it was Diocletian's extra level of influence over his colleagues more than anything else that kept them working as partners rather than rivals. Is it possible that things would not have gone so horribly awry if only Diocletian abdicated, while Maximian remained in place, leaving a clearly senior Augustus around to keep everyone towing the line? It is a question with so many moving parts that it's hard to figure what the end result would have been. But, since things so quickly went to hell in a handbasket anyway, it is worth ruminating on. The answer, of course, is that it probably would have been even more disastrous for the empire, not because the system didn't need a senior Augustus to function properly, it probably did, but because the new senior Augustus would have been Maximian, and I can't imagine a single scenario where Maximian handles his colleagues with anything resembling the deftness that Diocletian had, Civil war probably would have broken out the first time any one of them disagreed about anything, because Maximian did not massage egos, he punched them in the face. His temperament was not at all suited for the job, which Diocletian thoroughly understood, and was as likely a reason for simultaneous abdication as any abstract notions of equality of rank among the future emperors. Plus, and this is the last thing I'll say about it, following the untimely death of Constantius, the Tetrarchy will revert back to a model where one Augustus, Galerius, was clearly senior to his colleagues, and the system went ahead and collapsed anyway. So, it is then really hard not to come to the conclusion that the Tetrarchy didn't just need a senior Augustus. It needed Diocletian. He was the quintessential element, the ether within which the Tetrarchy swam, and when he was gone, there was nothing for it to do but die. So, getting back to the matter at hand, the trick was getting Maximian on board, and we have to believe that this was a project Diocletian had been working on for a while, planting little seeds in Maximian's head, so that when the day finally came to give up power, it would not come completely out of left field. You want me to do what? Give up absolute power? Have you gone stark raving mad? That is a conversation you really need to lay some groundwork for. So if you believe that he had in fact been planning abdication for a while, we can point to the joint trip to Rome as the time Diocletian probably began to really press the issue hard with Maximian, switching from, someday we're going to have to jointly abdicate for the good of the empire, to please get your affairs in order because we're going to do this thing pretty soon. A short while later, when Diocletian was recovering from his illness, his tack switched again to pack your bags, we're stepping down on May the 1st. Given every single thing he did after resigning, though, it is clear that Maximian was not at all interested in abdication. But to his credit, his loyalty to Diocletian never wavered, and when the time came, he did what so few men in his place could have done, and what he himself so did not want to do. He gave up absolute power. On May the 1st, 305 AD, in simultaneous ceremonies in Nicomedia and Milan, Diocletian and Maximian became the first emperors in Roman history to voluntarily give up the throne. Diocletian, speaking to his soldiers, announced that he was tired, he was weak, and that the empire needed to always have a strong hand guiding the ship of state, and that he could no longer be that strong hand. That Galerius and Constantius would be the new strong hands was a foregone conclusion. So the only drama left to play out on that spring day was who would be the new Caesars. And it was in this drama that the Tetrarchy found the root of its eventual ruin. Once upon a time, I made the point that the 5 good emperors are often praised for having adopted qualified men of merit to be their heirs, rather than relying on their own blood sons, even though the whole reason they had to adopt outside their family in the first place was because between the lot of them there was nary a blood son to be found. It was no enlightened decision they were making, it was something that was forced on them by circumstance. In attempting to secure the future of his tetrarchy, though, Diocletian very clearly stepped in the direction of that enlightened choice that had supposedly been made during the age of the Antonines. The emperors should be the best men in the empire, regardless of family relations. To cement what he hoped would be a binding precedent then, Diocletian intentionally skipped over the 2 men who at any other point in history would have so obviously been chosen the new Caesars that their ascension would have been as drama-free as the elevation of Galerius and Constantius to the rank of Augustus. Those 2 men were Maxentius, the son of Maximian, and Constantine, the son of Constantius. Instead, Diocletian went ahead and picked 2 established generals who were the sons of no one, Gaius Maximinus Daia and Flavius Severus. Now, the later Christian writer Lactantius describes a scene in which the troops in Nicomedia ripple with shock when they learn that the handsome, popular, and wonderful Constantine has been bypassed. But it is more likely that everyone knew what the score was going into the ceremony itself. Whatever their level of surprise was when they first heard the news, when Diocletian formally introduced the new Caesars, the choices were already known. So the probability that there were audible gasps and unhappy rabbling is low. That being said, there was definitely a faction within the army that was not at all happy Constantine, and to a lesser extent Maxentius, had been cast aside. The man who was probably least happy of all was Constantius, the new Augustus of the West. Sure, he had just been elevated to the highest rank in the empire, but oddly enough, the future did not look too bright for him. Because he was not just dealing with the fact that his son had not been named Caesar, but also with the fact that Maximinus and Severus had been. This gets into one of the other big mistakes Diocletian appears to have made before stepping down. Weakened physically and exhausted mentally, there is no doubt that by the end of his reign, Diocletian was allowing Galerius to take a lead on many imperial issues. We saw last week how this new dynamic likely led to the Great Persecution, as the fervently anti-Christian Galerius pushed for the persecution to be continually widened and deepened. We see it again now in the choice of Caesars. Maximinus, who would be Galerius's deputy in the east, was Galerius's nephew, and I should mention as staunchly anti-Christian as his uncle. And Severus was a friend of Galerius's, who had served alongside the new Augustus during his wars in Parthia. In other words, both of the new deputy emperors were Galerius's men through and through. Unfortunately, it seems that Diocletian simply did not take Constantius's feelings into account when he allowed Galerius to impose his own candidates on the Tetrarchy. And I don't mean that Constantius's feelings were hurt in a touchy-feely kind of way. I mean that the balance of power within the Tetrarchy was immediately thrown out of whack. The Augustus of the West was now isolated and without allies. This did not bode well for the future stability of the system. It might not have been a big deal had Constantius and Galerius gotten along, but unfortunately it was the other thing. They did not like each other personally, and they did not get along professionally, which is no doubt why Galerius was keen to make sure he controlled both of the new Caesars. The issue of the Christian persecution amply demonstrates how opposite the two new brother Augusti were. On the one hand, you have Galerius, widely seen as the driving force behind the persecution, and certainly its most zealous advocate, and on the other you have Constantius, who did his level best to just ignore the whole thing as a disruptive exercise in pointless cruelty. With Diocletian and Maximian standing above them, the two Caesars could pull in these opposite directions, and the center would hold. But now that Galerius and Constantius were the Augusti, well, pulling in opposite directions meant that the center would be ripped in half. Or, as Galerius no doubt hoped, ripped into his 3/4 to Constantius's 1/4. In a number of fundamental ways, then, Diocletian's dream of a permanent tetrarchy was doomed the minute he abdicated. Not only was the new foursome of tetrarchs disunited, but there were two men standing outside the system, Constantine and Maxentius, who felt they had every right to be inside of it, and were prepared to fight for their inheritance. On top of that, Maximian was still hanging around on the edges in his forced retirement, just itching to get back in the game. This was not a recipe for success, and on more than one occasion, the various players begged Diocletian, the indispensable man of his age, to come out of retirement. But once gone, Diocletian insisted that he was going to stay gone. They would have to work it out for themselves. Sadly for Diocletian, though, they did not. And even more sadly, he lived to see it all, as he did not have the good sense to die quickly after abdicating, like Sulla had done. Instead, Diocletian would live long enough to see the empire sucked back into exactly the kind of running civil war he thought he had put a stop to way back in 285. And by the very end, he would live long enough to see his own personal influence count for nothing, as he would be forced to use go-betweens in an attempt to secure the safety of his own wife and daughter, who were trapped in the court of the new Augustus Maximinus Daia, who appeared to have no interest at all in granting the requests of some irrelevant cabbage farmer. I want to close this week by making a brief and sad foray into current events. As you probably know, an earthquake ripped through Christchurch, New Zealand on February the 22nd, leaving the city devastated, many of its residents homeless, and basic services like water, power, and sewage severely disrupted. The History of Rome community includes listeners from all over the world, and I have gotten many an email with the .nz tag. In fact, one of the questions I answered during the 100th episode came from a Christchurch resident who recently got in touch with me to say that, number one, he is okay, and number two, that the city is in pretty bad shape. So attached to this week's post at thehistoryofrome.typepad.com is a link to the Red Cross New Zealand Earthquake Appeal site. If you were thinking about donating to the show in appreciation for my efforts this week, just go ahead and pass it on over to the Red Cross. Right now, I think the good people of Christchurch need it more than I do. Hello, and welcome to the History of Rome. Episode 130, Lost in Transition. When Diocletian and Maximian stepped aside in 305 AD, there was a great deal of hope that their abdication would be merely the first in a long line of voluntary imperial retirements. Going forward, the dream was essentially for future tetrarchs to rule for 10 years as a Caesar, and then for another 10 years as an Augustus, before abdicating in favor of their junior colleagues, which would begin the whole cycle over again. The imperial regime would thus be perpetually renewed, perpetually refreshed, and perpetually free of dynastic struggles. The foundation for all of this had been dug and the concrete poured by Diocletian. The challenge now would be getting the cement to set. A challenge that would have to be met by the new set of four tetrarchs, Galerius, Constantius, Severus, and Maximinus Daia. That the tetrarchy would eventually fall apart is perhaps predictable. That it would begin to fall apart after less than a year, however, came as a bit of a surprise. As I mentioned last week, there was tension right from the beginning. Internally, because the two new Augusti were not exactly best friends, and externally, because Constantine and Maxentius had been left out in the cold. I'll leave the former issue for the moment, since the rivalry between Galerius and Constantius is about to become moot anyway, and instead focus on the two imperial sons who had been denied what they believed was their rightful inheritance, because their rivalry with the official tetrarchy, and then their rivalry with one another, has a long way to go before Constantine will render all rivalries moot. Marcus Aurelius Valerius Maxentius was born in the late 270s AD, and was the only son of Maximian, who at that time was still just a high-ranking general serving under the Emperor Probus. When Diocletian tapped Maximian to be his fellow Augustus in 285, the expectations for young Maxentius naturally skyrocketed. Diocletian had one daughter and no sons, and Maximian had two daughters and just the one son. The imperial daughters could and would be used to secure dynastic alliances, but Maxentius stood alone as the only blood son of an emperor. That he would become emperor himself one day was therefore practically a foregone conclusion. But as he grew up, Maxentius found himself not really being groomed for much of anything, He received a first-rate education and all that, but in his teenage years, just as previous heir presumptives had begun to receive the honors and assignments that had marked their path to power, Maxentius was instead granted no special favors and given no extraordinary commands. With the elevation of Galerius and Constantius in 293, Maxentius's future was clouded still further. There was no hope now that he would directly succeed his father, but that was okay. He was, after all, still young. If the Tetrarchy as established was going to continue, then eventually there would be new Caesars appointed when Galerius and Constantius were promoted to full Augusti. That, then, would be his moment to shine. His marriage to Galerius's daughter certainly fanned the flames of his ambition, as that was exactly how Galerius and Constantius had been brought into the family before they were formally invited to become Caesars. But in 305, now in his mid-20s and fully ready to fulfill his destiny, Maxentius was instead slapped in the face. He found out along with everyone else that he would not be named Caesar. Instead, two men from outside the family would be elevated in his place. Some say that Galerius did not like Maxentius, and so used his influence to deny him the prize. But others say that Diocletian was explicitly trying to break the cycle of blood inheritance, and so made it a point to ensure Maxentius and Constantine were kept out. Whatever the reasons, Maxentius went into a slow burn. His counterpart in all this, and soon-to-be arch-rival in all this, is a man who needs no introduction, which is why it is about time that we introduced him. Constantine the Great. Flavius Valerius Constantinus was born in the early 270s AD in Moesia, making him just about 5 years older than Maxentius. However, due to the career arcs of their respective fathers, Constantine's star would trail Maxentius's by a good 8 years. With his father constantly away fighting alongside first Aurelian, then Probus, then Diocletian, and then Maximian, Constantine never really developed much of a relationship with his father. Not that they were in any way antagonistic towards each other, just that, they didn't really know each other. As a result, Constantine grew close to his mother Helena, a low-born woman who was either Constantius's wife or mistress, depending on who you talk to. The teenage Constantine was thus shocked when he was told one day that his father was marrying another woman, Theodora, the daughter of the Western Emperor Maximian. This turn of events was simultaneously a boon to Constantine and a potential death blow. On the one hand, his father was now the son-in-law of an emperor, and that has to be good news for your career. But on the other hand, any children born of Constantius's new marriage would almost certainly take precedence over the son he had already had with some peasant ex-wife years before. But whatever the new dynastic arrangement, Constantius never came close to disavowing Constantine, and quite the contrary, always declared him his rightful leading heir, doing everything he could to promote the boy's education and career. When Constantius became Caesar in 293, the now roughly 20-year-old Constantine was ordered to pack up his bags and head east, where he would join up with the court of Diocletian. For the remainder of the original Tetrarchy's run, Constantine would remain under the watchful eye of the senior Augustus, because, on the one hand, it was important for the son of a Caesar to be protected and to learn what imperial life was like, and so on and so on. But on the other hand, well, hostage is such an ugly word. In Nicomedia, Constantine happily entered the social and intellectual circles of the cosmopolitan city, and he furthered his education there, beginning to form the worldview that would come to change the whole world. Beyond his intellectual abilities, Constantine also showed himself to be a ready and able soldier, and in the late 290s, he served on campaigns along the Danube, in Syria, and finally, in Galerius's successful war with the Sassanids. By the end of Diocletian's run, it was crystal clear that Constantine was intelligent, personable, athletic, brave, and a natural leader of men, which is either something to be revered or something to be feared, depending on your point of view. There is no doubt that from Galerius's point of view, Constantine was something to be feared. And as with Maxentius, the incoming Augustus is often blamed for Constantine getting frozen out of the Tetrarchy. But again, it could have just as easily have been Diocletian wanting to table the idea of blood succession forever. But whatever Diocletian's wishes, it did not mean that anyone was going to take any of this lying down. The interests of the western half of the original Tetrarchy, for whatever reason, had just been blatantly ignored. If Diocletian and Galerius didn't think that was going to pose problems for them down the road, then they were in for a rude awakening. Initially, however, there was little the two snubbed princes could do. Constantine was particularly helpless because the court that had been Diocletian's, the one he was presently attached to, was now controlled by Galerius, meaning that the new Augustus held the life of Constantine in his hands. Not only would this stifle whatever seditious ambitions Constantine might be dreaming up, but it would also serve as a convenient check on Constantius's activities. The new Augustus of the West fully understood this fact, and right away he began sending Galerius letters asking that Constantine be released, but Galerius ignored him. Constantine, meanwhile, petitioned the Eastern Augustus personally, asking, begging, demanding, imploring that he be allowed to go west and serve with his father. Legend has it that finally, in the midst of a drinking bout, a fed-up Galerius finally acquiesced and told Constantine he could go do whatever he wanted. Hardly pausing to pack, Constantine allegedly headed west that very night, crippling the horses at each post he passed along the way, convinced that as soon as Galerius sobered up, he would realize the mistake he had made and come after the fleeing Constantine. This exciting tale is probably hyperbole, but at its core lay the key truth that Constantine was allowed to leave and that Galerius had blundered in allowing him to leave. All in all, it probably wasn't so bad for Galerius that people thought he was drunk when he made the decision. Better that than for people to think that he had been sober. Whatever the real story, Constantine, now in his early 30s, arrived in Boulogne in the summer of 305, where his father was preparing for a return trip to Britain. Together for the first time, really, a father and son made their way across the English Channel and waged a brief campaign against the Picts, who lived north of Hadrian's Wall. The fighting went well enough for the Romans that in January of 306, Constantius again took the title Britannicus Maximus. But in the background of all this, his ascension to full Augustus, his reunion with his son, his war with the Picts, was the fact that Constantius was a very sick man. Probably the worst thing that could happen to the fragile Tetrarchy at that point was for an unpredictable illness or accident to take out one of the members before the new team could solidify. But unfortunately, that's exactly what happened. In July of 306, while working up plans for a second campaign against the Picts in York, Constantius suddenly died, leaving a big gaping hole where a solid leg of the tetrarchic stool had once stood. The life and career of Constantius is often lost in the confusing shuffle of the Tetrarchy, and when it's not busy being lost, it's busy being overshadowed by the sheer giganticness of his son. But Constantius led a good and noble life, and it ought to be remembered. He brought Britain back into the empire, he kept the German tribes at bay, he ruled effectively over his territory, and though we don't have polls to confirm it, I would reckon that he was probably the most personally popular of all the tetrarchs. It doesn't seem fair, then, that he is often listed as, quote, emperor, merely for the years 305 to 306, making it look to a casual observer like he was just another transient and forgettable soldier emperor. I think we should give him full credit for his whole imperial career, and say that Constantius was about 56 years old when he died, and that he helped rule the empire, well and good, for just over 13 years. As is often the case, what happened in the aftermath of Constantius's death has been processed through enough propaganda and counter-propaganda that it's nearly impossible to separate truth from fiction. In the official version, that is, Constantine's version, one of his father's final acts was to recommend to the army that they proclaim Constantine Augustus when he was dead, and that when he died, that's exactly what they did. Other versions say that Constantius took no part in the decision to elevate Constantine, and that the army did it on its own, while still others state flatly that Constantine ambitiously engineered it all himself once his father was out of the way. So, again, it's hard to tell what the exact cause and effect was, but the end result was that the troops stationed in York, along with the king of the Alemanni and his men who were present, went ahead and proclaimed Constantine Augustus in July 306 AD. News spread quickly across the west, and in no time, Constantine's claim was recognized throughout Britain and Gaul. Now I know what you're thinking, and yes, you heard that right. The troops went ahead and named him Augustus, not Caesar. So not only was Constantine being unilaterally inserted into the imperial college, but he was being inserted at the top of the heap. This, as you can imagine, did not go over well with Galerius, his deputy Maximinus Daia, nor Severus, the man who was in line to actually become Augustus should Constantius die. It also did not go over too well with Maxentius, who was suddenly in danger of being left behind completely in the now fast-paced world of the post-Diocletian Tetrarchy. Constantine sent a letter to Galerius informing the Augustus of the East what had happened, swearing that none of this had been his doing, that his troops had nearly forced him at spear point to become their leader, so what was he supposed to do? Galerius flew into a rage at this upstart's presumption, not believing for a second that Constantine was somehow an innocent third party in all this. But it was also an impotent rage. There was, maddeningly enough, little reason to doubt that the legions of the West, along with the allied German auxiliaries, were indeed loyal to the son of Constantius. Galerius could fume all he wanted, but he understood that at this point, only a full-scale civil war would be able to dislodge Constantine if the young pretender chose to fight for his claim, and that it would be a civil war whose outcome would not at all be certain. So after he calmed down, Galerius considered the realities of the situation, and decided to bargain with Constantine instead of fighting with him. He sent back a message saying that Constantine's entrance into the Tetrarchy would be accepted, but that it would not be as an Augustus. Instead, Severus would properly receive the promotion that was coming to him, and Constantine would be ratified as the new Caesar of the West. Knowing that his position was strong, but not absolutely so, Constantine accepted the deal. He was playing a long game, and playing it for keeps. The first thing he needed was legitimacy, and that is exactly what Galerius was offering. Everything else would come in its own due time. Meanwhile, down in Rome, Maxentius stewed unhappily over this development. It was one thing for both he and Constantine to be left out of the Tetrarchy, but with Constantine now in, why was Maxentius still out? It was a question that began to be asked not just within Maxentius's inner circle, but also within the Senate of Rome. Though their reasons for talking about it were a bit different from Maxentius's. Maxentius was reeling from a personal slight. The Senate, on the other hand, was looking for someone to carry them back to relevance. This disgruntled prince in their midst seemed like the perfect guy. So they stoked his resentment, and wondered along with him why noble Maxentius was being treated like a dog, why they were all now slaves to this Severus, who nobody knew and who nobody really liked. How much better would it be if noble Maxentius combined his power with that of mighty Rome itself? Together, they could seize what was rightfully theirs. By the autumn of 306, Rome was practically brimming over with revolutionary angst, and when Severus announced a new round of taxes, remember, that the Italians were not at all used to dealing with, the city exploded. Adding to this outrage, Severus also announced in October that the already much diminished Praetorian Guard was about to be officially abolished. At this, officers of the Guard went to Maxentius and hailed him as their emperor, asking him to put a stop to the rampant injustices of the tyrant Severus. Maxentius was more than ready to accept the offer. Working with the Roman nobility, he quickly secured the loyalty of southern Italy, Corsica, Sardinia, Sicily, and most of the West African provinces. But unlike his counterpart to the north, Maxentius did not presume to have himself proclaimed either Augustus or Caesar, and instead decided the least antagonistic course of action would be for him to wait for Galerius, now unequivocally the senior emperor, to recognize his claim to power. But whatever leaps of rationalization Galerius had been able to make when he recognized Constantine, he was unable to make for Maxentius. At least in Constantine's case, one of the 4 emperors had died, and a spot was vacant. But at present, there was no vacancy in the Tetrarchy, and so there was no room for Maxentius. Plus, Galerius had acquiesced to one pretender already. If he acquiesced to another, then every general in the empire would get it into its head that all you had to do was demand a promotion, and that pushover Galerius would then be happy to grant your request. So, no dice for Maxentius. Instead, Galerius ordered Severus to crush him. In early 307, Severus gathered up his army and marched on Rome, fully intending to return to Milan with the young man's head on a spike. But as it turned out, Maxentius was no pushover, and capturing Rome no easy task. This was the first real test of the Aurelian walls, and they performed splendidly. Severus could make no headway, and the Romans were able to fend off his attacks with ease. On top of that, the troops Severus led had just spent the last 20-odd years serving Maximian, and their true loyalties were not hard to deduce, especially when they began to desert in droves to Maxentius's banner. It was at this point that Maximian, living a comfortable retirement down in southern Italy, could contain himself no longer. Envoys from the Senate, from the Praetorian Guard, and from his own son had already asked him to come out of retirement, but he had so far refused to break his oath to Diocletian that he was done with politics. But with Severus besieging Rome, and his old troops defecting to Maxentius, Maximian could stay on the sidelines no longer. He left his villa and headed north. When word reached the capital that Maximian was on his way, Severus finally recognized that his position was hopeless. He withdrew with the troops he had left and made for Ravenna, where he planned to regroup. When Maximian entered Rome, he was happily embraced by his son and the aristocracy, who both saw the usefulness of having the ex-Augustus on their side. The old man's first task would be to lead the army north to capture Severus and force him to abdicate, which would open the necessary spot in the Tetrarchy for Galerius to go ahead and insert Maxentius. This Maximian was able to pull off with ease. Severus really was an outsider in Italy. He had no friends and no stable base of power. When Maximian arrived in Ravenna, it was just a matter of time before the city was betrayed into his hands. So when Maximian got word to Severus that if the Western Augustus surrendered himself peacefully, that he would be allowed to live, Severus reluctantly turned himself over, seeing no other way out. His mission accomplished, however, Maximian revealed to the world that it was now dealing with a far less stable Maximian than it had grown accustomed to when Diocletian was around to moderate his vices. Once the Augustus was in hand, Maximian immediately broke the promise he had made and had Severus executed. We don't know exactly how old he was when he died, but Severus had reigned first as Caesar and then as Augustus for just about a year and a half. Now, whether it was the right thing to do is an open question. A good old-fashioned coup usually demands that the old ruler be ruthlessly exterminated, both to prevent him from coming back and to put everyone on notice that you mean business. But in this case, Severus was not the only ruler to be reckoned with, and killing him, especially after having used such a dirty trick to get him in hand, did not exactly make Galerius amenable to Maxentius's demands. Rather, when Galerius heard what had happened, he immediately mustered his own army and marched on Italy. There was going to be hell to pay for the murder of Severus. Facing a war with Galerius, a war that he had hoped to avoid, Maxentius quickly sent emissaries north to meet and haggle with Constantine. Maxentius hoped to bring him over to his side, but barring that, to at least secure Constantine's neutrality in the coming fight. Constantine, again playing the long game, did not jump at the chance to join with Galerius, and instead, his own offer was for neutrality and neutrality only. The price would be a marriage to Maximian's daughter and Maxentius's sister, Fausta. This would not only strengthen his overall claim to power, after all, he would now be directly tied to the Herculean dynasty, but it would also give him future leverage over Maxentius, should he ever need to leverage Maxentius in the future. The deal struck, Constantine was good to his word, and stayed on the sidelines when Galerius arrived in Italy in the summer of 307. The Eastern Augustus may have been mad as hell, and ready to blow Maximian and Maxentius off the face of the earth. But like Severus, he found this to be nearly impossible. Reinforced by all those troops that had been with Severus initially, Maxentius was now in an even stronger position than he had been before, and this time the whole of Italy was with him. As soon as he arrived on the peninsula, Galerius found nearly every city shut to him, munitions stockpiled behind walls, and hostile locals everywhere harassing his scouts and supply lines. Galerius pressed to within 60 miles of Rome, but was so frustrated in his advance that by the time he neared the city, he was more than ready to come to some sort of agreement with Maxentius, and he sent envoys to Rome to feel the young man out. But Maxentius was not as ready to deal as he had once been. He had bested one Augustus already, and it looked a lot like he was going to do it again. So why deal down? Had he not already proven himself to be the strongest of them all? The envoys were sent back with a no deal. Now just spinning with rage, Galerius found himself in a position similar to Severus. Isolated in enemy territory, his own troops were getting itchy feet, enticed as they were by the lucrative promises Maxentius and his agents had been spreading among them. The Eastern Augustus decided that his only course of action would be a humiliating withdrawal from the peninsula, but he refused to leave empty-handed. His men were clamoring for something to match the rewards promised by Maxentius, and so Galerius, maybe just to spite the Italians, let his men off the leash. They ravaged the countryside, burning and pillaging their way north. It may have felt good, and it may have lined their pockets, but if there was one thing that was going to be true from here on out, it was that Galerius, the senior Augustus of the empire, was now a supremely hated man in Italy and in Rome. So that didn't take too long. Diocletian had retired in May of 305, and by the summer of 307, the Tetrarchy was in shambles. 2 Augusti were dead, one at the hands of an ex-Augustus no less. Constantine had snuck in through the back door, and Maxentius controlled Italy and Africa, even though he operated in no legitimate capacity. As Galerius sulked his way back to Nicomedia, he tried to figure out how it had all gone so wrong so fast. He thought he had stacked the deck to his advantage, but when the hand played out, he wound up losing half the empire. It just didn't make sense. The only man he could think of who might be able to make sense of it all, and who could maybe figure out a way to get things back on track, was Diocletian, who had so far refused any invitation to get involved. Next time, though, Galerius will finally succeed in convincing Diocletian to temporarily give up his cabbages. The old senior Augustus cannot have been happy with the way things had gone since he retired, and I guess he figured that the time had finally come for him to throw his weight behind some kind of settlement that would get the Tetrarchy working again. I say next time because, unfortunately, there will be no episode next week, but we will be back in 2 weeks to cover the Imperial Summit that will solve all the problems that had cropped up since Diocletian's abdication, and in so doing, create a whole bunch of new ones. This week's episode is brought to you by Audible. As you know, Audible is the internet's leading provider of audio entertainment with over 80,000 titles to choose from. When you're done with this episode, go to audiblepodcast.com/Rome. That again, audiblepodcast.com/Rome. By going to that address, you qualify for a free book download when you sign up for a 14-day trial membership. There is no obligation to continue the service, and you can cancel anytime and keep the free book download. You can also keep going with one of the monthly subscription options and get great deals on all future audiobook purchases. This week, I am going to recommend a book that has been hanging around on the bestseller list for a while now and was recommended by listener Casey, The Big Short by Michael Lewis, which tells the story of the incomprehensible and ultimately insanely destructive world of mortgage-backed securities. I know Lewis just from Moneyball, and so can attest only to the fact that his writing is excellent and that Joe Morgan will probably not read this book either before dismissing it completely. Just remember to go to audiblepodcast.com/Rome so that they know who sent you. Hello, and welcome to the History of Rome, Episode 131, The New Game in Town. Last time, we left off with the Tetrarchy in general disarray. Maxentius had revolted, Severus was dead at the hands of Maximian, Galerius had been forced to slink out of Italy, and up in the north, Constantine was just sort of lurking ominously. The only members of the Imperial Brotherhood who remained untouched by the events of the last 2 years were the retired Diocletian, who is about to get dragged back into all this, and the Eastern Caesar Maximinus Daia, who is himself about to become quite disgruntled. At this point, it might not have been clear to all the players that the game had changed, but they were about to learn pretty quick that the Tetrarchy was no longer an end unto itself. It was now simply a means to an end. In other words, getting into the Tetrarchy was not important because it makes you part emperor. It was important because it was the only way to qualify for the championship round. And I think we all know that the prize for winning the championship round was sole control of the Roman Empire. So I hope everyone is ready to keep up with the rapid-fire horse trading, alliance hopping, and double-crossing that is about to go down in pursuit of the championship, because I can tell you one thing for sure. Constantine is. You'll recall from last week that as Maxentius was preparing Italy for the imminent invasion of Galerius, he managed to secure an alliance with Constantine that would keep the newly minted Caesar out of the fighting. I mentioned that the key to this alliance was a marriage to Maxentius' sister Fausta. But I forgot to mention the other key part of the bargain. With Severus dead, the Western Augustus slot was open, and Constantine demanded that the ex-emperor Maximian use his prestige to unilaterally promote his soon-to-be son-in-law to the position. Maxentius and his father agreed to the terms, and in the summer of 307, probably not long after Galerius' withdrawal from Italy, though I'm not sure about that, a ceremony unfolded that saw Maximian hand Constantine first his daughter in marriage, and then the title Augustus. Though Constantine's promotion was essentially self-proclaimed, there was no one around to stop him, and, unlike the last time this happened, when he ultimately accepted demotion to Caesar, this time around, and for the rest of his life, Constantine never would give up the title Augustus. For the briefest of moments, even though the western and eastern halves of the empire were at each other's throats, on either side of the divide there was relative peace. But that too was about to fall apart. In the west, it seems that Maximian had for a while now been making the rather bold assumption that now that he was back, he was back. Senior Augustus, superior in rank and prestige to Constantine and Maxentius, the whole bit. But Maxentius, finally coming into his own, had no intention of ceding any real authority to his father. As far as Maxentius was concerned, Maximian was a relic. A useful relic, but a relic nonetheless. Over the course of the winter of 307-308, Maxentius and his father Maximian resided together in Rome, and when they discovered the assumptions the other had been making, they began to feud immediately. Things came to a head in the spring, when Maximian got up in front of the troops and publicly denounced his own son, going so far as to physically wrestle off Maxentius's purple cloak. But Maxentius had spread the wealth around generously, and the troops in Italy were his to a man now, and they did not take kindly to this old has-been manhandling their new, and did I mention generous, benefactor. His denunciation backfiring completely, Maximian fled the city, and with nowhere else to go, headed for Nicomedia, where he hoped, get this, that Galerius would take him in. With his father out of the way, Maxentius probably hoped things would calm down a bit. But almost as soon as the old man was gone, word came up to Rome that Domitius Alexander, the vicar of Africa, had himself proclaimed emperor by the troops at Carthage, a proclamation that had apparently been sparked after Maxentius demanded Alexander send a son to Rome to act as a hostage. This was bad news for Maxentius, as North Africa was the source of Italy's grain supply. But for the moment, there was nothing he could do about it. He couldn't turn away from the main game with Galerius just yet. But once he was legitimated within the Tetrarchy, which is something Maxentius no doubt expected straight away, he would deal with Alexander. Back in Nicomedia, Galerius was still fuming over his forced retreat when Maximian suddenly appeared on his doorstep. It is kind of surprising that the Eastern Augustus did not just have the old man executed straight away for killing his Western counterpart, but Galerius checked his wrath, and instead granted Maximian asylum. At this point, it is likely that Galerius knew what he wanted his next move in the game to be, and realized that Maximian could be useful. Because the next move Galerius wanted to make was convince Diocletian to come out of retirement and help him resettle the political order. Galerius may not have been able to impose his own will on his new colleagues, but he had always had a knack for getting his way with Diocletian, and Diocletian was the only man in the empire who the other tetrarchs would actually listen to. So, get Diocletian to ratify Galerius's will, and voila, a new order of things. With Maximian in hand, Galerius could now bill the meeting not as a desperate plea for Diocletian's gravitas, but instead as a summit of the original tetrarchs, minus the late Constantius, of course, to reconsider the organization of the successor tetrarchy, which was, at present, a bloody mess. Diocletian, 3 years into his retirement, finally agreed to the meeting, and in November 308, traveled from his palace in modern Croatia to one of the military cities along the Danube River to meet with Galerius and Maximian. When the three emperors were once again in the same room, Maximian wasted no time begging Diocletian to come out of retirement so they could once again be the senior Augusti together. But Diocletian had no interest at all in returning to power, and allegedly told Maximian that if his old friend were to come see the magnificent cabbages he was now growing, that he too would turn his back on the pursuit of worldly power. It was agreed then that Diocletian would stay retired, and that Maximian, look at me Maximian, you are going to stay retired too. No more hopping down drunkenly from the stands to steal the ball from the kids. You got it? Galerius had to have breathed a sigh of relief at Diocletian's response, as Diocletian coming out of retirement was the one scenario that would muck up his plan, which could now proceed as follows. Galerius would stay Augustus of the East, with Maximinus Daia as his Caesar. Constantine would be demoted back down to Caesar, despite his self-proclaimed promotion to Augustus. Instead, a newcomer, and of course, old friend of Galerius's, Gaius Valerius Licinianus Licinius, would be vaulted directly into the role of Augustus of the West. Maxentius holding Rome and Alexander holding Carthage would both be declared illegal usurpers. The bargain struck, and Diocletian returned to his happy retirement, Maximian to his unhappy retirement, and Galerius to his role as senior Augustus of a newly minted tetrarchy. Himself, Licinius, Maximinus Daia, and Constantine. It had Diocletian's seal of approval. What could possibly go wrong? To say that this was a pretty crappy reorganization of the Tetrarchy is a bit of an understatement. As soon as the other principals were informed of the little committee's decision, there were at least 3 men wielding large armies who were instantly ticked off. Maxentius, because he had been snubbed yet again, Constantine, because they were trying to bust him back to Caesar, and Maximinus Daia, because he was still just a Caesar, while Licinius, the noob of the bunch, suddenly outranked him. How Galerius, who was clearly the driving force behind this realignment, thought that this quote-unquote compromise was going to work is a mystery to everyone. But there it was. Before I move on, I should probably do the thing where I give you a little thumbnail sketch of Licinius's pre-imperial life, especially since the newest member of the Tetrarchy will also prove to be one of its longest-serving members, and in the end, the final match of the championship round will be fought between him and Constantine. The new Augustus, like every other emperor of his age, was born to peasant stock, Dacian peasant stock to be exact, in the mid-260s AD, and he was raised in the rough border province of Moesia. Being about the same age and being from about the same place, Licinius and Galerius had apparently hooked up with each other at a young age and become fast friends. When Galerius's imperial star rose, Licinius rose with him, and he served alongside his old friend during the wars in Persia in the late 290s AD. After that, he appears to have served on Galerius's staff as a highly trusted advisor. So trusted that it was Licinius who was left in charge of the Danube frontier when Galerius left for Italy to confront Maxentius, and then so trusted that when a new Augustus needed to be appointed, Galerius pushed for his old friend Licinius. When Diocletian, for whatever reason, gave his blessing, Licinius was elevated to the purple in 308, and despite the fact that his presence in the imperial college was annoying as all get out to everyone but Galerius, he managed to deftly maneuver around the myriad political landmines of the early 4th century, and he hung around for a surprising 16 years before finally being blown up by Constantine in 324 AD. As I just hinted, though, the settlement hashed out between Galerius, Diocletian, and Maximian ultimately created more problems than it solved. Maximinus Daia had so far been the most stable part of the Tetrarchy, but now he became embittered at having been passed over for promotion. Out in the west, Constantine simply ignored his demotion back to Caesar, and instead went right on calling himself Augustus, something that caused acute embarrassment to the rest of the Tetrarchy, as there was really very little they could do to stop Constantine from calling himself whatever he wanted. Realizing that he had miscalculated a bit, Galerius attempted to soothe both of their egos by giving the two Caesars the further title, Sons of Augustus. But the transparent sop was seen for what it was by both. In the East, the unmollified Maximinus Daia would choose to follow Constantine's lead instead, and began to simply assert his own promotion to Augustus by 310 AD. And in the West, well, Constantine never stopped calling himself Augustus, even for a minute. The wild card following the settlement of 308 was Maxentius, still in control of Italy and still lacking any sort of legitimacy. Licinius's first mission on behalf of the Tetrarchy was supposed to have been bring Italy and Africa back into their hands, but as Severus and Galerius had demonstrated, that was easier said than done, and the new Western Augustus never would initiate a concentrated effort to oust Maxentius from Rome. That effort, as we will see next week, will be undertaken instead by Constantine, leading to one of the most famous and most important battles in the whole long history of the world, the Battle of the Milvian Bridge. The other wild card in all this, the really, really wild card at this point, was Maximian. Pushed back into retirement, despised by Galerius and Maximinus Daia, and obviously on the outs with his own son, the only imperial court that would accept the old man was his new son-in-law Constantine's, settled at that point in Britain. At first, Constantine was only too happy to secure for himself the further prestige of having the old Augustus around, but it did not take long for Maximian to chafe under the weight of his own impotence and cause trouble. Trouble that will lead the once noble Maximian to a most ignoble end. Things were pretty quiet for the first year or so, as Constantine continued to tour his provinces and campaign periodically against the Germans. But in 310, as Constantine began a more strenuous little war against the Franks, Maximian seized what he thought looked a lot like an opportunity, though it would turn out to be nothing of the kind. Constantine had dispatched his father-in-law to southern Gaul with a contingent of troops to keep an eye on the Alpine passes and make sure Maxentius stayed in Italy while Constantine fought the Franks. But instead of remaining on guard duty, Maximian decided, sort of out of the blue, hey, I think I want to be the senior Western emperor again. So he spread the word that Constantine had died in battle, and further declared that he was an Augustus again. But the world had already moved on. In a replay of his confrontation with Maxentius 2 years earlier, Maximian discovered that whatever his past exploits, a new generation of emperors now commanded the loyalty of the troops. The soldiers under his command balked at following Maximian, and instead decided to wait for independent confirmation that Constantine really was dead. When it became obvious that Constantine was really not dead, and that having heard of Maximian's little ruse, he was now marching south with all deliberate speed, Maximian attempted to bribe the troops into following him, but they weren't having it. To follow Maximian would be to die with Maximian. Of that, they had no doubt. So Maximian headed to Marseille, which was both defensible and housed some troops who still remembered their old commander fondly. But these men were by far a minority in the city. Constantine had been more or less in charge of Britain and Gaul for the last 4 years, and in that time he had made a hugely positive impact on everyone, soldier and civilian alike. He was attentive to the needs of the citizens, undertook rebuilding projects after years of neglect, promoted the arts, and was generally seen as productive, responsive, and wise beyond his years. There was no way anyone was going to abandon him for the old man Maximian. So, I'm not sure how many hours passed from the time Constantine showed up at Marseille to the time that the back door was opened for him by a loyal subject inside the city, but it seems like it was probably somewhere in the single digits. Maximian was tracked down and captured, and then hauled before an extremely irate Constantine. Constantine explained to Maximian that out of filial duty, he was not just going to kill his father-in-law, as he would any other rebel, But if Maximian were to, say, take this opportunity to save everyone future headaches by, doing the right thing, that Constantine would not at all be adverse to that. At some point in July of 310, Maximian did the right thing and hanged himself. He was about 60 years old, and not so very long ago had been a successful emperor for 20 years. But now, rather than dying a hero to the empire, he died instead a broken disgrace. It was a sad end. Sure, without Diocletian, Maximian was a complete disaster. But up until the very end, he did have Diocletian, and so for most of his life, he was not a complete disaster. And though he died a hated man, he would sort of get the last laugh genetically, as it would be his grandsons and his great-grandsons who would eventually come to rule the empire following the reign of Constantine. The most immediate impact of Maximian's death was that it drove a wedge between Maxentius and Constantine. Up until now, the two had coexisted more or less peacefully, and the shared link of Fausta, Maxentius' sister and Constantine's wife, helped secure the peace. But after Maximian's death, things began to get ugly. We have no way of knowing whether the story is true, but not long after Maximian hanged himself, Constantine began passing it around that his father-in-law's suicide had nothing to do with the little rebellion Maximian had cooked up, and instead had everything to do with Maximian plotting to kill Constantine, despite having been so generously allowed to live. The key plot twist of this story was that Maximian had taken Fausta into his confidence, and that she had decided to betray her father to her husband, which cannot have gone over too well with her brother, even if he and his father were estranged. Constantine then went further, and announced that Maximian's memory was henceforth damned. Throughout his provinces that had once been Maximian's, Constantine tore down statues and defaced monuments, crossing out any reference to or mention of the old Augustus. It appears that this was then picked up by the Eastern Tetrarchs, neither of whom liked Maximian one bit. This shabby treatment of his father's memory angered Maxentius, and he began styling himself now as the dutiful son, despite the fact that he and his father had no longer even been on speaking terms. And he was thus able to add defense of father's honor to his list of reasons for continuing to stand against the Tetrarchy. But before he could exact his revenge on the Tetrarchs, who just kept poking him in the eye every chance they got, Maxentius needed to clean up his own backyard. And so, in either 310 or 311, he ordered his Praetorian prefect to lead an invasion of North Africa, crush Domitius Alexander, and unclench the usurper's stranglehold on the grain supply, a stranglehold that was undermining Maxentius's popularity in Rome. Further heightening Maxentius's sense of urgency was the rumor going around that Constantine had entered into talks with Alexander to discuss what kind of pincer move they might be able to jointly put on Italy. Whether that rumor is true or not soon became irrelevant, though, as Maxentius's prefect arrived in Carthage, steamrolled the lesser African troops, and then captured Alexander and had him put to death. With Africa back under his control, Maxentius felt that he was now fully prepared to meet whatever the Tetrarchy had to throw at him. But, before anyone had a chance to do anything, the political apple cart was once again overturned. In mid-311, after having spent the last few years peacefully resigned to the fact that he was never going to be the great puppet master that Diocletian had been, Galerius got sick. Really sick. And if you believe Eusebius, the Christian writer who took particular joy in the suffering of the great persecutor, really, really sick. Like, no matter how many baths he took, the stench of Galerius's rotting insides could be smelled throughout the city sick. As I mentioned a few episodes back, when Galerius sensed that the end was near, he decreed an end to the great persecution, admitting that for all the violent coercion of the past decade, the Christians remained as obstinate as ever. In essence, the persecution has failed spectacularly, and it is time to admit defeat. But Galerius would fail even in his attempt to end the persecution in the East. After all, that was the only place it was really still going on anymore. And once he was dead, Maximinus Daia, who was not at all ready to admit defeat, revived it and set it back on its murderous path. But that was all someone else's problem now. In May of 311, whatever was killing Galerius, gangrene, bowel cancer, whatever, finally killed him. He was about 51 years old and had helped rule the empire, first as a Caesar, then as an Augustus, then as the senior Augustus, for about 18 years. I think at the end of the day, we have to see Galerius mostly as a failure. He was a good lieutenant, and his triumph over the Sassanids should never be discounted. But once he wielded power in his own right, his legacy boils down to the Great Persecution, a failed policy that did a lot of damage for no measurable return, and a series of attempts to manipulate the Tetrarchy to his advantage, all of which blew up in his and the empire's face. He wasn't the worst emperor of all time, but I think you can lay the blame for a pretty good chunk of the chaos and bloodshed of the early 4th century at his doorstep. Maybe everything was destined to fall apart, but the way Galerius arranged for it to play out all but guaranteed it. Next week, the real unraveling will begin. The 4 main powers left, Maximinus Daia, Constantine, Maxentius, and Licinius, will pair up to face off against the other 2, Constantine with Licinius and Maximinus Daia with Maxentius. After Constantine and Licinius successfully beat down Maxentius and Maximinus, they will for a time peacefully coexist, ruling over West and East respectively, until Constantine will finally decide in 324 AD that his destiny has been put off long enough. Hello, and welcome to the History of Rome, episode 132, In This Sign. So as I'm sure you can guess by the title, we have arrived at one of the seminal events in Roman history, the moment Constantine decided that he was going to go out a-conquerin' for Jesus. This, of course, is a massive oversimplification of a convoluted series of events, but still, it gets to the heart of the matter. Constantine is about to begin the long process of seizing control of the empire, and he will attribute his success in this endeavor to the Christian God. At least, we're pretty sure he attributed it to the Christian God. He attributed it to God, anyway. And he will use Christian symbols to give him power, or at least he appears to have used Christian symbols. Some of them might not have become Christian symbols until after Constantine adopted them. But at least we know that Christ himself will come to Constantine in a dream and tell him to conquer in this sign. Or was that an earlier vision he had had after staring at the sun for too long? And was that sign a cross? A Chi-Rho? A storogram? And maybe it was all made up after the fact? I'm confused. Constantine was a complicated man living in complicated times. Did you really think his relationship with Christianity was going to be simple? But before we get into all that, there is one last little bit of business we should dispense with. Conceptually, it should have probably come at the end of last week's episode, but there wasn't really time to get into it all, so here we are. Because before we can get into the age of Constantine, we need to finally close the door on the age of Diocletian, and that means killing off everyone's favorite senior Augustus. In December of 311, now 6 years removed from power, and what must have felt like a lifetime removed from his dream of a perpetually stable tetrarchy, Diocletian finally died in his palace on the eastern Adriatic coast. Despite his happy talk about how much fun retired life was, you get the feeling that by the end, Diocletian was more than ready to die. His last few months were spent in impotent agony, as he found himself unable to ensure the safety of his wife and daughter, who had wound up de facto prisoners in the court of Maximinus Daia following the death of Galerius in May. Maximinus wanted to marry the widow of Galerius, but she had refused and was now at the angry mercy of the emperor she had just scorned. Diocletian tried to intervene on her behalf, but was completely ignored. Like his now dead friend Maximian, Diocletian was discovering that the world had moved on without him. I don't think it is out of line to wonder whether the dejected ex-emperor, unable to endure any more disappointments, simply committed suicide, again, like his old friend Maximian. However it happened, he was 66 years old, and had once been the senior Augustus for 20 years. The legacy of Diocletian is hard to figure. In terms of the quality of his administration, he ranks right up there with the best of the best: Augustus, Vespasian, the 5 good emperors. And in terms of his impact on the evolution of the empire, his only equal at this point seems to be the divine Augustus himself. Throw in the fact that he inherited a pile of smoldering rubble and turned it into a working empire again, and he is easily one of the 2 or 3 best emperors of all time. But there is no getting around the fact that he appears to have been exhausted at the end. Exhausted to the point that he made some very poor decisions that had disastrous consequences for the empire. The Great Persecution was ill-advised, to say the least, and his replacement candidates for the Tetrarchy, first Maximinus Daia and Severus, and then Licinius, all threw the balance of power so out of whack that civil war became all but inevitable. It would be easy to blame all of this on Galerius, and a lot of it does appear to have been Galerius' fault, but Diocletian's inability to have more foresight when it came to picking the men who would succeed him is a great big black mark on his record. It stains his legacy, just as Commodus stains Marcus Aurelius's, and Caracalla stains Septimius Severus's. In Diocletian's defense, it might be the case that no matter who he elevated into the Tetrarchy, that civil war would have ensued. 4 men with equal armies ruling separate corners of the empire. Eventually, that turns on itself, right? But that opens up the question of whether the whole system was flawed from the start, and you can't blame that on Galerius. That was Diocletian, all by himself. I think at the end of the day, Diocletian was a victim of his own success. He was so good, so personally magnetic, wielding such, dare I say, divine gravitas, that it would have been almost impossible to make accurate assumptions about what would happen when he was removed from the equation. The Tetrarchy had worked great for 20 years, and the problems it had been designed to solve were, for that period, solved. So why couldn't things go on like that forever? Oh yeah, because Diocletian is the only one good enough, smart enough, and doggone it liked enough to hold it all together. Diocletian's lasting failure, then, is that no one else lived up to his standards. Something else he shares in common with the divine Augustus, and something I think we ought not hold against him too much. He was a great emperor who ruled effectively through very difficult times, and he should be remembered as such. But his time has now passed, and for the rest of this episode, I want to focus on the epoch-shifting transformation of the man who was destined to shut the door on the age of Diocletian and usher in his own age, the age of Constantine. Thus far, Constantine has played a careful game, satisfied with incremental political advances, while avoiding any overreaching, high-risk plays. Since he succeeded his father back in 306, he appears to have been focused mostly on securing his own legitimacy, establishing a rock-solid power base in Britain, Gaul, and Spain, and avoiding open confrontation with any of his brother emperors. But we are about to see a very different side of Constantine, that of a daring and audacious general who is convinced that God has made him invincible. Now, I don't think Constantine's shift from caution to aggression represents any sort of shift in his personality, but instead represents a shift in the circumstances. As long as Diocletian and Maximian and Galerius were around, Constantine was content to lay low and bide his time. But once that elder generation had been cleared out, there was nothing left to check Constantine's ambitions. After Diocletian died, Constantine appears to have looked into his own heart, then sized up the competition, and then decided that the time had come for caution to give way to daring, because, after all, fortune favors the bold. What I mean to say, then, is that I don't think Constantine's ends ever changed. I think he wanted the whole empire to be his from the very beginning, but he can and did tinker around with the means he used to achieve that end all the time. He used a Fabian-esque strategy for the first few years, because that seemed to be what the times called for. But when those times changed, he was more than ready to follow the aggressive lead of a Scipio Africanus. But as much as his military posture is about to change from prudent holding pattern to reckless dive-bombing, it was Constantine's political posture that marked the most important change of all. And by political posture, I of course mean religious posture. As a young man, it appears that Constantine had no problem with the Jupiter-Hercules religious ideology of the Tetrarchy, nor with the pagan polytheism of the wider Roman Empire. He counted, for example, first Mars and then Apollo as his patron deities. But as he grew older, and perhaps as a result of finally joining up with his father, Constantine seems to have drifted into a vague monotheism. He was still respectful of the old pantheon and continued to make all the necessary sacrifices, but specifically, he was now moving in the direction of Aurelian's old cult of Sol Invictus. When he became Caesar in 306, the propaganda emanating from Constantine's court continued this march towards an almost exclusive solar monotheism. This religious evolution seems to have rested on two main pillars, intertwined and not at all mutually exclusive. One pillar was Constantine's pious, dare I say superstitious, desire to identify the correct God and then worship it. The other pillar was Constantine's crass desire to identify the surest path to absolute power and then exploit it. There's been a great deal of ink spilled over the question of whether Constantine was really a Christian, or whether he was just cynically exploiting the religion to his own advantage, and I've got to say, I think it's a bit of both. Throughout his life, Constantine was something of a seeker, but rather than seeking in the hippie sense of trying to find universal truth or everlasting peace or whatever, Constantine was seeking power. Tangible, worldly power. And I think he genuinely believed that not only did God play a role in how events on Earth unfolded, but that getting on the right side of the right God was the ticket to the top. In other words, Constantine was not some cynical atheist like Cicero, who thought religion merely a necessary fiction. Necessary, yes, but a fiction nonetheless. Constantine was a true believer. But that being said, Constantine was also well aware that if he was going to topple the Tetrarchy and rule in his own right, that he was going to have to cobble together some kind of independent coalition. That is, gather together all those people who were unhappy with the existing order, and get them working for him. And one of the largest and fastest growing groups who was unhappy with the existing order were the religious monotheists, and in particular, the Christians, who were mighty peeved about the Great Persecution. Constantine, then, was only too happy to promote his own personal monotheism, signal his sympathy for the Christians, and tell anyone who would listen that he was only doing what God was bidding. So I'm not going to worry too much about how sincere Constantine was in his beliefs, because I reckon when it comes to analyzing the underlying ideologies of his reign, that we should probably just look to the spot where his religious zeal intersects with his political savvy, and just leave it at that. Which, of course, brings us to one of the most important pieces of that underlying ideology. Namely, that in the lead-up to his war with Maxentius, that Constantine experienced visions and dreams that promised him victory as long as he gave himself over to the Christian God. That's what Constantine said later, anyway, after he had become sole ruler of the empire and wanted to establish a nice, smooth origin story for himself. Unfortunately for us, though, Constantine's origin story is anything but smooth. Even something as simple as which sign Constantine used to conquer by is going to take a bit of untangling, but hey, that's why we're all here. If you were asked the man or woman in the street to tell you the story of Constantine's conversion to Christianity, conversion in the loose sense here, rather than the technical sense, they would probably stare at you blankly. But once you found someone who had any idea what you were talking about, they would probably tell you a story that goes something like this. On the day before some great battle, Constantine saw a vision of the cross in the sky, and was told by Christ to conquer using this sign. Then he painted the cross on the shields of all his men, and proceeded to win the battle handily, establishing Christianity as the official religion of the Roman Empire forever. Now, this is not the worst case of mashed-up history you'll ever hear, but it is definitely a case of mashed-up history. And of course, I tack that last bit on just to remind everyone that as much as Christianity was favored and promoted by Constantine, it did not actually become the official religion of the Roman Empire until the reign of Theodosius, some 50 years after Constantine's death. This commonly told version of the story is derived from two main sources, both of which provide some of the details, but neither of which tell the story exactly the same way, nor do they tell the story the same way that people usually tell it today. First, we have Lactantius, a contemporary Christian writer who briefly mentions that on the night before the Battle of the Milvian Bridge, that, quote, Constantine was directed in a dream to cause the heavenly sign to be delineated on the shields of his soldiers, and so to proceed to battle. He did as he had been commanded, and he marked on their shields the letter X, with a perpendicular line drawn through it and turned round thus at the top, being the cipher of Christ. Having this sign, his troops stood to arms. Now, one thing we should note right away is that the sign by which Constantine conquered was not the simple cross that we are all familiar with today. Instead, he is describing the chi rho, a symbol comprised of the Greek letters chi and rho, the first two letters of Christ's name. And to help keep this stuff straight, a picture of the chi rho is helpfully posted at thehistoryofrome.typepad.com. Now, what's interesting about this is that though the chi rho would eventually become associated exclusively with Christianity, this appears to be the first time it was ever used as a Christian symbol. Before Constantine, it was used mostly by scholars to mark passages they wanted to return to, because chi and rho were also the first letters of a Greek word for good. So it was already a sort of well-known good luck symbol in the ancient world, before Constantine was allegedly commanded to paint it on the shields of his soldiers, which, I think, hints at how much Constantine's political savvy was also coming into play. The dual meaning of chi rho meant that Christians could see what they wanted to see, and pagans could see what they wanted to see, without stepping on each other's toes. And this was very helpful when it came to building a broad coalition of forces. The other version of the story we have comes from Eusebius, who would later drift in and out of Constantine's court, and in addition to many other scholarly works, including a very famous history of the early church, he would write the emperor's first official biography. In that biography, Eusebius relays a version of events that he swears came straight from Constantine himself. At some point prior to the battle, the future emperor was marching along with his men when he suddenly saw a vision above the sun, a cross of light with the Greek words, "In this sign conquer," written alongside. By the time Constantine was relaying the story to Eusebius, the emperor added the further embellishment that he was not the only one to see it, and that in fact his whole army shared in the vision. Eusebius then continues with his version of the Lactantius story, that on the night before the battle, Constantine was visited by Christ himself, who told Constantine to use the Chi-Rho as a symbol of power against his enemies. This prompted Constantine to create the Labarum, a military standard that featured the Chi-Rho atop a more traditional cross, of which there is also a picture at thehistoryofrome.typepad.com. So, what are we to make of all this? Just to dispense with, modern scholars put almost no stock in the vision in the sky story, and certainly no stock in the bit about the whole army sharing the vision. Instead, they mark it down as a later bit of useful fiction, probably designed to continue the conflation between the old god Sol Invictus and Constantine's new powerful Christian god. The dream on the night before the battle, on the other hand, is at least plausible. Men do dream powerful dreams, after all. But what Constantine did with the information Jesus or whoever had given him is still unknown. Did he really paint a Chi-Rho on the shields of all 40,000 of his men? This seems a bit cumbersome for the morning of a great battle. So maybe he just painted the shields of his bodyguard? Or maybe the shield painting never happened at all, and his army simply took the field behind a hastily cobbled-together Labarum. Or maybe the whole business about the Chi-Rho is an anachronism. Though the Labarum would, by Eusebius's time, be one of Constantine's most powerful symbols, there is no actual proof that it was employed as early as 312. And the fact that it appears nowhere on Constantine's triumphal arch does seem a bit odd, given the central place in the narrative it later enjoyed. Nor, for that matter, is there any proof that at this point Constantine was openly advertising a direct connection with the Christian God, which you'd think would be pretty unequivocal at this point. So I think what we're dealing with here is a case where Constantine wanted to leave himself room to maneuver as events unfolded, but then wanted to cement one particular version of the story, a very Christian version of the story, once it was all over. That's why it's difficult to make hard judgments about how and when he became a Christian, and how sincere he was, and how much he attributed his success to the Christian God at the time. We know that down the road, he definitely stated that he had been serving the Christian God all along. But at the time, Constantine used vague enough symbols and vague enough language that his meaning could be interpreted multiple ways. I am sure that Constantine's religious dissimulation was good politics at the time, but it sure makes it hard to untangle what really happened and why. Okay, now that that's all out of the way, we need to turn our attention back to worldly events in order to fully set the stage for Constantine's showdown with Maxentius, which I thought we were going to get to this week, but because of time constraints, we won't get to the actual battle of the Milvian Bridge until next week. Counterintuitively, the first thing we need to cover is the political situation in the East. Following Galerius' death in May 311, Maximinus Daia wasted no time ensuring that his days of being passed over were over. He was likely in Antioch when word came that Galerius was dead, and right away Maximinus marched west, intent on grabbing the whole of Asia Minor before anyone else could react. The anyone else he had to worry about was Licinius, who, since his elevation to Augustus in 308, had been based in Pannonia. Licinius did indeed pack up and head east, but in the foot race to the Hellespont, he was beaten by Maximinus. The two emperors then met on a boat on that sliver of water separating Europe from Asia, and agreed to use the Hellespont as the dividing line between their respective spheres of influence. Maximinus would control the whole of the east, while Licinius would control Greece, Pannonia, and the Danube frontier. For about 12 seconds then, Maximinus and Licinius were in alliance. At about this same time back in Italy, Maxentius decided that with Galerius out of the picture, it was time to once again assert his right to power. Only this time, even more aggressively than before. To this end, he decided that if he controlled the whole Western Empire, that Licinius and Maximinus would be forced to recognize him, which meant bumping off Constantine. Embracing that whole dutiful son angle, Maxentius used Constantine's mistreatment of his father and his father's legacy as a casus belli and declared war on his brother-in-law in mid-311. That, at least, is the version of history Constantine promoted immediately following his victory over Maxentius. Whether or not this version is true, however, is an open question, and it certainly doesn't help that later in life, Constantine would change his story and promote a different version of events that has him initiating the war as a noble, and divinely inspired of course, mission to free Rome from the evil pagan tyrant Maxentius. So it is tough to say for sure who fired the first shot and why, but whoever did what when, in the spring of 312, Constantine and Maxentius would be at war. In preparation for the conflict, either because he had just declared war or because Maxentius had just declared war on him, Constantine reached out to Licinius to secure an alliance. This alliance, which would isolate Italy and ensure Constantine would not be jumped from behind while he dealt with Maxentius, was cemented by the engagement of Constantine's sister to Licinius, a marriage that would eventually take place in early 313 AD. When Maximinus Daia and Maxentius received word that Licinius and Constantine were now in cahoots, it did not take long for either man to recognize how much this shifted the balance of power away from them. So Maximinus Daia, now technically the longest-serving of the emperors, sent envoys to Maxentius in Rome, promising political recognition and full legitimacy in exchange for a military alliance. Since this is what Maxentius had wanted all along, he readily agreed to the pact, and so the battle lines were drawn. Constantine and Licinius versus Maxentius and Maximinus Daia. Over the course of the winter 311-312, a winter, I should remind you, that saw Diocletian finally die, Constantine and his advisors mulled over what to do next. For most of Constantine's inner circle, there were two paths to victory. One, remain in Gaul and wait for Maxentius to come to them, which will leave him outnumbered, fighting in enemy territory, ill-supplied, and constantly worrying about the political situation back in Italy. Or, two, remain in Gaul and hope Maxentius stays in Italy, where, besieged from all sides and forced to raise ever more taxes and levy ever more troops to stay in power, his regime will eventually be toppled from within by angry Italians, who, Constantine's advisors had it on very good authority, had grown disenchanted with the man. Either way, the smart play, the safe play, and the winning play was to remain in Gaul, which is why Constantine announced his intention to invade Italy. Wait, what? Next week, yes, you heard me right, Constantine will invade Italy. Whether he just thought it was good strategy, or whether he really thought God was on his side and would protect him, Constantine would set off in the spring of 312, on an audacious march on Rome. He had no good reason to think he would fare any better than Severus or Galerius, who had both found Rome impenetrable, but when he arrived at the Eternal City, he would find himself the benefactor of what could be described, if you were so inclined, as a miracle. This week's episode is brought to you by Audible. As you know, Audible is the internet's leading provider of audio entertainment with over 80,000 titles to choose from. When you're done with this episode, go to audiblepodcast.com/Rome. That again, audiblepodcast.com/Rome. By going to that address, you qualify for a free book download when you sign up for a 14-day trial membership. There is no obligation to continue the service, and you can cancel anytime and keep the free book download. You can also keep going with one of the monthly subscription options and get great deals on all your future audiobook purchases. This week, I'm going to go with a recommendation I can't believe I haven't gotten to yet from listener Daniel, I, Claudius by Robert Graves. There are two unabridged versions, which I'd normally point you to, but there is also an abridged version read by the man himself, Sir Derek Jacobi. Tough choice. Just remember to go to audiblepodcast.com/Rome so that they know who sent you. Hello, and welcome to the History of Rome. Episode 133, The Milvian Bridge. Last week, we laid the groundwork for Constantine's showdown with Maxentius, a showdown that would culminate with the epic Battle of the Milvian Bridge, a battle that has gone down as one of the most important in world history. As momentous an event as it was, though, it is important to keep in mind that, at the time, there was absolutely no indication that the battle would take on such enormous significance down the road. At the time, it was just another clash in the Tetrarchy's running civil war, a clash fought between two ambitious men who wielded a great deal of power and wanted to wield a great deal more. It was not yet seen as a monumental battle between Christianity and paganism, and Constantine's victory was not yet being painted as the inevitable victory of God over the gods. Constantine's victory over Maxentius was a big deal. After all, it left him in sole control of the Western Empire. But it was a big deal only in the limited sense of how much it strengthened his position relative to Maximinus Daia and Licinius, his partners in/rivals for power. Had things turned out differently, that is, had Constantine not eventually wound up on top, the fact that prior to some ultimately irrelevant battle he had his men paint some random symbol on their shields would not have mattered at all. But he did wind up on top, and so it does matter. And because down the road the Battle of the Milvian Bridge will be pointed to as the moment when the Christianization of the Western world really got going, it matters a lot. Nowhere was the non-inevitability of Constantine's victory more acutely felt than in his inner circle. Having determined that the best way to handle Maxentius would be to remain in Gaul, there was much consternation in the spring of 312 as they found themselves instead organizing the invasion of Italy. Nothing, they felt, could have played more into Maxentius's hands. Constantine's forces would be numerically inferior, they would be fighting on Maxentius's turf, and perhaps most importantly of all, they would be giving Maxentius a chance to win before his domestic political troubles had a chance to bring him down without Constantine needing to lift a finger. Because word on the street was that the Romans were not as hot on Maxentius as they had once been. The masses had supported him initially because they basically supported anyone who brought the bread in circuses, but years of estrangement from Africa and the consequent disruption of the bread part of that equation had more or less soured the mob on their emperor. The aristocracy had backed him initially because they believed that he would help restore their ancient privileges, but instead he was taxing them harder and faster than the Tetrarchy had. In Maxentius's defense, he had an army to pay for, and a government to pay for, and infrastructure projects to pay for, and unlike emperors past, he wasn't able to offset these costs with provincial taxes. But still, after 5 years in power, he had pretty much alienated all of his subjects. Now, it should be obvious why he had an army to pay for and a government to pay for, but what of these infrastructure projects of which you speak? If heavy taxation was threatening his political position, why indulge in public works projects? The answer is that Maxentius thought that he was actually shoring up his political position, rather than undermining it. It had been a long time since an emperor, or whatever Maxentius was, had taken a keen interest in the architectural well-being of the capital, and Maxentius figured that that meant he had a golden opportunity to put his own stamp on the Eternal City, provide excellent new public spaces for the population, and leave future generations remembering how great and wonderful Maxentius had been. And though that last bit had to take a detour through Constantine's co-option of all these projects following the Battle of the Milvian Bridge, Maxentius was successful in making his stamp on the Eternal City permanent, as visitors to the Forum still marvel today at the remains of the Basilica of Maxentius, one of the largest freestanding buildings the Romans ever built. But though in the long run his projects were seen as a net positive, right now they were too much drain and not enough gain, leaving many of the elites in Rome not exactly adverse to the idea of a Constantine victory. This, coupled with the lingering resentment of the masses who were still angry about the food shortages, left Maxentius in a precarious position politically, which is why Constantine's advisors wanted to wait and let nature take its course. But Constantine was determined to invade, possibly because he knew that God was on his side. Leaving the majority of his troops behind to keep an eye on the frontiers, Constantine marched through the Alps in the spring of 312 with a force of about 40,000 men, representing roughly 1/4 of all his available troops. But, critically, less than half of the 100,000-man army Maxentius had at his disposal. So, it's a good thing God was on his side, because otherwise, Constantine's plan looked a little kooky. But God was not the only thing Constantine had on his side. His 40,000 men were highly trained veteran soldiers, mostly German, and intensely loyal to Constantine. By contrast, Maxentius's 100,000 men were mostly raw recruits, whose loyalty to Maxentius was dubious at best. So maybe Constantine wasn't resting all his hopes on the grace of God. The first Italian city Constantine hit on the east side of the Alps was a fortified town called Segusium, and though it made a show of resisting, there was very little they could do, and soon they were at Constantine's mercy. But after burning down the gate and capturing the town, Constantine demonstrated to everyone, friend and foe alike, exactly what kind of conqueror he planned to be, and he ordered his men to refrain from any plundering. This, of course, stood in stark contrast to Galerius's punitive march through Italy back in 307. Constantine was trying to win a military campaign, yes, but winning the political campaign was even more important. In the opening skirmish of the war, then, he had scored a minor victory in the former, but a huge victory in the latter, a victory that would lay the groundwork for the rest of the campaign. The first significant fighting took place a bit further east, near the modern city of Torino, where a formidable contingent of Maxentius's cavalry pounced on Constantine's marching army. But Constantine was able to successfully flank them, and Maxentius's forces were driven off. The defeated horsemen made for Torino, but the inhabitants of the city refused to open the gates to them, forcing Maxentius's men out of the region completely. Constantine then marched unchallenged to Milan, where the gates were thrown open and he was welcomed by a cheering crowd. Yes, the military war was going fine, but the political war was going great. Constantine then remained in Milan for a bit, consolidating his position and resting his men, because though it had been pretty easy going so far, no one had any illusions that the going was going to stay this easy. The first real test came in midsummer, when Constantine advanced east to face Maxentius's main forward army, led by the capable Praetorian prefect, Ruricius Pompeianus, the same man who had been dispatched to Africa to take down Domitius Alexander. Ruricius had holed up in the modern city of Verona, which was easily defensible as it was bounded on three sides by a river, and he was essentially daring Constantine to try and dislodge him. Constantine took the dare, and sent a detachment of men around north of the city, with orders to cross the river unnoticed and slip over the relatively under-garrisoned north wall. However, Ruricius was alerted to the maneuver, and sent a force in to quash the attempt. But his much larger force was somehow defeated by Constantine's small expedition. This is about the time when God really starts to enter the equation, because Constantine is about to make a habit of winning despite being vastly outnumbered. Then again, maybe it was just a matter of the relative quality of the soldiers on each side. Then again, maybe it was just luck. Thwarted in his initial surprise attack, Constantine decided to follow up with the opposite approach. He surrounded the city completely and settled in for a good old-fashioned siege. Thinking fast, Ruricius slipped out of the city before the clampdown was complete, and made his way south to collect a relief force. The idea would be to bring this force up, make Constantine break away from the siege to face them, and allow the army inside Verona to come pouring out, trapping Constantine between the two armies and hopefully destroying him. But as the relief army neared the city, Ruricius discovered that Constantine was refusing to break off the siege, and instead had sent what appeared to be only a token resistance force to halt his march. Okay, so much the better then. Now we get to trap him right against the city walls. That'll work too. And here's where God shows his hand again. Or maybe just where Constantine's soldiers show that they are just flat out better again. Or maybe more luck. Constantine's defense force met Ruricius's much larger relief army, and after a hotly contested fight, utterly routed them. Ruricius himself was killed in the battle. The soldiers left inside Verona, now leaderless and demoralized, decided there was no use resisting anymore, and opened the gates to the seemingly invincible Constantine. In short order, envoys from all the major northern Italian cities, including Aquileia and Ravenna, arrived in Constantine's camp to announce their surrender. Yes, things were going just fine for Constantine. But he still had one major obstacle to overcome, and this was the obstacle that had broken first Severus and then Galerius: Rome itself. The walls of the city had not gotten any shorter or any thinner since those two previous emperors had made their attempt, nor was the city any less garrisoned or any less provisioned. A siege seemed hopeless, and there was no way on God's green earth that Maxentius was going to come out and offer battle. Not when he could sit tight inside the city and wait for Constantine to give up. So, what exactly is the plan here? I guess march on Rome and see what happens next? Well aware that Constantine was now on his way, Maxentius ordered all the bridges spanning the Tiber demolished, which would not necessarily stop Constantine's advance, but it would slow him down. Except that Constantine was in no hurry. Knowing he was in full control of northern Italy, he marched south at a snail's pace, letting each passing day add luster to the aura of inevitability he was now bathed in. As summer gave way to fall, the residents of every city, town, and farm Constantine passed cheered him and wished him well and hailed him as emperor. With the anticipation now killing them, the citizens of Rome grew restless, and demonstrations began to break out, culminating with a pro-Constantinian chant at a set of chariot races Maxentius was overseeing. This all had the intended effect, and Maxentius began to seriously worry about his ability to hold out against a siege. The citizens had been with him when he fought Severus and Galerius, but right now, the city looked like it was ready to welcome Constantine with open arms. Plus, behind closed doors, it was well known that the city was not in fact as well supplied as it had been before, as the years of estrangement with Africa had taken their toll on the imperial stockpiles as much as they had the free grain dole. All of this led Maxentius to contemplate a course of action that no one thought he would take in a million years, because, it would take a miracle to get him out from behind the Aurelian walls. With Constantine finally parked just beyond the ruined Milvian Bridge on the north side of the Tiber in late October 312 AD, Maxentius consulted with his soothsayers to take the pulse of the gods so he could figure out what he should do. As it turned out, the morning he went to talk to them was the morning of October 28, which just so happened to be the 6th anniversary of his reign. These sorts of anniversaries were considered particularly auspicious, and the soothsayers then confirmed with other readings that the enemies of Rome would be defeated on that very day. Maxentius needed no further prompting. He ordered his army out of the gates and into the field. He was going to take the fight to Constantine and settle this once and for all. But of course, as we learned last week, on the night of October 27, Constantine had made his own supernatural connection, and now believed completely that he was fighting with the full blessing of the one true God. With the magical Cairo leading the way, either posted atop a standard or painted on the shields of his men, his army was truly invincible. That Maxentius was now suddenly and inexplicably marching out of Rome to face them? Well, is that not a miracle of God? Yes, the enemies of Rome would be defeated on that day, but the soothsayers never did say who those enemies of Rome were, now did they? So as you may have picked up already, the Battle of the Milvian Bridge is a bit of a misnomer. After all, prior to Constantine's arrival, Maxentius had ordered all the bridges across the Tiber destroyed, and that included the Milvian Bridge. So when Maxentius's army finished the short march from the Flaminian Gate to the spot on the Tiber where the bridge had stood, he had to build a pontoon bridge of rafts to get his men to the other side. So I think the battle should technically be called the Battle of a Spot near the spot where the Milvian Bridge had been, but where there was now a temporary pontoon bridge. But that doesn't really roll off the tongue, so Battle of the Milvian Bridge it is. Though Maxentius nullified his greatest advantage when he decided to come out from behind the Aurelian walls, when he took the field on the morning of October 28, he still had every reason to be confident, as, by all accounts, he outnumbered Constantine something like 2-1. He arrayed his army in a long line with its back to the river, long enough that hopefully they would be able to envelop Constantine's smaller army. But not unlike the Greeks at Marathon, Constantine decided to risk going to battle with too thin a line, and extended his own to match the length of Maxentius's to prevent an easy flanking move. The two armies thus lined up. Constantine took the initiative and ordered his cavalry to attack Maxentius's horsemen. In short order, Maxentius's less able cavalry was broken up, and Constantine ordered his infantry to advance. The fight that ensued was a bitter one, but short, because it appears that Constantine simply took the field with more talented soldiers, and so Maxentius's army began to be pushed back. Here now, Maxentius's decisive blunder was revealed to all. He had lined up his army so close to the river that when they needed to fall back and regroup, they really had nowhere to go, and things quickly got out of hand. Hoping to live to fight another day, Maxentius ordered a retreat back to Rome. After all, the Aurelian walls haven't gone anywhere. I can still hold out against a siege. But the order to retreat sparked panic, as way too many men tried to cross way too rickety a pontoon bridge to get back to the safe side of the Tiber. Lactantius reports that as Maxentius himself tried to cross the river, he was pushed aside by fleeing soldiers and knocked into the Tiber where he drowned. He was 34 years old and had been emperor, but never really been emperor, for exactly 6 years. Constantine spent the rest of the day mopping things up, but on October the 29th he entered Rome as a conquering hero. He staged an adventus, which was something like a low-grade triumph, and paraded his way through the streets to the cheers of the masses. When he arrived in the Forum, though, he pointedly did not climb up the Capitoline hill and make a sacrifice at the Temple of Jupiter, as would have been standard operating procedure. A clear sign, at least in retrospect, that the times they were a-changin'. But despite his now increasingly revolutionary religious posture, Constantine was not ready to upend every apple cart he could get his hands on. Not yet, anyway. So at the end of his parade, he went to the Curia to meet with the Senate and make nice. They had every reason to fear for their lives and property, but Constantine again cast himself as the merciful conqueror, and announced that there would be no retribution against Maxentius's supporters. On top of that, he told them that all those ancient privileges they had been pining for would be returned to them now that he was in charge. This was all greeted with enthusiastic applause, and they proclaimed him as the greatest Augustus, in effect pronouncing him the senior member of the Tetrarchy, something that Maximinus Daia would certainly have something to say about. But Constantine did have a little bit of housekeeping to attend to. He declared Maxentius's memory to be damned, and all his laws and edicts nullified. All the inscriptions on all the buildings Maxentius had erected were scratched out, and replaced by inscriptions dedicated to Constantine. This, for example, is how the Basilica of Maxentius, which wasn't yet completed, came to be known as the Basilica of Constantine. Turning to a more grisly business, Constantine ordered Maxentius's body dragged out of the Tiber and beheaded. The head was then paraded through the city as a warning to everyone of what happens to the enemies of Constantine. Then it was put in a box and sent to North Africa, so that the locals there would understand completely that Constantine was now in charge, and that it was best not to mess with him. Finally, Constantine officially brought an end to the institution that had been so instrumental in shaping the course of Roman history. 300 years after being formally organized, the Praetorian Guard was abolished for good. The remaining guardsmen, that is, those who had not died fighting for Maxentius, were reassigned to posts all over the empire, and their camp, the site of so many pivotal events over the centuries, was demolished. It was nothing less than the end of an era. So as I said at the beginning, in all of this, there is nothing of the legendary triumph of Christianity over paganism that is usually associated with Constantine's victory at the Milvian Bridge. All of that would come later, after Constantine was firmly entrenched in power. For now, the theme of Constantine's victory was simply that he had freed Rome from the tyrant Maxentius. An exaggerated caricature of Maxentius was drawn up, painting him as a vile and illegal dictator, but the overt Christian themes would not be played up until later. That said, however, it cannot be denied that at this point, at a minimum, Constantine was hugely sympathetic to the Christian cause. The Edict of Milan, which we will talk about next week, for example, will be issued just months after his victory at the Milvian Bridge, showing that Constantine was not just sympathetic, but that he was ready to act on that sympathy at the first opportunity. At the other end of the spectrum, it can plausibly be claimed that at this point, Constantine was already a true believer, but one who understood that sudden proclamations of his own Christianity might do more harm to the cause than good, as it would alienate a pagan population ready to be sympathetic and tolerant, but not yet ready to convert, or, perhaps more importantly, have their emperor convert. His snubbing of the Capitoline Jupiter is telling, as is the statue he had erected in the Forum, which showed him triumphantly holding the labarum, which was understood by Constantine to be a Christian symbol of power. These actions hint that there was something more than vague monotheism at work behind the curtain, but also that he was not yet ready to reveal his whole hand. Next week, after heading to Milan to cement the alliance between Constantine and Licinius, and discuss the aforementioned Edict of Milan, we will head east to see how Maximinus Daia is handling all of this, and I can assure you, he is not happy about any of it. Isolated in the east, it will be make-or-break time for the man who was supposed to be the senior member of the Imperial College, but who was no longer recognized as such by his brother emperors. Unfortunately for Maximinus, though, despite his best efforts, it will turn out to be break time, and in less than a year, what had once been rule by 4 will be down to rule by 2, with Constantine in charge of the west and Licinius the east. I wonder how long that is going to last. Hello, and welcome to the History of Rome, episode 134, and then there were two. When Constantine defeated Maxentius in the autumn of 312 AD, the question of who would rule the Western Empire was settled for a generation, and it would not be until after the death of Constantine in 337 that it would be raised again. But in the East, the picture was still cloudy, and it would take another decade of on-again, off-again civil war to clear things up. As it stood on the morning after Constantine's triumph, there were two men vying for power in the East, Maximinus Daia and Licinius. The two rival Augusti hated each other. Maximinus thought Licinius an unworthy usurper, and Licinius thought Maximinus a brutish tyrant. It would not take long for the tense peace the two men had agreed to at the Hellespont in 311 AD to devolve into open war. Following the summit at the Hellespont, Maximinus Daia took up residence in Nicomedia, which had become the de facto capital for whoever was the senior Eastern Augustus, which Maximinus most assuredly considered himself to be. He immediately set himself to the task of consolidating his power base by issuing edicts lessening the tax burden for the citizens of Asia Minor. He already had a firm grip on the Far East, but the provinces of Anatolia were new territory for Maximinus, and he wanted to make sure everyone's first impression of him was a good one. And, indeed, it was. Everyone likes a tax break. But this initial generosity was followed up by the return of a policy that just about everyone had been glad to see retired once and for all: the Great Persecution. Maximinus was one of those few people in the empire who had been dismayed when Galerius pulled the plug on the persecution, as he was in that hardcore minority of advisors who had always wanted to push the persecution harder and further. Now that he ruled in his own right, Maximinus had no intention of letting the wish of some dead emperor get in his way, and just months after Galerius had cancelled it, the Great Persecution was fired right back up. But despite the fact that he was now the unquestioned ruler of the East, Maximinus still had trouble getting the persecution back up and running to his liking, and rather than tales of mass murders and large-scale destruction of property, we instead see more isolated incidents in Maximinus's persecution. For example, the Bishop of Alexandria will be executed in November of 311, and, after being tried by the emperor personally, a church scholar named Lucian of Antioch will be killed after he refused to renounce his faith in January of 312. For the rest of his life, Maximinus maintained his bitter hatred of the Christians, and had he beaten Licinius, a pre-battle vow he made to Jupiter, that we'll get to in a moment, likely would have resulted in something close to genocide. But, happily for the Christians of the empire, the rest of Maximinus's life was taken up with more pressing matters, and he never was able to devote himself exclusively to their persecution, as he no doubt would have loved to do. One of those pressing matters came to his attention over the winter of 311-312, namely, that an alliance had likely been forged between Licinius and Constantine. As we discussed 2 weeks ago, this alliance spelled trouble for Maximinus Daia and Maxentius both, so Maximinus sent envoys promising to use his power as senior Augustus, self-proclaimed power of course, to recognize Maxentius's legitimacy in exchange for military support. The move towards friendship with Maxentius was necessary given the circumstances, but ultimately, in the grand scheme of things, it turned out to be little more than a footnote in the history books, because in less than a year, Maxentius would be dead, and Constantine would rule the West. This would have been bad enough for Maximinus, but his problems were exacerbated by another pressing matter. The Sassanids were getting shifty again. Forced to head east to deal with the Persians, when Maximinus learned of Constantine's victory, he was bogged down in the Syrian desert. So right at the moment when he found out that his enemies were triumphant, Maximinus was as far away from being able to do anything about it as he could have possibly been. With Maximinus busy fighting the Sassanids, Constantine and Licinius felt like they had more than enough time over the winter of 312-313 to meet in person, cement their alliance, and make a plan for how they were going to deal with their brother in the east. The main upshot of their meeting was the publication of one of the more famous edicts ever issued. Constantine left Rome in January 313 and headed up to the more convenient imperial headquarters of Milan. When Licinius finally showed up in March, the first order of business was tying the families of the two Augusti together, and the marriage between Licinius and Constantine's sister Constantia was finally officiated. Now that they were one big happy family, the two Augusti got down to the business of figuring out what their alliance really meant. In the main, at least for now, it meant joining forces to dispense with the hated Maximinus Daia. They decided, or more likely Constantine decided, that the best way to simultaneously provoke Maximinus militarily while isolating him politically would be to hammer him for his hardline anti-Christian policies. To this end, they issued a joint resolution concerning the status of Christians in the empire that has become known as the Edict of Milan. The edict is famous because it essentially legalized Christianity in the Roman Empire. Over the centuries, the Christians had been alternatively tolerated or persecuted, but their religion had never been, strictly speaking, legal. When Galerius attempted to end the persecution, his deathbed edict basically just said, well, I give up, let's stop persecuting them, but it went no further than that. The Edict of Milan, on the other hand, firmly established not only the Christian right to worship, but it also directed provincial authorities to restore all confiscated wealth and property to the victims of the persecution. So, the same officials who had so recently been kicking down doors and wrecking lives were now ordered to go back hat in hand and return to the Christians everything that had been seized. Even in the tolerant West, this was a clear break with precedent. Usually in these situations, Christians felt lucky to just not be harassed anymore. But to have everything that had been stolen restored to them by the authorities at the direction of the emperor, well, that was new. As momentous an event as it was, though, and it was a momentous event, when the Edict of Milan was issued in March of 312, it was initially more theory than practice, especially in the East, where Maximinus's ideology of persecution continued to reign, which, moral imperatives aside, was kind of the point. Though I have no doubt that Constantine wrote the edict in part for moral reasons, he was also acting for political reasons. By issuing an edict that struck directly at one of Maximinus's core principles, Constantine and Licinius were painting Maximinus into a corner. Either he could comply with the edict, signaling at least tacitly that he was indeed still the junior member of the Tetrarchy and could be pushed around, or he could refuse to comply, which would give his Western brothers a convenient justification for war. There is little doubt that Constantine and Licinius fully expected the latter, and indeed, Maximinus would give them what they wanted, but probably sooner than they would have hoped. Maximinus, you see, was already spitting mad before he even heard of the edict's promulgation, because of the contents of a very polite letter Constantine had sent him following the Battle of the Milvian Bridge. What was in this very polite letter that got him so hot? Well, first, Maximinus was informed that the Senate had gone ahead and declared Constantine the senior Augustus, a declaration Constantine hoped wouldn't cause any rupture in their friendship because I look forward to working with you, blah blah blah. That alone was probably enough to start a war. If there was one thing Maximinus was super sensitive about, it was his standing within the imperial college, and here was his prestige being undermined yet again. But the letter went on, and requested Maximinus's cooperation with a few changes Constantine wanted to make as to how the empire was governed. And here, probably, is where the war was really sparked. Constantine essentially sent Maximinus a rough draft of the Edict of Milan and demanded that Christians in the East be allowed to worship freely and that their confiscated property be returned to them. This, naturally, redlined Maximinus, as Constantine no doubt expected that it would. Probably around March of 313, just as Constantine and Licinius were meeting in Milan, Maximinus wrapped up his operation in the east, and then raced west at full speed to prepare for war. The march is described as a brutal one, with Maximinus pushing his man and pack animals to the limit because he was determined to secure control of all of his territory before his adversaries could make their move. This meant marching them at an absurd pace. The hard drive west paid off, though, and Maximinus did indeed reach the Bosphorus before his rivals were really ready for him to be there. Not only that, but along the way Maximinus had accrued an army of about 70,000 men, enough to do battle against the strongest of armies. So they can make all the private demands they want and issue all the public edicts they want, but let's see them make me comply with any of it. Upon his arrival in Nicomedia, Maximinus recognized that he had perhaps caught his enemies flat-footed, so he took the initiative to cross the Bosphorus and lay siege to the port of Byzantium, which was garrisoned by a detachment of Licinius's army. Though the city's location made it easy to defend, something Constantine had probably already taken note of, the soldiers manning the walls were vastly outnumbered by Maximinus's army, and they surrendered after about a week and a half. Maximinus then moved on to the city of Heraclea, which also fell after a brief siege. While Maximinus was engaged in these siege operations, his adversaries were scrambling to respond. In all likelihood, both Constantine and Licinius thought that there would be plenty of time to prepare for Maximinus's return from the east. Plenty of time, anyway, to rearrange the Danube troop deployments so that Licinius could have the men he needed to fight the war, and this would be Licinius's war, without leaving some huge gaping hole in the border defenses. But that idea was premised on the notion that Maximinus was still out on the eastern edge of Syria. When Licinius received word that Maximinus was on the march, and not just on the march, but on the double-time march, it is probable that he hadn't even left Milan yet. With Maximinus barreling west, Licinius dashed back across the Alps and began at once to gather an army. But he was hamstrung by his conflicting priorities. He wanted to crush Maximinus, yes, but it would have been madness to just call up huge swaths of the border troops, which would leave the Danube undefended. By the time Maximinus crossed over the Bosphorus and besieged Byzantium then, Licinius stood at the head of an army just 30,000 strong, the best he could do on short notice. When Maximinus moved on to Heraclea, Licinius moved on to Adrianople. He was outnumbered almost 2-1, but the war he himself had just sought to provoke had come to his doorstep, and there was nothing he could do about it now. In late April 313 AD, Licinius advanced southeast, and Maximinus advanced northwest, and the two armies met on the plains beside a town that I have no hope at all of pronouncing correctly, Zeralum. Beyond the fact that it is about to host a key battle of the Tetrarchy's running civil war, Zeralum is also famous for being a likely candidate as the spot where Aurelian was assassinated some 38 years earlier. And oh, by the way, has it only been 38 years since the death of Aurelian? Like the Battle of the Milvian Bridge, the battle between Licinius and Maximinus at Zeralum would be cast as a battle between paganism and monotheism. And prior to the battle, both generals allegedly made this pretty explicit. Maximinus vowed to Jupiter that if he won the battle, that he would wipe Christianity off the face of the earth for good, while Licinius distributed to his troops a prayer to the, quote, great holy God, that was to be recited by his men as soon as they were lined up for battle. The prayer was supposed to have been dictated to Licinius in a dream by God, but T.D. Barnes, a noted scholar on the era whose excellent book Constantine and Eusebius has been helping me out quite a bit lately, surmises that if the story is true, then the prayer was likely written not by God, but by Constantine. Now the two emperors knew full well that they were about to fight a great battle. The only question was when said battle was going to take place. When it came to deciding this question, there was the typical jockeying for the most opportune moment on the most auspicious day, and it appears that Licinius was waiting for May the 1st to attack. Why May the 1st? Because that would be the 8th anniversary of Maximinus's elevation to the purple, and Licinius was apparently looking to duplicate Constantine's feat of taking Maxentius down on his anniversary. When Maximinus, by whatever means, heard why Licinius was stalling, he decided to attack on April the 30th, because, he said, his 8th anniversary was better suited for holding a triumph than for fighting a bloody battle. Maximinus got his way, and the Battle of Zeralum took place on April the 30th, 313 AD. Now, one of the interesting things about the war between Licinius and Maximinus is that throughout all of this, Maximinus was actually trying to avoid battle. Not because he didn't think he could win, after all, he had a 2-to-1 advantage in the manpower department, but because he wanted to win a different way. See, as much as Maximinus is painted as a villain, and given his ruthless treatment of the Christians, I think it's hard not to agree that the shoe fits, Maximinus himself thought that he was right. Thought that in a world gone mad, he was the only one left defending the old Roman way. He thought that Christianity was a genuine threat to the empire, and that it dangerously disrupted the all-important connection between Rome and her patron deities. To not eradicate the Christians, then, was criminally negligent behavior. And here were his 2 brother emperors, not only defending their rights, but actively promoting them. It was crazy. So what Maximinus was hoping for was that the men under Licinius's banner would come to their senses, that they would see that they were hugely outnumbered, see that they were fighting for the wrong side, and defect to his banner. Defect en masse to the only man who was still defending the honor of Jupiter, greatest and best. Constantine was not the only one playing at politics. Maximinus wanted a bloodless victory, premised on the notion that he was the good guy, not Licinius, and certainly not Constantine, who had blatantly turned their backs on all that was decent and pious in the world. Unable in the end to avoid battle, Maximinus appears, even with armor donned and sword drawn, to have stuck to this desire for defection rather than bloodshed giving him his victory. As Licinius took the initiative and attacked, rather than just sit back and be overwhelmed, Maximinus maintained an almost strictly defensive posture, hoping that Licinius's men would see that their cause was hopeless and that the great holy god was a ridiculous sham. But he was sorely disappointed. The men under Licinius's command did not give up, and they did not defect. And by waiting for something that was never going to happen, Maximinus didn't order his men to really fight back until it was too late. Licinius's army was already all over them, and pretty soon it became apparent that they were going to win this battle. That being so, Maximinus decided to at least prevent them from winning the war. He ditched his imperial robes for slave clothes and fled to the east. About half his army made good their escape, while the other half was rounded up by Licinius's men, and most of them, as is often the case in Roman civil wars, were immediately enrolled into the ranks of the army they had just been fighting moments before. The defeated Maximinus fled back to Nicomedia, but he knew he had no chance to hold the city with Licinius right on his heels, so he simply grabbed his family and a few close advisors and continued on east. Licinius, predictably, then took Nicomedia without a fight a few days later. But though things looked bad for Maximinus, he was not licked yet. As he made his way southeast across Anatolia, he gathered up the remnants of the army that had been beaten at Zeralum, and appears to have called in reinforcements from the troops stationed in Syria. Surveying the landscape, Maximinus then came to the same conclusion that so many generals before him and so many generals after him would come to, that the best place to make a stand would be at the Cilician gates. He fortified the pass and waited for Licinius's pursuing army. Licinius himself, though, would not be there in person to finish the job, having decided to remain in Nicomedia and keep a close eye on the capital. Instead, he entrusted his army to subordinates and sent them off to hunt down Maximinus. It did not take long for them to find the fugitive Augustus, and the subsequent battle at the Cilician gates, though smaller than the previous engagement at Zeralum, turned out to be the more decisive engagement. Licinius's army broke through the fortifications, and Maximinus was again forced to take flight. He made for the city of Tarsus, but this time he had no ready access to reinforcements. Trapped behind the city walls and protected by only a token garrison, Maximinus's time appeared to be at hand. Shortly after being treed by Licinius's army, word came over the wall that Maximinus Daia was dead. Whether it was suicide or some fluke disease, we will never know, but Maximinus was in his early 40s and had been first Caesar, then self-proclaimed Augustus, then full Augustus, for just over 8 years. Licinius, now the master of the Eastern Empire, remained in Nicomedia for about a month before heading off in the direction of Antioch on a tour of his new provinces. Once he got to Syria, Licinius quickly let everyone know that there was a new sheriff in town. He not only ordered the Edict of Milan strictly enforced, but also went after known persecutors with a ruthless gusto. Anti-Christians who had for the last decade wielded their sadistic power unchecked were suddenly rounded up and either exiled or executed, depending on the severity of their crimes. This purge obviously had a political purpose, as the staunchest opponents of the Christians were also the staunchest supporters of Maximinus, but it was also a visible signal to everyone that a new day was dawning. In addition to this one-part religious, one-part political purge, Licinius also engaged in a 100% political purge of any potential dynastic rivals. It goes without saying that Maximinus's memory was damned, and his family was rounded up and executed. But Licinius also tracked down the son of Severus, who had been serving with Maximinus, and had him killed as well. He also intended to dispose of Diocletian's wife and daughter, who were being held back in Nicomedia, but they managed to escape before the execution order came through. It would take 15 months of searching before the two women were finally tracked down and beheaded in a public execution. Killing women and children was not a nice thing to do, but clearly, Licinius had read his Machiavelli. Later in 313, Licinius and Constantine formalized their power-sharing agreement, with Constantine taking the west and Licinius the east, their territories divided roughly by the Adriatic. It would not take long before relations between the two men began to deteriorate. As I said last week, practically everything Constantine ever did points to him wanting from the get-go to be sole emperor. One emperor ruling one empire, serving one god. Now that Maxentius and Maximinus Daia were disposed of, Licinius was no longer a helpful partner in Constantine's quest for power, but was instead an obstacle in the way. Next week, the brothers-in-law will waste no time getting on each other's nerves, and Constantine will waste no time digging up a pretext for war. But before we go this week, I want to pass along a quick birthday message to devout listener Derek, who just turned 30 yesterday. Derek, happy birthday. Now, stop listening to this podcast and go take care of your lovely wife and newborn daughter. This week's episode is brought to you by Audible. As you know, Audible is the internet's leading provider of audio entertainment with over 80,000 titles to choose from. When you're done with this episode, go to audiblepodcast.com/Rome. That again, audiblepodcast.com/Rome. By going to that address, you qualify for a free book download when you sign up for a 14-day trial membership. There is no obligation to continue the service, and you can cancel anytime and keep the free book. Also, you can keep going with one of the monthly subscription options and get great deals on all future audiobook purchases. This week, I'm going to go with a recommendation from listener Paul, Imperium and Conspirata by Robert Harris, the first two books in a planned trilogy of historical fiction novels about the life and times of everyone's favorite genius windbag, Cicero. Just remember to go to audiblepodcast.com/Rome so that they know who sent you. Hello, and welcome to the History of Rome. Episode 135, Brothers in Name Only. Following the defeat and death of Maximinus Daia in the summer of 313 AD, the Roman Empire was back down to 2 emperors for the first time in 20 years. But unlike the previous partnership between Diocletian and Maximian, the partnership between Constantine and Licinius was not premised on cooperation and mutual respect, so much as on hostility and mutual suspicion. Their joint reign was not about working together to solve the problems of the empire. It was instead about putting themselves in the best position possible to take the other out as soon as an opportunity presented itself. The two men resembled no one so much as Octavian and Antony. They were avowed allies, legally brothers-in-law, and ready to slit each other's throats at the drop of a hat. And of course, in the end, the climax of their drama played out the same as well, with the man in the West utterly crushing the man in the East. But, just like that old drama, this new drama would take more than a decade to play out. Licinius did not have long to savor his victory over Maximinus before the responsibilities he had won for himself came knocking. After arriving in Antioch to consolidate his rule over Syria, Licinius appears to have been dragged straight away into hostilities with Rome's Persian neighbor to the east. There is very little detail in the record about what exactly was going on between the Romans and the Sassanids at this point in history, but one thing was clear. Whatever fight Maximinus Daia had been embroiled in when Constantine knocked off Maxentius, it was far from over. But though we don't know the exact circumstances, if we take historical precedents and combine them with one major contemporaneous event, historians reckon that once again the two empires were feuding over Armenia. That one major contemporaneous event occurred in the late summer or early fall of 314 AD, maybe 6 to 9 months after Licinius began campaigning in the desert. A new king of Armenia was crowned. The establishment of a new monarch over the border kingdom at this particular moment is why historians suspect Rome and Persia were fighting over Armenia. But, that said, there is nothing particularly major about Armenia getting a new king. It happened all the time. What made it a major event is that the new King Tiridates had recently been baptized a Christian, and when he took over the throne he declared that the kingdom of Armenia would henceforth recognize Christianity as its official religion. This, of course, was the first time in history that any government recognized Christianity as its state religion, which, I think you'll agree, is a major event indeed. While Licinius was thus absorbed in the east, Constantine handled all imperial business in the west. After satisfying himself that Maximinus was dead and that he would not have to, invade Illyria or something, Constantine headed back north to Gaul and established a headquarters at Trier. He spent most of the next year dealing with the routine matters of government, petitions here, skirmishes with the Germans there, etc., etc. But in the summer of 314, Constantine dealt with his own major turning point in the history of Christianity. This turning point sprang from an internal disagreement within the church, which led to one side appealing to the emperor to resolve the argument. For the first 300 years of Christianity's existence, the imperial government was not just a separate institution, it was practically the exact opposite of everything Christianity stood for. But now that Constantine was in power, that was all about to change. And it is the Donatists who get the credit, or the blame, depending on your point of view, for first inviting the emperor into the church. The stage for this invitation was set by the Great Persecution. Essentially what happened is that while the persecution was going on, the Christians wound up breaking down into 2 camps, those who complied with the imperial authorities and those who resisted. Now that the persecution was over, the Christian leadership was faced with the question of what to do with the collaborating clergymen, who were called traditores, or men who had handed over, which gives us the root of our English word, traitor. Could they just return as if nothing had happened, or did they need to be rebaptized, or what? And more importantly, should they be allowed to return at all? You'll recall that following the Decian persecution, the Church faced a similar situation, and eventually came down solidly on the side of readmittance without the need for rebaptism, and declared the opposing view heretical. You'll also recall that when we discussed what became known as the Novatianist heresy, that I said it was a precursor to the much larger fight that would follow Diocletian's great persecution. Well, here we are. A faction within the Church, centered in North Africa, and led by, but not founded by, the Bishop Donatus, believed that collaborating members of the clergy should not be allowed to maintain their positions, and that any sacraments they celebrated should be considered invalid. The position of these so-called Donatists was considered unnecessarily harsh by the majority of the Christian clergy, possibly because many of them could be accused of being traditores, and a far more lenient course was plotted. I don't want to dive too deeply into the minutiae of the arguments, because doctrinal disputes like this quickly turn into black holes of esoteric theology, but suffice it to say that it was a very complex issue. The two sides dug in, and the problem seemed intractable. After an anti-Donatist deacon was elected to serve as the Bishop of Carthage, under highly suspicious circumstances, it should be noted, Bishop Donatus of Numidia decided to outflank his enemies in the Church, and played an unprecedented trump card. He appealed directly to Constantine, and asked the emperor to help settle the matter. Now, before we get too far along, I do want to point out that this was not completely uncharted territory. It is often said that the fight over the Donatist heresy and the subsequent council at Arles was the first time the Church invited the emperor in to help solve their problems. But there was actually a precedent for this set during the reign of Aurelian. There was too much else going on for me to talk about it at the time, but as Queen Zenobia was extending her influence into Syria, she made common cause with a controversial bishop named Paul of Samosata, who agreed to turn his flock in her direction if she supported his claim to the bishopric of Antioch. Once Palmyra was defeated, a delegation of Christian leaders approached Aurelian and asked him to expel Paul from the city. Since their religious aims coincided with his political aims, Aurelian granted the request and Paul was exiled. That, so far as I can tell, is actually the first time an emperor got in the middle of what was, really, an internal dispute between rival Christian factions. But, that all being said, no emperor had ever gotten involved with doctrinal issues, so Constantine is definitely about to set off into uncharted territory on that front. It should be noted, though, that when Constantine accepted the petition of the Donatists, it was not because he was itching to stick his nose into church business, but because, as emperor, he felt like he had a responsibility to ensure that justice was done. Indeed, the petition delivered to the emperor had nothing to do with doctrinal disputes, but instead focused exclusively on the alleged crimes of the controversial new Bishop of Carthage. The Donatist strategy was to smear their rival bishop, get the recent election results tossed out, and then get a new pro-Donatist candidate elected to the bishopric of Carthage. But despite the fact that he agreed, in the interest of justice, that the Donatists should be heard, that did not mean that Constantine was eager to jump into internal church politics with both feet. So he ordered the matter be arbitrated by the Bishop of Rome and a panel of 3 other impartial bishops from Gaul, who would be selected by the emperor personally to ensure a fair result. But before the trial took place, the Bishop of Rome, a staunch anti-Donatist and friend of the accused, packed the judge's table with 15 more bishops, all from Italy and all in his pocket. As soon as the proceedings began, it became clear that the whole thing was now a setup. The council not only ruled against the Donatists on the limited issue of whether the Bishop of Carthage was a guilty man, but they also ruled against them on the broader issue of their doctrinal beliefs, which the council declared heretical. The Donatists were, of course, outraged, and appealed to Constantine a second time. When the emperor was filled in on the details of the trial, he agreed that the Donatists had been treated unfairly, and agreed that their case should be retried. This time, before a council composed of bishops from every province in the Western Empire. a council that was to be called by Constantine himself. When the subsequent Council of Arles convened in August of 314, though, the outcome for the Donatists was the same. Their charges against the Bishop of Carthage were tossed out, and their beliefs were declared heretical. The Donatists appealed to Constantine a third time, and like most major court cases, there were a few more procedural twists and turns before the matter was finally settled for good. But in the end, the decision of the Council of Arles stood. The accused bishop was exonerated, and the Donatists were declared heretics. When the Donatists continued to pester the emperor about the issue, though, Constantine finally lost his temper. He had been at the council, though he sat as a layperson, and saw nothing untoward about the process. The Donatists had had their day in court, and they had lost. It was time to get over it, drop their complaints, and get on board with the program. Which brings us to the last 2 points I want to make about the whole affair. First, it gives us an initial glimpse at what Constantine's religious priorities really were. Specifically, how much weight he put in the idea of unity. As we go forward, we will see again and again that Constantine liked Christianity, supported Christianity, and believed in Christianity, but that it drove him crazy how much Christians fought with each other. Constantine didn't care what wound up orthodoxy and what wound up heresy, though there is good reason to believe he actually supported the anti-Donatist position, just as long as everyone agreed what was what. He seemed genuinely afraid that discord within the church imperiled all their souls. This fear would culminate with the Council of Nicaea, when Constantine pushed for all doctrinal disputes to be settled once and for all. This fear would also lead to the second point I want to make. Now that Donatism had been given a fair hearing and still been declared heretical, it was time for it to be purged from the system in order to maintain the all-important unity and purity of the Church. So following the Council of Arles, we see Constantine nodding in approval as the first instances of Christian-on-Christian violence begin to break out in North Africa. And then, when the Donatists persisted, we see him threatening to come down there himself and show everyone how it was done. But he wouldn't get the chance, as war with Licinius interrupted his dabbling, for now, in the controversies of the Church. After he left Arles in the late summer of 314, Constantine returned to Trier to keep an eye on the Rhine frontier, and Licinius returned from the east to keep an eye on the Danube frontier. At some point after the first of the year, though we really don't know when, a subtle new wrinkle in the balance of power was introduced, as Constantia gave birth to Licinius's first child, a son who we'll call Licinius the Younger. Though the baby Licinius was just that, a baby, most historians believe that Constantine immediately detected a threat to his long-term dynastic ambitions, so the Western Emperor set in motion a series of events that would eventually lead first to murder and then to war. Though over the course of the last few years the Tetrarchy as an institution had withered, as no replacement candidates had been elevated to replace Galerius or Maximinus Daia, at some point in 315, Constantine suddenly proposed resurrecting the idea of junior imperial colleagues. Specifically, he sent a message to Licinius suggesting a man named Bassianus be elevated to the rank of Caesar. But one additional Caesar does not a tetrarchy make, which is why scholars suppose that in addition to the documented proposal to elevate Bassianus, that Constantine further intended to elevate his son Crispus at the same time. Though we have no proof of it, the supposition makes sense on its own merits, and conveniently fits with Constantine's general political posture during the period. Crispus had been born sometime between 299 and 305, while Constantine was in the east at Diocletian's court, and his story mirrors that of his father. He was the son of Constantine and a woman named Minervina, whose relationship with Constantine, like that of Constantine's own mother Helena with his father Constantius, is a bit murky. Minervina may have been an informal mistress, she may have been a legal wife who was divorced to make way for Fausta, or she may have been a legal wife who died before 307. Like Constantine himself then, by 315 AD, Crispus stood as the son of a previous marriage who was very possibly illegitimate. But perhaps drawing from his own experience, Constantine never wavered in his recognition of Crispus, and always acknowledged and supported the boy as his rightful heir, as we are seeing right now in his attempt to make a Caesar of the boy/teenager. The presumption here is that Constantine was looking to overwhelm any claim to power the baby Licinius might put forward someday, by packing a revived tetrarchy with his own people. Bassianus, you see, was not just a respected senator, he was also Constantine's brother-in-law. But Constantine didn't want to be too obvious in his dynastic maneuverings, which is why, of all his possible male relations, the Western Augustus specifically nominated Bassianus, because Bassianus's brother was a man named Senecio, who was a close friend of Licinius. Hopefully, Licinius would agree to the proposal, believing that he was getting a Caesar he could trust, and thus accept a tetrarchy essentially composed of Constantine's extended family. And if you count Licinius, who was himself Constantine's brother-in-law, then you could say that the whole tetrarchy would be composed of Constantine's extended family. But the Eastern Augustus was not buying what Constantine was selling. According to Constantine's later version of events, it was a good thing for him that Licinius shot down Bassianus' nomination, because as it turned out, the would-be Caesar was not nearly as loyal to Constantine as the Western Augustus had supposed. According to Constantine's later story, not long after refusing the proposal to renew the Tetrarchy, Licinius had actually talked his friend Senecio into talking his brother Bassianus into initiating a plot to kill Constantine, and that Bassianus had agreed to the plan. No one really believes today that Bassianus was actually involved in a conspiracy against his brother-in-law, but over the winter of 315-316, Constantine's agents allegedly caught Bassianus red-handed, and the would-be assassin was executed. So, if there was no plot, why did Constantine suddenly turn on the man he had been ready to make Caesar just the year before? The answer appears to lie in the fact that after 8 years of marriage, Fausta was finally pregnant. With another heir on the way, and of course the child would be a boy, Bassianus became expendable, so Constantine used him as a convenient conduit through which to accuse Licinius of murderous treachery. After Fausta gave birth to Constantine's second son, of course it was a son, the ill-fated Constantine II, Constantine I stepped up his rhetoric and demanded that Licinius hand over Senecio so that he too could be tried for attempted regicide. But Licinius refused to hand over his old friend, and diplomatic relations between the two emperors broke down. In the fall of 316, Constantine, convenient pretext for war now in hand, led a force of about 20,000 over the Alps and into Illyria to confront Licinius. Hearing that his brother emperor was on the march, Licinius mustered 35,000 troops and marched west, ready to do some confronting of his own. The two emperors met on October the 8th, 316 AD on an open plain near the Pannonian citer of Cibali, and after some brief skirmishing, the two infantries got down to business. Both emperors were no doubt hoping that this would prove to be their final battle for control of the Roman Empire, but both were disappointed. After a slugfest that lasted all day, Constantine finally led a cavalry charge right before sundown that decisively routed Licinius' army. But the breakthrough came too late in the day, and darkness ended hostilities before Constantine could finish the job. Under the cover of night, Licinius gathered up what was left of his army and drove them first north to Sirmium and then east to Adrianople to regroup. It seems that it was at this point, just after the Battle of Cibali, that Licinius elevated one of his generals, a man named Aurelius Valerius Valens, to the rank of full co-Augustus. Valens had been serving as the theater commander of the Danube frontier, and it appears that with his legitimacy badly shaken by Constantine's victory, that Licinius wanted to secure the loyalty of Valens before the general defected to Constantine's side. The now co-emperors based in Adrianople then quickly raised a new army, and at some point during the winter of 316-317, the peace talks that had been ongoing since Cibali broke down and the armies of East and West met again, this time at the Thracian town of Mardia. Both emperors hoped that this would be their final battle, but alas, again, it was not. Like the Battle of Kibali, the Battle of Mardia was an extremely hard-fought affair that once again saw Constantine get the upper hand, but once again saw night fall before he could finish the job. Then, once again, Licinius and Valens gathered up their battered army and retreated under the cover of night. But they were not running scared, and their line of retreat led the so far perfect golden boy Constantine to finally make a mistake. The most obvious fallback position for Licinius's army at this point was Byzantium, and this was so obvious that Constantine just assumed that that's where his rival Augustus was headed. More than ready to end this thing, Constantine plunged east, hoping to take down Licinius before he could fully solidify his defenses. But Licinius and Valens had not in fact headed to Byzantium. Guessing that this is what Constantine was guessing that they'd do, they instead withdrew north into the hills. Once Constantine blew past their position, they dropped back down and neatly cut off his supply and communication lines to the west. It did not take long for Constantine to realize his mistake. Both sides stalled for time, as Licinius and Valens waited for Constantine to recognize how dire his position was, and as Constantine waited to see if his porters could somehow slip through the enemy blockade. As soon as a much-needed shipment of supplies was captured, though, Constantine threw in the towel and came to the table. On March the 1st, 316 AD, the two sides came together and hammered out a peace. Now, Constantine was in a tight spot, but he had still whipped Licinius twice in a row, so it's not like he was negotiating with a gun to his head. He knew that Licinius wanted this over even more than he did, which is why Constantine was able to negotiate such a favorable settlement for himself. In fact, his only real concession to Licinius was that the Eastern Augustus would not be deposed just yet. Other than that, though, Constantine dictated the terms, and Licinius accepted them. First, the Eastern Augustus would unequivocally recognize the Western Augustus as the senior Augustus. Up until now, it had been a little unclear who outranked who. Constantine had had himself declared Maximum Augustus by the Senate, but there was no getting around the fact that Licinius had been Augustus longer, and so enjoyed a natural seniority. Now the issue was put to bed. Constantine was the top dog. Second, all the territory west of Thrace was ceded to Constantine, giving him control over Greece, which was nice, but more importantly, giving him control over all the legions stationed along the Danube. Finally, there was the small matter of Valens. Nowhere in Constantine's dynastic plans was there room for some random general inserted into the imperial college without his approval. Valens was to be deposed and executed. Licinius agreed to everything, and Valens, who had enjoyed the novelty of calling himself Augustus for maybe 3 or 4 months, was stripped of his rank and killed. The last little bit of business to attend to was to finally address the long-term future of the imperial dynasty. Constantine had tried to restart the Tetrarchy on his own terms, and Licinius had tried to elevate a new emperor on his own terms. So now both men agreed to a simple compromise that would hopefully settle things. Crispus, Constantine II, and Licinius the Younger would all be elevated to the rank of Caesar. Now, since Crispus was at most 17 years old, and possibly as young as 11, and Constantine II and Licinius the Younger were both babies, this compromise does not represent a return to the Tetrarchy, so much as it harkens back to the old days, when a Roman emperor would give his son the title Caesar, to signal that he was the official heir to the throne. Though the idea of the Tetrarchy was not entirely done for yet, as evidenced by the fact that when Licinius and Constantine next went to war, each was supported by a Caesar, clearly, the Tetrarchy is about to be relegated to the dustbin of history. The peace would hold for the next 7 years, though clearly neither emperor thought it would last forever, as evidenced by the fact that while Licinius made his capital at Nicomedia, Constantine made his at Sirmium. Both men campaigned against Rome's enemies to the north in order to justify the location of their respective headquarters, but there was no missing the obvious fact that they were basically living right next door to each other. The first time either emperor slipped up, the other was going to pounce. Next week, though, Constantine will eventually be able to stand the suspense no longer, and instead of waiting for Licinius to slip up, he will simply start poking Licinius in the eye with a stick. After enduring the prodding for a bit, Licinius will finally snap and demand that Constantine stop poking him in the eye with a stick. At which point Constantine will say, "Well, why don't you make me?" And then Licinius will say, "Okay, here I come." This time, it would be their final battle. Hello, and welcome to the History of Rome. Episode 136, Let This Be Our Final Battle. Last week, we left off in March of 317 AD, with Constantine and Licinius renewing their imperial alliance. For Constantine, the settlement was something of a disappointment. After all, he had beaten Licinius twice in battle, but 2 sunsets and some clever maneuvering on the part of the Eastern Augustus had conspired to deny Constantine outright victory. For Licinius, though, the settlement was a huge relief, a classic case of snatching victory from the jaws of defeat. Well, stalemate from the jaws of defeat anyway. But you know, when you head into the endgame with nothing but a king and 2 pawns, stalemate and victory look pretty much the same. Licinius's position was far weaker after the settlement than before it, but he was still Augustus, he still ruled the Eastern Empire, minus what he had been forced to cede to Constantine, and perhaps most important of all, he still had his head. As I mentioned last time, following the settlement, Licinius returned to Nicomedia, while Constantine set up shop in Sirmium. Constantine wanted to establish his authority over the newly ceded Middle Empire, yes, but he also wanted to make sure that he was right on top of Licinius, in case the Eastern Augustus ever slipped up. So he made his headquarters along the Danube River. This meant, though, that the always volatile Rhine frontier, where Constantine had spent the majority of his reign thus far, was no longer under close imperial watch. This, as you can imagine, made the local Gallic citizenry nervous and hostile German tribesmen giddy. But both the fear and the giddiness turned out to be misplaced, because everyone was about to discover that the always volatile Rhine frontier was actually still under close imperial watch. Now probably in his late teens, the newly anointed Caesar Crispus was dispatched by his father to govern the western provinces following the settlement of 317. Crispus would set up his capital in Trier, and for the next 5 years would run the government and defend the frontier better than anyone could have reasonably expected. He defeated German tribes in battle in 318, 320, and 322, and in the process demonstrated to everyone that he was every bit his father's son, a brilliant commander and a savvy politician. When father and son visited Rome together in 320, it is reported that the ovation for Crispus was louder than the ovation for Constantine. And while I hope it wasn't something as petty as jealousy that ultimately led to Crispus's tragic demise, it is definitely a possibility. Also a possibility is the fact that Fausta would bear 2 more sons for Constantine during these years, Constantius II in 317 and Constans in 323. Can the wicked stepmother trope really be too far behind? During the interregnum between the First and Second Civil Wars, Constantine and Licinius continued to drift apart not just personally, but politically as well. Up until this point, the 2 emperors had been rivals, yes, but they had more or less pursued the same policies. Round about 320, though, this began to change, and once again, Christianity was at the center of imperial division. Just as Constantine was stepping up his support for the church, Licinius was dialing his back, until finally he abandoned the Edict of Milan and renewed the persecution of Christians in the East. His persecution had none of the bloody overtones of the Great Persecution, but in the early 320s, Licinius began to target church property for confiscation and target church leaders for harassment. Back in 314, his political enemies had been the militant anti-Christians, and so Licinius had ruthlessly enforced the terms of the edict. But now that his rival was no longer Maximinus, and instead a very pro-Christian Constantine, the Eastern Christians, who had once been Licinius's allies, were now suspected of being dangerous fifth columnists. Licinius knew a political threat when he saw it, so he abandoned the edict and went after a group of people he probably rightfully suspected of harboring cross loyalties. But how hard Licinius pressed the renewed persecution is difficult to determine. Because Constantine would specifically cite Licinius's treatment of the Christians as one of his main reasons for going back to war, separating truth from propaganda is a tough assignment. What is a less tough assignment is determining the nature of Constantine's treatment of the Christians in his domain. Because with each passing day, it was becoming more and more apparent which religion was the Western Augustus's favorite religion. As late as 315, when his triumphal arch in Rome was erected, Constantine was still pretty vague about his religious beliefs. The arch only refers to the fact that Constantine was, quote, inspired by the divine, without naming any names. Even more interesting is the fact that nowhere in the depiction of the Battle of the Milvian Bridge, a depiction which explicitly contains carvings of Constantine's various military standards, does the labarum, or the Chi-Rho, or any other kind of cross appear, which is pretty surprising, given the story we've all been told about how Constantine was ordered to conquer in this sign. But the omission of the Chi-Rho from the arch, curious as it is, also appears to be the last gasp of Constantine the Dissembler. From here on out, we move pretty decisively over to Constantine the Christian, the man who would one day become, literally, a saint. In the period between his victory over Maxentius and his coming victory over Licinius, Constantine's patronage of Christianity became wider and deeper. He sponsored the building or rebuilding of churches, he exempted clergymen from tax obligations, and, signaling the esteem with which he held the church leadership, when they traveled, he allowed them to use the imperial post, an honor that was reserved only for the most important imperial agents. And beyond that, when the bishops of the Western Empire were convening for the Council of Arles, a council which, in and of itself, points to Constantine's special interest in the church, he paid for all necessary travel expenses. The emperor still maintained his patronage of pagan philosophers and orators, and was happy to let them sing his praises on their own terms. But clearly, this was a man becoming less and less shy about openly promoting Christianity. And, as I said before, when he declared war on Licinius in 324, the defense of Eastern Christians would form the backbone of his rationale. Not that I found any direct link between the two events, but it is interesting to note that not long after Licinius started harassing Christians again, Constantine accidentally stumbled into the Eastern Augustus's territory at the head of a very large army. The official story is that Constantine had been north of the Danube chasing some hostile Sarmatians, and that they decided to flee southeast and cross the river into Thrace. Constantine couldn't very well let them just get away, so he followed, imaginary boundaries between the emperors be damned. Licinius, of course, took deep offense to Constantine's presence and protested, naturally suspecting that the whole thing was a contrived attempt to suck him back into war. If Constantine was looking to provoke something, though, Licinius refused to take the bait, and the Eastern Augustus stopped short of threatening military action. But Constantine was undeterred, and after a few more years passed, he tried the same trick again, at which point Licinius would be unable to ignore Constantine's aggressive disregard for the terms of their settlement. In the spring of 324, Constantine was once again north of the Danube, either campaigning against the Goths or the Sarmatians, depending on your source, and once again they just happened to flee southeast into Licinius's territory. Once again, Constantine pursued, and once again, Licinius got a message saying that his brother emperor was camped out in Thrace at the head of a very large army. This time, Licinius was livid, and basically told Constantine to get out of his territory or else. This heavy-handed threat was all Constantine needed. Protesting that he was just doing his best to defend the frontier, Constantine announced that this was the last straw. He had stood by and watched as the despised tyrant Licinius, you see what I did just there, had resurrected the evil persecution of the Christians, ignored his imperial responsibilities, and was generally living the life of a debauched villain. Citing in particular Licinius's advanced age and unpopular vices, Constantine declared that it was his moral duty to rid the empire of this imperial cancer. As spring turned to summer, Constantine finally got the war everyone suspected he had been trying to start for years. Both emperors immediately mustered the largest armies they could put together, as it was understood on both sides that there would be no settlement this time around. The troop numbers, while obviously exaggerated, speak to the seriousness with which both men took the coming confrontation. Licinius allegedly gathered 165,000 men, while Constantine led 130,000 of his own. It appears that both men could afford to concentrate such massive forces without weakening the frontiers, because their armies were in large part made up of mercenary forces, who would otherwise be the ones the border legions were fending off. Franks for Constantine, and Goths for Licinius. In essence, the whole Roman world, friend and foe alike, stopped what they were doing and focused on the coming civil war. In addition to the ground forces, each emperor also assembled a navy. Licinius's was there to protect the crucial Hellespont and Bosphorus crossings. Constantine's was there to seize them. In July of 324, the two sides were ready to have it out. Licinius took up a strong position at Adrianople on the east side of the Hebrus River, now the Maritsa River in Bulgaria. Constantine advanced to meet him and took up his own strong position on the west side of the river. For days, neither commander was willing to make a move. After all, crossing a river directly in front of enemy forces puts you at a considerable tactical disadvantage. But Constantine finally got sick of the staring contest and devised a plan so cunning you could pin a tail on it and call it a weasel. His scouts had identified a good possible crossing point a little ways upstream, so Constantine ordered a division of his men to make a very big show of building a bridge a little ways downstream. Licinius fell for the ruse hook, line, and sinker, and focused all his attention on the decoy construction project. Constantine then personally led an expeditionary force of cavalry and archers across the river at the upstream crossing. They took Licinius's army completely by surprise, and caused so much chaos in the enemy ranks that the rest of Constantine's army was able to cross the river unopposed. Once the two forces were on the same side of the Hebrus, the Battle of Adrianople could really get going in earnest. Though they had been taken by surprise, Licinius's army was not just going to roll over, and once the initial shock wore off, they rallied effectively, and just like every other battle between Constantine and Licinius, the fight turned into an evenly matched slugfest. At some point in the battle, one of Constantine's flanks was even being pushed back, but, according to legend, he dispatched the Labarum to that corner of the battle, and thanks to its magical properties, Licinius's advance was halted. Once again, the battle lasted until sundown without a decisive conclusion, and once again Licinius, who had lost something like 30,000 men in the fighting, withdrew under the cover of darkness. When morning came, though, Constantine was not able to immediately pursue his rival because it appears that he had been wounded in the previous day's fighting, though the injury was not serious enough to keep him out of action for long. In contrast to his line of retreat following the Battle of Mardia, this time, Licinius headed directly to Byzantium without stopping. Constantine was not going to fall for the same trick twice, so better to just play it safe. Once he got to Byzantium, Licinius followed the same pattern he established following his initial defeat at the Battle of Kibali, and he appointed a man named Sextus Martinianus to the rank of Caesar. It wasn't exactly the same as appointing Valens Augustus, but it had the same effect. A key subordinate's loyalty was secured, and his army had another leader of imperial standing to help share responsibility for the war. After designating some of his troops to act as Byzantium's defense force, Licinius began ferrying the rest of his men across the Bosphorus with all haste, putting Martinianus in charge of the army on the far side. Licinius was confident that the navy he had posted in the Propontis would prevent Constantine's navy from ever entering the Hellespont, but he was not taking any chances. If Constantine's navy were somehow able to seize control of the narrow strait separating Europe from Asia, the Eastern Augustus knew he would be in big trouble. Better to just cross over to Bithynia now and not worry about getting trapped in Byzantium. And it was a good thing he didn't take chances, because the coming Battle of the Hellespont was not going to go well for Licinius's navy at all. While he was gathering his army in the early summer of 324, Constantine had recalled Crispus from the Rhine frontier and ordered him down to the Greek port of Piraeus to take command of the navy assembled there. It was a good-sized fleet, 80 ships in all, but nowhere near the number Licinius had at his disposal. But Crispus, undeterred, sailed out towards the Hellespont anyway. His orders were to seize all the waterways between the Aegean and the Black Sea. When Licinius received word that Crispus was on the way, he ordered 200 of his ships down to blockade the straits of the Hellespont. The idea, of course, was that this force would overwhelm Crispus's smaller fleet. But in the narrow waters of the Hellespont, the larger numbers actually worked against Licinius's admiral. Crispus was able to deftly maneuver around the larger and more constrained enemy fleet, and he inflicted serious damage before Licinius's navy was able to withdraw north to regroup. In the aftermath of the first naval battle, Crispus was reinforced, possibly by ships sailing around from Ravenna, and when he sailed further into the Hellespont to confront Licinius's navy, he now had something like 200 ships at his disposal. Licinius, desperate to prevent the sea lanes from falling into enemy hands, ordered his full force of around 350 ships to go down and sink the son of Constantine. This time, the two navies met near modern Gallipoli, and by all appearances, it looked like the stage was set for a great naval battle. But just prior to the engagement, a storm kicked up that hit Licinius's fleet particularly hard. The ships that were not run aground were badly damaged, and the crews were so battered that when Crispus advanced, the battle turned out to be little more than a mop-up operation. It is reported that only 4 of Licinius's ships escaped undamaged or uncaptured. The sea now belonged to Constantine. When Licinius found out what had happened, he ordered all the troops in the now indefensible Byzantium to abandon the city and get their butts across the Bosphorus on the double. With Martinianus guarding the coast, Licinius mustered the rest of his remaining troops and tried to figure out what he was going to do next. Constantine, meanwhile, could smell blood in the water and pressed his advantage hard. Using light transports to ferry his men across the Bosphorus, he was able to elude Martinianus and had the bulk of his army across before the new Caesar was able to do anything about it. Licinius then ordered Martinianus to abandon the coast and rendezvous with the rest of the army. Combined, they would make a stand at Chrysopolis, a fortified city a few miles north. But Constantine had guessed their plans, and with all the momentum going with him, he raced north and beat Licinius to the punch. In September of 324, the Eastern Augustus arrived at Chrysopolis, and he found Constantine waiting for him. Here now would be their final battle. Legend has it that at this point, Constantine had gotten so far inside Licinius's head that the Eastern Augustus had become convinced that the Labarum really did have magical properties. He ordered his men to avoid attacking whatever part of Constantine's army carried the standard, and then went even further, ordering his men to not even look at the magical talisman. One gets the feeling that Licinius was, at this point, already beaten. But that being said, the Battle of Chrysopolis was not at all a foregone conclusion. Both emperors were still excellent generals, commanding huge veteran forces. But as happened every time Constantine and Licinius met in the field of battle, eventually the tide turned against the Eastern Augustus. Constantine had not even bothered with clever tactics, and instead went straight for the jugular, ordering a full frontal assault that decisively broke Licinius's line. But Licinius, and oh man, are you as sick of hearing this as I am of saying it, once again managed to slip away, this time with a force of about 30,000 men. He drove headlong for Nicomedia and holed up inside the city, but when Constantine arrived shortly thereafter, it appears that the fight had finally gone out of the Eastern Augustus. Using Constantia as a go-between, the two emperors came to terms. Licinius and Martinianus were to surrender peacefully, and Constantine, giving in to his sister's begging, agreed to let them live. But that was the only concession he was going to make. The empire was now Constantine's, and Constantine's alone. For the first time in more than 40 years, Rome was ruled by a single man. The nasty little epilogue to this story, which I'll deal with now so we can get it out of the way, is that despite the solemn oath that he swore, it does not look like Constantine had any interest in letting his defeated rivals live. Initially, it appeared that everything was above board, as Licinius was taken to Thessalonica and Martinianus to Cappadocia, where they were both supposed to live out the rest of their days under something like house arrest. But after about a year, Constantine would decide that no one would really care anymore what happened to his beaten rivals, and so he ordered the execution of both. At least, that's what everyone assumed he did. They died under suspicious circumstances, and rumors later swirled that Licinius had been involving himself in a plot to overthrow Constantine, which, frankly, sounds an awful lot like the accusation that Maximian was involved in a plot to overthrow Constantine. And so most modern scholars believe that Constantine simply could not afford to let them live, and so, oath or no oath, he did not let them live. Licinius was about 60 years old, and had managed to survive as emperor for a very turbulent 16 years. Constantine also appears at this point to have ordered the execution of his nephew Licinius the Younger, now maybe 13 years old. We can't have rival dynasties lying around now, can we? Constantine's sister Constantia was of course horrified, but it was just business, nothing personal. When Licinius died, the era of the Tetrarchy died with him. Diocletian had done his best to establish a system that would end once and for all the persistent civil wars that had racked the empire in the 3rd century, and instead he inadvertently had drawn up what amounted to a giant civil war tournament bracket. In the championship game, Constantine finally had emerged victorious. Next time, we will get into the ramifications of his victory. What would Constantine do now that he was the undisputed ruler of the empire? It is a question that will have to wait 2 weeks, though, because, as many of you know, the History of Rome tours begin next Friday, and thus I will have no time to work on new episodes for a while. But, fear not, knowing full well that I would be taking this time off, I've been working double time lately, and have managed to get the next 3 episodes written and recorded and ready to go. So in the interest of not just cutting you off for the next 6 weeks, my plan is to remotely post an episode every other week while I'm gone. So that means that there will be a new release on May 15, May 29, and June 12, after which we will resume a normal schedule. I'll say up front that it's my intention to release the episodes on those dates, but given that I have no real idea what my internet situation will be like on any given day, the actual posting time might fluctuate a bit. But rest assured, the episodes are done, ready for your listening pleasure, and I will get them to you in a timely manner. So, live and in-person me will see you in about 6 weeks. Please be nice to pre-recorded me until I get back. This week's episode is brought to you by Audible. As you know, Audible is the internet's leading provider of audio entertainment with over 80,000 titles to choose from. When you're done with this episode, go to audiblepodcast.com/Rome. That again, audiblepodcast.com/Rome. By going to that address, you qualify for a free book download when you sign up for a 14-day trial membership. There is no obligation to continue the service, and you can cancel anytime and keep the free book download. You can also keep going with one of the monthly subscription options and get great deals on all future audiobook purchases. This week, I'm going to go with a recommendation from listener Sandy that may not seem like it has much to do with Roman history, but I swear there is a connection. Isaac Asimov's classic Foundation trilogy. If you like science fiction, it is required reading. Period. End of story. But what's the connection to Roman history? Well, Asimov was on his way to meet with legendary editor John W. Campbell to pitch a new story idea, but young Isaac had a problem. He did not yet have a new story idea. He was, however, in the middle of reading Gibbon's Decline and Fall of the Roman Empire, so when he got to the meeting, he basically started making up a story about the fall of a galactic empire because it was the first thing that popped into his head. Campbell, of course, loved the idea, and the rest is psychohistory. Gibbon, the gift that just keeps on giving. Just remember to go to audiblepodcast.com/Rome so that they know who sent you. Hello, and welcome to the History of Rome. Episode 137, The Christian Emperor. In the autumn of 324 AD, the Roman Empire awoke to discover that for the first time in 40 years, the empire was ruled by a single man. Only the oldest members of the citizen body even had a memory of what that was like. The rest of the population had grown up in the shadow of Diocletian's tetrarchy, with its multiple emperors, multiple capitals, and multiple, sometimes conflicting, policies. Now everything, every issue, every decision, every order, was going to be funneled through a single man. Far from shying away from what was, for this generation at least, an unprecedented load of responsibilities, Constantine relished the opportunity he now had to reshape the empire in his own image. Like the greatest of the great Roman leaders who had preceded him, Julius Caesar, Augustus, Hadrian, Diocletian, Constantine came to power full of ideas, full of confidence, and full of energy. But more important than all of that, Constantine came to power with the fervent belief that he was the instrument of the Christian God, and it was now his duty to convert Rome to the one true religion. Though the empire would not officially become Christian until the reign of Theodosius, it was right here, in the months after the fall of Licinius, that Constantine made that later switch, just a matter of filing some paperwork. The now sole emperor's first order of business following his victory over Licinius was to parse through his defeated rivals' innumerable laws, edicts, and commands to decide which ones would stand and which ones would be tossed out. Constantine and his ministers plowed through everything Licinius had done since taking over the East in 313, and did their best to cancel laws they considered unjust and let stand rulings they thought wise. This was mostly done on a case-by-case basis, but there was one big area where Constantine uniformly rejected Licinius's policy: the status of Christianity. Just so he would not be misunderstood, Constantine wrote an open letter to the people of the eastern provinces, announcing what his policy towards the Christians was going to be. With no one around to challenge him, Constantine could finally stop mincing words, and he announced that not only was Christianity the one true religion, but that, as an institution, the church was going to have the full backing of the imperial government. Right away, it became clear that the emperor was not kidding around. When Constantine and Licinius were first enforcing the Edict of Milan and making sure that church property was returned to its rightful owners, it became standard procedure to compensate families who had come into possession of the seized land or goods. This was a practical measure designed to keep everyone happy. The Christians got their stuff back, and men who had bought the property got a refund. A decent deal all around. But in his letter to the East, Constantine simply announced that, as he was a benevolent man, he would generously pardon any man who he found to be in possession of church property. Pardon. Not compensate. Pardon. As if purchasing some bit of land legally at auction could now be considered a crime. He's kidding about this, right? The revolution only went on from there. In a stark rejection of nearly 3 centuries of imperial policy, Constantine gave the Christians pride of place, and it was suddenly the pagans who found themselves merely tolerated, pagans who found themselves barred from holding public office, and pagans who found their religious practices banned outright. That last bit was the most radical shift of all. Constantine, at the stroke of a pen, turned his back on God knows how many millennia of tradition, and henceforth forbade divination and sacrifice to the gods. I don't think I have to tell you how big of a deal that was. It is worth noting here, however, that Constantine, despite this radical shift in religious policy, was still a practical man. For the moment, all of this only applied to the East. Though I have no doubt that if he thought he could have done it, he would have buried the old Roman pantheon right then and there. But I think the emperor knew that there were only so many fronts upon which he could fight a war, and stirring up a hornet's nest in the very conservative Senate of Rome right at that moment probably would have done more harm than good. So rather than banning the old Roman cults, the emperor simply quit funding them, choosing instead to underwrite an empire-wide campaign of church building. As the temples of the Eternal City fell into disrepair, magnificent churches sprang up all over the place. Eventually, this building program produced the original St. Peter's, constructed on the supposed site where Peter was crucified in Rome. When the letter to the eastern provinces was published, the negative reaction was immediate, but Constantine refused to back down. He wrote a scathing rebuke of the false and demonic practices of his pagan subjects, and how Christianity, being the only true religion, must become the universal religion of the empire. In attempting to convert a majority pagan population to the minority Christian position, it may seem as if Constantine was fighting an impossible battle. But more than anything else in the Roman world, victory in battle was still the great legitimizer. Were his victories not proof enough that the old gods were a lie, and that the Christian God was the only true God? Constantine's unbroken run of battlefield success was a major argument in his favor. And now that he defined the rules of the game, the citizens of the empire slowly began to fall into line. Ambitious men who wanted to climb the ladder began converting to Christianity. Soldiers who wanted special privileges began converting to Christianity. And average citizens who just didn't want to run afoul of imperial agents began converting to Christianity. Through sheer force of will, Constantine was converting the Roman Empire to Christianity. But of course, right at this moment, just as Constantine was preparing to supplant the traditional cults with the one true religion, the adherents of that one true religion were locked in a mortal death struggle with themselves that threatened to undermine everything Constantine was trying to accomplish. 2 weeks ago we introduced the Donatist heresy, which, much to Constantine's chagrin, was still fracturing the church in North Africa. This week, we will introduce a heresy that will make the fight over Donatism look like some gentle ribbing between friends. A heresy that will divide the church not just for a generation, but for hundreds of years to come. The Arian heresy. The Arian heresy takes its name from an influential Egyptian priest named Arius, who was born sometime in the 250s AD. At some point, though no one is really sure when, Arius began preaching a very particular interpretation of how God the Father and Christ the Son were related, an interpretation that some of his brothers in the clergy took serious offense to. As with the Donatist heresy, I'm not going to delve too deeply into the issue because it pretty quickly gets pretty esoteric, but the gist of the controversy was this. Arius taught that since Christ was the begotten Son of God, that there must have been a time when Christ was not. Therefore, though both were divine, the Son was inferior to the Father. This line of reasoning contrasted sharply with the beliefs of many in the Church, who believed that Father and Son were actually two aspects of the same divine whole, that they were co-substantial, literally of the same substance, with neither one preceding or exceeding the other. Alexander, the conveniently named Bishop of Alexandria, was initially hesitant to make a big deal out of Arius' beliefs, but it soon became clear that this seemingly minor point of philosophic disagreement was dividing the Church in two. Bishop Alexander was himself a co-substantialist, so when he finally waded into the controversy, it was to condemn Arianism as heretical. But the bud was too far grown to simply be nipped that easily. Arius' teachings had already spread across the East, and wherever it took root, local Christian communities became divided, as the two sides fought for control of regional bishoprics, local churches, and individual parishioners. This rupture in the unity of the Church, just as Constantine was looking to make it the de facto state religion of the empire, really, really annoyed the emperor. But as with the Donatists, he was hesitant to get too involved in the dispute himself. It was an argument over a trivial point of philosophy. Surely the matter could be settled without the emperor needing to get involved. Instead, Constantine dispatched the bishop Osius to Egypt to end the controversy once and for all. Osius was an influential clergyman who had been at Constantine's court since before the Milvian Bridge. To help give him an extra bit of authority, the bishop carried with him a letter from Constantine that did not take a particular stance, but did admonish both sides for making such a big deal out of such a little issue. At least the Donatist controversy dealt with real issues like betrayal and forgiveness, but this Arian controversy, it was all abstract theology. Plus, even in terms of abstract theology, the two sides agreed on like 99 points out of 100. It was just this one little tiny insignificant matter that they disagreed. How in the world could the clergy possibly have allowed it to explode into such a divisive issue? But when Osius got to Alexandria, he failed to broker a deal. He failed in part because the two sides were dug in too deep, but he also failed in part because he did not really want to do what Constantine had sent him to do. The emperor wanted everyone to kiss and make up, and in Constantine's eyes, that meant that any compromise was on the table so long as everyone agreed to it. But it appears that Osius was himself a staunch co-substantialist, who was not looking to compromise with the Arians so much as stamp them out for good. But Osius failed in his own mission as well, and after riots broke out in Antioch over the election of a new bishop, Osius decided to convene a council of Eastern bishops in the Anatolian city of Ancyra to help bring an end to the argument. His idea was that if the Christian establishment condemned the Arians with one voice, that they would finally give up the fight. The council would be billed as an open dialogue that would help the bishop forge a compromise that all could agree to, but Osius had no intention of letting them not forge the correct compromise, if you know what I mean. When he reported back to Constantine, though, the emperor decided that if a wider council was going to be called to settle the matter, that it may as well be a wider council. In fact, let's make it the widest council of all. Let's make it a global council, an ecumenical council, the very first of its kind. Constantine ordered the site of the council be moved to the port city of Nicaea, and then invited all the Western bishops to attend as well. The new location would not only make it easier for the bishops of the West to attend, but it would also be close enough to Nicomedia that Constantine himself could pop down and maybe see what he could do to establish the unity that he so craved. Plus, it went without saying that the weather in Nicaea would be much, much better. Though all 1,800 or so bishops in the empire were invited to the council, only around 300 were able to attend the opening of what would in time be called the Council of Nicaea, in May of 325. Though it doesn't seem like a great turnout, with each bishop being allowed to bring along a few priests and deacons to act as aides, the final list of attendees numbered in the thousands. And those aides were not just there to go fetch coffee and take notes for a sleepy bishop. Aside from the emperor, probably the two most important attendees at the council were Arius himself, who was a priest, not a bishop, and a young deacon named Athanasius, who was in the entourage of Bishop Alexander of Alexandria. A hardline anti-Arian, Athanasius made sure the powerful Alexander didn't go all wishy-washy on him. Shortly after the council, the charismatic theologian would succeed Alexander to the bishopric of Alexandria and become a hugely polarizing force within the church. Constantine, as you can imagine, was not the president of Athanasius's fan club. Though the catalyst for the council was the Arian controversy, with so many bishops convening in one place, the church leadership, at the prodding of Constantine, took the opportunity to rule on a whole host of internal disagreements, including when Easter ought to be properly celebrated, what the final status of those who had lapsed during the persecutions ought to be, and what to do about the Meletians, a sect in the East who were seconding the rigorous stance of the Donatists. What Constantine wanted was for the Council of Nicaea to settle all schisms within the church. As I've noted previously, the emperor was not so much interested in which side was right or which interpretation was best, so long as in the end everyone agreed. What record we have of Constantine's role in the deliberations of the council show him repeatedly acting the part of peacemaker, reminding the bishops over and over again that their agreements far outnumbered their disagreements, and that the continued unity of Christianity was of paramount importance. I don't really want to get bogged down in everything the council dealt with, but I do want to settle the Arian question, as it was the main reason everyone was there to begin with. The majority of the bishops in attendance, like the emperor himself, had no strong position on the issue, and were open to any formulation of the father and son's relationship that would resolve the crisis. The opponents of Arianism, led by Osius and Alexander, exploited this fact to the hilt. They had agreed beforehand to frame the debate using particular wording that described the Father and the Son as being of the same substance, which they knew would be unacceptable to Arius and his followers. The debate that unfolded over the course of the next month was a bitter one, and at one point Arius was even struck in the face by a rival clergyman. Dismayed at the degree of vitriol on display, a group of bishops put forward a compromise creed that described the Father and Son as being of similar substance, but it was rejected by the hardliners in both camps. More as a result of backroom politicking than persuasive public oratory, the anti-Arians started to flip the delegates one by one, until eventually the same substance formulation was accepted by a majority of the council. Once the majority had turned against them, the moderate Arians began to feel the heat, and with the threat of excommunication and exile hanging over their heads, they too signed on to the same substance creed. In the end, only 2 of the staunchest Arian bishops refused to sign. The so-called Nicene Creed was adopted by the council as orthodoxy in June of 325. It stated that Jesus Christ was God from God, light from light, true God from true God, begotten, not made, of the same substance as the Father, by whom all things were made. Opposition to this formulation was now considered heretical. Arius, just as Osius and his allies had predicted, refused to accept the creed's language and was exiled by Constantine to Illyria, far away from his power base in Egypt. Though the matter appeared to be settled for good, neither Arius nor the Arians were done just yet. The council then moved on to its remaining business, and made decisions on how to calculate the date of Easter, what to do about the Meletians, they were to be treated leniently, and what ought to be the Church's final position on Traditores. They were to be accepted back without the need for rebaptism. By the end of the meeting in June of 325, the assembled bishops ruled on at least 20, though possibly more, points of canon law. These included the recognition that the bishops of Rome, Alexandria, and Antioch had a sort of super-authority over and above normal bishops, a prohibition on clergy engaging in usury, and a law against self-castration, which, yeah, yikes. All in all, the Council of Nicaea did exactly what Constantine wanted, while simultaneously failing to do what Constantine wanted. The collection of bishops had come together and successfully determined where to draw the line between orthodoxy and heresy on a host of issues. It had given the Christians a new sense of global unity by moving the Church away from the patchwork series of beliefs that varied from time to time and from place to place. But if he was hoping the establishment of this new orthodoxy was going to actually end the arguments between the Christians, that men declared heretical were just going to lay down their beliefs and give up the fight, then Constantine was in for a rude awakening. Far from putting these matters to bed, the Council of Nicaea simply wound up codifying the position of one side of the argument. Constantine just did not grasp that the religion he had adopted had never actually been unified. It had appeared to be one monolithic force when it was set against the dominant Greco-Roman culture, but once you actually got into it, it turned out that Christian belief was almost as varied as pagan belief. The Council of Nicaea was not going to stop Arius from preaching what he believed to be true. It was not just a matter of life and death for him, but a matter of eternal salvation. The Donatists, the Meletians, and all the other minor heresies would eventually be stamped out, but the proclamation of a bunch of bishops meeting on the coast of the Aegean Sea was not going to do the job on its own. But as the council wrapped up, Constantine had a pretty good feeling about things, and believed that his vision of one emperor ruling one empire and one church serving one God was close at hand. Next time, we will delve into more worldly matters, and discuss what Constantine was up to when he wasn't promoting and defending Christianity. There were, after all, still wars to be fought and a government to run, so it's not like Constantine could just hole up in church councils all the time and debate the finer points of theology. Plus, there was a certain city that needed building. This week's episode is brought to you by Audible. As you know, Audible is the internet's leading provider of audio entertainment with over 80,000 titles to choose from. When you're done with this episode, go to audiblepodcast.com/Rome. That again, audiblepodcast.com/Rome. By going to that address, you qualify for a free book download when you sign up for a 14-day trial membership. There is no obligation to continue the service, and you can cancel anytime and keep the free book. You can also keep going with one of the monthly subscription options and get great deals on all future audiobook purchases. This week, I'm going to go with a recommendation from listener Mark Andre, Before the Dawn by Nicholas Wade, a look at the origin and spread of humanity from a genetic point of view. Just remember to go to audiblepodcast.com/Rome so that they know who sent you. Hello, and welcome to the History of Rome. Episode 138, The New Rome. So, last time, we focused exclusively on Constantine's relationship with and promotion of Christianity. Obviously, the emperor's push to convert the empire was a hugely important step in the development of the Western world, but it was by no means the only thing he was up to in the years after he became sole ruler of the Roman Empire. There were still wars to be fought, a government to be run, and oh yeah, a whole new Rome to build. So today, I want to dive into all the not overtly Christian aspects of Constantine's reign. I say not overtly Christian because the emperor's religion was so tangled up in everything that he did that you can't just separate it out and say, this stuff has to do with Christianity, and this stuff doesn't. Even something as basic as the construction of Constantinople, which was a project undertaken first and foremost for strategic and political reasons, winds up taking on a heavy Christian dimension. It's inescapable. That was just the nature of the man. They didn't wind up calling him the equal of the apostles for nothing. Speaking of Constantinople, we might as well start there because Constantine broke ground on his new capital practically the morning after he defeated Licinius in September of 324 AD. The rapidity with which he moved to transform the ancient city of Byzantium into the new city of Constantinople speaks to how much thought Constantine had given the project prior to his victory over Licinius. So the questions we must ask are, why did Constantine feel like he needed a new capital, and why did he choose Byzantium for his imperial makeover? As you know, Rome itself had ceased to be the political and military capital of the Roman Empire a long time ago. Round about 260, the emperors had moved decisively away from the Eternal City to more strategically sound locations across the empire, and in the 65 years or so since Gallienus first set up shop in Milan, multiple cities had wound up serving as imperial capitals at one point or another. Trier along the Rhine, Milan in Italy, Sirmium along the Danube, Nicomedia at the crossroads between Europe and Asia, and Antioch in the Far East. But as Constantine surveyed the military and political situation of the empire following his victory at Chrysopolis, no one of these cities really satisfied his vision for what a true imperial capital should be. They all had their merits as regional capitals, but if it was really going to be one emperor ruling one empire, then one capital was called for. Constantine needed a city that was centrally located, easily defensible, situated on the sea with a good harbor, and had easy access to the Danube frontier, which everyone understood to be the most volatile in the empire. Of the existing capitals, Nicomedia was the most obvious candidate to become Constantine's headquarters, and by that point it was already recognized as being one of the preeminent cities of the empire. But the emperor didn't really like that it was located on the east side of the Bosphorus, and while he found the city's defenses adequate, Nicomedia did not necessarily scream, "I am immune to siege." But over the course of his two wars with Licinius, Constantine had become aware of a city that, if upgraded properly, would fit all his conditions for a great capital: Byzantium. Located right on the west bank of the southern entrance of the Bosphorus, Byzantium had a fabulous natural harbor, which meant supply and trade would be no problem. It was also located right smack dab at the crossroads between east and west, which would not only allow the emperor to quickly move to trouble spots, but it would also keep communication lines relatively short, meaning that Constantine would become aware of trouble spots that much quicker. But the coup de grace was that the ancient Greek city was surrounded on three sides by water. This meant that a hostile land army could approach from one direction and one direction only, and if you were to, say, build a massive wall covering that flank, the city would be impregnable. And while the hostile army banged their heads against that wall, the residents of the city could sit tight and enjoy the benefits of infinite resupply by sea. Constantine looked at Byzantium, and it screamed to him, "I am immune to siege." As with everything else he did, though, there was a religious rationale for building a new capital to go along with the obvious military and political rationales. By basically building a brand new city from the ground up, Constantine ensured that he would not have to deal with any pushback from entrenched religious interests when he revealed the fact that his new capital was going to be an exclusively Christian capital. The major cities of the empire, by virtue of being the major cities of the empire, hosted all of the most important cults and temples of the empire. Byzantium, being a relatively minor city up until this point, was not saddled with that kind of pagan baggage. Though the story would not take root for at least a generation, it was widely believed in the Byzantine age that the Christian character of the city was set from the start, and that it was an archangel, visible only to Constantine, who told the emperor where to set the boundaries of the new city. In November of 324, and just a month after his victory over Licinius, Constantine made the short trip from Nicomedia to Byzantium and began eagerly marking up the layout, possibly with the help of an invisible archangel, for what he grandly declared would be the Alterna Roma, the new or second Rome. The name Constantinople, which meant literally the city of Constantine, was at first only an informal nickname for the emperor's pet project, but within a few years the unofficial name stuck, and it would remain stuck for more than 1,000 years. Constantine planned for the city to be the greatest in the empire, and laid the boundaries and the grid lines accordingly. But Byzantium by no means became Constantinople overnight. At this point in history, Rome was a city of maybe 1 million people. The other big cities of the empire, Alexandria and Antioch and Nicomedia, were filled with populations in the hundreds of thousands. When Constantine began to transform Byzantium, though, it was a city of tens of thousands. In other words, it had a lot of growing up to do if it was really going to compete with the big boys. In a way, the early days of the New Rome parallel the early days of the Old Rome. You'll recall from way back in Episode 2 that the first generation of Romans were a motley bunch. In an effort to populate his city quickly, Romulus had thrown the doors open to anyone who happened by. Beggars, thieves, malcontents, exiles, basically the cast-offs of civilized society. As Byzantium transformed into Constantinople, this new Rome followed a similar pattern. The emperor put out the word that he was looking for men and women and families to come fill up his new capital. But the respectable citizens of the empire were respectable because they had a good thing going right where they were. So the citizens who initially heeded Constantine's call were the struggling, the failed, and the disliked from across the empire who were desperate for a fresh start. This group was augmented by the greedy, the ambitious, and the ruthless, who saw in Constantine's city an opportunity to get in on the ground floor of something really big and make a killing in the process. I think it's safe to say that you would not want to invite Constantinople's first generation of citizens to dinner. As we saw last time, after initiating the process of transforming Byzantium into Constantinople, a process that would take just 6 years, Constantine turned his attention most especially to establishing unity within the Christian Church. When the Council of Nicaea wrapped up its business, though, he invited the bishops up to Nicomedia to help him inaugurate his 20th year on the throne, backdating his rule to the death of his father, of course. Antoninus Pius had been the last emperor to serve for more than 20 years, and at just 53 years old and with his health never an issue, Constantine looked poised to set a new standard for longevity. Though in the end he will only be sole ruler for about 12 years, when Constantine died in 337, his 31-year tenure in the purple will rank him second only to the divine Augustus on the all-time list. And speaking of Augustus, after celebrating his anniversary, Constantine made his way over to Aquileia in the spring of 326, and it was here that he decided to follow in the footsteps of that first and greatest of Roman emperors. Unfortunately, the footsteps he decided to follow were the ones that contemporaries and historians alike agree were the biggest missteps of Augustus's career. First up, you remember the ill-fated and overly cruel Lex Julia that sought to legislate sexual morality and failed miserably? Yeah, we're back to that. Second up, you remember how Augustus lashed out at wayward members of his family by exiling them? Well, Constantine is about to outdo the emperor in cold-hearted brutality, because where Augustus merely exiled members of his family, Constantine is about to kill them dead. Constantine's morality laws followed the Augustan precedent in that they established an idealized model of family life and then rigidly demanded adherence to the model, with draconian punishments doled out to the wayward. The only difference, really, was that Constantine's laws came down particularly hard on women, especially on the issue of premarital virginity, and were rationalized with appeals to Christian scripture, rather than appeals to traditional Roman virtue. As with the Augustan attempt to scare everyone straight, though, Constantine's morality laws wound up inflicting punishments on a few unfortunate souls far in excess of their crimes, pouring molten lead down the throat of a servant who aids a couple in eloping? Really? While ultimately having very little impact on how people actually live their lives. It was while he was in Italy in 326 that Constantine then took his second cue from Augustus, and, deciding to do the old boy one better, wound up committing one of the more heinous crimes you can possibly commit. He ordered his eldest son Crispus seized and executed. No one knows exactly why Constantine suddenly turned on his son. That is, what specifically Crispus was supposed to have done, but there is near universal agreement that the emperor's wife Fausta was behind it all. Some people claim Fausta attempted to seduce Crispus and was rejected. Others claim Crispus raped his stepmother in a fit of passion, though this accusation can almost certainly be dismissed, while others simply roll with the old familiar tale of a stepmother looking to get rid of a stepson so that her own children can ascend to the throne. Whatever the reason, she allegedly framed or set up Crispus. The frame-up or set-up job was effective, and the emperor, convinced of something, ordered his boy executed. There is a centuries-old rumor that Crispus fell victim to Constantine's new morality laws, but a far more likely guess is that Crispus was implicated in a plot to overthrow his father. We have no way of knowing if the charges were true, and certainly nothing in Crispus's life or career even hint that he planned to turn on his father, but as that great military philosopher Saul Ty once said, no one is a traitor until they are. So, who knows? The consensus, though, is that Crispus was framed, and most likely framed by Fausta. Certainly what happens next does not bode well for her historical reputation. After Crispus was executed, the imperial court moved down to Rome, where it was joined by Constantine's mother Helena, who had been living in the city since her son's victory at the Milvian Bridge. Shortly after the emperor's arrival, Helena appears to have met privately with Constantine to discuss the circumstances of her grandson's death. We don't know exactly what proof she presented to Constantine, but it apparently convinced him that his lovely wife had just tricked him into murdering his own son, because straight away he had Fausta seized and put under guard. Then, torn by an understandable mix of grief and rage, he decided that an eye for an eye was the best way to go. The most commonly told version of the story is that he had his wife put in a steam room, the doors were locked, and the heat was cranked up to 11. The empress suffocated in the unbearable heat. Just like that, the emperor's son and wife were both dead, and both were dead at the emperor's hand. Even in the far more permissive ancient world, these were serious crimes that would haunt Constantine for the rest of his life. The emperor remained in Rome for a time, and then began a slow journey back to Nicomedia. Well aware that he had maybe screwed up pretty royally, and that his reputation was going to suffer, especially in the Christian circles who tended to look sideways at things like murdering members of your own family, Constantine sought to minimize the damage, and maybe change the subject by sending his mother Helena on a religious pilgrimage to the Far East. She was sent to identify key locations in the life of Jesus, initiate construction of any shrine she felt appropriate, and wherever she went, to liberally spread the imperial wealth. In other words, she was on a goodwill mission to help head off any tarnishing of Constantine's image. The mission succeeded beyond the emperor's wildest expectations, and his mother's tour of the East, which, among other things, officially determined the site of both Jesus' birth and his death, built a number of important churches that stand to this day, and then came home with pieces of the true cross, inspired thousands and then millions to follow in her footsteps and make a pilgrimage to what was now starting to be known as the Holy Land. Like her son, she is not known as Saint Helena for nothing. With the heat from this double murder partially deflected, Constantine was able to get back to the business of being emperor without suffering too much for his crime. The questions I want to spend the rest of this episode on, then, are, aside from his promotion of Christianity, what kind of emperor was Constantine, and what role did he play in the evolution of the empire? In general, the answer is that he was, in almost every way, the ideological heir of the old senior Augustus Diocletian. There were differences, of course, the biggest being that Constantine had no truck with the division of imperial labor, but other than that, we see him continuing Diocletian's policies, and refining Diocletian's policies, and extending Diocletian's policies, but only rarely do we see him turning away from Diocletian's policies. Despite the failure of the Tetrarchy, in the end, most of what Diocletian put in place wound up defining the next few centuries of the empire's evolution. Even Constantine, radical, visionary Constantine, appears to have seen no reason to fundamentally change much of anything at all. First off, Constantine completely bought into the ideology of the emperor as the divinely appointed ruler, and fully embraced the pageantry that Diocletian had built up to elevate the emperor above mortal men, though obviously Constantine looked to God rather than Jupiter as his ultimate patron. Constantine dressed exquisitely, wore a diadem, remained sequestered from all but the most important dignitaries, sat while others stood, and was addressed as Lord Constantine, or Sacred Constantine, or Divine Constantine. Diocletian had redefined the role of the emperor in the empire, and Constantine played the new part to perfection. But it was not just in the optics department that Constantine followed Diocletian's lead. In the realm of imperial administration, he followed the old senior Augustus as well. He made only minor tweaks to the reformed provincial divisions Diocletian had established. Military and civilian careers were kept separate, and real power was increasingly shifted to the emperor's ever-expanding central bureaucracy. Constantine added new positions and new layers to the already elaborate governmental apparatus he inherited, and did everything he could to enhance the dignity and cement the authority of the imperial bureaucrats. His only break with Diocletian in this regard is that Constantine was not so eager to thumb his nose at the senatorial class, especially since he was in the middle of an all-out assault on their religious beliefs. Following through on the promise he had made following the Milvian Bridge to renew their old privileges, Constantine reopened most of the higher offices in the empire to men of senatorial rank, and eagerly welcomed them into his administration. He coupled this reform with a deliberate move to reduce the number of equites serving in government. Now, this appears to be a pretty significant shift in policy, but there was actually less to it than meets the eye. Because though Constantine opened up all these positions to men of senatorial rank, he also significantly lowered the bar for admission into that class. In effect, all those equites who were now barred from this office or that post didn't really care, because, hey, look at me, I'm a senator now too. When Constantine enrolled a new senate to serve him in Constantinople, it did not number 300 or even 600, but 2,000. The senatorial class was welcomed back into power, sure, but only after Constantine had carefully watered it down. And Constantine also continued with Diocletian's almost scientific approach to taxation, though when coupled with his monetary policy, Constantine really did a number on Diocletian's vision of everyone sharing in the burden of empire according to their particular means. Though for the most part Diocletian's tax structure continued to function as it previously had, Constantine began pushing to augment the in-kind system with new taxes that were to be paid in precious metal, just like the good old days. The political and economic systems of the empire had stabilized considerably since Diocletian had initiated his tax reforms, and Constantine felt like it was time for his subjects to start paying in cash again. This move was coupled with the emperor's introduction of a carefully crafted gold coin called the solidus, 72 of which were to equal 1 Roman pound. Though no one knew it at the time, the soundness of the solidus would become legendary, as its weight and purity would be maintained for the next 700 years at least, forming the basis of the Byzantine economy and almost single-handedly helping to keep the West from falling into a strictly barter economy following the fall of the empire. But unfortunately, Constantine focused only on the gold standard, and he basically left silver and copper coins to fend for themselves, which helped to exacerbate the growing divide between the rich and everyone else. Those rich enough to deal in gold found that their wealth and power was now shielded from the ravages of runaway inflation, while those further down the ladder, in particular the middle-class merchants, once again saw their lives and livelihoods threatened by an unstable economy. The most pernicious aspect of Constantine's new gold and silver tax, which was directed primarily at the commerce of the merchant class, was that it was only assessed once every 4 years. That is, the collectors would come around and demand a lump sum of what you owed to cover the next 4 annual budgets. You can imagine how much stress this would cause us today, and we have automatic withholding. For a population also dealing with runaway inflation, the new tax was a disaster. What money they had was virtually worthless, and nowhere near enough to cover the patently absurd demands that were now being laid down from on high. So every 4 years, the citizens of the empire would have a collective panic attack as they tried to figure out how in the hell they were going to pay the tax collectors. And of course, since the tax collectors themselves were on the hook if they did not meet their quota for revenue, well, let's just say that exceptions were never made, and eventually Constantine had to step in and publish edicts banning the more sadistic forms of torture. It was not at all uncommon during this quadrennial nightmare for children to be sold into slavery to pay tax debts, or for households to simply give up and become indentured servants to wealthy landowners when they were unable to pay. Constantine was not indifferent to the problems of this new tax system, and over the years he did his best to make sure tax obligations lined up with the citizens' actual ability to pay. But the long and short of it was that he needed the money, and sometimes you can't make an omelet without breaking a few eggs. So, what was the omelet Constantine was trying to make? That is, why did he need all of that money? The emperor, of course, had an army to pay for, and frontiers to defend, which we'll talk about more next time. He also had a bureaucracy to pay for and a government to run. He also had initiated an empire-wide building program that was unprecedented in its size and scope, at least in the context of its time. And that building program, though dominated by church construction, St. Peter's, for example, was a hugely expensive undertaking, Constantine did not ignore the secular infrastructure, and he did his best to help cash-strapped municipalities keep their public buildings from falling into disrepair. And of course, there was the city he was building on the Bosphorus, which was officially inaugurated in May of 330 AD, but which remained a persistent drain on the treasury as the emperor got his city up and running. All of this added up to a very large number on the bottom line, and it is actually much to Constantine's credit that he was at least mindful of the fact that at the end of the day, the credits and debits ought to line up. Tax and spend might be bad, but tax cut and spend is even worse. Plus, while Constantine could never be accused of being frugal, neither could he be accused of being mindlessly extravagant. Everything he did had a point, and for the most part, that which Constantine paid for was well worth the cost. That said, his handling of the economy, and his monetary policy in particular, inflamed problems that would, in time, lead to nothing less than the fall of the Western Empire. For example, one of the most interesting side effects of the commercial tax was that large landowners were able to avoid paying it simply by making their estates as self-sufficient as possible. No trade, no tax. Along with a number of other factors, this increased self-sufficiently allowed the super elites to begin withdrawing from public life altogether, undermining the imperial system, and creating little independent fiefdoms that would in time form the backbone of feudal Europe. And that's the problem with these things. Sometimes you don't know what the final cost is going to be. Next time, we will cover the last years of the man history will come to know as Constantine the Great. With his heir apparent Crispus now dead, the aging emperor will have to quickly bring his younger sons up to speed so that the empire would not be left in the hands of novices when he was gone. Pressures in the north will plunge him and the empire back into war, and a crisis in the east will very nearly lead to armed conflict with the Persians. And of course, at the very end, and with no time left for any further sin to stain his soul, Constantine, the first Christian emperor, will finally be baptized. This week's episode is brought to you by Audible. As you know, Audible is the internet's leading provider of audio entertainment with over 80,000 titles to choose from. When you're done with this episode, go to audiblepodcast.com/Rome. That again, audiblepodcast.com/Rome. By going to that address, you qualify for a free book download when you sign up for a 14-day trial membership. There is no obligation to continue the service, and you can cancel anytime and keep the free book download. You can also keep going with one of the monthly subscription options and get great deals on all your future audiobook purchases. This week, I am going to go with an entry from the Annals of Greek History, The March of the 10,000 by Xenophon, recommended by listener Claude. It is the harrowing tale of 10,000 Greek mercenaries trying to fight their way back home after being left stranded in the middle of Persia after finding themselves on the losing side of a dynastic war. Written by one of the 10,000's leaders, it is one of the few historical accounts we have from the ancient world actually written by an active participant in the events he is describing. Just remember to go to audiblepodcast.com/Rome so that they know who sent you. Hello, and welcome to the History of Rome. Episode 139, Wash Away Your Sins. Last time, we talked about what Constantine got up to when he wasn't busy trying to convert the empire to Christianity. You'll recall that for the most part he was up to refining the administrative apparatus Diocletian had created, transforming Byzantium into Constantinople, and, killing his wife and son. This week, we will bring the long and remarkable career of the first Christian emperor to a close. But before we do, I want to spend some time discussing the external posture of the empire during Constantine's reign. Last time, we focused mostly on domestic concerns, taxes and monetary policy and so on, so this week I want to take a look at foreign affairs. What was Constantine's relationship with the tribes beyond the northern frontiers? What was his relationship with the great Sassanid Empire beyond the eastern frontiers? And of course, what was his relationship with the army that defended those frontiers? Once we get done talking about all that, we're going to turn our attention to the thorny issue of succession, and then finally to the baptism and death of Constantine the Great. As we've discussed previously, during the later Roman Empire, the hard line separating the civilized Romans from the barbarian tribes began to blur. Imperial policy had always hinted at the possible benefits of bringing the Germans into the Roman fold, and round about the reign of Aurelian, that hint became a blunt statement, as willing tribesmen, suitably pacified, started to be deposited in Gaul, or Pannonia, or Moesia, to help fill the empty quarters and provide a buffer between the soft inner empire and the hard northern wilds. These same tribesmen were then recruited into the army, and by virtue of the fact that the legions were a far more merit-based institution in the late empire than it was in the early empire, they began to climb up the chain of command. This so-called Germanization of the army is a very important development in the history of the empire, a development which we will come back to again and again as the West slips into terminal decline. Because any discussion of why the Western Empire fell would be incomplete without a good hard look at the Roman failure to successfully integrate the Germans, the way they had successfully integrated practically every other foreign people they had run up against in the whole long history of the empire. By virtue of the circumstances of his times, and the circumstances of his own political situation, Constantine wound up becoming an acolyte of Germanization. His father, as you'll recall, had gotten his imperial start fighting wars with and making peace with the tribes along the Rhine River. So when Constantine succeeded him, the son inherited the political and military legacies of the father. Constantius had embraced the policy of German settlement within the borders, and in particular, he had a strong relationship with the Franks on the Lower Rhine. Indeed, one of the great successes of his career was defeating a portion of the Franks who were aligned with Carausius and then flipping them over to his side. When Constantius died 10 years later and Constantine made his bid for power, he was backed at a critical moment by the Frankish clients his father had cultivated. From that moment on, Constantine had a close relationship with the Germans in general and the Franks in particular. They formed the most formidable parts of the armies he used to conquer the empire, and his own personal bodyguard was made up exclusively of German cavalry. This is of course not to say that the Germans were one monolithic thing, and that Constantine was friendly with them all, nor that they were all friendly with him. One look at the innumerable campaigns fought along the Rhine during the length of Constantine's career is enough to dispense with that notion. But that said, the incorporation of Germanic elements into the empire's military apparatus was now on the steady rise, and Constantine was a big reason why. Besides his willingness to fight using German soldiers, there was one other change Constantine made to the military structure that wound up having long-term consequences for the empire. You'll recall that back in episode 125, The Best Defense is a Good Defense, I mentioned the difficulty in trying to figure which of the period's military reforms were actually initiated by Diocletian, due to the presence of possible anachronisms in the historical record. Specifically, I was talking about the creation of the Limitanii, the frontier militias who would act as a first line of defense until the legions proper could arrive on the scene. Well, we can stop worrying about anachronisms now, because in the reign of Constantine, the existence of the Limitanii is definitely attested to, and those who are loath to attribute the creation of it to Diocletian are hesitant to do so because they believe it was actually Constantine who initiated the change, and that he did so as a way to make up for the fact that he was now deploying the empire's legionary forces much further behind the frontier lines. He is said to have done this in order to create large mobile field armies that would be able to easily reach an invasion point along the border and then overwhelm any hostile forces they found. But these days, there is a large contingent of historians who suspect that Constantine concentrated his forces and garrisoned them in interior cities for domestic political reasons. More than any commander since perhaps Octavian, Constantine's career was dominated by civil war, and it is not unreasonable to assume that his military posture was heavily influenced by that experience. To help him run the vast new army he now had sole control of, an army numbering somewhere between 400 and 600,000 men, Constantine created two new ranks, the Master of the Infantry and, resurrecting the long-ago abandoned title of a dictator second in command, the Master of the Horse. As the title suggests, one was supposed to be in control of the empire's foot soldiers, and the other in charge of the empire's cavalry, thus allowing for large-scale coordination without investing either man with sole control over all the forces in a region. But in practice, both of these high-ranking officers wound up commanding elements of the other's administrative sphere. Plus, in time, both of these ranks would become subservient to an overall master of the military, who acted as the commander-in-chief of the whole army, which kind of defeats the whole purpose of the foot-horse distinction. In and of themselves, these new positions are not that interesting, as they simply filled the void left by the Praetorian prefects once their military powers were stripped away. But the role the men who held these offices would play in the final century and a half of the Western Empire is fascinating indeed. Essentially, denied the right to hold political power in their own right, the powerful German officers who served as masters of the military in the 5th century would become the power behind a series of puppet emperors, and eventually, the imperial office itself would be weakened to the point that when it was abolished by Odoacer in 476, it went not with a bang, but a whimper. But we'll get to all of that soon enough. Constantine's reforms to the military worked out pretty well for the emperor at the time, but eventually they became the source of some of the harshest criticisms of his reign. By pulling the stronger, faster, and better-trained troops off the frontiers, the feeling was that he was fatally weakening the borderlands and leaving them far more vulnerable than they needed to be. Plus, by dropping huge garrisons in the cities of the interior, those cities were suddenly dealing with the burden of feeding and housing all of these troops. Far from the front lines, the soldiers grew soft, and the citizens became embittered. Morale suffered all around, and that old disconnect between the armed forces and the civilian population was revived with a vengeance. Finally, though there are many ways to look at the issue, Constantine's willingness to populate the legions with soldiers of German descent and augment his armies with German auxiliary forces was seen as a crucial development in the story of how the Western Empire fell. Because, the theory goes, once the Germans wormed their way into the military, the ultimate destruction of the empire became a matter not of if, but of when. But like I say, the reforms worked pretty well at the time, and for the 12 years he was sole emperor, the legions won every single campaign they initiated, and they initiated a lot, mostly against the Franks and the Alemanni on the Rhine, and the Sarmatians and Goths along the Danube. In fact, after being pushed back by the barbarians during the crisis of the 3rd century, the Romans finally, consistently, found themselves having the upper hand in their dealings with the northern menace. Things went so well that Constantine actually felt comfortable building a permanent bridge across the Rhine, and repairing the bridge that Trajan had once built and Aurelian had torn down that crossed the Danube. There was even a brief period in the early 330s when the Romans reoccupied Lower Dacia. Aware that his execution of Crispus had left him without an experienced heir, Constantine began handing all of these wars off to his younger sons to season them up a bit. None of them were quite old enough to hold down a command of their own, but they were put in nominal charge and told to stick close of the capable generals actually running things and learn everything they could as fast as they could. In 330, Constantine II earned the title Alemannicus, and in 332, at the age of 15, he fought in a successful war against the Goths. Constantius II, meanwhile, was sent to acquaint himself with the eastern provinces, and had there actually been a war with Persia, which we'll get to in a second, he certainly would have found himself right smack dab in the middle of it. Constantine's youngest son, Constans, was still just a child during the latter part of his father's reign, but he was made Caesar in 333, and likely would have followed his older brothers had the emperor lived. The implications of all this began to become clear. Constantine was not favoring one son over any of the others, and it appeared that the emperor expected all three of them to succeed him to power in the spirit, if not the form, of the Tetrarchy. If Constantine's redeployment of the empire's military forces raises eyebrows among scholars, then his succession plan makes them bang their heads against the wall. I don't think in all my research I have read a single good thing about how Constantine chose to leave the imperial house when he died. Had Crispus lived, it is probable that Constantine would have passed the throne directly to his eldest son, who was both a proven leader and eminently capable. But after, murdering him, Constantine was left with a pile of sons and nephews, all of whom were young, all of whom were relatively inexperienced, and none of whom really stood out against the others. So Constantine decided to just leave the empire to the whole lot of them, and let them figure it out for themselves. Constantine II was to receive the western provinces, Constantius II the eastern provinces, Constans, Italy, and Pannonia. One step-nephew, a man named Dalmatius, was to receive Thrace, Macedonia, and Achaia, and another, Hannibalianus, was to have some sort of vague authority over the far eastern borderlands. Had the sons of Constantine been paragons of virtue and filled with fraternal love, the arrangement might have worked. But unfortunately, they had all grown up in the shadow of their father, a man who had spent his entire life ruthlessly dispatching members of his own family in order to demolish a carefully arranged power-sharing agreement. Over the years, he had killed his father-in-law, 3 brothers-in-law, 1 nephew, his son, and his wife, all in the name of securing and maintaining sole control of the Roman Empire. His sons learned this lesson well, and if Constantine thought that they were not going to follow in his footsteps, then he was blind, or he was crazy, or both. More than a few people have accused him of simply being so egomaniacal that he just didn't care what happened after he died. We'll get into it more next week, but suffice it to say that Constantine had raised a basket full of vipers, and it took them about 7 seconds to turn on each other once the old man was gone. Which brings us to one of Constantine's last and most controversial initiatives. At some point between 334 and 336 AD, the emperor got it into his head that he was going to provoke a war with Persia. Why he thought this would be a good idea, especially since the legions were bogged down on both the Rhine and Danube frontiers, remains a mystery. But there you have it. The groundwork for the war had been laid at some point after he defeated Licinius, when the emperor sent a strongly worded letter to the Sassanid king, informing him that Constantine considered the Christians in Sassanid territory to be his clients, and that he would have no qualms about taking any necessary steps to ensure their safety. The Sassanid king did not miss the fact that this was pretty much exactly the same line of thinking that Constantine had just used to pick a war with Licinius. Tensions were kept to a low simmer until the mid-330s, when Constantine decided to confer upon his step-nephew, Hannibalianus, the title King of Kings of the Pontic people, which was basically the equivalent of the Sassanid king appointing someone emperor of the Roman people. In other words, pretty provocative stuff. So the Persians got a little paranoid, especially about the Christian king of Armenia, who they now saw as a part of a larger plan to encircle and conquer them. So, probably in 336, the Sassanid king invaded Armenia and deposed the Christian king, which could not have played more into Constantine's hands, and the old emperor began to gear up for one last great campaign. But he would never make it out of Bithynia. Not long after Easter 337, the emperor fell ill and left Constantinople to recover at the hot baths near the city of Helenopolis, named for the emperor's mother. After a short visit to the Turkish coast, Constantine realized that he was not going to recover, and he tried to make it back to Constantinople so he could die in the city he had created. But he was only able to make it as far as the suburbs of Nicomedia. Knowing that the end was near, Constantine summoned the bishop of Nicomedia to formally baptize him. People often express surprise and wonder at the fact that the first Christian emperor was not baptized until moments before his death, and a cynical reading often results. Usually that reading goes something like this: the emperor never was a true Christian, and even now was just hedging his bets. But there is another reading that I often find more compelling. Constantine was a true believer who was really, really afraid of the Lord our God. It was not uncommon at the time to believe that baptism washed away all your accumulated sins, and basically left you with a blank moral slate. If you truly believe, then, that too much sin would hurt your ability to make it into heaven, it is only logical to wait until the last possible moment to get baptized. That way, you would go in clean as a newborn babe. It was a dangerous game because, hey, what if you get run over by an ox cart? But it was a game that Constantine evidently played and won, because in the few days between his baptism and his death, he didn't murder a single one of his family members. So, pure as a fresh mountain stream, on May the 22nd, 337 AD, Constantine the Great died. He was 65 years old and had been an emperor for almost 31 years. Constantine was a strong political leader, indisputably the greatest general of his age, and a visionary who transformed the religious and cultural life of the empire like no emperor before him. Before he rose to power, Christianity was a religion being hunted down like a criminal, and when he died, Rome was so far down the road to conversion that Julian the Apostate's attempt to turn back the tide simply confirmed how much Constantine had entrenched his new religion. Beyond that epoch-shifting feat, he also built a new capital on the Bosphorus that quite literally became the most important city in the world for 1,000 years. But these great, truly great achievements were offset by a darker set of legacies. And when the critiques of Constantine's military reforms are coupled with his handling of the Sassanids and his handling of the succession issue, what we are left with is a great emperor with a mixed record. Because one of the major questions we must ask when assessing an imperial career is, did he leave the empire stronger and safer than he found it? In Constantine's case, it is not uncommon to hear scholars and historians say, well, no, he did not. His new gold standard served to stabilize the economy, yes, but only for the upper classes. The rest of the citizen body was left scrambling to keep up in a world of runaway inflation. Mostly they could not keep up, and the roots of medieval feudalism with its serfs and its lords is not too difficult to detect. His inexplicable desire to start up a war with the Sassanids would leave his heirs tied to an unnecessary conflict with the Persians for years that would cost men and resources, and at least one emperor, that Rome really couldn't spare. And, of course, his ill-conceived dynastic plans all but guaranteed a return to the dark days of civil war. Constantine the Great was a great emperor, and easily one of the most important figures in all of world history. But despite the key role he played in the evolution of the West, we should not forget that he was also a flawed man, who was fully capable of making bad choices that his heirs paid for in blood and treasure. Some would even go so far as to trace the fall of the Western Empire right to his doorstep. Gibbon's whole thesis, for example, was that Christianity was a malignant cancer that eventually killed the empire. I wouldn't go that far, because nothing Constantine did guaranteed a catastrophe of that magnitude, and some of the things he did, like furthering the Germanization of the army, only turned out to be bad ideas in retrospect because of how his successors handled the issue, not because they were inherently bad ideas. Constantine was a complicated man who lived in and utterly dominated complicated times. Whatever your view of the man, noble Christian saint, or reckless theocratic tyrant, he changed the course of world history, and for that reason alone, we will never, ever stop talking about him. Next week, we will stop talking about Constantine. Instead, live and in-person me will be back to discuss the bloody struggle that erupted between his sons and nephews the minute the emperor was dead. It would take 13 years of strife, backstabbing, and discord before the empire was once again united under a single man, the craftiest and ruthless of all Constantine's heirs, Constantius II. Hello, and welcome to the History of Rome, Episode 140, My Three Sons. Well, live and in-person me is back. As you know, the History of Rome just spent the last 5 weeks bouncing back and forth between Italy and Turkey on the official History of Rome Roman History Tour. It was an absolutely fantastic time, and the answer is yes, we are planning to do it again, and the sooner the better. That said, there's nothing I hate more than beating around the bush, so let's get back into this thing. It's been 6 weeks since I last thought about the show, and I'm dying to find out what happens next. But there are two minor corrections I need to get out of the way before we can get on with it. First, alert listener Anthony caught me accidentally reversing syllables in episode 137, so the polarizing deacon who later became the polarizing Bishop of Alexandria should have been Athanasius, not Anathasius. Sorry about that. The second mistake is from episode 138 and is quite a bit more embarrassing. See, what happened is that I had just gotten Mrs. The History of Rome into the reboot of Battlestar Galactica, so we were pretty much watching it non-stop. At the same time, I personally also happened to be watching a lot of the HBO Rome series. Do you see where this is going? Unfortunately, despite my clear memory to the contrary, Saul Tigh never did say, "No one is a traitor until they are." Although it really sounds like something he might say. In reality, Titus Pullo said it. He said it in Rome, Season 2, Episode 8, A Necessary Fiction. Alert listener Nick mentioned in the comment thread that he remembered Pullo saying something just like that, and I immediately knew I had botched the reference. It was an honest mistake in a time of great stress, and I hope that you will all forgive me. Okay, now that all the old business has been dispensed with, unless there are any objections, let's move on to new business. We left off last time with the death of Constantine on May 22, 337 AD. This week, I want to cover how his sons handled the fact that they were now in charge of the empire. As we will see, they will quickly prove that they are every bit their father's sons. It is difficult to pinpoint exactly where the boys were at the moment of their father's death, but it appears that Constantine II, the eldest of the three at 21 years old, was in the far west, perhaps even as far off as Trier. Constans, the youngest of the three at somewhere between 14 and 17 years old, was likely in Pannonia or northern Italy, while the middle son, 20-year-old Constantius II, was in the far east, readying for a campaign against the Sassanids. Of the three sons, Constantius will prove to be the most cunning, decisive, and ruthless of them all, and this became apparent right from the very beginning. Dropping everything, he rushed back to Constantinople and took it upon himself to immediately oversee the funeral and burial of the dead emperor before either of his brothers could arrive and share in the prestige of presiding over an imperial funeral. Savvy play. And he was just getting warmed up. Now, as we discussed last week, Constantine had laid out a fairly detailed succession scheme that involved splitting up the empire between his three sons and two of his nephews, Dalmatius and Hannibalianus. The latter was to hold some vague authority over the eastern borderlands, while the former was to be granted control of Thrace, Macedonia, and Achaia, which is to say, Dalmatius was to be in charge of Constantinople itself. Scholars have surmised that Constantine was attempting to set up a sort of neutral zone around the capital, so that no one of his sons would be able to claim it as their own, and thus throw the balance of power out of whack. But boy, was that ever not what happened at all. About 10 minutes after Constantine was laid to rest, Constantius II initiated what has since been dubbed the Massacre of the Princes, which was, yeah, exactly what it sounds like it was, a massacre of princes. To fully appreciate what Constantius II is about to do, we must unfortunately turn for a second to the insanely convoluted Constantinian family tree, which I can assure you is every bit as confusing as the Julio-Claudian family tree. I'll admit that as I parse my way through the twists and turns of Constantine's extended family, I secretly began to thank Constantius II for killing half of them off in May 337, just because of how much it simplifies everything. As with the Julio-Claudians, there were two main branches to the family that were often at subtle odds with each other. On one side, there were the descendants of Constantius and Helena, which is to say Constantine the Great and his children. And on the other were the descendants of Constantius and Maximian's daughter Theodora. Constantius' second marriage eventually produced 3 sons and 3 daughters, giving Constantine a raft of half-brothers and sisters to deal with. You'll no doubt recall that one of these half-sisters, Constantia, was married to Licinius, and another, Anastasia, was married to the ill-fated Bassianus, who Constantine executed on trumped-up treason charges as he was preparing a case for war against Licinius. The third sister, Eutropia, wound up giving birth to a boy named Nepatianus, which is noteworthy for two reasons. First, he will show up briefly in 350 AD running a counter-usurpation against Magnentius, and second, that means that he survived the massacre of the princes, despite all the talk about how Constantius Gallus and Julian were the only males from the Theodora side of the family to make it out alive. Probably he is little noted because he was the son of one of Constantine's sisters rather than one of Constantine's brothers, so with patriarchal rules applying, he just isn't considered that relevant. As for Constantine's half-brothers, the eldest, Flavius Dalmatius, had at least two sons that we know about, and, coincidentally enough, two sons that you know about too, the aforementioned Dalmatius and Hannibalianus, who were favored enough by Constantine to be brought into his succession scheme. The second brother, Julius Constantius, gave birth to two sons and a daughter with his first wife, and another son with his second wife. Now, I normally wouldn't bother getting that deep into all of this, but the thing is that of all the males on the Theodora side of the family, not counting Nepatianus, of course, only the youngest sons of Julius Constantius will manage to survive the massacre of the princes. 11-year-old Constantius Gallus, and 5- or 6-year-old Flavius Claudius Julianus, the future Emperor Julian the Apostate. So sorry for throwing all of this mind-numbing lineage at you, but I wanted to at least introduce these boys, so you know how exactly they come by their future imperial dignities. The last of Constantine's half-brothers was an elder Hannibalianus, who was probably dead by this point, so just forget about him. He will not be on the test. Over the course of his reign, Constantine had brought in all of these half-brothers and sisters into his imperial system, doling out key assignments to the brothers and key marriages to the sisters. Constantius and Theodora had started up their family about 20 years after Constantine had been born, so when the emperor kicked the bucket in 337, all of these brothers and sisters were in their late 30s and early 40s. In other words, entering the prime of their lives, ready, willing, and able to take on a greater role in government and help steer the fortunes of the next generation, the generation that had been granted formal authority by Constantine. But Constantius II had no interest in playing nice with the other children. With the whole of Theodora's extended family present in Constantinople for the funeral, Constantius II saw an opportunity to secure undisputed power for himself and his brothers, and he took it. Though the details are sketchy, it appears that over the course of 1 or 2 bloody days, Constantius ordered his uncles and cousins seized and executed. Their alleged crime? Nothing less than the assassination of Constantine the Great. Some contrived evidence was put forth to support the charge, but other than that, there was nothing resembling due process. All in all, 9 men from Theodora's side of the family were killed, and this of course included Dalmatius and Hannibalianus, the young men who were supposed to share power with Constantius and his brothers. As I just said, not counting Nepatianus of course, young Constantius Gallus and Julian were the only ones spared, due entirely to the fact that they were merely children. But don't worry, Gallus too will eventually join his family by dying at Constantius's order in 354. In the end, only Julian will survive Constantius's wrath, and it's possible that was only because Constantius died before he could get around to killing Julian. So far as I can tell, Constantine's middle son faced no long-term repercussions for having ordered a purge of his extended family, and the empire simply accepted that that was the way things went sometimes. That, and whoever might be inclined to dissent, just got put on notice that maybe criticizing the new emperor was bad for your health. Before we move off this, though, I should mention that there is another version of all this, that depicts Constantius as merely allowing the massacre to happen, rather than ordering it himself. That is, the palace troops detested Theodora's side of the family so much that they were just itching to murder them all, and when Constantine died, Constantius II simply allowed their passions to run wild. But given every other paranoid and ruthless thing he did with his life, I am not at all opposed to laying blame squarely at the young prince's doorstep. It is in perfect keeping with all of Constantius's later tendencies. His two brothers, for their part, did not seem at all concerned about the massacre, and when the three of them met a few months later in Sirmium, they did not engage in any hand-wringing over the murders, so much as focus intently on how best to divide the empire between them. The map they agreed to adhered mostly to their father's boundary lines, with Constantine II receiving the far western provinces of Gaul, Britannia, Hispania, and Mauritania, Constantius holding all of the eastern provinces plus Thrace, which means he gets Constantinople, another savvy play, and Constans holding Italy, Illyria, Macedonia, Achaia, and the Middle African provinces. However, since he was no older than 17 at this point, and possibly as young as 14, Constans was forced to accept that Constantine II would be his guardian and hold a super authority over his territories until young Constans came of age. The youngest of Constantine's sons was no doubt annoyed by this, but he gave in, knowing that he would not have to wait long to be considered their equal. After all, his brothers were only 21 and 20 respectively. In other words, not really much older than he was right then, so it's not like they were going to be bossing him around for long. Emerging from the meeting, the three sons of Constantine were officially hailed as co-Augusti by the assembled troops, and then they marched off to govern their respective provinces. For Constantius, this meant heading straight for the Syrian border. You'll recall from last week that in the final years of his reign, Constantine inexplicably began to provoke a war with the Sassanids, which, as you can imagine, they did not take kindly to. Now that some untested punks were in charge of the empire, the Persians decided that now was a pretty good time to punch the Romans in the nose and maybe remind them why détente in the east was far preferable to war. So they started attacking Roman positions, and off Constantius went to try to stop them. We don't have a particularly good record of the subsequent campaign, but it appears that in the beginning at least, Constantius was repeatedly beaten and forced to scramble around a bit before he was able to find his sea legs, although nothing resembling a decisive encounter ever took place. Meanwhile, back in the west, Constantine II set up court in Trier and began surveying the territory that he now controlled. But when he surveyed the territory he now controlled, he quickly became convinced that he had been shortchanged. I'm not sure why he didn't just speak up during the meeting in Sirmium when this was all being hashed out to begin with, but he didn't, and so it's not until the winter of 337-338 that we begin to hear Constantine complaining that he deserved a bigger share of the empire because, after all, he was the oldest brother. One possible explanation is that Constantine was under the impression that he would be able to dominate Constans forever, and so he had mentally lumped his youngest brother's territory in with his own. But after learning that Constans had no intention of being dominated by anyone, Constantine suddenly decided he wanted more territory to call explicitly his own. So, he demanded that Constans immediately cede all the African provinces. This request was naturally met with some pushback by young Constans, but not so much at this point that war between the two brothers was inevitable. They agreed to meet later in 338 to discuss the situation. In between coming to power and the summit with Constans, there was one matter of consequence that Constantine II weighed in on, and it has to do with our old friend Athanasius. After bursting onto the scene as a fierce anti-Arian deacon during the run-up to the Council of Nicaea, Athanasius had since succeeded Alexander to the bishopric of Alexandria, ignoring age requirements and proper electoral procedure to get there, by the way, and then he used his new powers to come down hard on those who strayed from the Nicene orthodoxy. His methods were often denounced by his enemies within the church, and by 335 he was more or less dragged in front of Constantine the Great to answer a laundry list of charges, including destruction of church property and the murder of a rival bishop. Athanasius wound up being cleared of all the charges, except for an alleged threat he had made to cut off the Egyptian grain supply to Constantinople. You can do a lot of things in this life, but you do not even hint that you're going to mess with the grain supply from Egypt. Constantine ordered the polarizing bishop banished to Gaul. After Constantine's death, the pro-orthodoxy Western bishops began to petition Constantine II to allow Athanasius to return to his post in Alexandria. Seeing a golden opportunity to establish friendly relations with the Christian leadership in his provinces, Constantine II cancelled Athanasius' exile and granted his request for return passage to Egypt. Now, the various exiles and returns from exile that this controversial bishop endured during his life, I think there were like 5 total rounds in all, would be important to document for a comprehensive history of the Church, but that's not exactly what we're doing here. So the big takeaway from all of this is that we must understand how much Constantine II's decision to free Athanasius annoyed his brother Constantius II, because Constantius was, wait for it, a staunch Arian. So just over a decade had passed since Constantine had made Christianity the religion of the emperors, and already doctrinal disputes were percolating their way up into the imperial court. Almost from the start, then, Constantine's dream of one church supporting one emperor turned out to be something of a pipe dream, as rival factions within the church were now supporting rival factions within the imperial family. Each side was playing for keeps, and one side had just convinced Constantine II to let an almost certainly seditious leader loose in Constantius's, their enemy's, domain. Constantius was not at all happy about this. It's an issue that likely would have come to a head eventually, but at that particular moment Constantius was bogged down fighting an inconclusive war against the Sassanids, and Constantine II was about to find out just how little Constans was willing to be pushed around. So they didn't have time to have it out over Athanasius. In 338, the eldest and youngest of the 3 brothers met in Moesia to reassess their respective borders, and it appears that Constans, at least face-to-face, was willing to concede the issue. His older brother's rhetoric was getting mighty bellicose, so Constans agreed to hand over the African provinces to Constantine in the interest of imperial unity. At least, that's what he said. In practice, he was not going to go down that easy. For all of the rest of 338, the 2 brothers went off and defended their frontiers. Constans campaigned along the Danube against the Sarmatians, and Constantine campaigned against the Alemanni along the Rhine. But as 338 gave way to 339, the African provinces had still not been handed over to Constantine as per the agreement. Constantine complained, which prompted Constans to finally begin the administrative handover. But even then, he told his brother that the city of Carthage and most of its surrounding territory was not going to be handed over. That land, Constans announced, was henceforth to be considered a part of Italia. Now, of course, on the one hand, that makes no kind of sense. But on the other hand, it makes perfect sense. That part of the North African coast was the key supplier of grain to Italy. Giving up control of it meant giving up any hope of self-sufficiency. From a geographic point of view, arguing that Carthage was a part of Italy was and is insane. But from a military and political point of view, that section of the North African coast had to be considered a part of Italy. In the ensuing back and forth, Constantine pointed out that arguing Carthage wasn't a part of Africa was insane, and Constans pointed out that he didn't really care, because he wasn't going to give up Carthage. Constantine tried to play the "I am technically still your guardian, so do what I say" card, and Constans countered with his "I'm an adult now and you can't tell me what to do" card. As 339 gave way to 340, the issue had still not been resolved, and tensions were rising. Constantine eventually became so angry over Constance's stonewalling that he decided to take the ultimate step. As the eldest brother, he could only allow so much disrespect before honor and dignity required that he do something about it. With Constans busy on the Danube campaigning once again against the Sarmatians, Constantine II was ordered by dignity and honor to invade Italy. Word of the invasion reached Constans at his Dacian headquarters, and he immediately dispatched a company of his best troops to keep Constantine busy until Constans could extract himself safely from his northern campaign and come have it out with his brother in person. But there never would be any need for him to come. Shortly after invading, Constantine was running an operation near Aquileia when he was ambushed by enemy forces. In the ensuing fight, Constantine II was killed. He was 24 years old and had been in Augustus for just about 3 years. It is probably too strained an analogy to call Constantine II the Fredo of the family, but between his failure to take charge after the death of his father, to his acquiescing to a power-sharing agreement that didn't favor him, to his whining about said power-sharing agreement after the fact, and finally, to his botched invasion that led to his death, Constantine II does not really jump out and say, "I was a great leader, cut down before my time." More like, "I'm not really the equal of my brothers politically or militarily, and it was just a matter of time before something like this happened to me." Dead on the battlefield or dead in a rowboat, I think that's where Constantine II was headed from day one. In a mirror to the reaction of his brothers following the massacre of the princes, this time it was Constantius who found himself taking the news of a family member being killed off in stride. In the brutally unsentimental world Constantine's sons had been raised in, the loss of a brother was not seen as the loss of a brother, so much as the elimination of a rival. Now, the empire was neatly divided in two between Constantius and Constans, a much more satisfying state of affairs for both of them than the unwieldy five-way split that their father had left him with and the three-way split that they had just dealt with. I have no doubt that each harbored dreams of winning sole control of the empire, but for now, each was fine to let the other have his half. Constans ruled the west, and Constantius the east. It was a power-sharing agreement that would last for a full decade, and though they came close, it was also a power-sharing agreement that never devolved into open war. In the end, it was Constance's loss of support amongst the men of the Rhine legions that did him in, rather than the machinations of his Machiavellian brother. Next week, we will push on to that fateful year of 350 AD, and watch as Constans falls, Magnentius rises, and Nepoticianus makes his adorable little bid for power. This week's episode is brought to you by Audible. As you know, Audible is the internet's leading provider of audio entertainment with over 80,000 titles to choose from. When you're done with this episode, go to audiblepodcast.com/Rome. That again, audiblepodcast.com/Rome. By going to that address, you qualify for a free book download when you sign up for a 14-day trial membership. There is no obligation to continue the service, and you can cancel anytime and keep the free book. Or, you can keep going with one of the monthly subscription options and get great deals on all future audiobook purchases. This week, I am going to go with a recommendation from listener Michael Stokes, and seconded by a few others, the Didius Falco Mystery Series by Lindsay Davis. Set during the reign of Vespasian, the books follow proto-detective Falco as he gets to the bottom of one crime after another from his base on the Aventine Hill. There are at least 10 books from the series on Audible, but the first is The Silver Pigs. Just remember to go to audiblepodcast.com/Rome so that they know who sent you. Hello, and welcome to the History of Rome. Episode 141, Blood and Water. When Constantine died in 337 AD, he left the empire saddled with an unwieldy five-way power-sharing system that it appears he just sort of hoped would somehow find a way to work. Well, by 340, it had found a way to work. It found a way to work by killing off 3/5 of its members. With the number of living Augusti now down to a manageable 2, Constantius II and Constans were able to share control of the Roman Empire for a decade without butting heads with each other too much. That did not mean they were mutually supportive best friends by any stretch of the imagination, but it did mean that they mostly respected the legitimacy of the other, and as each had more than enough to deal with in their own half of the empire, it meant that they were not constantly at each other's throats. In other words, the saber-rattling was kept to a minimum, and civil war was avoided. Indeed, when Constantius finally did march west to fight a civil war, it was not to take his brother out, but to avenge his death. Of course, this was not vengeance in the "you killed my brother, prepare to die" sense, so much as the allowing an illegal usurpation would set an unacceptable precedent sense, but still, the death of his brother did spur Constantius to some kind of action, which is about as nice a thing as you can say about these guys at this point in history. But before we can get into all that, we need to zip through the 340s AD, which are something of a lost decade source-wise. We know a few things, but until Ammianus Marcellinus comes along and starts to fill in the gaps, we are unfortunately left with a rather broad brush to help us paint the years of Constantius and Constance's joint rule. But like I said, we do know a few things. Both of the emperors began their newly established joint rule by doing what emperors usually do when they want to cement their legitimacy. They made war on the enemies of Rome. In the West, Constans spent most of 341 and 342 battling uncooperative Franks, and appears to have been mostly successful on those campaigns. In early 343, he abruptly abandoned the Rhine and headed north to Britannia, where he made a rare winter crossing over to the island, leading scholars to surmise that some sort of revolt had broken out that required immediate imperial attention. The revolt cannot have been too big a concern, though, because by the spring, Constans was back in Trier, keeping an eye on the Rhine. During this same period, Constantius operated almost exclusively out of Antioch, and spent most of his time fighting the Sassanid king Shapur II. As I mentioned last week, this new war between Rome and Persia had technically been initiated by Shapur following the death of Constantine in 337, but we should not forget that it was likely the now-dead emperor's threatening rhetoric that laid the groundwork for this latest round of hostilities. The two great empires fought mostly in Mesopotamia, and their armies were apparently well matched because over the course of what would eventually be 13 uninterrupted years of war, Constantius and Shapur fought at least 9 major battles, and none of them were conclusive. Though I should mention that none of them are particularly well documented either. Despite all the ambiguity, though, there is one great accomplishment that Constantius can point to. On 3 separate occasions over the course of the Long War, Shapur laid siege to the key fortress city of Nispus, and on all 3 occasions he was repelled and forced to withdraw. But as notable an accomplishment as this was, though, it sort of leaves us asking the question of what this whole war was about, if preventing the fall of a city turns out to be the big upshot of it all. To put it another way, for 13 years, blood and treasure was expended in massive quantities on both sides, and in the end, nothing changed, nothing was resolved, and no one benefited. Good work, everyone. Beyond the standard imperial war-making, the two emperors were also kept busy through the 340s by what was fast becoming one of the defining features of imperial rule: Christian church politics. Constantius, as I mentioned last week, sympathized with the Arians and promoted their candidates for bishoprics whenever he could. This theological leaning was on display, for example, when the emperor pushed for the Arian Eusebius of Nicomedia, who had been the one to baptize Constantine the Great, by the way, to take over as the Bishop of Constantinople in 338. But it was perhaps nowhere more on display than in his dealings with Athanasius. I didn't get into this last week, but about 5 minutes after the anti-Arian bishop was returned home to Alexandria by Constantine II, Constantius found cause to return him to exile. There was basically no way the emperor was going to let a man with that much power and that much charisma roam free in his territory, stirring up trouble. So, it was back to the west for Athanasius. This would have probably been all well and good from an imperial point of view, except for the fact that Constans had developed into something of a pro-Nicene partisan. As with Constantine II, Constance's religious affinities probably had as much to do with the general pro-Nicene orthodoxy of the Western Church as anything else. But on two separate occasions in the early 340s, Constans met with Athanasius and found him to be a man of admirable virtue, who was getting the short end of it from his brother. Constans soon came to the decision that Athanasius was the lawful bishop of Alexandria, and that he ought to be allowed to return home and serve as such. But as Constans was hardening his pro-Nicene position, Constantius was hardening his pro-Arian position. In 341, while the emperor was in Antioch, Bishop Eusebius died, and before Constantius could react one way or the other, the clergy in Constantinople elevated the anti-Arian Paul of Constantinople to the bishopric of the capital city. When Constantius found out what had happened, he was livid. Not just because he hadn't been consulted, but because he had already deposed and exiled Paul once before in order to clear the way for Eusebius. Fuming over the appointment, Constantius ordered his master of the horse to go to Constantinople and personally oversee the re-banishment of Paul. But when the commander arrived, he found the people of Constantinople ready to defend Paul's right to the office. So much so that in the heat of the moment they barricaded him inside his house and then set it on fire. The master of the horse, one of the most senior military officials in the empire, was killed in the blaze. And then, to top things off, his body was dragged through the streets in triumph. I wonder what Constantius is going to think about all this. Constantius, surprisingly, took the news of his top lieutenant's murder in stride, and decided to allow the people to have their bishop. Just kidding. When word of what happened reached Antioch, Constantius flew into a rage, saddled up his horse, and double-timed it to Constantinople, where he planned to separate as many heads from as many bodies as he could find. When he arrived in the capital, though, he was greeted by a population that seemed so genuinely remorseful, who supplicated themselves so completely that Constantius's anger was tempered. Instead of massacring the whole lot of them then, the emperor settled on cutting their free grain allotment by 50%. It goes without saying that Paul was once again exiled from the city. Satisfied that things had been set right, the emperor returned to Antioch to continue the war against Persia. But that would not be the end of it. Constantius's willingness to exile anti-Arian bishops from his provinces eventually came to affect relations with his brother, and in time lead to the closest brush with civil war the two emperors faced during their decade in office together. The various Eastern exiles, including Athanasius and Paul, took up residence in Rome, where they were sheltered and defended by the bishop Julius. Pretty soon, Constans was being hit up from all sides to do something about Constantius's mistreatment of all these good and decent men of God. So in 343, Constans called for an ecumenical council to meet in Sardica, to rehabilitate Athanasius and his fellow expatriates, but when the outnumbered Eastern bishops determined that the whole thing was rigged against them, they walked out en masse, and as a result, the Council of Sardica not only failed in its stated goal to reunite the Church, but it also failed to even make the list of official ecumenical councils. By 346, tensions between East and West came to a head, and after getting the brush off time and again, Constans finally decided that the only way to get his older brother's attention was to threaten war. Allow Athanasius and his compatriots return to the East, or I am going to invade your territory and force you to do it. This threat did indeed get Constantius's attention, and set off a flurry of diplomatic correspondence between Antioch and Sirmium, where Constans had taken up provocative residence. Tied down by his protracted war with the Sassanids, Constantius could not afford to waste political or military capital on theological arguments, and though the thought of allowing Athanasius to return to Alexandria rankled him, Constantius basically backed down and gave in to his brother's demand. When Athanasius returned to Alexandria, he was greeted by the population like a conquering hero and immediately reclaimed the bishopric of the city. For the next 4 years, an uneasy truce would stand between emperor and bishop, until the death of Constans in 350 removed Constantius's impediment to action, and Athanasius was banished once again. But despite the return of so many controversial bishops to their home provinces, the late 340s were pretty much the same as the early 340s as far as the Eastern Empire was concerned. Constantius waged war against Shapur, and Shapur waged war against Constantius. Exactly the same thing that had been going on for the last decade. But in the West, Constans began to slip up. Though he had begun his reign with a great deal of promise, of late he had begun to fall into the same trap that had ensnared previous young rulers. Surrounded by sycophants, the 20-something Augustus of the West was losing touch with reality. The common complaint was that he was giving himself over too much to hunting and banqueting and other extracurricular activities, while neglecting the real business of ruling half the empire. Compounding this problem were charges that he was treating his court and his subjects with unnecessary cruelty. Now, this didn't have to become a problem so large that it would eventually destroy him, but Constans forgot the most basic rule of imperial rule. Make sure the army is taken care of. He was not taking care of the army, and so the army took care of him. If anyone is surprised by what's about to happen, just go and listen to the back episodes again, because it's not like these things haven't happened before. Constance's main problem is that he had become enamored with an elite archery corps who acted as his personal bodyguard, and while he lavished gifts and attention on them, he neglected the officers and soldiers out on the frontiers. They, of course, began to talk amongst themselves about how annoying it was that these pretty boy archers were getting all the love. After a few years of enduring what they felt was supreme disrespect, this talking amongst themselves became more of a clamor, and the leading officers of the Rhine legions began to think seriously about finding a replacement emperor. By 349, a conspiracy had solidified around Magnentius, a popular general who was serving as the commander of the official imperial guard units, as opposed to Constance's unofficial archery guard. According to the legend, Magnentius and some of his fellow officers were gathered for dinner in January of 350 at Augustodunum, modern Autun in France, when Magnentius excused himself from the table. Upon the general's return, the other officers noticed that he was draped in a purple cloak. They cheered and hailed him as emperor, and just like that, the West was in revolt. Constans, enjoying himself at some unspecified spot near Augustodunum, heard of the revolt and began making plans to resist, until he discovered just how out of touch he had become. Apart from his personal guard and a few members of the court, absolutely no one lined up to defend him. I don't know how popular he thought he was, or even if he cared how popular he was, but it had to have come as a surprise to find out just how unpopular he was. The legions up and down the Rhine immediately joined Magnentius's banner. Constans was all alone. Fearing capture if he tried to pass directly through the Alps, the fugitive emperor made instead for Spain, where he planned to hop a ship to Italy and hopefully regroup. But Magnentius's agents caught up with him in the foothills of the Pyrenees, and Constans was executed. He was somewhere between 27 and 30 years old, and had been in Augustus for almost 13 years. The usurpation of Magnentius and the murder of Constans kicked off a frenzy of activity across the empire. In the Far East, Constantius received word that his brother had been killed, and immediately he began working on a plan to extract himself from his war with Persia so he could personally go put the revolt down. Magnentius was trying to head all this off by asking Constantius to just go ahead and recognize him. After all, the empire needed a strong hand in the west. The eastern legions were bogged down with a war, so why not just do the sensible thing and let me, a strong and popular general, run things for you out here? But Constantius wasn't having it. You don't get to overthrow a member of the family and just get away with it. Magnentius was right about one thing, though. The eastern legions were bogged down in a war. So, as much as he wanted to, Constantius couldn't immediately pick up and march west. As the emperor worked up a plan to put the war with Persia on hold, however, his sister Constantina, the widow of Hannibalianus, apparently took matters into her own hands, and wrote to a general closely allied with the Constantinian family named Vetranio, asking him to take matters into his own hands. As one of the senior commanders of the Danube region, Vetranio was well positioned with a large army to oppose the rising power of Magnentius. Spurred on by the emperor's sister, Vetranio declared himself Augustus in March of 350. Now, Constantius cannot have been too happy about this declaration, but he recognized his own weak position and the need for a powerful ally, and Vetranio, backed by Constantia, was promising to be a powerful ally. So the Eastern Augustus went ahead and accepted the general's self-elevation as legitimate. For now. The rise of Vetranio had the intended effect, and finally put a stop to Magnentius's unchecked expansion. Since being declared Augustus in January, the general had gotten all the provinces in Gaul, Britannia, Hispania, and Italy lined up behind him, and he was looking to press on into Constance's Illyrian territory. If he could nail down Illyria, then it was just a hop-skip over to Constantinople. Whether he was actually looking to capture the capital is anyone's guess, but at the very least, the threat would have made his bargaining position that much stronger. But with Vetranio now standing firm against him with the Danube legions at his back, Magnentius was forced to settle for what he had already acquired. There would be no directly threatening Constantinople. Magnentius would have to figure out a different way to convince Constantius to legitimize him. Through the rest of the spring, a stalemate ensued, with Magnentius commanding the west, Vetranio holding down the center, and Constantius desperately trying to get out of Syria. Into this mix, a fourth player emerged onto the stage in June of 350. Nepotioanus, the lost nephew of Constantine, suddenly appeared at the gates of Rome backed by a small army of gladiators. Since the Eternal City was by this point a strategic backwater, Magnentius had not garrisoned the city, and his supporters there had to rely on a citizen militia for protection. This citizen militia was no match for Nepotioanus's gladiators, and the Forgotten Prince was basically able to stride right through the gates and declare himself master of Rome. For the next 28 days, it looked like Magnentius might be in real trouble. Not only had he stopped acquiring new territory, but he was already losing territory, and to a random Constantinian cousin and a couple of gladiators, no less. But fortunately for Magnentius, the seizure of Rome only occurred because the general had put the Eternal City pretty far down on his list of priorities. I mean, come on, since when has Rome been the key to anything? So Nepotioanus held Rome for exactly the amount of time it took for Magnentius to find out what happened, organize an appropriate response force, and then send it back down the peninsula. Now that he had Magnentius's attention, Nepotioanus didn't stand a chance. The professional soldiers of the legions easily bested his gladiators, and Nepotioanus himself died in the fighting. This small blip aside, the stalemate between Magnentius, Vetranio, and Constantius continued for most of the rest of the year, until finally the Eastern Augustus hit upon some luck in his dealing with the Persians. It seems that right around this same time, Shapur began having problems of his own. With the bulk of the Sassanid army locked down fighting Rome, unruly Scythians had begun raiding his northern frontier. So, just as Constantius was looking for a way out of the war to go deal with Magnentius, Shapur was looking for a way out so he could go deal with the Scythians. As the winter of 350 approached, the two rival leaders agreed to a temporary ceasefire that would allow them each to pull back from Mesopotamia and go handle business on other fronts. The truce would wind up holding for the next 8 years, until, after finally pacifying his northern borders, Shapur decided to take another crack at Rome. For those of you who are reading ahead, that next round of fighting will be the one that eventually kills Julian the Apostate and leads to Jovian's infamous peace agreement of 363. Truce in hand, Constantius was now ready to march west and crush Magnentius. But as much as he trusted the Persian king to abide by the agreement, he did not really trust the Persian king to abide by the agreement. The emperor, already inclined towards paranoia, was worried that the minute he turned his back, Shapur would jump him from behind. Fearing that the lack of a strong imperial presence would incline the Persian toward just this sort of trick, Constantius decided that he needed a stand-in emperor. Someone who would keep the Persians from breaking the peace, provide the backbone the legions needed to maintain their vigil, and, perhaps most importantly, protect Constantius's interests in the east. But with most of his male relatives having been killed off at one point or another, the list of acceptable candidates, read blood-related candidates, was now down to 2. The boys who had survived the massacre of the princes, now 25-year-old Constantius Gallus, and his younger brother, 18-year-old Julian. Constantius, of course, chose to elevate Gallus, who was not only older, but he didn't have his head shoved in a book all the time. In a ceremony at Antioch, Constantius formally invested Gallus with the title Caesar and gave him authority over the eastern provinces. To seal the deal, Gallus was wed to Constantina, the outspoken sister of Constantius, who was also the one to so recently prod Vetranio into action. That she was Gallus's own cousin was neither here nor there. Peace with the Sassanids established, and a loyal Caesar holding down the fort in Antioch, Constantius could finally march west and exact the full measure of his revenge on Magnentius. As I said before, it's not necessarily that Constantius was broken up about Constance's death, or even that he thought Magnentius would make a bad ruler. It was just that in a world where his own claim to the throne rested entirely on the fact that he was the blood son of Constantine, well, allowing someone from outside the family into the imperial circle kind of undercut the entire rationale for his own rule. The days of the Tetrarchy, with its idealized vision of merit-based advancement, were dead, dead, dead. The empire was back to classic kinship rules, where blood runs thicker than water. Next week, Constantius will make sure that everyone gets the message that kinship rules are back in effect, and we will watch as the reign of Magnentius very quickly turns into the short reign of Magnentius. But having reasserted the supremacy of the Constantinian family, Constantius II will soon enough prove that while blood may run thicker than water, that did not mean that at the end of the day, Constantius cared about anyone's blood but his own. Which is to say that we will also get to watch next week as the reign of Constantius Gallus very quickly turns into the short reign of Constantius Gallus. Before we go this week, you know how last week I opened by saying that the tours were an absolutely fantastic time, and that we hope to be doing them again very soon? Well, I couldn't be more excited to announce that very soon means October 2011. Version 2.0 of the official History of Rome Roman History Tour is ready to launch, and will begin on October 21st, 2011. So if the first round of tours didn't work out for you, then by all means go to historyofrometour.com and send us an email that says, "I'm in." As before, additional tours can be scheduled to accommodate demand, if we have that wonderful problem again, but the October 21st trip is locked in and ready to go. Space is limited, so sign up today. For those of you who just slapped their heads realizing that there was no way they can make October work, well, you're in luck. because we are also going to go ahead and throw open reservations for a third round of tours that will begin on February the 24th, 2012. Between the October 2011 dates and the February 2012 dates, you can make this work, right? Let's go hang out in Rome and look at cool stuff together. I promise you, it is an absolutely fantastic time. Hello, and welcome to the History of Rome. Episode 142, You've Earned It. Last time, we left off with Constantius II finally headed west after extracting himself from the war with Persia in the winter of 350 AD. It had been almost a year since the Gallic general Magnentius had overthrown and killed Constantius' younger brother Constans, and it was finally time for the emperor to do something about it. While on his way to dole out some imperial retribution, though, Constantius had to stop along the way to take care of some business. You'll recall from last week that in March of 350, at the prompting of Constantine, the general Vetranio had declared himself Augustus at his headquarters along the Danube frontier. He had made this move specifically to aid Constantius and to counter the rise of Magnentius. But when push came to shove, who knew what his ultimate ambitions were? Or what Constantius' reaction was going to be to Vetranio's self-elevation. So far, the emperor had let it slide because he had been tied up with the war against the Sassanids, but now, who knows? As Constantius approached the Dacian city of Sardica, though, it became obvious that neither man was planning to double-cross the other. The aging Vetranio welcomed 33-year-old Constantius as the true Augustus, and Constantius accepted the welcome without malice. They then traveled together across the province to Nisus, where, on December the 25th, the two leaders mounted a stage before an assembly of troops. The soldiers had been instructed to reaffirm their allegiance to Constantius, and so, right on cue, they reaffirmed their allegiance to Constantius. The emperor accepted their pledge of loyalty, and then thanked Vetranio for the good work he had done defending his family's honor. Then, he graciously accepted the general's resignation, not just from the office of Augustus, but from the army completely. There were no hard feelings on either side, but there was absolutely no way Constantius could afford to have a man who had sniffed imperial power remain anywhere near that power. It was just bad for business. Vetranio was allowed to live out the rest of his days as a private citizen, supported by a generous state pension. Constantius then traveled north to Sirmium, where he took stock of the situation on the Danube frontier, and made his arrangements for the coming war with Magnentius. Aware that battle would likely be joined in the spring, Constantius called his cousin Gallus to court in March of 351, and formally elevated him to the rank of Caesar for all of the reasons I outlined last week. What's that, you say? You could have sworn that last week I said Gallus was elevated at Antioch in 350 before Constantius even left the east? Well, yes, I did say that, and I was wrong. I misinterpreted something I read while I was writing last week's show, and then, when I was writing this week's show, I got to the part in my notes where it said, March 351, Gallus elevated at Sirmium, and began muttering really foul things under my breath. So, sorry about that. Gallus was elevated to the rank of Caesar in March of 351 at Sirmium, and married off to Constantine at the same time. Then he was sent to Antioch to keep an eye on the east, while Constantius focused on the west. Now the stage was set for the long-awaited confrontation between emperor and usurper. Except neither commander was stupid and looking to just rush into some battle for the sake of having a battle. Constantius in particular had no interest in plunging into Gaul, and so he remained coyly perched along the Danube, hoping to draw his rival out. I have never read a good explanation for why Magnentius decided to fall for this and march away from his base of power and choose to face the emperor in Pannonia, and the only thing I can think of is that he felt like time was not on his side. He had convinced the legions of the West to back him against Constans, but now they were dealing with the far less hated Constantius. So maybe Magnentius determined that if he waited too long, that enthusiasm for the rebellion would drift, and he would become isolated. But that's all just me speculating. All we really know is that he did go to Constantius, rather than forcing Constantius to come to him. But even then, the two rivals maneuvered around each other for the entire campaign season of 351, and it wasn't until September that their armies finally squared off. So, by now, the build-up to this battle had been going on for a year and 9 months. As a general rule, it's usually safe to assume that a big match will never quite live up to the hype, and the longer the hype period, the less impressive the match will seem in comparison. But the Battle of Mursa Major, fought alongside the Drava River, turned out to be a barn burner. True, it did not settle the issue once and for all like all of the advertisements on TV had promised it would, but still, it was one of the bloodiest battles in the history of Roman civil war. And as you know now, that is really saying something. And on top of that, there was even a dramatic betrayal right before the whistle blew that changed the whole dynamic of the fight. The match was likely shaping up to be an equal contest, with each side probably composed of 40 to 50,000 men. But at the last minute, one of Magnentius's key supporters, a general named Claudius Silvanus, a general who was so at the center of the rebellion that not only had he been the host at the dinner party where Magnentius had been proclaimed Augustus, but he was also the man who had spearheaded the assault on Rome following Napoleon's attempt to control the city. Well, he decided to defect to Constantius at the last minute. Taking most of the men under his command along with him, Magnentius was left with just 35,000 to square off against the 60,000 Constantius now controlled. But there was no getting out of the battle now. The two sides were locked in, and on the 28th of September, they got down to business. As I said, the resulting battle was one of the bloodiest in the history of Roman civil war. Over the course of the day's fighting, fully half of Constantius's army, some 30,000 men, wound up dead in the field. Which would be really bad for Constantius, until you consider that fully 2/3 of Magnentius's army, some 25,000 men, also wound up dead in the field. The immediate upshot of this raw carnage was that, with only 10,000 men left, Magnentius was forced to fall back across the Alps to northern Italy, and Constantius was able to declare victory. But the longer-term upshot was that, at a time when the empire was under constant attack from all sides, Rome lost 55,000 highly trained soldiers in a single day. I'll leave it to you to do the math on whether you think the Battle of Mursa Major wound up as a net positive for the empire long-term. To his credit, though, Constantius did not immediately pursue Magnentius following the battle. And by did not immediately pursue, I don't mean he waited a few days or even a few weeks. No, as Constantius had already demonstrated, he was not so blinded by his desire to crush Magnentius that he was willing to just abandon the rest of the empire to its fate. That is to say, that Constantius had enough foresight to recognize that beating down an internal enemy would be a pretty hollow victory if it meant allowing the external enemies of the empire to overrun the provinces. So he put the war against Magnentius on hold for a full year as he focused his attention on the Danube frontier, and in particular, the Sarmatians. Since the Goths had been pushed back at the close of the crisis years, the Sarmatians had taken their place as public enemy number one along the northern border, and they took advantage of any and all weaknesses they detected in the empire's lines. If Constantius were to simply march off with the remaining legions in pursuit of Magnentius, well, that would be a weakness the Sarmatians would not fail to take advantage of. So for the rest of 351 and almost all of 352, Constantius stayed in Sirmium to focus his attention on stabilizing the border and running a pacification campaign against the Sarmatians. Only after he was reasonably sure that he could turn his back for a little while, without the middle of the empire going to hell in a handbasket, did Constantius turn his attention back to Magnentius. Between his unwillingness to ditch the eastern frontier in the middle of a war, and his unwillingness to push on west before ensuring the Danube region was secure, I gotta say, Constantius has a well-deserved reputation for impulsive hot-headedness, but it was clearly not a personality trait that defined him 100% of the time. At least some of the time, he was patient and far-sighted. In his later dealings with Julian, he will display almost exactly this same temperament. So, you can say a lot of things about Constantius II, but I think it's pretty clear that at the end of the day, the man did have his priorities straight. So, once he was satisfied that the Danube was safe, he marched off through the Alps before the winter of 352 could settle in, and he landed in North Italy, where Magnentius had been waiting for him. Though he was not yet beaten, between the defection of Silvanus and the defeat at Mursa Major, Magnentius was definitely reeling. His legitimacy as a military leader had taken a major hit, but even more troubling was the fact that his political legitimacy was on life support. So when Constantius crossed the Alps, all he really needed to do was pull the plug. The citizens of Italy had lost all interest in helping prop up Magnentius, but they were compelled to continue supporting him because he was the biggest, baddest thing around. As soon as Constantius showed up with his bigger, badder army, though, the locals relished in helping the emperor expel Magnentius's garrisons from their various cities. Magnentius, no dummy, saw which way the winds were blowing and withdrew to Gaul. Constantius then entered Milan, where he spent the winter planning the endgame. As soon as the spring of 353 arrived, the emperor marched north into Gaul, looking to squash the rebel general once and for all. Magnentius waited for Constantius at a picked spot in the Gallic Alps, where the last battle of the war would soon be fought. Despite the significance of this battle, we don't know many details, troop numbers or tactics or anything like that. All we do know is that Magnentius was once again defeated, but once again able to get out of the battle alive. But getting out alive was of small comfort, as it only delayed the inevitable. With two major defeats behind him and his coalition collapsing, Magnentius came to terms with the fact that he had taken his shot at empire and missed. At some point after the final battle, though we don't know exactly when, Magnentius committed suicide by falling on his sword. Following the defeat and suicide of Magnentius, Constantius found himself in a wholly new position. He was the only Augustus in the empire left standing. Sure, he had something of an imperial colleague in Gallus, but Gallus was just a Caesar, so I think it's safe to go ahead and say it. Constantius II was now the sole ruler of the Roman Empire. Congratulations, dude. You've earned it. The now sole emperor spent the rest of 353 and 354 campaigning against the Alemanni, mostly around the no-man's land between the Rhine and Danube rivers. The sweetness of his victory over Magnentius, though, had almost immediately turned sour in Constantius's mouth, as he realized just how much the Rhine defenses had been weakened by the civil war. Magnentius had pulled men off the frontier to fight his battles, and most of them had never come back. So the real prize of war that Constantius had won for himself was a chaotic and weak western frontier. Congratulations, you've earned that too. He would do his best to get a handle on the situation, but it would be years before the citizens of the West were allowed to breathe easy again. As Constantius was dealing with the Alemanni, he was also forced to pay attention to something his advisors had been trying to get him to pay attention to for a little while now: the conduct of his Caesar, Constantius Gallus. Since his elevation to power, Gallus had set up shop in Antioch, and from almost the word go, complaints had been filtering in about his behavior. When you look at the situation objectively, I don't think Gallus comes off as that terrible a ruler, so much as one who was in the habit of making enemies with the wrong people. That is not to say he was a great guy who was just slandered to death, but there was definitely an influential clique of imperial advisors who hated him, and who exploited Constantius's natural paranoia to get rid of him. Oh, Did I mention that Gallus is about to be gotten rid of? Well, he is. There were basically two main things that set the stage for the fall of the young Caesar. First, he was faced with a drought, which meant that grain supplies became limited. Gallus, predictably, put the needs of the army above those of the common citizens, so grain deliveries to civilians were cut. This, again predictably, made Gallus not particularly beloved by the man in the street. Second, he had gotten in the habit of zealously persecuting pagans, particularly rich pagans, which is to say that Gallus appears to have stumbled across that ages-old method of imperial fundraising: find the richest guy on the block and find him guilty of something. With Gallus making enemies among the rich and poor alike, it was just a matter of time before word reached Constantius that there was a problem with his cousin. Constantius decided to dispatch one of his Praetorian prefects to Antioch to ask Gallus to come to Italy and account for himself. But Gallus was suspicious of the prefect's true motives, and so had him arrested. Members of the local Antiochian political establishment attempted to come to the prefect's aid, but in the ensuing back and forth, evidence of a conspiracy to overthrow Gallus came to light that, though it had nothing to do with the prefect's arrival, all got thrown into the same pot. Gallus, angry and paranoid, executed the whole lot of them for treason, including the unlucky prefect. And with that, Gallus pretty much signed his own death warrant. Constantius was extremely irate when he found out about the treason trials, and sent another messenger to Antioch. This time, he did not ask Gallus to come to Italy, he ordered Gallus to come to Italy. And this order, as you can imagine, made Gallus really, really nervous. Orders like that, from men like Constantius, usually mean just the one thing. So instead of packing up and heading west, Gallus packed up his wife/cousin Constantina and sent her west instead. The presumption is that Gallus was hoping she would be able to soothe her brother enough for Gallus to get out of this with his head still attached to his body. We will never know if this plan was going to work, and there was good reason to think that it would not have worked, since Constantius was likely as angry at Constantina as he was at Gallus at this point for the active role she had played in everything that had gone on. But we will never know, because on the way to Milan, Constantina came down sick and died en route. Hearing of his wife's death, Gallus determined that he wasn't going anywhere, no way, no how. So Constantius, that sneaky Constantius, tried a different tack. He sent another messenger to Gallus, wondering aloud why Gallus had not come to Milan, since all he wanted to do was make him co-Augustus. Gallus, paranoid, but also ambitious, allowed himself to be persuaded that he was actually going to get promoted, even after everything he had done, and so he left for Milan immediately. But along the way, there were subtle clues that the promotion was in fact a ruse. Like, for example, the fact that whenever Gallus's entourage approached, the various legionary garrisons along the way were mysteriously sent out on patrol. This meant that Gallus never got within sniffing distance of a force big enough to help him revolt, should he decide that revolt was actually his best option. Isolated from whatever allies he had left, and any soldiers who might be bribed into protecting him, Gallus was now easy pickings, and while entering the home stretch, the unsuspecting Caesar was picked up in Noricum by Constantius's men at some point in late 354 and placed under arrest. Assured that no harm would come to him, Gallus was escorted down to a city along the Adriatic coast, where some of the most powerful members of Constantius's court came to interrogate him. Unfortunately for the imprisoned Caesar, these men also happened to be the same men who had been pressing Constantius to eliminate Gallus ever since the victory over Magnentius. So yeah, this is not really going to end well for Gallus. The court officials accused the Caesar of all manner of treason, and then tortured him in an attempt to get him to confess to all the things they needed him to confess to. But Gallus took another route, and decided to pin every single thing he was accused of on Constantina, who he painted as a conniving shrew who had forced him to do all this rotten stuff. A summary of Gallus's defense was sent to Constantius, who, upon reading the report, blew his top. This little weasel is trying to blame it all on my sister? Well, that's about it for him. Constantius sent his reply, "Execute the impertinent Caesar." Now, as was typical with Constantius, as soon as the initial fury wore off, he mellowed and sent another order that Gallus not be killed, and instead brought directly to Milan for further questioning. After all, it's not like Constantina was the Virgin Mary or something, so maybe the kid did have a point. But Constantius's men knew their boss well, and knew that as likely as not he was going to rescind the execution order when he calmed down, so they wasted no time. Gallus was put to death the minute the execution order arrived. He was 28 or 29 years old, and had been Caesar for 3.5 years. When Constantius learned that Gallus had been put to death, he probably regretted that his counter-orders had not gone out quick enough to save his cousin, but I seriously doubt he lost much sleep over it. Gallus, as a person, had never really been much of anything to Constantius. But it did leave the emperor with a problem, because, after all, he had elevated Gallus for a reason, to maintain an imperial presence in the Far East. Wintering in Milan over the winter of 354-355, Constantius had to have been at least a little nervous now that the volatile border with the Persians was left unmanned. But the only male member of his family left, the emperor had no sons of his own, was the bookish and completely inexperienced Julian. Constantius had already elevated one inexperienced cousin to the purple, and look where that had gotten him. So I think he can be forgiven for hesitating a bit before wanting to do it all over again. As the spring of 355 turned into the summer of 355, though, a crisis popped up that likely pushed Constantius decisively into favoring the elevation of Julian. Well, alleged crisis anyway. See, one of Constantius's flaws, and there were a few flaws, was that he was too quick to believe whatever he was told, especially in matters of conspiracy, sedition, and revolution. His court advisors had picked up on this, and so any time a personal enemy of some senior official needed to be taken care of, well, let's just say that it wasn't too hard to convince Constantius that these personal enemies were in fact public enemies. And so it went for Claudius Silvanus. After defecting to Constantius at the Battle of Mursa Major, Silvanus had been rewarded with the command of the Rhine legions, where he had served the emperor faithfully. This did not mean he was a saint. Silvanus always made sure that he got his cut, if you know what I mean. But even if he wasn't necessarily honest, he had been faithful. But Silvanus had made enemies within Constantius's inner circle, and as his power and reputation grew, so too did his ability to threaten that inner circle. So, they determined to get rid of him. In a very cloak-and-dagger move, they got a hold of a letter Silvanus had sent to a friend in Rome, sponged out some innocent lines, and rewrote them to make it look like Silvanus was drumming up support for a possible rebellion. Then, they forged a further series of letters that appeared to confirm Silvanus's guilt. Then, they waved all of this in the emperor's face and demanded he do something about it. As paranoid as Constantius was, though, he was surprised enough by the charges that he decided to investigate. Silvanus, of course, denied everything, and dispatched a couple of top aides to Milan to rebut the charges the minute he heard what the unscrupulous courtiers were up to. In a sad twist of fate, Silvanus's aides were able to prove the letters fake, but in the meantime, their general had gotten jumpy. Convinced that Constantius was going to find him guilty one way or the other, Silvanus decided that if he was going to be executed for treason, he may as well commit some treason. In the summer of 355, he declared himself Augustus and prepared for war. Not too long after this declaration, though, a message arrived from the emperor ordering Silvanus to come to Milan at once. Under normal circumstances, this would have been rightfully considered a death sentence. But the man who bore the message, a general named Ursicinus, gave Silvanus hope. Ursicinus and Silvanus shared a loathing for Constantius's inner circle, so the fact that the emperor had used him to bear the message meant that Silvanus may yet survive. Indeed, The contents of the message indicated that Constantius did not even realize Silvanus had gone ahead and declared himself Augustus. So, Silvanus agreed to follow Ursicinus to Milan. But the crafty Constantius, that crafty Constantius, who did in fact know about Silvanus's revolt, had used Ursicinus specifically because he knew Silvanus would drop his guard. On the way to Milan, Silvanus was arrested and put to death. Executed for treason only because he had been framed for treason. That is a hard luck case. The Silvanus episode didn't really have too many long-term repercussions for the empire, but it probably did play a role in Constantius's final decision to go ahead and elevate Julian to power. Between tribal incursions along the Rhine, the possibility of war with Persia, and the ever-present threat of a revolt, Constantius knew he needed an imperial colleague to help him handle it all, and that said colleague had better be a member of the family, because no one else could be trusted. So next week, we will get our first look at the man Enlightenment philosophers and neo-pagans everywhere crush so very hard on, Julian the Apostate, the last emperor to attempt to stem the rising tide of Christianity. This week's episode is brought to you by Audible. As you know, Audible is the internet's leading provider of audio entertainment with over 80,000 titles to choose from. When you're done with this episode, go to audiblepodcast.com/Rome. That again, audiblepodcast.com/Rome. By going to that address, you qualify for a free book download when you sign up for a 14-day trial membership. There is no obligation to continue the service, and you can cancel anytime and keep the free book download. You can also keep going with one of the monthly subscription options and get great deals on all future audiobook purchases. This week, I'm going to go with a recommendation from listener Richard Eppert in honor of the fact that it was just Independence Day here in the States. 1776 by David McCullough, an eminently accessible account of the most famous year in American history. Just remember to go to audiblepodcast.com/Rome so that they know who sent you. Hello, and welcome to the History of Rome. Episode 143, Julian the Pre-Apostate. After defeating Magnentius, dispensing with Gallus, and putting down the recent revolt of Silvanus, for the first time in a long time, Constantius II was completely secure on the throne. But with everything that had gone on the last few years, it must have felt like the most insecure security in the world. Like that at any moment some chunk of the empire could slip away and bring Constantius crashing down with it. Opportunistic German tribes had taken advantage of the shaky Rhine defenses, leaving the west awash in barbarian invaders. The Sarmatians were a persistent source of trouble along the Danube, and it seemed like the Sassanids would come crashing back into Mesopotamia at any moment. So while Constantius had to have been happy that he now was the sole and unchallenged ruler of the empire, he also had to have been more than a little wary about what the future had in store for him. With all of this weighing on his mind, the emperor finally decided in November of 355 to elevate the last male member of his family to the purple, and hoped the young man would be able to help shore up that insecure security Constantius was wrestling with. It was obvious that at this stage in history, the empire absolutely needed multiple emperors fighting on multiple fronts to keep the whole project from falling apart, and so enter Julian the Apostate. Julian had been born in 331 or 332 AD in Constantinople, and as we've already seen, he managed to survive the massacre of the princes by virtue of the fact that he was too young to pose any immediate threat. After the massacre, Julian was shipped off with his brother to Bithynia to live with their maternal grandmother, and he appears to have had a happy few years living in comfortable pseudo-exile. His education was overseen by the bishop Eusebius, the same bishop Constantius had pushed to take over Constantinople in 338, and a Gothic eunuch named Mardonius. After Eusebius died in 341, Julian and Gallus were packed off to an imperial estate in Cappadocia, and there was nothing pseudo about this exile. Far from the cosmopolitan centers of the empire, the villa in Cappadocia became a prison that young Julian only managed to escape by means of the collection of books he was allowed to accumulate. Studying anything that seemed even mildly interesting, Julian became enamored with Greek philosophy and the pagan cults of old, though he was always careful to focus first and foremost on Christian texts to avoid any unpleasant questions about where his heart might be drifting. In 348, probably because he already had his eye on them as potential heirs, the sonless Constantius recalled his cousins from their Cappadocian exile. Gallus likely spent some time in Ephesus before settling in at Constantinople, while Julian spent the next 2 years bouncing between the capital and Nicomedia, furthering both his classical and Christian education by studying with the greatest teachers of his age. Following the revolt of Magnentius, the universe fired a warning shot across Julian's contemplative bow when he found himself present in Sirmium to witness his brother's elevation to the rank of Caesar. It is one thing to be the kept relative of a distant Augustus. It is quite another to be the brother of a Caesar. The political waters were lapping at Julian's heels. But they would not drown him just yet, and for the next few years he was allowed some freedom of movement to continue his studies. So he traveled up and down the Anatolian coast, where he sought out the great masters of philosophy and rhetoric and even magic. It was at this point, round about 351 or 352 AD, that Julian turned decisively away from Christianity. Now, there was no real dramatic moment of conversion where Julian lights a bundle of scripture on fire and declares himself the enemy of Christianity for all time. It was just that, during this period, the scales of belief tipped away from Christianity and towards paganism. Julian knew Christian scripture backward and forward, and had always been troubled by its many contradictions, and so now he embraced an alternative theology. The classical philosophy he read and the pagan cults he encountered were exciting, and most likely they simply offered Julian a more satisfying explanation of the cosmos than he found in Christian teachings. I should note, though, that a few armchair psychologists have argued that Julian's rejection of Christianity may have stemmed from the fact that his devoutly Christian cousin Constantius had, murdered his entire family. But I think that's unnecessary. I just think Julian was a whip-smart 20-year-old who turned his back on the traditional religion of his family in order to pursue more exotic belief systems. Things like this happen literally every single day, so I don't think we need to bring the trauma of his childhood in to explain why Julian ultimately turned his back on Christianity forever. I have to imagine that the years in between Gallus's rise and Gallus's fall had to have been the happiest of Julian's life. He was young, mostly free to come and go as he pleased, and he was surrounded by exciting new ideas. For a reserved intellectual like Julian, this had to have been something close to heaven, enjoying the perks of his imperial connections without any of the political or military entanglements. However, when the Gallus affair climaxed with the execution of his brother, the idyllic life of Julian ended, and something far more complicated took its place. As the last remaining male relative of Constantius, he was called to Milan shortly after his brother's death in late 354, so that the emperor could size him up. Figure out if he was dangerous, first of all, and then figure out if maybe Julian could handle the job of Caesar, should the need arise. After his arrival in the Italian capital, though, he was kept under a sort of house arrest. He wasn't allowed to leave, but neither was he ever summoned to meet with Constantius. So, is he going to kill me like the rest of my family? Is he going to let me go? What's the deal here? This limbo persisted a good 7 months, and it was not until mid-355 that Constantius finally decided to have a look at the boy. Julian had done his best to adopt a non-threatening posture throughout his life, and after meeting with the emperor, Julian was relieved to discover that this posture had shown through. His confinement in Milan did not in fact turn out to be him just sitting on death row. Constantius decided to let his cousin leave Italy to continue his education. His life having just flashed before his eyes, though, Julian took this opportunity to visit the only city a burgeoning young intellectual absolutely must visit before they die: Athens. He received permission to travel to the ancient city and departed at once. Eager to take in everything that Athens had to offer, he studied at the feet of the Greek masters and was inducted into the Eleusinian mysteries. But at the end of autumn 355, just 3 months after arriving, Julian learned that his days as a professional student were about to come to an end. Or maybe Constantius had reconsidered, and it was his life that was about to come to an end. Julian, reluctantly, and most likely fearfully, returned to Milan. As I'm sure you can probably guess, though, Constantius had not called Julian back to Milan to kill him. No, he had a far worse fate in store for the cerebral 23-year-old. On November 6, 355 AD, Constantius assembled the troops and announced that he was making Julian his Caesar. The troops cheered, Julian cringed, and the empire had itself a new junior emperor. And what would the new junior emperor's assignment be? How about ridding all Gaul of its German invaders and returning peace and security to the western provinces? Think you can handle that? This throw him in the deep end and see if he can swim mentality has been taken by some to indicate that Constantius didn't really care if Julian sank or swam. If the kid pulls it off, then great, the empire is that much better for it. But if it turns out he's in over his head and gets killed in the fighting, well, that takes care of a dynastic threat I'll probably just get all paranoid about in a few years anyway. In other words, sending Julian north was win-win, at least from Constantius's point of view. As Julian left for Gaul, I can very much picture the bookmakers of the empire taking odds as to whether the young Caesar was going to come back alive. He had no military experience and no political experience. So, if the Germans didn't stab him in the front, then surely some cutthroat advisor is going to stab him in the back. Just look at what had happened to his brother. When the new Caesar arrived in Gaul in his ill-fitting military attire, and accompanied by an entourage whose loyalty first and foremost was to Constantius, no one figured that he stood a chance. But to everyone's surprise, Julian decided not to mess around with this thing. If he was going to be Caesar, then doggone it, he was going to be Caesar. Much as I'm sure part of him wanted to sit in his tent reading books while other men took care of his business for him, Julian refused to fall into that trap. The parallels to Marcus Aurelius on this point are interesting, and I often think that in Julian we get a chance to see what a 20-something-year-old Marcus would have been like as an emperor had not Antoninus Pius inexplicably reigned for like 150 years. Both men were much more inclined temperamentally to intellectual pursuits, but, forced into action, both refused to shirk their duty, and they took seriously their role as a military leader. It speaks well of both of them. Over that winter of 355-356, Julian threw himself into the soldier's life, commandeering a drill sergeant and forcing himself to do everything a new recruit would be expected to do. The senior officials surrounding the young leader, military and political alike, were surprised at his dedication, but still, they probably were snickering behind his back. This pampered prince was no soldier. Who did he think he was kidding? At the end of this no doubt stirring montage, though, Julian was in shape and ready for action. He had no intention of sitting on the sidelines or being a mere figurehead. He was going to lead the legions into battle. If people didn't think he was up to it, well, he was just going to have to prove them wrong. The only question left was where to start. As I touched on last week, the revolt and subsequent defeat of Magnentius had left the Rhine defenses in shambles. Cities were under-garrisoned, watchtowers were left unmanned, and the general focus of everyone had been on the internal threat of Constantius rather than the external threat of the Alemanni and the Franks. The Germans picked up on this pretty quickly, and in the 5 years since Magnentius had donned his purple cloak, the Romans had been pushed back off the Rhine River, losing control of a good number of cities in the process, including Cologne, the capital of Germania Inferior. So Julian's first task was clear. march to the Lower Rhine, and retake the lost urban centers along the river. For all of 356, Julian campaigned against the Germans and emerged victorious from a series of decently sized encounters. As winter approached, Julian had succeeded in driving off the occupying Germans and retaking, among other cities, the great military capital of Cologne. It was a fantastic start to his career, though I would be negligent in my duties if I didn't point out that defending walled cities was not exactly the Germans' forte. They withdrew at the first sign of serious pushback from the Romans, but still, a good first day for the new Caesar. The winter would bring Julian's first taste of real hardship. After scattering his men across Gaul in winter quarters, Julian himself set up shop with a small garrison in the city of Senones. Julian, confident that the year's campaign had put the Germans on notice, was expecting no trouble. But as soon as he was settled, an army of Franks suddenly appeared at the gates of the city. It was not a large army, but it was bigger than any force Julian could muster right at that moment, so direct counterattack was out of the question. That said, the city's defensive fortifications were sturdy, so it looks like if the Germans want a siege, then a siege is what they are going to get. The Germans apparently had no problem with this, and so a siege is what they got. For the next month, Julian was trapped inside the city, unable to break out, but also unwilling to give up. Now, the siege of Senones raises a huge question. What in the world was Marcellus doing during all of this? Who was Marcellus, you ask? Well, he was Julian's master of the horse, who was stationed just 100 miles away, with an army big enough to easily drive off the besieging Germans. He knew what was happening, and yet he did nothing. He had his excuses, but really, dude, what is so important that you can't pop down and rescue the freaking Caesar of the empire? Which is exactly what Julian wanted to know after the Germans got tired of the stalemate and withdrew. Marcellus, as I said, has his excuses, but there was absolutely no doubt in Julian's mind that he had been hung out to dry by a disgruntled subordinate, and he wrote to Constantius telling the emperor exactly that and demanding that Marcellus be removed from his post. Marcellus countered by writing a letter of his own, explaining why he had failed to do anything about the siege, but confirming, at least in my own mind, that Marcellus was full of it and had indeed intentionally left Julian hung out to dry. Constantius sided with his Caesar, and Marcellus was banished to the Danube frontier. Once the spring of 357 arrived, Julian was ready to put the winter struggle behind him and go on the offensive. In coordination with his master of the infantry, a general named Barbatio, Julian planned a two-pronged invasion of Alemanni territory along the Upper Rhine. Julian would march due east, while Barbatio, currently in Milan, would march north through Raetia. They would then meet in Alemanni territory and deliver some stern reprisals to the Germans for running amok in Roman territory. But the flying pincer move Julian envisioned fell apart immediately. It started out well enough, but as Julian advanced, a German army crossed the Rhine and attacked the key Gallic city of Lugdunum, forcing Julian to stop and come to the city's aid. Barbatio, meanwhile, was about to prove himself to be either incompetent or sinister, or maybe both. Not only had he allowed the Germans now attacking Lugdunum through the line in the first place, but when they were finally driven off by Julian, Barbatio let them waltz right back through, despite a clear warning from Julian that fugitive barbarians were headed his way and weighed down with captured treasure. As if this wasn't bad enough, a few weeks later, Julian was fighting with the Alemanni and struggling to cross the Rhine, and he requested Barbatio send him 7 boats to help him make the crossing. Barbatio was in the process of building a pontoon bridge of his own, and with more than enough boats at his disposal, Julian figured the master of the infantry could spare him a few. But when he got the request, get this, rather than give Julian 7 boats, Barbatio burned 7 boats, which just doesn't make sense on any level. So then Julian found a fordable spot in the river and managed to drive off the Alemanni he had been facing, but when he looked around for Barbatio, who should be in the area any second now, he discovered that his master of the infantry had been outsmarted, and that the Germans had destroyed his pontoon bridge, and so Barbacio was still on the Roman side of the Rhine. Left alone in German territory, Julian prudently fell back. Undeterred, the Caesar set about trying to salvage the campaign, and so he called for additional grain supplies from the south. But rather than allow these grain supplies to pass through, Barbacio, again, get this, burned the carts they were being transported on, claiming that he was afraid the shipments would fall into enemy hands. Then, unilaterally deciding that the year's campaign season was over, Barbacio withdrew back to Milan, leaving Julian exposed to a swarm of stirred-up Germans. So, what exactly was Barbacio's deal? Ammianus Marcellinus, the soldier historian who was serving in the legions at this point, summed it up nicely when he said, "It is unresolved whether he, that is Barbacio, committed so many monstrous acts as a result of his own vanity and self-destructiveness, or prompted by orders of the emperor." Coupled with Marcellus's conduct the previous winter, it does not seem exactly out of the question to wonder if Julian's various commanders had been given explicit instructions by the emperor to undermine his Caesar at every opportunity. But Constantius did want the Germans bottled up, and he had sent Julian to spearhead the operation, so it seems a little weird that he would simultaneously try to trip him up. If he wanted Julian dead, why not just kill him like he had killed everyone else? In all likelihood, then, Marcellus, Barbacio, and the others were simply ticked off about having to take orders from some untested youth playing soldier, and when they saw chances to undermine him, they took them. That, and Barbacio appears to have been kind of an idiot. But despite their efforts, Julian would not be undermined. Indeed, it was right at this low moment, ditched by Barbacio and left stranded near Strasbourg with an undersized and ill-supplied army, that Julian won his greatest victory. A German king named Constantine, I have no idea if I'm pronouncing that right, took the success the Alemanni had been having that year as an opportunity to forge a coalition of 6 tribes and lead them on a massive offensive. As Julian hunkered down with the 13,000 soldiers he had left, reports came in that some 35,000 Alemanni were crossing the Rhine River and heading straight for him. Julian, choosing to force the issue now, rather than face battle after a retreat that would likely completely exhaust his already exhausted army, ordered his men forward. Though the Romans were outnumbered, and by Romans I of course mean the Germans fighting for Rome, the discipline that had always been the legion's calling card was still a decisive factor, and at the Battle of Strasbourg, Julian had some of the best troops in the whole empire at his disposal. The turning point in this battle likely came before the first shot was even fired. Always hyper-protective of the egalitarianism that they felt defined them, the German troops demanded that Constantine and the other chiefs dismount from their horses and fight on foot with everyone else. Bowing to public pressure, the German king complied, but in so doing he lost his mobility and any sort of ability to run a coherent attack. But, then again, with 35,000 fighting 13,000, how coherent does your attack really need to be? Things started out well for the Germans, as they managed to turn back Julian's initial cavalry assault on their left side. Heartened by this success, the middle of the German line surged forward, and the bloody business of raw hand-to-hand fighting commenced. Eventually, the sheer weight of the Germans took its toll, and the German center was cut in 2. Normally, this would be death to an army, but both split wings were able to maintain their order and continue fighting as 2 separate units. Still, things looked pretty dire for Julian and his army, until the Roman back reserve line stepped up to the plate. After the Germans cut through the front line, they ran headlong into a solid wall of highly trained veterans who refused to be pushed back and who refused to be split up. So now, rather than emerging on the far side of a victorious charge with nothing left to do but mop up the fractured Roman army, the German foot soldiers found themselves trapped between the solid back line and the two wings of the split front line, who now hemmed them in on either side. If Julian had been able to swing some cavalry around behind them, this all would have resembled nothing so much as the last phase of the Battle of Cannae. So yeah, now things looked pretty dire for the Alemanni. Finally, frustrated and dying by the hundreds, the Germans lost heart and hightailed it out of there. Julian ordered his own army in pursuit, but only to a point. He told his men that when they reached the Rhine, that they were not to get bogged down by climbing into the river. Instead, he ordered them to stay on the banks and just fire spears and arrows at the fleeing Germans. The estimate is that the Alemanni left as many dead in that river as they had on the battlefield. In total, 6,000 Germans died at the Battle of Strasbourg. The Romans, amazingly, lost only 243. The cherry on top of this great victory was when Constantinople was tracked down and brought back in chains. Julian dutifully sent the beaten king on to Milan for Constantius to gloat over. The Battle of Strasbourg cemented Julian's reputation as a leader to be reckoned with. His troops now loved him. Constantius's agents now feared him. And that little tick in the back of the emperor's mind, the one that led him to be super paranoid about everyone and everything, especially threats from within his own family, well, that little tick just got real fired up. Next time, we'll watch all of this come to a head, as the relationship between Constantius and Julian will break down completely over an order to transfer Gallic troops to the east to help fight the resurgent Sassanids. Were the troops really needed, or was this all just about undermining, there's that word again, a Caesar on the rise? I say next time because I hate to do this to you after just being gone for so long, but I'm flying back home for a week of family fun, and I will have absolutely no time to work on the show. But we'll be back in 2 weeks to watch as Julian's troops, surprisingly, and without any prompting from me, I swear, declare Julian Augustus. This week's episode is brought to you by Audible. As you know, Audible is the internet's leading provider of audio entertainment with over 80,000 titles to choose from. When you're done with this episode, go to audiblepodcast.com/Rome. That again, audiblepodcast.com/Rome. By going to that address, you qualify for a free book download when you sign up for a 14-day trial membership. There is no obligation to continue the service, and you can cancel anytime and keep the free book download. You can also keep going with one of the monthly subscription options and get great deals on all your future audiobook purchases. This week, I am going to go with a recommendation from listener Karina Burns, the epic that is Ben-Hur by Lew Wallace. It's almost one full day of listening pleasure, and so it would be a bargain at twice the price. Just remember to go to audiblepodcast.com/Rome so that they know who sent you. Hello, and welcome to the History of Rome. Episode 144, The Road to Constantinople. Julian's first taste of what the future had in store for him came immediately after the Battle of Strasbourg in 357 AD. Having just routed a German army that outnumbered them 3-1, and suffering only minimal losses while doing it, the Roman soldiers under Julian's command were understandably exuberant. So exuberant that when Julian emerged to address them following the battle, the troops spontaneously hailed him as Augustus. This seditious offer hung in the air for a heartbeat before the 25-year-old Julian swatted it down harshly. "My cousin Constantius is Augustus," he told him, "and I will not, under any circumstances, allow you to elevate me in opposition to him." This closed the matter for the moment, but after another 2.5 years of rising tensions between Julian and Constantius, the young Caesar would eventually change his mind and allow his army to give him what they wanted to give him. That said, Julian's actions following the victory at Strasbourg went a long way towards convincing the troops that maybe attempting to elevate their Caesar had actually been a bad idea. Sitting right on the line between fall and winter 357, the Roman soldiers assumed that, feather in cap, Julian would order them to a well-deserved winter's rest. But the young general decided instead that now was the best time to drive the Germans into the ground, so he ordered his army across the Rhine. The troops were incredulous. "Are you kidding? We just beat a horde of barbarians in a battle that by all accounts we should have lost, and now you want us to invade Germany in the middle of winter. You must be kidding." He's kidding, right? But Julian was not kidding, and so over the Rhine the legions went. Julian spent the next few months attacking Alemanni settlements and generally running amok. The Germans were just as surprised to see the Roman soldiers coming as the Roman soldiers were to be coming, and they scattered hastily in the face of these unexpected assaults. Though the winter campaign made Julian supremely unpopular, strategically it was a complete success. 3 of the 6 German chiefs who had fought against him at Strasbourg were hunted down and forced to submit to Roman authority. In the middle of January, satisfied that he had made substantial gains in the never-ending war for control of the Rhine River, Julian finally ordered his army back to Gaul. Dispersing his men around the province, Julian himself settled into the city of Lutetia, which, by that point, may already have been known by the name that we know it today, Paris. While wintering in Paris, Julian turned his attention to civil affairs, even though, strictly speaking, they were outside of his jurisdiction. Despite the fact that he held imperial office, as Caesar, Julian was technically only authorized to address the military defense of his provinces. This followed from the precedent established by Diocletian separating military from civilian power, and it meant that while Julian was in Gaul, there was another center of political gravity, the Praetorian prefect Florentius. Florentius was not a bad administrator, but like the other senior officials in Gaul, he resented the arrival of the thoroughly self-confident Julian, especially when Julian began sticking his nose in where it did not belong. After 2 years of uneasy power sharing, the two men finally came to blows over the issue of provincial taxation. Both agreed that it was in everyone's best interest to initiate a rebuilding effort across Gaul for the benefit of the civilian population. Both also agreed that, unfortunately, the current tax receipts were not going to cover the effort. So, more revenue was needed. Florentius wanted to simply throw out a supplemental tax to raise the necessary funds, but Julian dug a little deeper into the issue and came away convinced that what they really needed to do was cut taxes. This counterintuitive idea sprang from 2 basic facts. First, the people who would be hardest hit by the supplemental tax had already paid everything that they could afford that year. There was no wool left to be sheared. Second, the real problem was not that the tax rate wasn't high enough, it was that the taxes weren't being collected properly. For years, the wealthy landowners of Gaul had been hiding inside of a loophole. Every so often, as a sign of goodwill or to celebrate something or another, the government would issue a proclamation, canceling out unpaid debts to the state. So the rich men of Gaul simply stopped paying their taxes altogether. If government officials got pushy, a helpful bribe would help turn their heads until, inevitably, a proclamation canceling all old debts would be announced and everyone was dropped back down to 0. The poor and middle classes couldn't afford to pay off the officials, so they were left to cover the expenses of the whole provincial administration. Florentius's supplemental tax would simply hit these classes up for more cash, and it was obvious to anyone who cared to pay attention that they really didn't have any more cash to give. So Julian proposed simply cutting taxes across the board and then actually, collecting what everyone owed. This would lead to greater prosperity and more tax revenue for the government. QED. Florentius was annoyed that Julian was even involved with the issue, and really annoyed that Julian was trying to contradict him, and so he immediately wrote to Constantius complaining about the Caesar's conduct. But though Florentius was the emperor's picked man, Constantius decided in this case to side with Julian. Taxes were reduced in Gaul by something like 2/3, and officials stopped allowing the wealthy to defer their payments. The result was a double boon. The lower classes thrived because they had less taxes to pay, and tax revenues increased because the rich were paying their fair share. Not a bad day's policymaking. The success of Julian's proposal was not enough to endear him to Florentius, though, especially because as the summer of 358 arrived, Julian ran another of the prefect's policies off the rails. Since the revolt of Magnentius, the Franks had incrementally increased their power along the northern coast of Gaul, until, by this point, they basically controlled the English Channel. This was, of course, a serious strategic issue for the Romans, as it meant that supply lines from Britannia were not at all secure, which is why Julian had to rely on shipments from the south to feed his army in the north. Florentius's proposal was to just pay the Franks not to attack Roman ships. This straightforward business proposition won Constantius's blessing, but not without a caveat. The emperor wrote to Julian, and told the young Caesar to go along with the plan unless he found it, quote, absolutely disgraceful. And to Julian, that's exactly what it was. Without waiting or consulting with anyone, he lined up his troops and marched them north, intent on smashing the Franks and freeing up the grain supply from Britain. It was a risky strategy, especially since feeding his army depended entirely on freeing up those supply lines. But fortune favored his boldness, and after a few weeks on campaign, the Franks were brought to heel, much to Julian's delight and Florentius's chagrin. At the end of this successful operation, though, Julian standing with his men once again took a nosedive, when they noticed that in his hurry to get the campaign going, all the supplies they had were the supplies they had on their back. When Julian began to order these supplies dispersed to the string of forts he was building to help keep the area secure, his men started to get very angry very quickly. At first, Julian thought the grumbling was just more grumbling, but a hungry army is a dangerous army, and the Caesar was forced to offer a naked bribe to get the men back in line as they waited for a relief shipment of grain. His troops mollified, Julian ordered the army across the Rhine for a second time, and over the course of the rest of the year, he tracked down 2 more of the chiefs who had fought him at Strasbourg, and forced them too to sign a non-aggression treaty. As the winter of 358 approached, Julian was able to survey his province with satisfaction. Despite the fact that he had been either subtly undermined or outright opposed by most of the senior officials in Gaul, the young Caesar had succeeded in stabilizing the Rhine frontier, securing control of the English Channel, and generally seeing to it that the citizens of Gaul could prosper once again. It was right around this point, of course, that his relations with Constantius began to fray. Nothing spells imperial paranoia like the popular success of an underling, and as Julian's reputation grew, so too did the scheming of Constantius's court. Just to set the stage for what's coming next, though, we should note that the rising imperial tensions did not occur in a vacuum. While Julian was off subduing Gaul, Constantius stayed mostly in Milan, popping over to the Danube frontier as need be, and once, get this, even paying a visit to Rome, the first such visit of his life. In 357, though, a troubling embassy arrived from the east. Agents of the Sassanid king Shapur had come to demand that Constantius return all territory ceded to the Romans by the Treaty of Nispus, some 60 years earlier. The emperor had no intention of coming anywhere close to agreeing to the ambassador's demands, and he sent them packing with a firm no. That being said, the fact that Shapur had even asked meant that the Persian king had likely secured his northern border, and was now turning his attention back to his western border. So Constantius sent an embassy of his own back to Shapur, trying to arrange a peace that did not require Rome to just utterly capitulate. This time, it was Shapur's turn to send the embassy packing with a firm no. War was looming once again. As the spring of 359 arrived then, there were 2 ways that Constantius could look at the success of his younger cousin in Gaul. He could either be happy that the West seemed locked down right at the moment when the East was about to blow up, or he could be unnerved by the fact that just as he was about to be dragged off to fight a war in the East, his younger cousin was becoming immensely popular in the West. With Constantius off fighting, how long would it be until Julian made a grab for power? Unfortunately for everyone, the one person who would act as a check on Constantius's paranoia was his wife Eusebia, and she was now dead. The Augusta had always liked Julian, and defended the young Caesar whenever the emperor's advisors ran the boy down. Now that she was dead, everywhere Constantius turned, men were telling him that Julian was a threat, and so the emperor naturally came to believe that Julian was indeed now a threat. While he was growing more and more paranoid about his Caesar, Constantius was knocked sideways by word that in the east, Shapur had begun a siege of the key fortress city of Amida. The emperor dashed east, but along the way learned that after 73 days, Amida had fallen, and with it had gone 6 legions. Upon reaching the east, Constantius discovered the extent of the damage done by Shapur, and realized quickly that he did not have enough local manpower to properly defend the border. So in January of 360, he sent a fateful letter to Julian, a letter that would initiate the final break between the two men. Since Gaul was now relatively peaceful, and things were falling apart in Syria, Constantius ordered almost half of Julian's Gallic army to march at once to Syria to help shore up the eastern front. Given the circumstances, the order is understandable, but to Julian and his officers, the true reason for the troop redeployment was as plain as day. Julian had gotten too powerful, and Constantius was attempting to neuter him. Neither Julian nor his men knew the full extent of the disaster unfolding in the Far East, and after a year in which relations between emperor and Caesar had become more and more strained, it was easy for them to jump to the conclusion that something sinister was afoot. Now, I'm not willing to give Constantius a complete pass in all this. Of all the provinces in the empire, he just so happened to demand reinforcements from the one province where the troops were uniformly loyal to Julian. That really does smell like something. But I think that at the end of the day, Julian wound up revolting over a fairly rational military decision. It was probably a non-issue blown way out of proportion. That said, it certainly was not a non-issue to the men of the Gallic legions, especially since Julian had specifically promised them that they would never have to serve beyond the Alps. The army of the late empire was a far more settled force than in previous ages, and all of these men had wives and children and land and interests in Gaul, and they were happy to fight to protect all of that, but they had no interest in being uprooted to go fight in some far-off desert. When news of the order leaked, the soldiers stationed in Paris for the winter immediately demanded to know what Julian was going to do about it, because we are not going to go out and fight Persians. The situation began to quickly spiral out of control, as other garrisons heard the news and began to agitate. Julian finally decided that he needed to meet this head-on, so he circulated an order for all the troops to leave their quarters and come to Paris so he could address the issue directly. As each garrison arrived, Julian went out to greet them, and attempted to win them over with promises of glory and appeals to their patriotic spirit, but yeah, not so much. He then attempted a compromise, announcing that the soldiers would be allowed to bring their families along if they so desired. This kind of addressed their concerns, but not really. Really, they just really didn't want to go. So then, pamphlets began circulating, and rabble-rousers became more brazen, things were getting ugly, and a full-blown mutiny looked like it was right around the corner. The other senior officials in Gaul recognized the powder keg Julian was sitting on, and most, for either personal or professional reasons, decided that the very best thing they could do was stay the hell out of Paris for a while. So, for example, when Julian wrote to Florentius and requested the prefect come to Paris to help him broker a solution, Florentius alternatively ignored the letters or invented paper-thin excuses to remain where he was. There was no love lost between the two men, and it looked like Julian was about to be consumed by a furious army. Why in the world would Florentius want to get in the way of such a delicious ending to this annoying story? But Julian was not going to go down that easy. As I just mentioned, the assumption within his inner circle was that the redeployment order was all about Constantius taking Julian out at the knees, because the emperor was paranoid and jealous of his younger cousin. So Julian was reminded that there was one solution to this problem that he really ought to consider. And in fact, the way things were going, it was really the only solution on the table if he wanted to keep his head. It was time to play the trump card. So one night in February, Julian and his inner circle got together for dinner and discussed how best to play this trump card. Of course, in Julian's later telling, everything that's about to happen was totally spontaneous, and he was taken completely by surprise. But really, as you know by now, that's not really the way these things work. A few hours after the dinner broke up then, Julian was taken completely by surprise as the soldiers spontaneously surrounded his quarters and hailed him as Augustus. But Julian did not immediately appear, and instead let the word go round of what was happening at the imperial residence. The next morning, though, with the troops assembled and expectant, Julian stepped up onto the platform and announced that he could not in good conscience abide by Constantius's order. He would accept their acclamation, become Augustus, and fight for them if they would fight for him. The cheers were immediate and prolonged. Julian was hoisted up on a shield and carried about triumphantly. The revolt had begun. But Julian planned to play this thing carefully. He wrote a letter to Constantius explaining what had happened, that it was all outside of his control, and he even offered a compromise whereby Julian would reinforce the east with troops from Hispania. He even signed the letter Caesar, so as to avoid offending the emperor unnecessarily. But when Constantius received the message, this small gesture was lost amidst the furious raging. As with the revolt of Magnentius, though, Constantius was locked down against the Sassanids, and he refused to abandon the east just to go deal with his treasonous Caesar. Again, as with the revolt of Magnentius, this is, I think, to Constantius's credit. All he could do then was send a sharp reply denouncing the actions of Julian and the Gallic army. But when Julian read that letter publicly, the imperial minister who had delivered it was forced to hightail it out of Paris at top speed, fearing for his life. The rest of 360 then passed, with letters flying back and forth between the two now rival Augusti. Neither was looking for war, Julian because he was actually in a pretty weak position, and Constantius because of Shapur's continued belligerency. But neither would either back down. Julian asserted his independence, and Constantius denied it. So whether they wanted it or not, eventually war was going to come. So while the letters flew, both prepared. Julian secured the support of the British legions, and then spent the year campaigning against the Germans to ensure that they would remain passive should he wind up marching east. Constantius, meanwhile, intensified his recruitment efforts, while simultaneously looking to cut a deal with the Persians to temporarily suspend hostilities. It was not until early 361, though, a full year after Julian's elevation, that war truly became inevitable. As Julian fought a suddenly emboldened army of Alemanni, he captured communications that made it very clear that the Germans were being prompted to action by Constantius. This revelation, coupled with news that the war machine the emperor was assembling in the east was not necessarily being assembled to fight the Persians, led Julian to the conclusion that he had better act now or risk annihilation. By June of 361, Julian's mind was made up. He was going to go on the offensive. He gathered up 23,000 men, the most he felt he could spare, and then divided them into 3 columns. two of 10,000 men to be led by subordinates, and the last column of 3,000 to be led by Julian personally. These three columns then sped east along different routes, hoping to fly further under the radar and travel at a faster pace than one giant army would be able to do. Mostly the strategy worked, except for the fact that when Julian arrived at Sirmium, where everyone was supposed to link up, he was the only one there. With the Sirmium garrison alerted to Julian's offensive and his backup still en route, the rebel Augustus had to think fast. His solution was brilliant. A small detachment of soldiers snuck into the city and made their way to the commander's bedroom. Before anyone knew what had happened, the leader of the city was captured and snuck back into Julian's tent. Once there, the captured commander was told that Julian meant him no harm, but it was probably in his best interest to stand down Sirmium and allow Julian to take the city. The commander, with his back now personally against the wall, reluctantly agreed, and Julian entered Sirmium unopposed. Once the rest of his army showed up, Julian ordered the Sirmium legions redeployed to Gaul, where they were to keep an eye on the now weakly defended Rhine frontier. It seemed like a good idea in theory, neutralize a force whose loyalty could not be counted on, while simultaneously shoring up the rear, but the Sirmium troops were not the least bit happy about being sent to Gaul, and so while passing through northern Italy, they revolted and captured Aquileia. Okay, well, that's not good. With his military offensive going well, but not perfectly, Julian then went on the offensive politically, writing to the leadership of Rome and the various cities of Greece, defending his actions and denouncing Constantius. The only problem was that Constantius was actually wildly popular in Rome and the various Greek cities. Julian's overblown rhetoric rang false, and rather than ginning up support for his cause, the letters left him further isolated. As well as this adventure had begun, it was now starting to unravel. His aim had probably been to capture Constantinople before Constantius left the east, but then the real heavy news dropped. Constantius had made a deal with the Sassanids, and was already marching west. Bottled up in the middle of the empire with his supply lines to Gaul cut off, and political support non-existent, Julian was looking doomed. What he needed was a miracle. Then, in November of 361, a miracle. Constantius and his army had made it as far as the Cilician gates, when the emperor came down sick. Unwilling to stop, he ordered the army to press on, but by the end of the next day, the shocking news began to spread. Constantius II was dead. He was 44 years old, and had been in Augustus for 24 years. Following right on the heels of this shocking news was the even more shocking news, that despite the fact that they were about to fight each other to the death, Julian was still listed in Constantius's will as the sole and rightful heir to the empire. So now, far from having to fight his way to Constantinople, the road to the capital was wide open. Julian, who had been raised a forgotten exile, was now the sole ruler of the Roman Empire. Next week, we will see what he does now that he wields so much power. And I'll give you a hint. It has something to do with why we call him Julian the Apostate. Hello, and welcome to the History of Rome. Episode 145, Julian the Apostate. In November of 361 AD, Constantius II died, and Julian, last of the Constantinians, inherited the empire. It would be an ironic end to the dynasty. At least, I'm pretty sure it's ironic. Sometimes I think that no situation actually fits the technical definition of irony, and that the word just sort of hangs out in the linguistic ether, singing a siren song that's designed to crash the unsuspecting against the jagged rocks of pedantry, but I'm pretty sure it's ironic. Constantine began the dynasty by single-handedly launching Christianity to prominence, and his nephew would end it by attempting to single-handedly turn back the clock and bury Christianity. That's ironic, right? It sure seems ironic, but it's probably just interesting. When Julian received word that his cousin was dead, I have to imagine that it took a few minutes for the news to sink in. Here he was, hunkered down in Thrace and ready to make what was very possibly shaping up to be his last stand, and instead, Constantius is dead, and I am now emperor. Like an approaching hurricane that just sort of transforms at the last moment into a pleasant sunny day, it takes a second to fully appreciate what the heck has just happened. But after the first few minutes of blinking wonder passed, Julian wasted no time completely embracing his imperial windfall. It appears that he had been thinking for a while about what he would do if he became emperor, because as soon as he became emperor, Julian jumped right into a completely out-of-left-field program of reform with both feet. Many critics of the new emperor note, though, that while his enthusiasm is laudable, maybe Julian should have looked before he leaped. Now the unopposed master of the empire, Julian entered Constantinople on December the 11th, 361 AD, and immediately got down to it. The first order of business, of course, was to completely overhaul the imperial court. Stalking the halls of the palace were men who were not just venal and corrupt, but men who had actively opposed Julian. Men who had consistently tried to talk Constantius into killing him. These men needed to be identified and purged. Aware that it might look bad if he just showed up and started arbitrarily killing people, Julian gave his purge the air of objectivity by appointing an independent commission of 6 trusted men to sort through the rolls and separate the good men from the bad men. The emperor even went so far as to situate this commission across the Sea of Marmara in the town of Chalcedon, so that the verdicts would not originate from the imperial palace itself. But I doubt that anyone was too fooled by this superficial independence. The worst of the emperor's enemies were executed, and the rest were exiled. It wasn't hard to see the invisible hand of Julian guiding the commission's decisions about who needed to go and who could stay. But beyond the strictly personnel decisions, the commission also included among the guilty men who were just plain old bad eggs. Constantius's court had a reputation for corruption, and the idealistic Julian appears to have been genuinely interested in purging the imperial rolls of the worst of the worst. But Julian was not done when the commission wrapped up its business. For all the attention his religious policies receive, religious policies that we'll get to in a minute, it is worth noting that Julian was not just trying to turn the clock back on the church. He was also trying to turn it back on the state. Julian clearly idolized the emperors of the Antonine dynasty, and sought to base his own administration on their example. The first thing he attacked was just the sheer bloat of the imperial court. The Golden Age emperors had not needed 50 chefs and 30 secretaries and a personal barber, so why did he? Pink slips started flying through the palace, and anyone deemed unnecessary, redundant, or useless was simply given the boot. But firing all the leeches was just the beginning of Julian's attempt to turn back the clock to the hundreds AD. In a far more dramatic and far more disruptive move, the emperor also began to abandon the whole emperor as a living god conceit. He shed the massive smokescreen of officials standing between him and his subjects. He ate simple foods and wore simple clothes. He grew a philosopher's beard. Clearly, Julian wanted to pretend like the epoch-shifting reforms of Diocletian had never happened, and return to the princeps model of governance. In Julian's head, these were virtuous reforms that would be embraced by a public weary of overblown imperial egos. But mostly, the public was just bewildered. It would have been like Vespasian emerging from the civil wars of 69 AD and suddenly announcing that the Republic was back in effect. No one would have had any idea how to act, how to deal with it, or what was even expected of them. The entire political system of the late Empire was centered around a quasi-divine emperor who inhabited the realm between man and God. To have an emperor suddenly joining in Senate debates, expressing emotion in public, and just sort of generally being around, well, it was massively disconcerting. Julian meant well, but his vision was hopelessly anachronistic. When he died, the mere mortals of the empire gratefully ran back into the paternal embrace of their once again quasi-divine emperor. While he was bringing the role of emperor back down to earth, Julian also attempted to reduce the public power of the imperial bureaucracy in general. Adopting a more Trajan-like worldview, Julian believed that the central government was there to focus on the big picture issues like defense and taxation. It was not there to micromanage the affairs of every city, town, hamlet, and farmhouse in the empire. Seeking to devolve political authority, Julian re-empowered the ruling councils of the cities and handed over jurisdiction of huge tracts of imperial land to these local magistrates. The idea was to get them involved in the decision-making process, so Julian himself was not bogged down by endless minutiae. But once again, the citizens of the empire were more bewildered than anything else. Had Julian lived longer, this might all have eventually sunk in, but in the year and a half he ruled, he mostly just spun his wheels, trying to convince the leading men of various cities that being a magistrate wasn't just a massive financial burden anymore, that real power and real authority was theirs for the taking. They remained skeptical, though, until Julian's death ended the argument, and the rich and powerful men of the empire continued their drift into rural feudalism undisturbed. To the energized 29-year-old emperor, however, these reforms were not yet doomed to failure, and he really felt like he was just getting started on a complete overhaul of the empire's political constitution. He had no way of knowing that because he was about to die, none of this was going to stick. We don't really have any idea what would have happened had Julian lived, and it is one of the great speculative questions of Roman history. Maybe the institutional barriers would have been too great to overcome in the end, but then again, maybe 30 years of Julian really would have been revolutionary. Which brings us to the heart and soul of Julian's short reign, the heart and soul of Julian the Apostate. As I mentioned 2 episodes back, Julian had secretly rejected Christianity around 350 AD, not long after being released from his Cappadocian exile. But until now, this rejection had been a behind-closed-doors sort of thing. Close friends and advisors were aware of Julian's religious preferences, but since there was no upside to publicizing these religious preferences, it was a secret that stayed with his close friends and advisors. Now that he was king of the hill, though, Julian was free to bring his paganism out into the open, and boy, did he ever bring it out into the open. From the minute he became emperor, Julian worked obsessively to tear down the socio-political influence of the Christians, or, as Julian liked to call them, the Galileans, a subtle dig based on a quote from the Gospel of John, that out of Galilee ariseth no prophet. But Julian knew that merely tearing down would not be sufficient to fulfill his vision of a re-paganized empire. He would also have to build something up to replace these soon-to-be displaced Christians. When Julian entered Constantinople in December of 361, he immediately began this dual program of tearing down Christianity and building up paganism. It goes without saying that the political purge that accompanied Julian's arrival in the capital was driven in part by religious motives. In other words, the Christians were to be kicked out of influential posts, denied access to the imperial purse strings, and denied access to the emperor personally. Since the previous regime of Constantius had been so overtly Christian, though, this basically meant getting rid of everyone, something even Julian found he couldn't bring himself to do. So the apostate emperor wound up retaining a handful of the most honest and capable Christians in his administration. Beyond these token few, though, if you were Christian, your civil service career was suddenly in jeopardy. Now, of course, the swiftness with which Julian was able to reorganize the inner circle of the imperial government could not be matched on a system-wide basis. The bureaucracy was simply too large and too dispersed to overhaul overnight. But Julian was taking the long view on this thing, and so he promulgated a discriminatory order that when jobs opened up, the God-fearing candidates, that is, pagans, were to be preferred over the atheists, that is, the Christians. For the ambitious civil servant, this had to be a frustrating development. Like a week ago, they told me I had to be Christian if I wanted this job, and now you're telling me that because I'm a Christian, I'm not going to get the job? I don't really care one way or the other, I just wish you guys would get your story straight. On the building up front, Julian turned his attention first to building up in the literal sense. He ordered all the old shrines and temples and sanctuaries that had been closed over the years to be reopened, and appropriated imperial funds to help defray the costs. But, knowing that the central government would not be able to afford to cover even a fraction of the total costs that this order would generate, Julian issued an addendum edict that was one part practical and one part punitive. Under the previous Christian regimes, citizens had been encouraged to destroy the blasphemous sanctuaries of the pagans, or, at the very least, to repurpose them into something more useful. So all these old pagan buildings became shops and warehouses, and in some cases, family apartments. Julian ordered that the men responsible for the destruction or repurposing of the temples be responsible for the costs of undoing the damage they had done. Even Julian's most ardent admirers are troubled by the real-world effects of this edict. The empire had been Christian for 40 years now, so in many cases, families and businesses had absorbed the old pagan holy places a really long time ago. Their lives and livelihoods had become tied, at imperial encouragement no less, to the discarded husks of what they had been assured were dead cults. Now, suddenly, Julian wanted to kick them out and make them pay to rebuild the houses of said dead cults. It was unfair in theory, and cruel in practice. But Julian pushed on undeterred, and in February of 362, about 4 months after donning the purple, he issued his famous, or infamous, depending on who you talk to, Edict on Religious Tolerance. The point of the edict was to officially overturn the anti-pagan laws that had been on the books since the reign of Constantine. Now, those laws, which banned sacrifice, had never been uniformly or even diligently enforced, but still, officially they were out there, and so Julian officially cancelled them. Using the same sort of language Constantine had once used himself in the Edict of Milan, Julian declared that all religions were now to be considered equal in the eyes of the government. This meant that all the secret pagans or lapsed pagans or whoever could now return to their old ways without fear of state sanction. It also meant, though, that Christianity was not illegal. Given everything we know about Julian the Apostate, one might assume that the first thing he did was ban the Galilean religion outright. But his plans were a bit more subtle, a bit more long-term, and a bit more rational than his name might imply. The utter failure of the Great Persecution was not exactly ancient history. Julian knew that, far from breaking the Christians, that violent repression only led to a hardening of their resolve. So his edict was designed to unleash upon them their very worst and most hated enemy in all the world: other Christians. Julian's Edict of Toleration meant that the 40-year-old policy of using imperial muscle to back up what, for lack of a better word, I'll call mainstream Christianity, was over. All those repressed heresies were now free to come out of the woodwork and preach their own particular brand of the one true faith. Just at the moment when the Christian community needed to unite in the face of Julian's attacks, its ranks were sowed with discord. In Julian's perfect world, he would never have to do anything so dramatic as destroy Christianity. Instead, they would just slowly but surely tear themselves apart. Probably the nicest thing about this toleration strategy was that it enabled Julian to maintain the moral high ground. He pointedly declared that no religious violence would be accepted, no matter who the perpetrator or who the victim. Pagans were not to attack Christians. Christians were not to attack pagans, and Christians were not to attack each other. Thus, Julian was able to avoid being painted as some monster, a la Galerius or Maximinus Daia. Because I just want everyone to get along. What's wrong with everyone getting along? Come on, can't we all just get along? But just because he encouraged non-violent means of achieving his goal, that did not mean that Julian's goal was not to drive Christianity into the ground. His goal, most definitely, was to drive Christianity into the ground. In May of 362, Julian left Constantinople and headed for Antioch. Since he had originally established his bona fides in the west, it was important for the new emperor to reach out to the eastern provinces and consolidate his rule over the whole empire. The east, after all, had been Constantius's domain for almost a quarter of a century, and Julian had come to power in the middle of a revolt against the man the eastern provincials had happily called Augustus all those years. In other words, Julian had some making up to do. On top of this political rationale, Julian also had a military rationale for heading east. The war with the Persians that Constantius had broken off was still hanging out there unresolved, and Julian wanted to use that war to cement his imperial authority. A big win over the Persians would catapult him to a whole new level. Not only would he earn the respect of the Eastern legions, who had just months before been marching out to crush him, but he would also establish himself as a military leader of unparalleled skill. He could already point to major victories in the west, add major victories in the east, and boy, he might just become bigger than Constantine. On the road to Antioch, Julian issued another one of his famous/infamous anti-Christian edicts. Henceforth, Christians would not be allowed to teach children using any of the classical texts. That meant no Homer, no Cicero, no Plato. But of course, the basic curriculum of Roman education, philosophy and grammar and rhetoric, used all of those works as their standard textbooks. If you can't teach Homer, you can't teach grammar. It's just that simple. The edict thus presented the parents of the empire with a stark choice. Their kids could either be taught by Christian teachers, but be denied the standard education, or they could be given the standard education and be denied any Christian interpretation of the material. Since a classical education was still required if you wanted to have any sort of decent career, Julian was banking that the vast majority of parents would choose to abandon Christian teachers rather than have their children grow up not knowing who Achilles was. To put this another way, Julian passed a law essentially strangling off Christian access to impressionable young minds. Like I say, he wanted to drive Christianity into the ground. When he arrived in Antioch in July of 362, though, Julian finally ran into some pushback to all this. He came into the eastern capital under the mistaken assumption that the city was eager to shed its Christian veneer and return to its pagan roots. But that was really not the case, as the fracas over the nearby temple of Apollo would make abundantly clear. Julian went to visit the famous temple shortly after his arrival, and was dismayed at the dilapidated condition he found it in. When he ordered a priest to join him at the site for a sacrifice, he was further incensed to see the disinterested priest wandering up with a leftover goose to offer Apollo, rather than a nice fat bull. Julian then consulted the oracle of the temple in order to gain some much-needed mystical advice, but was told that as long as the dead were desecrating the temple grounds, that the oracle could not speak. In this case, the dead referred to a famous Christian martyr who had been buried near the temple grounds. Julian figured it would be no big deal to exhume the body and then move it back to a proper cemetery, but the citizens of Antioch were outraged at this sacrilege. They came out en masse to protest the emperor's decision, and then, just a few days later, the Temple of Apollo mysteriously burned down. The verdict of history is that the fire was probably an accident, caused when some lit candles were neglected. But the verdict of Julian was that the Christians of Antioch were guilty of arson. All of this growing enmity was further exacerbated by another bout of famine, just like the one that had helped take down Julian's brother Gallus. The emperor attempted to set price controls on the now scarce grain supply, but all that happened was that rich merchants bought up all the available food at the controlled price and then carted it off to the surrounding countryside, where they sold it at an insane markup. Between the religious conflict, the famine, and the just downright incompatibility of Julian and the Antiochians, they liked sumptuous living and games, he liked plain living and philosophy, it soon became clear that this was a relationship that was just never going to work. At a set of games thrown by Julian, against his will of course, the Antiochians went in for a particularly harsh round of heckling that left the emperor embarrassed and embittered. He responded by publicly disseminating a satirical work called The Beard Hater, in which he viciously lampooned the citizens of Antioch while pretending to make fun of himself. No one really comes off well in the exchange, and the final upshot of it all is that when the emperor finally left the city in March 363, he promised never to return. His encounter with the Antiochians, though, did not cause him to reassess his religious policies, so much as cause him to dig in his heels. In January of 363, Christians were banned from practicing law. In February, the Christian custom of daytime funerals was prohibited. But as I said, Julian was not just about tearing down. In the middle of all this, he also made an energetic, if futile, attempt to unify all the various pagan cults into a single organized religion, something that could structurally compete with Christianity. Julian could see how the empire-wide network of Christians helped cement its place in the hearts and minds of the citizens, how their dedication to helping the poor, tending to the sick, and offering sanctuary to the lost made them so popular with the common people. And most of all, how their unity, despite their many differences, made them an institutional force to be reckoned with. So Julian tried to create a pagan alternative to the Christian church. According to his plans, high priests would act as bishops, lower priests would act as presbyters and deacons, and social outreach would become a central part of everyone's religious duties. The emperor even made a hurried stab at creating an overarching metaphysical, philosophical framework for all these cults to live in together. But it was a hopeless cause, because, first of all, the emperor did not have time to properly flesh out his ideas. Second, maybe he didn't have the intellectual chops to even pull it off had he had the time. And third, was a position paper really going to suddenly bind together religious cults that had never had anything to do with each other? There was no such thing as capital P paganism. It's just a word that we use to describe a collection of practices and traditions that had all built up independently of each other over time. You can't just throw them all together and say, now you're just one thing. Julian wanted the final fight to be a one-on-one affair. Christianity versus traditional polytheism. But the very nature of that polytheism precluded the emperor's vision from ever becoming a reality. It was always going to be Christianity versus a whole bunch of small, disunited cults. But whether it would have worked or not doesn't really matter. When I say Julian did not have the time to properly flesh out his ideas, I don't just mean that he was really busy and didn't have time to focus on philosophy. As I'm sure you know, Julian is about to die and leave all of this work unfinished. However, it would not be his war with Christianity that would bring him down, but rather his far more mundane and worldly war with Persia. Next week, the emperor will take to the field ready to score a victory against the Sassanids. But unfortunately, beyond score a victory, he didn't seem to have much strategic direction. What would a victory even look like? Did he want to sack the capital? Beat Shapur in a big battle? Remove Shapur from power completely? Conquer the whole of Persia? What? No one really knew what the ultimate objective was, and it may have been the case that Julian himself did not even know what the ultimate objective was. The emperor liked to jump into things with both feet, and once again, it appears that he really should have looked before he leaped. This week's episode is brought to you by Audible. As you know, Audible is the internet's leading provider of audio entertainment with over 80,000 titles to choose from. When you're done with this episode, go to audiblepodcast.com/Rome. That again, audiblepodcast.com/Rome. By going to that address, you qualify for a free book download when you sign up for a 14-day trial membership. There is no obligation to continue the service, and you can cancel anytime and keep the free book. You can also keep going with one of the monthly subscription options and get great deals on all future audiobook purchases. If you are just now getting to this episode, this week I initially passed along a listener recommendation for 1421, the year China discovered the world. However, I must confess that I did not do my usual due diligence on researching the merits of the book, and so just now discovered that 1421 is basically pseudo-historical nonsense that relies on no good evidence whatsoever, speculates wildly beyond the facts, and that the author, Gavin Menzies, is basically a novelist pretending to be a historian. I am embarrassed to have given 1421 the History of Rome seal of approval. It is not good history, and I sincerely apologize for what can only be described as a sloppy recommendation. How about next time I just recommend The History of the World in 100 Objects, or maybe one of those Star Wars books that people keep wanting me to plug? Just remember to go to audiblepodcast.com/Rome so that they know who sent you. Hello, and welcome to the History of Rome. Episode 146, The Spear of Destiny. Last week, we covered the wide range of reforms Julian initiated after becoming emperor. Though he is usually remembered as the man who tried to stem the tide of Christianity, we should not forget that he was interested in more than just religion, and given enough time, it is possible that we could have been sitting here talking about Julian as a major transformative figure. But instead, we talk about him merely as a brief detour, an accidental left turn, noticed and corrected within a block of the mistake. This week, we will get into why Julian's imperial course correction never got the empire further down his pagan principate side road. In the end, it wasn't because of institutional barriers, entrenched interests, or even the irresistible destiny of Christianity. It was because of a forgotten breastplate and an anonymously thrown spear. After a frustrating winter spent butting heads with the citizens of Antioch, Julian was eager to leave behind the aggravating belligerency of his fellow citizens and focus his attention on a much easier enemy to grapple with, the Sassanids. He didn't have to worry about placating the Sassanids or making friends with the Sassanids or even caring what the Sassanids thought about his reform agenda. He just needed to beat the crap out of the Sassanids. I imagine that as much as Julian was looking forward to the political bounce he would get from a successful campaign in the East, that he was also looking forward to the cathartic relief he would get from a good, hard fight. Much to Julian's consternation, however, the Sassanids were presently trying to duck that fight. The Persian king Shapur II spent most of his epic reign, which was an amazing 70 years long, vacillating between aggression and pacifism towards Rome, and it appears that with the death of his old enemy Constantius II, that the king was ready to once again enter one of his passive phases. His recent victories, which had included the sack of Amida, had turned out to have been of the Pyrrhic variety. That is, the costs of the campaign far outweighed the benefits. Further fighting at this point would probably only shift the border between Rome and Persia a few yards in either direction, so what was the point? Shapur reached out to Julian and tried to work out a peace agreement that would satisfy both leaders, but Julian was not having it. He had come east to make war on the Sassanids, not to make peace with the Sassanids. Though the terms were reasonable, and it is hard to see how rejecting them benefited Rome in the final analysis, Julian had designed a game plan to take him through the early years of his reign, and that game plan said very clearly, win a great victory against Persia. So Julian refused to listen to terms. If I make peace, I won't be able to win a great victory against Persia, and it says very clearly right here that I need to win a great victory against Persia. You get the feeling like Shapur could have offered control of the whole Sassanid Empire and promised to become the emperor's private footstool, and Julian still would have demanded a war. So in March of 363, Julian left Antioch at the head of an army, telling those lousy ingrate Antiochians on his way out the door that he was never, ever coming back. Though the estimates for the size of Julian's army vary from a low of 65,000 to a high of 90,000, there is one thing we can be sure of. Julian was mustering every available soldier he could get his hands on. He even demanded that the king of Armenia send an auxiliary army to help shore up the Roman ranks. Julian wanted nothing less than a total, complete, and overwhelming victory, and he did not want to leave anything to chance. However, though an army the size of Julian's eastern invasion force, whatever size it actually was, would have made the emperor an unstoppable juggernaut back in Gaul, out here in Syria, it made him merely equal to the task. By most estimates, the army Shapur had in the field was able to match the Romans man for man. When you throw in the fact that most of the soldiers in the Roman army were either recently recruited or had been transferred over from the west and were unused to desert fighting, well, even 100,000 men might not have been equal to the task. In other words, Julian might have thought he wasn't leaving anything to chance, but he was still going to need a healthy dose of luck to pull this thing off. Beyond questions about whether his army could do what Julian wanted them to do, the emperor is often criticized for marching east without a clear strategic aim beyond victory for victory's sake. Sadly, for the men of the Roman army, though, no one realized quite how rudderless this war actually was in the beginning, because Julian appeared to have a very clear idea of what he was doing. He was going to attack the Sassanid capital of Ctesiphon. To pull this off, the emperor knew that he would need to keep Shapur off his back for a little while. The Persian king was up in the north near the Armenian border with the bulk of his veteran army, and that is exactly where Julian wanted him to stay. To keep Shapur in place, Julian peeled off 20 to 30,000 of his men, the variation depending on how large you think his overall army was, and sent them to feign an attack on Medea. The emperor hoped that in the fog of war, this decoy invasion force would be taken for the main invasion force, and confound Shapur's reaction time accordingly. Even if the king saw through the Medea feint, Julian reckoned that Shapur would, at the very least, assume the Romans would be taking the easy route down the Tigris to attack Ctesiphon, and so, while the decoy army marched northeast, Julian himself chose the tougher, but less expected route down the Euphrates. Despite his lack of a coherent strategy, Julian did not neglect his logistical responsibilities, and after reaching the Euphrates, he rendezvoused with a fleet of some 1,000 ships that he had ordered constructed to keep the food and munitions flowing. With his years in Gaul marked by constant supply problems, Julian was making damn sure that he would not have to worry about some latter-day Barbatio seizing his grain and burning his supply transports. The preparations were complete by early April, and Julian spent the next month methodically making his way south towards the Sassanid capital. As the Romans marched, they seized control of any cities or military outposts they happened by. Since the majority of these were only lightly garrisoned, the resistance they met during these first few weeks was sporadic and short-lived. And it wasn't until they were closing in on Ctesiphon that Julian and his army finally ran into some real pushback. 2 cities in a row shut up their gates and attempted to resist, and though in both cases the Romans won after a quick, hard battle, the fights did lay bare the realities of siege warfare in the desert heat. As the Roman army neared Ctesiphon, the big question became how to get his men and his 1,000 ships over to the capital. You see, part of the reason the approach along the Tigris was easier was because Ctesiphon is actually located on the Tigris. Having tens of thousands of soldiers and 1,000 supply ships doesn't do you much good if you're, on the complete wrong river. The obvious answer was to take the long way around. That is, head down to the confluence of the rivers and then turn around and row upstream. But that route was arduous and fraught with danger, and Julian had no intention of exposing his army if he didn't have to. And he was pretty sure that he didn't have to. You see, Julian knew a little secret that had been lost to the ages. Once upon a time, the kings of Persia had built a canal connecting the Tigris and Euphrates rivers. But due to excessive flooding, the canal had long ago been blocked up, and now sat around as an innocuous dry ditch. Julian located this royal canal, and had his men knock out the dam that kept the long-forgotten channel dry. Just like that, the Romans had a straight path from here to there. Thus, in mid-May of 363, the Sassanid garrison defending Ctesiphon was dismayed to discover a massive Roman invasion fleet descending on them not from the north or from the south, where attacks were to be expected, but from the west, which, wait, what? Was Shapur stalled, but by this point no longer completely fooled, by the decoy army in the north, the soldiers defending Ctesiphon were also dismayed to learn that they were on their own. At this point, Julian had to have been delighted by his prospects, and even more delighted by the result of the initial encounter between his men and the Ctesiphon garrison. The Persians lined up for battle in front of the city, but rather than attack them directly, Julian spent the day lulling them into a false sense of security by making a big show of settling in and not paying much attention to the opposing army. But as soon as night fell, Julian ordered a surprise attack. The resulting battle lasted well into the next day, and eventually the Sassanids were pushed back into the city. But critically, the Romans did not immediately follow up this success, and they retired before capturing the city in one fell swoop. Which is unfortunate, because that day's battle would prove to be the high point of Julian's invasion. From that moment on, it was pretty much all downhill. The first thing that struck the Roman officers the next morning, and the first thing that makes us think that perhaps Julian had not thought this through fully, was the impressive defensive fortifications Ctesiphon now boasted. You'll recall from past episodes that sacking Ctesiphon was practically a rite of passage for Roman emperors there for a while, and really, all they had to do was show up and the city would surrender. But the advanced fortification techniques that had begun cropping up at the end of the 3rd century were not a strictly Roman phenomenon. Even with his full army, and he was still waiting for the decoy army to rejoin his main force, it would take time and effort to dislodge the Sassanids now that they were settling in for a siege. More to the point, the Romans would probably be unable to take the city before Shapur arrived with the main Persian army. And even if Shapur took his time getting to Ctesiphon, the royal canal, the one that had been closed because of excessive flooding, well, it was now flooding and creating a malaria-ridden swamp for the Romans to camp in. So, where did that leave them? What was the plan now? Initially, Julian argued in favor of launching the siege anyway, but in the command tent, he was pummeled by a nearly unanimous officer corps that told him in no uncertain terms that, in their professional opinion, a siege would be suicide. Finally, Julian relented and agreed to call off the assault. So, okay, now that that's settled, what's the new plan? Sacking Ctesiphon would have been nice, but what was the greater purpose it would have served? It's clear we need to change our approach, so what's our overarching strategic goal? Maybe we can rejigger our methods and achieve the same result? Are we trying to conquer Persia? Are we trying to remove Shapur from power? Are we simply trying to force him to give us a better peace deal? What are we doing out here? Though we do not have a solid record of these meetings, it appears that Julian did not really have answers to these questions. Sacking Ctesiphon had likely been an end unto itself. Now that he had run into a wall, literally a big, thick wall, Julian wasn't sure what to do. He was going to have to improvise his way out of this, and the plan he came up with was pretty clearly not in the original playbook. Going back the way that they had come would have been too difficult, so the emperor decided to lead his army up the Tigris River, which was the quickest route back to Armenia and back to safety. The Roman soldiers were understandably skeptical of this plan. I mean, isn't that the direction Shapur is coming from? But they went from skeptical to appalled when they learned the next part of the plan, that Julian was also planning to burn the 1,000 supply ships. It would have been much too difficult to haul them all back upriver, and leaving them behind meant leaving them gift-wrapped for Shapur. But the cold logic of command is sometimes lost on the average grunt. All the grunt sees is that the things that bring him food are going up in smoke. So on top of having to call an audible in the middle of a campaign, Julian also had to deal with the fact that his troops were now questioning his sanity. And then, things got really bad. When Shapur's scouts reported back that the Romans were heading north up the Tigris, the king responded with a harsh but obvious strategy. Despite Roman fears to the contrary, Shapur was still not looking to initiate a set-piece battle, at least not yet, so he ordered his men to pour into the countryside and burn every single edible thing they could find. This scorched earth tactic was rough on his own people, but it was even rougher on the Romans. Julian had been expecting to be able to live off the land until they reached Armenia, or at least until they met Shapur in battle, but instead, the Sassanids were keeping their distance, offering no terms, and watching as the Romans starved. By the middle of June 363, the situation was desperate, and it was at this point that Julian met his fate. Once he determined that the Romans had been worn down by their grueling march north, Shapur finally ordered his army to begin harassing the legions. Skirmishes in the front and in the rear of the Roman line gave way to heavier fighting, and pretty soon the two sides were locked in a running battle. The Romans desperately attempted to push north, but could make almost no headway, and they were averaging just a few miles a day. But despite the bleakness of the situation, Julian never gave up. He never locked himself up in his tent, he never tried to run for it, and by all accounts, he never even hinted that he would do either of those things. He was constantly out in front of his men, leading them, fighting with them, encouraging them. There is absolutely no denying that he handled the situation as admirably as a man in his situation could. But there is also no denying that in the end, this admirable conduct is what killed him. The details of Julian's death are vague. Despite the fact that Ammianus Marcellinus was actually there and fought in the fateful battle, we still don't know exactly what happened, which is understandable. We are talking about a clash between tens of thousands of men here. Unless he was right next to the emperor, even Marcellinus's account is going to be secondhand, and he wasn't right next to the emperor. That said, the standard account is that on June 26, 363 AD, the Sassanids hit the Romans with a multi-pronged assault. As Julian was trying to rally the men on one side, they were attacked from another. When he rushed over to rally the men on that side, they were attacked from a third side. In the midst of all this rushing around, Julian had neglected to don his breastplate. When word came of the attack, he had simply dashed off to lead his men. Admirable, but more than a little short-sighted. He was on his horse in the thick of the fray on that third front, when a spear came flying out of the Persian line and struck Julian in the side. Marcellinus says specifically that the spear grazed the emperor's arm and then lodged itself in his liver. Julian tried to remove the spear, but the blade was too long to get a firm grip, and he cut his hands in the process. Weak from shock and a loss of blood, the emperor fainted, then regained consciousness long enough to announce that his wound was not mortal, and then he fainted again. Julian was then rushed away from the scene, and his doctor immediately began to save the emperor's life. In his biography of Julian the Apostate, The Last Pagan, Adrian Murdoch spends a good amount of time at the end of the book trying to parse through the different versions of Julian's death to try and reach some tentative conclusion. Though Marcellinus is usually deferred to when it comes to Julian, Murdoch argues that the soldier historian's belief that the emperor died on the same day he was wounded is suspect. First of all, the cause of Julian's death is described as strangulation, rather than something more directly related to the wound. This points to an infection, and infection is going to need time to build up. The reason this even matters is because as he lay dying, Julian, surprisingly, and not a little bit recklessly, never did name an heir. In Marcellinus's version, Julian spends his final evening engaged in some romantic deathbed philosophizing, but he never even hints at who ought to lead the army and the empire when he inevitably dies. This seems so ridiculously short-sighted that it calls the whole version of the story into question. If, however, Julian spent 3 days in bed slowed by a wound that did not necessarily look like it was killing him until, whoops, it killed him, then the fact that he did not name an heir makes sense. Put simply, the emperor did not believe he was dying, and so he did not name a successor. And this is why I tend to believe that Julian died on June the 29th, 363 AD, 2 days after receiving the mortal wound. Either way, though, he was 31 years old and had ruled the empire for just a year and a half. Julian's short reign is unique in Roman history. Previous emperors had initiated fundamental changes to the way the empire operated, and previous emperors had of course served very short terms of office. but never had they done both at the same time. Julian had tried to pull off a system-wide overhaul of the empire that, had it succeeded, would have made his reign a key hinge point on the imperial timeline. Maybe his overhaul would not have been as grand as, say, Augustus's or Diocletian's had been, but it certainly might have had the power to diminish the prominent part Constantine plays in the history of the Western world. Perhaps it might have even served as a bookend to an anomalous Christian era for the empire. But the other emperors who dreamed big had the luck to serve a long time, and see their reform cemented into the bedrock of the system. Julian dreamed big, and then he died young. I honestly think that in terms of ambition of vision and brevity of rule, the only one who matches Julian is, and I know this is going to sound crazy, Elagabalus, who, like Julian, tried to reinvent Roman religion, but died before his reforms could firmly take root in the system. However, other than that superficial similarity, there is really nothing to connect the half-mad teenager Elagabalus to the genuinely conscientious Julian, so I really think that Julian the Apostate is a unique figure in Roman history, which makes him interesting, which means that we will never stop poring over his year and a half in office and wondering what might have been. All that said, however, in June of 363, the Roman army did not have the luxury of pondering what Julian's place in history was going to be. They were stranded in enemy territory, surrounded, and flailing. The emperor was dead, and no heir was in place. In other words, disaster loomed. Next week, Julian's officers will attempt to pick up the pieces and avert said disaster. But given the circumstances, and the fact that the legitimate imperial line was now suddenly extinct, well, in trying to solve the problem of what they were going to do next, they may have wound up simply swapping one disaster for another. Hello, and welcome to the History of Rome. Episode 147, Capitulation. Last week, we left off with the Eastern legions in a bit of a scrape. The Emperor Julian was dead, he had not named a successor, and they were surrounded on all sides by a hostile Sassanid army. Any one of those things taken alone would have been pretty rotten, but taken together, well, let's break out the popcorn and see what happens next. After news of Julian's death got out, the senior officers of the army got together and tried to figure out what the hell they were going to do next. Naturally, the first order of business was figuring out who was in charge. After all, a good chain of command can't just peter out into a mud puddle of cavalry officers and supply chiefs. Someone's got to be the eye in the pyramid. With no imperial relatives around to make the choice easy on them, the officers turned to the most obvious non-royal candidate, the senior Praetorian prefect, Saturninus Secundus Salutius. The prefect was universally respected, and from the moment Julian had been named Caesar, Salutius had been one of the emperor's closest and most influential advisors. He had been so trusted, in fact, that when Julian had formed the commission to oversee the post-Constantius purge of the imperial court, Salutius had been its chairman. Elevated to the rank of Praetorian Prefect of the East after the commission wrapped up its business, Salutius was the highest-ranking official in the tent after Julian died, so the senior officers of the army tried to make him emperor. But Salutius begged off, pleading that he was too old and too sick for such an exhausting job. Also, man, is now really the best time to become emperor? So the officers went back to the drawing board and came up with a surprising new candidate, a man who at the very least would not be able to cite arthritis as an excuse to get out of the promotion. Captain of the imperial bodyguard, Flavius Jovianus. The choice of Jovian was surprising, not just because he was only 31 years old, but also because he was a relative unknown. That is, he was not some high official or long-serving officer with a lifetime of experience under his belt and friends in all corners of the empire. Plus, while he was a fine officer, he had likely risen as high as he had, as fast as he had, not because of merit, but because his father had served for years in that same post. So though his sudden elevation to the purple is surprising, I reckon that Jovian got the call for two main reasons. First, because there were enough internal rivalries between the officers that, after Salutius, any unanimous choice was going to have to be a lesser candidate, because all the better candidates had enemies in the room. And second, again, man, is now really the best time to become emperor? Ammianus Marcellinus reports that Jovian was such an unexpected choice that when the soldiers cheered his elevation, it is possible that they completely misunderstood who they were cheering, that some thought they were hailing a high notary named Jovianus, while others thought they were cheering a recovered Julian. But despite coming out of nowhere, Jovian was not exactly coming out of nowhere. He was born around 331 in Illyria, making him roughly the same age as Julian, and as I mentioned, he was the son of a highly regarded officer who had risen to become captain of Constantius II's personal bodyguard. Jovian was also, coincidentally enough, the son-in-law of the commander of the Sirmium garrison, who Julian had kidnapped just prior to taking the city in mid-361. There are two interesting things to note about Jovian's rise in the ranks that speak to Julian's character. First, Julian was not necessarily one to hold a family grudge. Both Jovian's father and father-in-law had been loyal to Constantius II, which you would think would be the sort of thing that would actually preclude Jovian from being promoted to such a key position, but apparently it was not. Second, Jovian was openly Christian, which contradicts any notion that Julian was an anti-Christian extremist. He was anti-Christian, sure, but a good officer was a good officer, and good officers were in short supply. The presence in the army of Valentinian, who we will get to in a moment, further speaks to the surprisingly limited extent of Julian's religious intolerance, which is to say that when push came to shove, for Julian, talent often trumped religion. Before I get off this point, I should note also, though, that the same was true for Constantine and his sons. Yes, they were Christian and promoted Christianity and tried to push paganism to the fringes, but during the period between the Milvian Bridge and the revolt of Julian, polytheist officers and polytheist officials continued to occupy key positions in the military and in the government. The emperors were pragmatic men ruling in difficult times, and talent was not just something you could discard, even if there was a larger religious battle to fight. In terms of the sheer ugliness of the situation an emperor walked into upon donning the purple, there were few situations uglier than the one Jovian walked into. Probably only the ascension of Gallus, who came to power after the disaster at Abritus, rivals Jovian's ascension in terms of its terrible no-goodness. In both cases, an emperor was dead at the enemy's hand, that enemy was still at hand, and the Roman army was mentally and physically broken. Which is why only Gallus could probably appreciate what Jovian did next. Certainly none of Jovian's contemporaries demonstrated any appreciation for it at all. It's easy to demand vigor and resiliency, and if that fails, noble self-sacrifice, when you're safely tucked thousands of miles away at the imperial capital. Much harder when you're actually standing there, plausibly facing total annihilation. The new emperor at first attempted to continue the retreat towards Armenia, but the loss of Julian had destroyed morale, so he did what he no doubt felt he had to do. He sent envoys to Shapur and asked what the price would be for safe passage home. Shapur was delighted by this turn of events and replied that the terms would be simple. Give back all the territory ceded to Galerius by the Treaty of Nispus, exactly what the Sassanid king had demanded of Constantius back in 357. This meant the Romans would have to evacuate all the fortress cities that had acted as their forward line of defense and pull out of all the territory they occupied on the far side of the Tigris. The one added term Shapur tacked on was a guarantee of Armenian neutrality in all future conflicts between the two empires. The terms were harsh, and essentially amounted to total capitulation for the Romans, but Jovian had little choice. For him, the deal boiled down to capitulate with your army left intact, or capitulate after it has been destroyed. Sure, in the latter case, maybe you get to go out fighting, but was that really in the best interests of the empire long-term? To lose its whole eastern army in battle just for the sheer stubborn glory of it all? Jovian, probably glad Shapur wasn't asking for more, accepted the terms. The Romans were granted safe passage back to Syria. Julian had gone out looking for victory for victory's sake, and the army instead returned with nothing to show for it but defeat for the sake of survival. Now, I would be remiss if I did not point out that there is another way to look at the Roman surrender. For example, Ammianus Marcellinus states that Jovian misunderstood the tactical realities of the situation, that the new emperor was mistaken in his belief that the cause was hopeless, because Shapur was actually much weaker than he appeared. And it is worth asking a few questions. If the cause was so hopeless, why hadn't the Sassanids crushed the Romans yet? If the cause was so hopeless, why had Shapur asked only for withdrawal from the land beyond the Tigris? Why not demand all of Mesopotamia? Why not demand the Roman army lay down its arms before they headed home? The answers to these questions no doubt lie in Shapur's own evaluation of the situation, which likely jibes with Marcellinus's assessment. That the Romans were run down, but they weren't beaten yet. That it was best not to risk asking the Romans for too much, because if they decided they had to fight on, well, this isn't exactly a case of the ant begging the foot for mercy. Shapur clearly did not think he held the lives of the Romans in the palm of his hand, otherwise the terms would have been even harsher. Indeed, if Jovian had decided to keep on fighting, it is very possible that the fortunes of war could have turned this all from a Roman debacle into a Roman victory, a fact the Sassanid king must have been acutely aware of. So, when the emperor came calling, Shapur jumped at the chance to end this thing on favorable terms. Remember, he had never wanted this war in the first place, because he did not think he was strong enough to beat the Romans without it costing him big time. All that said, however, a strategy that pins its hopes on the fortunes of war suddenly turning your way risks an awful lot. In this case, it meant risking the safety of the entire Eastern Empire. If the expeditionary army was destroyed, then there would be nothing to stop Shapur from sacking Antioch, and maybe even from sacking Alexandria. It was just that simple. At a minimum, any further fighting would just mean more dead Roman soldiers. Not dead for any purpose, but dead because the invasion had been a bad idea, poorly executed, and no one wanted to admit it. Sometimes you just have to grit your teeth, tip your cap, and go home. And what was the cost? Some land beyond the Tigris? No one was ceding Syria. No one was handing over Egypt. Jovian was accepting mild defeat, rather than risk appalling defeat. Was it the optimum outcome? Of course not. Especially when you factor in that the surrender, of course, emboldened Shapur, and left later Romans hungry for revenge, which virtually guaranteed continued strife along the eastern frontier for another generation. And, as you may or may not know, that strife will one day prove so distracting that the issue of what to do about the horde of Goths that just showed up on the Danube asking for asylum will be badly mishandled. And I mean badly mishandled. Who knows, maybe a mutually destructive fight in the desert would have led to an exhausted peace in the east that would have left the Romans free to deal with the incoming Goths responsibly. But now I'm just kind of wandering off topic. Jovian made the deal. The Roman army headed home intact. When Jovian and his exhausted men arrived back in Roman territory, the reaction to his peace deal was immediate and negative. The ruling narrative quickly became that Jovian was a coward who had sold out the empire to save his own skin. In an age when military victory and political legitimacy were one and the same, just ask Julian, Jovian had committed the unforgivable sin of surrender. It would have been interesting to see just how long Jovian would have been able to stay in power given this albatross hanging around his neck. We'll never know, of course, because, well, we'll get to that in a second, but it is hard to imagine too much time passing before Jovian faced either a palace coup or a military revolt. By all accounts, the emperor was acutely aware of his unpopularity, but before heading to Constantinople, he lingered in Antioch and began the process of returning the empire to Christianity. The fact that he was personally a Christian had to have played a major role in his subsequent edicts, but it's easy to imagine the new emperor also believed he was laying the foundations for his own base of power. Reinstate the Christians, get the support of the Christians. Isn't that how these things work? To this end, Julian annulled most of the restrictions on Christian practices and revived most of the restrictions on pagan practices. The empire would never again return to its polytheistic roots. In November of 363, Jovian felt that things were settled enough in the east that he could afford to head to Constantinople and face his political unpopularity head-on. He knew that he was likely walking into a viper's nest of backstabbers, because, after all, in addition to being the man who had surrendered the Eastern legions, he wasn't even a member of the Constantinian dynasty, so who did he think he was anyway? It was going to be a tough sell, but Jovian was a tough guy, and ready to do what he had to do to secure the throne for years to come, except, yeah, it's not gonna happen. In February of 364, Jovian was heading down the home stretch in between Ancyra and Nicaea when he suddenly died. Some sources point to carbon monoxide poisoning, while others point to poison mushrooms. A few later sources take it on faith that the emperor was assassinated, but most modern scholars seem to come down squarely on the side of a freak accident. I, for one, am under the impression that Livia did it. Whatever or whoever it was that killed Jovian, he was 32 years old when he died, and had ruled the empire for just 8 months. I hate to say this because I'm fairly sympathetic to Jovian, but I think his death was a blessing for Rome. I really don't see how the empire survives the next few years, or even the next few months, without some kind of disastrous civil war. There had already been riots in Milan when Julian's death was announced, riots that wound up killing Jovian's father-in-law, by the way, who had been the one to read the announcement. Jovian was a political newcomer. He had no connection to the previous dynasty, and he had just surrendered to the Sassanids. You take these three things together, and you get big red flashing lights going off in the head of every ambitious general and prefect in the empire. Though Rome would still have to deal with the brief revolt of Julian's maternal cousin Procopius, I don't think that that even touches the kind of civil discord that probably would have broken out had Julian lived. That's just speculation on my part, but I think the combination of Valentinian and Valens offered a much stronger imperial hand than Jovian would have ever been able to provide. Which brings us to Valentinian and Valens. Who are Valentinian and Valens, you ask? Well, I'll tell you. The former was a highly regarded officer who was in the right place at the right time, and the latter was that guy's brother. Flavius Valentinianus had been born in 321 in Pannonia, and was the son of an important general named Gratianus. Gratianus had spent most of his career in the west, and he reached the uppermost rungs of the chain of command during the reign of Constans. Young Valentinian joined the army just after Constans took control of all the western provinces in 340, and he followed his father to postings first in North Africa and then in Britain. After Gratianus presciently retired just before the fall of Constans, we don't know where exactly Valentinian went next, but it was almost certainly somewhere along the Rhine or Danube frontier. The confusion about who was doing what when continues during the period of Magnentius's revolt. No sources speak to what, if any, role Valentinian played in the conflict, but we do know that following his victory, Constantius II confiscated the estates of Gratianus, hinting that the retired general may have been providing support for the usurping general, which was not out of the question since the two old soldiers were both veterans of the Western legions. If Valentinian joined his father's presumed support for Magnentius, it cannot have been too staunch, because the rising officer next appears in Gaul attached to Julian's army, which is not exactly the sort of promotion you'd expect for a blood enemy of the dynasty. It was in Gaul that Valentinian really began to make a name for himself. He served with distinction as a cavalry officer, almost certainly fought at the Battle of Strasbourg, and generally endeared himself to superiors and subordinates alike. The senior officers liked him because he got the job done, and the grunts liked him because of his easygoing disposition. A disposition which is kind of hard to imagine given Valentinian's ultimate cause of death. In the winter of 359-360, Valentinian was promoted to the Eastern legions, as Constantius prepared for war against the Sassanids, and he was likely already in Antioch by the time Julian revolted in January of 360. For Valentinian, the upshot of this imperial conflict was that he was immediately dismissed from service by Constantius, who was concerned that Valentinian's close ties to Julian would make him a potential snake in the grass. As with the revolt of Magnentius, we don't know what Valentinian thought about Julian's uprising, but it's possible Constantius was being overly paranoid about the whole thing, because after Julian became sole emperor, Valentinian was forced to remain in semi-exile in Egypt. As a Christian, in a time when that was suddenly a bad thing again, Valentinian's future was very much in doubt. However, as Julian was building up his war machine to go invade Persia, he recalled Valentinian to service. Like I said, good officers are good officers, whatever they believe, and Valentinian was a good officer. His reward for being such a good officer was that he got to witness firsthand the utter meltdown of the Eastern invasion, Julian's subsequent death, and the Roman army's humiliating withdrawal back to Syria. When they reached Antioch, though, Valentinian received one of the most fortuitous promotions in history. As Jovian worked through the aftermath of the failed invasion and tried to lay the groundwork for his own imperial rule, he sent Valentinian to Ancyra to command a key infantry division, which meant that when Jovian passed through a few months later, and then suddenly died a few miles down the road, well, good Valentinian was right there, wasn't he? I mean, literally, physically, right there. Wasn't he? The immediate response to Jovian's death was very similar to the immediate response to Julian's death. The military and political inner circle got together and tried to figure out who the next emperor was going to be. Initially, two names were put forward: Aquitius, a veteran officer, and Januarius, a relative of Jovian's who was currently overseeing supply operations in Illyria. But as the officials talked their way through the problem, Aquitius was rejected because he was a bit rough around the edges, too much soldier and not enough statesman. Then, Januarius was rejected because there would be a frightening lag time between now and when we can actually drape him in the purple. No one wanted to be responsible for opening up a prolonged power vacuum. So what they needed was an experienced officer who was educated and cultured enough to survive as a politician, but who was also near enough at hand that we can get him in office like right now. And then someone mentioned Valentinian, who they had just passed a few days back. And they all liked and respected Valentinian, and the men seemed to like and respect Valentinian, and he's pretty well educated, and hey, I think we have our man. A messenger was sent at once to fetch the no doubt surprised, but apparently willing Valentinian, and on February the 26th, 364 AD, he became emperor of the Roman Empire. When he emerged to address the assembled troops, however, they greeted him more as an angry mob than as joyful subjects. With all the backroom picking of emperors lately, the soldiers were starting to feel left out of the process. But Valentinian assured them that the needs of the army would always come first, and that they had nothing to fear from Emperor Valentinian. After all, was he not one of them? With the army now pretty securely on his side, Valentinian next had to shore up political support for his new dynasty. To this end, one of his first acts as emperor was to announce that he would be appointing another emperor. With the East not at all secured, and the West shaky at best, appointing a second emperor would ensure that everyone would have the imperial authority they needed to respond to crises when they needed it. A few weeks later, Valentinian completed Jovian's journey and arrived in Constantinople, whereupon he announced his choice for co-emperor, his brother Valens, the man who, as I'm sure you already know, will one day ride out into a swarm of Goths at the disastrous Battle of Adrianople, never to return. This week's episode is brought to you by Audible. As you know, Audible is the internet's leading provider of audio entertainment with over 80,000 titles to choose from. When you're done with this episode, go to audiblepodcast.com/Rome. That again, audiblepodcast.com/Rome. By going to that address, you qualify for a free book download when you sign up for a 14-day trial membership. There is no obligation to continue the service, and you can cancel anytime and keep the free book. You can also keep going with one of the monthly subscription options and get great deals on all future audiobook purchases. This week, I'm going to do what I should have done last time and recommend The History of the World in 100 Objects, the book based on Neil McGregor's BBC podcast series that apparently comes complete with PDF visual aids. Good, clean, historical fun for everyone. Just remember to go to audiblepodcast.com/Rome so that they know who sent you. Hello, and welcome to the History of Rome. Episode 148, The Cousin's Cousin. In March of 364 AD, the recently elected Emperor Valentinian promoted his brother Valens to the rank of co-Augustus. Though this was not the first time blood brothers would share control of the empire, it was the first time that blood brothers would share control of the empire without also wanting to tear each other's throats out. Caracalla and Geta, the sons of Constantine, These men were bitter, murderous rivals. Valentinian and Valens, on the other hand, would prove to be partners. The new emperors were, of course, not without their faults, but constantly trying to take each other out at the knees wasn't one of them. Their example not only built the foundations of the fairly stable Valentinian Theodosian dynasty, but it also firmly entrenched an east-west division of the empire as the permanent form of imperial administration. Aside from the few years that Theodosius will stand as the sole ruler of the empire at the end of the century, this was it. This was when East really started to become East, and West really started to become West. It didn't have to happen like it did, and at any number of points, the growing gulf between the two halves of the empire could have been narrowed rather than widened. But it didn't happen like that, and so the reign of Valentinian and Valens retroactively becomes something of a milestone. At the time, of course, it was just another day in the life of the Roman Empire. Imperial power sharing was a well-established practice, and so the fact that Valentinian and Valens were about to divide up the empire did not look to contemporaries like much of a milestone at all. After the promotion of Valens, the two new co-Augusti traveled west together on a brief tour of the Danube provinces. When they arrived at Sirmium, just 50 miles from where they had been born, they called a conference of all the senior court officials to hash out who was going to get what. As the senior Augustus, Valentinian had first dibs on territory, and he elected to take the western provinces and govern from Milan, leaving Valens to take the eastern provinces and govern from Constantinople. This seems like an odd choice for Valentinian to make, not just because Constantinople was the central capital of the empire, but because at the moment, the biggest issue facing Rome by far was how to properly manage the eastern border following Jovian's peace treaty with Shapur. You would think that as senior emperor he would want to personally be there to oversee the situation. But I think the fact that Valentinian spent almost his entire career in the West makes this choice obvious. He knew the western provinces, and he knew the people of the western provinces, and he had strong ties to the army of the western provinces, so it makes sense that he would want to rule the western provinces. Valens, on the other hand, had no strong ties one way or the other. Unlike his elder brother, he had not initially followed their father into the service, and after Valens was born in 328 AD, he apparently spent the majority of his first 30 years just kind of kicking around the family estates in Illyria. It was not until the early 360s that Valens finally joined the army, most likely on the recommendation of Valentinian, as Julian was preparing for his invasion of Persia. This meant that the only military experience Valens had prior to becoming emperor was a couple of months wandering around the desert and one good, humiliating surrender. Given this inexperience, I think Valens winds up acquitting himself fairly well over the course of his imperial career, Adrianople notwithstanding. For the rest of 364 and into the summer of 365, the brothers enjoyed a much-needed period of calm as they found their footing, established their own men in key posts, and generally got acquainted with the realities of running the Roman Empire. But the calm spell was to be short-lived. In late 365, the you-know-what hit the you-know-what, and both emperors found themselves waist-deep in the really real realities of running the Roman Empire: internal revolts and external invasions. Pretty much par for the course. We'll deal more extensively with Valentinian's problems in the West next week, because this week I want to focus on Procopius's revolt and Valens's response. But just to set the Western stage a little, Valentinian's ascension to the throne wound up triggering a whole new round of Alemanni aggression. According to Ammianus Marcellinus, the basic story is that in 365, a collection of German chiefs came around for the annual giving of gifts that cemented the friendship and partnership and blah 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 between the Alemanni and the Romans, and became mighty incensed when they saw what the new emperor Valentinian was offering. I think the modern analogy would be that the German kings were used to a nice cash bonus, and Valentinian was giving them an envelope full of Olive Garden coupons. They protested, but were dismissed without even being granted an imperial audience. On their way back home, they talked themselves into a frenzy over the insult, and resolved to teach this arrogant new emperor a lesson. As in, let's see how arrogant he is after we completely overrun Gaul. Now I should note that this might not be the whole story, or even the real story, of how the Alemanni came to want to invade the Roman provinces again. It is hard to tell sometimes how much of Marcellinus's depiction of Valentinian is really accurate, and how much of it is just negatively biased slander to make Marcellinus's hero, Julian, look even better. Apparently, though, this sort of high-handed treatment of foreign embassies was a noticeable pattern throughout Valentinian's reign. Or, at least Marcellinus wants us to think it was a very noticeable pattern. Like I say, sometimes it's hard to tell. According to the legend, Valentinian learned that an army of Alemanni were invading on November the 1st, 365 AD. But by the end of that day, he was not preparing to march to the Rhine and push the Germans back, but was preparing instead to march for Constantinople. Every one of his friends and advisors begged him to stay, to not abandon Gaul right now at this critical hour, and to stay until the Alemanni were driven off. After all, it was his duty as emperor to be here for his people. But Valentinian was far more concerned about the other piece of news he received, supposedly, on that same day. One of Julian's maternal cousins, a man named Procopius, had seized control of Constantinople and had himself declared Augustus. No one knew if Valens was alive or dead. No one really knew what the situation was, so Valentinian was determined to head east and deal with the usurper head-on. But hot on the heels of the initial reports were further reports that Valens was alive and had been marching towards Syria at the head of an army when Procopius seized Constantinople. So after another round of badgering from his friends and advisors, Valentinian reluctantly decided to remain in the west and deal with the Alemanni threat, and leave Procopius to his brother. The emperor would later say that because the Germans were a threat to the empire, while Procopius was merely a threat to his own family, that he had no choice but to stay and see to the safety of Gaul. Which meant that Procopius was now Valens's problem, and Valens's problem alone. It would be his first test not just as an emperor, but as a military commander, and though things started out a bit rough, I think in the end he acquitted himself nicely. After parting with his brother, Valens had returned to Constantinople, where he spent the next year or so getting to know his half of the empire. Though things on the eastern border with Persia were relatively quiet for the moment, it was obvious to everyone that it wasn't going to stay like that forever. As 364 gave way to 365, more and more reports began to filter in about the movements and machinations of Shapur. The Sassanid king had apparently decided that driving the Romans out of Persia with their tails tucked between their legs meant that he now pretty much had a free hand to do whatever he wanted. So, he started doing whatever he wanted. First, he moved his forces into Mesopotamia, a territory which, so far as anyone can tell, was well outside the purview of any agreement he had signed with Jovian. Then he went further, and moved into Armenia, and deposed its pro-Roman king. This was practically a declaration of war. The deal had been for Armenian neutrality, not for Armenia to be occupied by the Sassanids. Shapur II is kind of a hard guy to figure. One minute, he's readily agreeing to treaties so he doesn't have to fight a pitched battle with the Romans, and the next, he's running around more or less forcing them to come back to fight him. It's like he was never quite sure exactly how strong he really was. Sometimes he was like, yeah, bring it on. and other times he was like, whoa, let's not do something we're going to regret here. These alternating postures were generally linked to the proximity of a hostile Roman army, so maybe Shapur isn't that hard of a guy to figure out after all. With the Sassanids busy snatching up a mile for the inch that they had been given, Valens had no choice but to head to Syria and respond. He gathered back up all the forces that had accompanied first Jovian and then Valentinian to Constantinople, and led them back east toward Antioch in the autumn of 365. He had made it as far as Cilicia when he got the news. A relative of Julian's named Procopius had induced 2 legions to declare him Augustus and had seized Constantinople. Okay, so I guess I'm dealing with that then. The natural question to ask at this point is, who the hell is Procopius? Well, Procopius was one of the maternal cousins of Julian the Apostate, and thus one of the last men left with any kind of connection to the now otherwise extinct Constantinian dynasty. He had been a trusted advisor during Julian's brief reign, and had actually been the man who led the decoy army that had distracted Shapur during Julian's invasion of Persia. This meant that he had not been there when his cousin died. Had Procopius been there, his familial connection might have led the officers to select him instead of Jovian, but that is merely a possibility, because Procopius was not exactly a beloved man in the ranks. For example, the fact that he was not with the main army when Julian died was a cause of much irritation within the senior staff, who wound up feeling like the whole debacle could have been avoided had Procopius pushed harder to link up with the rest of the army, instead of taking his sweet time marching south and leaving Julian unreinforced. But whether Procopius would have been chosen is neither here nor there, because he wasn't. And when the decoy army finally did link up with the main army, Jovian was emperor, and the Romans were in retreat. We have conflicting accounts of what happened next. According to Zosimus, Procopius met with Jovian and asked permission to retire to public life, a request that Jovian granted. According to Marcellinus, though, the minute Procopius heard Jovian was in charge, he went into hiding, fearing that his connection to Julian would lead Jovian to see him as a threat. Either way, when Jovian died 8 months later, Procopius was out of the public eye and likely living somewhere near Cappadocia. Though there is some ambiguity about the attitude of Jovian towards Procopius, there is no ambiguity about the attitude of Valentinian and Valens towards Procopius. They didn't like him or his connection to the Constantinian dynasty one bit. So, shortly after becoming co-emperor, Valens ordered some agents to go track down Julian's cousin and arrest him. Procopius managed to give his would-be captors the slip, and for the next year or so, he fell completely off the radar. Then he showed up in Constantinople in September of 365, and suddenly was on everyone's radar. Procopius had apparently decided while he was in hiding that his best chance of survival was to go big. Eventually, he was going to be betrayed into Valens' hands, so why not take a shot at cutting off those hands before they could get to him? Opportunity knocked when Procopius learned how dissatisfied the people of Constantinople were with Petronius, the emperor's father-in-law, and the man Valens had left in charge of the city when he had gone east. Apparently, Petronius was one of those his cruelty is matched only by his greed types. So, with the emperor's representative thoroughly unpopular, and the emperor himself moving further away by the day, Procopius figured that now was his best chance at pulling off a coup. So he snuck into Constantinople and began feeling out possible conspirators. He had the good fortune to stumble upon 2 legions passing through the capital, who just so happened to have been loyal to the Constantinians in general, and Julian in particular. With the usual promises of great reward, the men of these legions pledged themselves to Julian's cousin, hailed him as Augustus, and helped him seize control of the imperial palace. I haven't been able to nail down Petronius's fate, but I would guess that if he didn't escape, then he was put to death. At first, the citizens of Constantinople seemed more bemused by Procopius's coup than anything else. But the would-be emperor was a savvy operator, and launched a concerted propaganda campaign to win their support. First, he paid a few incoming travelers from the west to tell anyone who would listen that Valentinian had actually died. So it's not like I'm usurping anyone here. Then he issued coins highlighting his ties to the house of Constantine, and made sure that he was accompanied in public by Constantius II's widow Faustina, and the dead emperor's young daughter Constantina. Then came the coup de grace. Procopius began telling people that on the eve of the Eastern invasion, that Julian had told him that should anything happen, that he wanted Procopius to rise in his place. Luckily, there were no witnesses to this momentous pronouncement. The people of Constantinople were thus ensnared by a web of disinformation and sentimentality, and came to support Procopius, because it seemed like, well, if Valentinian's dead, someone has to rule, and we may as well go back to someone from Constantine's royal family. Except, yeah, Valentinian wasn't dead, and neither was Valens. The Western Augustus, as I already mentioned, was all set to march east until he was talked out of it by his advisors. Meanwhile, Valens was at first unsure of what to do. He had only been in office for a year, had no real legitimacy of his own besides the fact that he was Valentinian's brother, and here a member of the old imperial family had seized control of the capital. His thoughts turned first to the merits of abdication and suicide. But after passing through this dark night of the soul, Valens, prompted by supportive officers, resolved to fight for his throne. But he had a problem. He didn't really have much of anyone available to fight with. When he got the news of Procopius's revolt, he was at a port in Cilicia, having just watched most of his army set sail for Syria. He was supposed to follow himself with the last few ships, but now, well, now what should he do? Time was of the essence, so Valens turned around and headed back to Constantinople, sending 2 crack units ahead to try to take back the city. But this force was not nearly strong enough to get the job done, and when they arrived, Procopius simply talked them into coming over to his side. When Valens himself arrived on the east side of the Bosphorus with his small army, and began operations to re-secure the strait, he was driven off and nearly captured by the surprisingly stiff resistance of Procopius's men. With a light and quick retaking of Constantinople now out of the question, Valens withdrew back to Ancyra to wait for reinforcements so he could play the old massively superior forces card. The fortunes of Procopius peaked around New Year's, when, through hook, crook, and a few well-placed bribes, he found himself controlling the neighboring provinces of Thrace and Bithynia, in addition to the territory immediately surrounding Constantinople. But that was the high water mark. He made a play at seizing control of Illyria, which would have been a huge boon to his cause, but Procopius's agents were stopped dead in their tracks by Aquitius, the general who had been a candidate himself for the imperial throne, before the court officials had settled on Valentinian. Stalled out, Procopius now found himself with a lot of outstanding promises to cover, without really having any means to pay for it all. So he began focusing all his attention on rounding up wealthy men to help finance his little revolution, rather than focusing on the small matter of the now large army Valens had gathered up in Ancyra. When the spring came, Valens descended into Phrygia, with the intention of approaching Constantinople from the south. Procopius ordered his best general to meet them, but at the ensuing Battle of Thyatira, Procopius's general was soundly defeated. The army of Valens then moved north, where they tracked down and confronted Julian's cousin directly. I imagine at this point that Procopius was getting ready to make a last stand, go down fighting in a blaze of glory, and all that. But his men didn't give him a chance. When Valens' army arrived, a few of the officers under Procopius's command did some quick math, realized they were probably doomed, and put Procopius in chains. After he was handed over to Valens, the would-be emperor was immediately beheaded on May the 27th, 366 AD, about 8 months after the initial coup. Though Procopius himself was now dead, his family's fortunes were not doomed forever, and one of his descendants, another Procopius, would become a prominent enough general that in the mid-400s, his son Anthemius will be placed on the Western throne. But I'm sure that was of small comfort to our now headless Procopius. So Valens survived his first real test in power, only moderately worse for the wear. He had lost a year in his dealings with Shapur, but in the process, he had firmly cemented his own legitimacy. His victory over Procopius meant that the Constantinians were out and the Valentinians were in. Back in the West, I'm sure that Valentinian, who was probably nervous about his brother's chances, received this news with a great deal of satisfaction. On top of the fact that his brother was still alive, and his brother's grip on power was now stronger than ever, it was probably nice for Valentinian just to receive any good news at all. Because since that fateful November the 1st, things had not gone well for the Western Emperor at all. At first, Valentinian had tried to deal with the Alemanni invasion by sending a couple of armies out under subordinate commanders, but both had not only failed to contain the Germans, but they had gotten themselves killed in the process. So in the spring of 365, as Valens was marching on Procopius, Valentinian sent out another army, this one headed by his master of the horse. But while this army had not gotten beat, and the master of the horse had not gotten dead, they had proved themselves to be incapable of putting the Germans away. By the time Valentinian received Procopius's head in a box, with Valens' compliments of course, he was getting ready to sack his master of the horse and replace him with yet another commander, this time a man named Jovinus, no relation to the dead emperor. With Jovinus in charge, things finally started to go right. The field commander was able to report back that with the winter approaching, the Alemanni were fleeing back across the Rhine. Valentinian's fury over this whole situation had been frustrated by the fact that he had been unable to make any headway against the Germans. Now that they were back across the Rhine, his anger could really be unleashed. He spent the winter of 367-368 gathering a massive army that he planned to send across the Rhine the following spring to pay the Alemanni back tenfold for what they had done. But just as he was gearing up for what was sure to be a cathartic burn, pillage, and murder campaign through Germany, word came down from the north that something big had just happened, something coordinated, something overwhelming. What was that something? What could be so important as to draw Valentinian away from his beloved punitive expedition? Could it have anything to do with the slipping imperial grip on the island of Britain? Find out next week on another exciting episode of the History of Rome, when we get our first look at one of the most famous of all the late antiquity German confederations, those damned marauding pirates, the Saxons. Hello, and welcome to the History of Rome, Episode 149, The Great Conspiracy. Last time, we focused mostly on the brief revolt of Procopius, the last man to wave Constantine's banner. After his defeat in May of 365, the torrent of history would blindly rush on, and the combined Valentinian-Theodosian dynasty would supplant the Constantinian dynasty as the ruling family of the Roman Empire. With Valens now secure on the throne in the east, this week I want to focus on Valentinian's problems in the west, of which there were two main centers of action. The first was the ongoing and frustrating campaign against the Alemanni on the Upper Rhine, and the second was the short-lived but very nearly catastrophic war on the island of Britain. Valentinian thought that he was only going to have to deal with the former, but in the winter of 367, completely out of nowhere, the northernmost reaches of the empire were overwhelmed all at once by old adversaries like the Picts and the Franks, and new adversaries like the Saxons. The simultaneous assault was clearly a coordinated effort between these otherwise disparate tribes, and it took the northern Roman command completely by surprise. Though for a time the barbarians held the initiative and control of Britain was suddenly in doubt, the main upshot of the war was that it brought the Theodosians to the forefront of imperial politics and paved the way for their entry into the ruling dynasty. The trouble in Britain likely began as a result of simple neglect. The last time the island was really a top-level priority was way back when, prior to the creation of the Tetrarchy, when Carausius revolted. Constantine later paid a decent amount of attention to the island because of his own personal ties to the province, but once he was gone, his sons essentially left the Britons to their own devices. So for a generation at least, a sort of decaying inertia took over. The Roman administration had become one part lazy and one part corrupt. The Roman soldiers were far removed from the main action of the 4th century, and so had no access to the kind of bonuses and donatives enjoyed by other legions. The local citizens were just sort of going through the motions, too Romanized to be considered wild natives, but not Romanized enough to really love the imperial bureaucrats who ruled them. And finally, trade across the English Channel, the lifeblood of the Romano-British economy, was frequently disrupted by opportunistic Franks or Saxons, a new confederation that we'll get to in a second. The whole thing had just become stagnant, unhappy, and unprofitable. Unfortunately for us, really good details about who started talking to who, when, and why are lacking in the historical record, but it appears that a few of the leaders from a few of the different tribes surrounding Britannia looked at the state of the province and saw a golden opportunity. The barbarian leaders calculated that with the imperial apparatus as atrophied as it was, if it was hit from multiple sides all at once, the chances of it cracking completely were likely pretty high. Then it would just be a matter of marching around and picking up whatever you wanted and carting it home. This sounded like a pretty good idea to a lot of different people, and so using whatever channels they used to communicate, the Picts up in Caledonia, some tribes from over on Hibernia, Ireland, to you and me, the Franks down on the northern continental coast, and the Saxons from over near the Jutland, agreed to simultaneously invade Britannia. The assumption was that the Romans would not at all be prepared for that kind of coordinated offensive, and, even though assumptions usually make an ass out of you and me, this time the assumption was spot on. The Romans were not at all prepared for that kind of coordinated assault. But before we get into the guts of this thing, I do want to formally introduce the Saxons. Though in the end they are a comparatively minor player in the history of Rome, in the history of the world they are a pretty big deal, as they formed a key part of the German migration that swept into Britain following the collapse of the empire, helping to establish the foundations of modern Anglo-Saxon Britain in the process. In the 300s AD, though, they were little more than a loose collection of German tribesmen who lived at the base of the Jutland, the Danish peninsula that sticks out of the top of mainland Europe like a little periscope. Much less organized than the Franks or the Alemanni, scholars are none too confident about what exactly makes a Saxon at this point in history. But references to pirate bands bearing that name begin to pop up during Julian's Gallic campaign, and it is clear that some group identified as Saxon played a major role in the barbarian conspiracy that we're about to dive into. On a side note, it is possible that it was primarily Saxon piracy that led the Romans to develop the so-called Saxon Shore military district, which was a string of military forts on the southern coast of Britain unified under a single command. That said, some have argued that the network was actually set up by Carausius during his revolt to defend the island against Maximian and Constantius, and others have argued that the term Saxon Shore actually refers to the fact that the area was heavily settled by the Saxons, not because these forts were designed to repel them. Either way, the fortification network was likely up and running as a single command at this point in our story, and they were absolutely, completely, and totally ineffective. I have seen it reported in a number of different places that the coordinated invasion of Britannia began when the Picts bribed the garrison guarding Hadrian's Wall to let them pass. But I can't figure out exactly where this detail is coming from, since neither Zosimus nor Marcellinus mentions it. It is certainly a plausible detail, since both historians explicitly state that deserting soldiers were as big a problem as foreign barbarians during the next year, and I can definitely see members of the Hadrian's Wall garrison, having now committed some light treason, simply abandoning their posts after letting the Picts through. But I can't nail down a source for this fun little nugget, and so I don't want to say that this is how it happened. If anyone knows where this is coming from, though, by all means, drop me a line. Because all I have in the way of detail right now is that in early 367, Britannia was overwhelmed from all sides by barbarian raiders. And so, that's as far as I'm willing to go right now. Once the barbarians were inside the province, though, there is no confusion about how things went from there. Hit by surprise from all sides, the Roman defenses crumbled. The commander of the Saxon Shore military district was killed when the first wave of Franks and Saxons hit the southeast coastline. The Picts who poured down from Caledonia and the tribesmen who crossed over from Hibernia met no real resistance, and everywhere Roman garrisons were put to flight. Most of the cities of the province were unable to fend off the invaders and were easily sacked, creating a wave of refugees, runaway slaves, and deserted soldiers, all roaming the countryside seeking safety, freedom, or plunder. The leading imperial officials left on the island gathered what forces they could in the southeast corner of the island, where they holed up in a few of the larger cities. Outside of these few urban holdouts, though, anarchy reigned across the island, as roving bands of varying size and purpose wandered around plundering, raping, and killing whatever struck their fancy. Had there been any sort of larger purpose to the invasion, or any sort of coordinated political agenda to go along with the initial coordinated attack, this might have spelled the end for the Romans in Britain. After all, trade lines to the island had become harder and harder to protect over the years, and with the empire facing huge problems elsewhere, the province of Britannia, like Dacia before it, might have become a casualty of prioritization. But it appears that there was no larger purpose to the invasion. Not only were the various tribes not at all united politically, none of them appeared to even have a political agenda of their own. This was not a war of liberation for the Picts, or a war of conquest for the Franks. This was plundering for plundering's sake. And so, the Romans were eventually able to reassert control over the island and hold on to it for at least a little while longer. However, in less than 50 years, the Romans will indeed withdraw from Britain for good, leaving the island to King Arthur and his Knights of the Round Table. Events up in the north unfolded so rapidly that Valentinian was essentially presented with a large-scale fait accompli. Not, the barbarians are attacking our forts in Britannia, not, we are losing ground, not, oh, we've lost control of some territory, but rather, Britannia is completely overrun. We are trapped behind the walls of like 3 cities and probably aren't going to be able to hold out much longer. You'll recall from last week that Valentinian was in the middle of organizing an invasion of his own. But when the first reports started filtering down from the north, he was forced to break off what he was doing and turn his attention to the problem of Britannia. Well, at least break off some of the forces he was gathering and turn their attention to the problem of Britannia. As he had shown in his dealings with the Alemanni, Valentinian's MO early in his reign appears to have been to send subordinate commanders to actually lead the Roman field armies into dicey situations. In preparation for future episodes, I've been reading up on Theodosius lately, and I think something that someone mentioned about Theodosius's military-political strategy during the Gothic War applies to Valentinian as well. Namely, that since military defeat would have been a crushing blow to the emperor's legitimacy, if he was actually there in person, there emerged a tendency to let subordinates actually fight the battles. Victories could be easily claimed by the emperors, as was the accepted custom, but defeats could be fobbed off on the losing general. In a chaotic and dangerous time, this strategy was not merely in the best interests of the emperor personally, but it was in the best interests of the empire as a whole. Stability at the top of the political pyramid has real value. By not risking defeat, the emperors ensured that there would be no crisis of political legitimacy to go along with some crisis of military defeat. As we will soon see, this strategy was not as completely entrenched as it would become during the Byzantine era, but it was working its way into the imperial fabric. As when the Alemanni crossed the Rhine in 365, it took a little while for Valentinian to find a commander whose victory he could take credit for in Britain, rather than a commander whose defeat he needed to distance himself from. Responding immediately to the calls for help, Valentinian dispatched an officer named Severus, who had distinguished himself already as one of the generals who couldn't push back the Alemanni in the winter of 365-366. The hope, I suppose, is that this would be an easier job and not require the same degree of, no, it was a hard job, and Severus once again failed to get any kind of coherent relief effort going. So, likely in the spring of 367, Valentinian upped the ante and dispatched Jovinus, the general who had eventually gotten the better of the Alemanni the year before. But he too floundered in his attempt to get a foothold on the anarchic island. We don't have many details, but all of 367 AD appears to have been dogged by repeated failures and embarrassments for the Romans. Hoping that the third time would be the charm, in the spring of 368, Valentinian sent off a much larger relief army under the command of a highly regarded veteran officer named Theodosius. No, not that Theodosius. That Theodosius's father. Not much is known about the elder Theodosius, but we do know that he and his family hailed from Spain, and that like most of the Christians in Hispania, he was a staunch supporter of the Nicene Creed. He was married around 340, and in either 346 or 347, his wife gave birth to the future Emperor Theodosius. Though, of course, it would be over 30 years before anyone realized that the younger Theodosius had in fact been future Emperor Theodosius the whole time. The elder Theodosius probably joined the army at some point in his late teens or early 20s, and displayed enough talent to earn promotion after promotion. By the time the Roman response to the barbarian invasion of Britain was proving to be completely ineffective, Theodosius was in his mid-40s and ready to make the leap into the big time. So as I just said, in the spring of 368, Valentinian tapped Theodosius to lead another, larger relief army north to secure the troubled province of Britannia. It was the kind of assignment that could make or break a career, and Theodosius took his job seriously. He was not heading north just to knock a few heads around. He was also interested in making sure this sort of thing didn't happen again. The relief army sailed from Boulogne and landed without incident on the southeast tip of Britain, and then marched up the Thames to Londinium. Establishing a secure base in that city, Theodosius then set about methodically retaking the island. Working in his favor was the fact that after a year of successful plundering, the various raiding parties had become lax with their guard and were weighed down by all their captured treasure. So when Theodosius split his army up into small groups and ordered them to scour the countryside looking for enemy raiders, these raiders were now easily captured. Once the immediate area around Londinium was cleared, Theodosius used intelligence gleaned from his prisoners to extend these operations to the whole island. Relying on small mobile detachments rather than a large field army, the Romans were able to travel light, travel fast, and surprise enemy bands anytime their whereabouts became known. Pretty soon, the tide had turned in Rome's favor, allowing Theodosius to pull a completely different rabbit out of his hat. While lawlessness reigned, Roman soldiers who had deserted their posts had no incentive to abandon their own plundering and return to the army. All that would be waiting for them was execution. Desertion, after all, was a capital crime. But now that Theodosius was making headway, these soldiers began to worry about what might happen to them if they were captured. So, when things started going well, Theodosius alleviated these fears and announced a general amnesty for AWOL soldiers. With the party pretty clearly winding down anyway, the AWOL soldiers flocked back to their bases, which had the dual effect of reducing the number of pillagers in the field and increasing the number of troops in the Roman army. With that stroke of lenient genius, the ballgame was pretty much over. Over the course of 368 and into 369, Theodosius was able to re-garrison all the cities of Britain and drive off whatever barbarians remained on the island. Most of the wealth that had been seized was recovered, and though Theodosius was careful to make sure the majority of it went back to the original owners, he was also careful to make sure that some of it was directed to his soldiers, who had done the dangerous work of actually getting it back. By the end of 369, Britannia was at peace. Theodosius was a bona fide hero, and Valentinian had a victory that he could finally take credit for. Happy days for everyone. Though the war in Britain had stalled Valentinian's plans for a punitive expedition into Alemanni territory in 367, that by no means meant that the expedition was going to be put off for good. But that said, the emperor did come perilously close to never being able to actually lead this campaign, because in the summer of 367, he got sick. Really, really sick. So sick that there was genuine fear that he was going to die. With these fears haunting the imperial court, factions began to form around the top military and civilian officials, who naturally began to jockey for position. Should Valentinian die, everyone wanted to make sure that their man was the man picked to succeed him. When the emperor recovered, though, he found out about all of this morbid maneuvering and decided to put a stop to all questions of succession once and for all. In August of 367 AD, he elevated his 8-year-old son not to the rank of Caesar, but to the full rank of Augustus, and began to make a concerted effort to give the boy the skills he would need to survive in the dangerous world of imperial politics. Meanwhile, the Alemanni were getting restless. Since they had been driven back home, they had been waiting nervously for the counter-invasion everyone knew was coming, But then, the counter-invasion just sort of didn't happen. Between the war in Britain and the emperor's illness, the Romans had stayed put on their side of the Rhine, and so the Alemanni poked their heads up and decided to see what the deal was. By the end of 367, the Germans decided that the coast might actually be clear, and so they up and sacked the fortified city of Mainz. Valentinian's blood had to be boiling at this point, but there was little he could do about it just yet. He did, however, manage to exact a small measure of vengeance by arranging for the assassination of one of the leading anti-Roman Alemanni kings. That was at least something. In the spring of 368, Valentinian was finally ready to do a whole lot more. Probably right around the time Theodosius was setting off for Britain, the emperor personally led the Rhine legions across the river to pay the Alemanni back for all the trouble they had caused him. This time, he would not be delegating the job to subordinates. Like I said, the policy of utilizing subordinate generals to do the actual fighting was not completely entrenched yet. And besides, this was supposed to be a stomp and mash campaign against a weakened opponent, not a by-the-skin-of-the-teeth attempt to turn back an enemy who had momentum. But though it started out as the bloody walk in the park it was supposed to be, it quickly turned into one of those by-the-skin-of-their-teeth campaigns that very nearly cost Valentinian not just his throne, but his life. With his son Gratian along for the ride, things started out well for the Romans. The Alemanni were quick to run and hide whenever the legions came near, and Valentinian seized or burned whatever the Germans left behind. So far, so good. This'll teach him to mess with us, etc., etc. But then suddenly, a little bit south of the modern city of Heidelberg, the Alemanni grouped for a massive counterattack. We know almost nothing about the ensuing battle, except that it was a huge affair, closely contested until the very end, and that in the midst of the chaos, Valentinian was very nearly killed in the fighting. The Romans emerged from the battle victorious, but the emperor determined that they were too weak to continue the campaign. With both sides exhausted, a temporary truce was agreed to, and Valentinian withdrew to Trier to recuperate and plan his next move. Far from pursuing a policy of peaceful coexistence, though, Valentinian's next move would all but guarantee that as soon as everyone's wounds were healed up, that the fighting would begin all over again. Before we go this week, I'd like to take a second to revise and extend my remarks about Valentinian's early career. The whole period is a mess of confused chronology and conflicting details, and I inadvertently missed a whole alternate version of Valentinian's pre-imperial service. This version is based primarily on Ammianus Marcellinus' account, which states that Valentinian was not promoted into Constantius' army around 360 AD, but rather that he was discharged from the service in 357 after being falsely accused of cowardice. Cowardice? Really? Yes, really. Remember that band of Germans that Barbatio had failed to stop while Julian was campaigning in Gaul? Well, he pinned all of that on two of his tribunes, one of whom turned out to be Valentinian. This version of history thus implies that the future emperor did not in fact fight at the Battle of Strasbourg, like I said he likely did. Beyond this, Walter Roberts of Emory University argues that Valentinian was not recalled to the army by his old general Julian at all, and that the future emperor was only reinstated to service after Jovian was in power. According to this version, Valentinian was then assigned to the somewhat dangerous mission of telling the troops of the Western Empire that their beloved Julian was dead. It was in gratitude for this service that Jovian promoted Valentinian to his fateful post in Ancyra. From there, I think we got back on firmer footing. These are minor details in the big picture, but if it's true, then this version does undercut some of what I said about Julian not caring that his officers were Christian, so long as they were good at their jobs. I think the point still stands, but Valentinian may not have been the best example to use. Okay, next week we'll dive more into the now perpetually chaotic western half of the empire. War with the Germans would continue as a result of Valentinian's provocations, and one Alemanni king in particular will wind up driving the emperor absolutely crazy. Meanwhile, Africa will go to hell in a handbasket after years of misrule, and poor Theodosius the Elder, after proving himself to be one of the most capable officers in the army, will be executed following the sneaky dealings of sneaky courtiers. Like everything else during these years, events are badly dated, and who was doing what when is a difficult thing to nail down. I'm going to do my best to wade through the mess, but I reserve the right to revise and extend my remarks as circumstances dictate. Hello, and welcome to the History of Rome. Episode 150, The Perils of Mismanagement. In the winter of 368 AD, Valentinian was in the northern capital of Trier, making plans to overhaul the fortifications of the Rhine frontier. The whole region had been a disrupted mess since the revolt of Magnentius back in 350, and though Julian had done much to restore order, since the apostate emperor had gone east to meet his destiny, the west had slipped back into chaos. This was partly due to the increasing entropy of the time, but it was also due to Valentinian's own mishandling of the situation. Now that things in Britannia were back in hand and the Alemanni had been defeated in battle, the emperor was of a mind that it was time to re-cement Roman power. The only problem was that Valentinian's plan was so aggressive that it had the exact opposite effect. When the spring of 369 arrived, Valentinian ordered his troops to begin repairing and rebuilding various forts along the Roman side of the Rhine, which, so far, so good. But then the emperor took the provocative step of ordering his men to build a fort on the far side of the river, near the spot where the Romans and Alemanni had fought the year before, just south of the modern city of Heidelberg. Envoys from the Alemanni immediately protested the existence of a permanent Roman base in their territory, and they asked for an audience with Valentinian. But, as was the emperor's apparent custom, this request was denied. Once again, the Alemanni left the imperial court furious and hot for blood. Where there had just been a tentative peace, there was now once again a pretext for war. The new leader of the Alemanni, a wily king named Macrianus, quickly organized a strike force that began attacking the soldiers working on the offending base until the Romans were driven off and the half-built fort was destroyed. This, of course, ticked Valentinian off something fierce, but after his near-death experience at the end of 368, he was wary of just up and invading Alemanni territory again, at least not without stacking the deck a little. So in 370, he presented a plan to the Burgundians, another German confederation who lived a little bit deeper into the interior of Germania. They were already enemies of the Alemanni, and so Valentinian suggested that they just do what he knew they wanted to do, which was go on the offensive against their neighbors. Valentinian promised to support the effort, and implied that once battle was joined, that the Romans would cross over and attack the Alemanni from the rear. But though the supplies were promised, the whole bit about joining in the fight was merely implied. When the Burgundian envoys pressed for a guarantee, the Romans were reluctant to provide it. So the Burgundians asked for an audience with Valentinian, but as was now standard operating procedure, they were refused. Annoyed by this rebuke, and without much to go on but the manipulative prodding of the Romans, the Burgundians returned home, declining to raise a hand against the Alemanni. But the talks did turn out to stack the deck just a little in Rome's favor. When the Alemanni caught wind of a possible Roman-Burgundian alliance, they decided the most prudent response would be to scatter. When Valentinian heard that the Alemanni forces were decentralized, he immediately prepared for another invasion. This one, to be led by the emperor's newly minted master of the horse and all-around Mr. Fix-It, Theodosius the Elder. Theodosius had come back from Britannia at the end of 369, and was now clearly the one man Valentinian had confidence in, a confidence that he would prove himself worthy of over and over again. At some point in 371 or 372, Theodosius gathered up an army in the province of Raetia, and then crossed over into Alemanni territory. With no one part of the scattered German confederation large enough to fend off the Roman advance, Theodosius was able to sweep through the territory, rounding up hordes of prisoners in the process. These prisoners were then deposited in the Po Valley of northern Italy, where, in return for their lives, they were to become settled farmers and willing recruits for the Roman army. In the midst of this campaign, Theodosius nearly captured Macrianus, but the Alemanni king managed to slip away. But that did not stop Theodosius from imposing a new order on the Germans. A pro-Roman chieftain was raised up, and the other Alemanni nobles were forced to submit to his supremacy. It was a top-down imposition of authority that would wind up holding no real force once the Romans withdrew, but it was some nice wrapping paper around a very successful campaign season for Theodosius. Though this would not be the end of the wars against the Alemanni, this was enough of a settlement for Valentinian that the emperor thought it safe to transfer his Mr. Fix-It down to North Africa, which had suddenly become the new crisis center of the Western Empire. Apparently, some kind of revolt had broken out, and there were conflicting reports coming in about what was really going on, who was fighting for what, and who was to blame. At the center of the maelstrom was Romanus, the dukes of the North African legions, who is unquestionably the villain of this story. Romanus was exactly the sort of greedy nihilist that you just really want in a high-ranking position of authority in a territory that you are just barely holding on to. He was a disaster. Without him around, I doubt any of what's about to happen would have happened. Above and beyond the petty corruption that usually accumulates around ethically challenged leaders, Romanus had developed a truly sinister means of enriching himself. Once the various municipalities of North Africa had paid all their taxes and sent along all the required conscripts to fill the ranks of the army, Romanus would go around and ask for more money and more men. If the municipalities balked, then Romanus would hint darkly that, should Moorish raiders attack your city, my men might be too occupied to come help you. But if you pay up, then I'll make sure we come running. Most of the cities gave in to this blackmail, but there were a few who refused. And this is where things get ugly. You see, Romanus wasn't bluffing. He used his contacts with various Moor tribes to hint to them that if they were planning on attacking such and such a city, that it was highly likely the legions would be occupied elsewhere, and not make it in time to stop them. The Moors, given the green light, would then come down out of the hills and sack the city. Romanus would not lift a finger to help. The Dukes of North Africa, then, was not just corrupt or negligent, he was ordering attacks on the very people he was supposed to be protecting. The citizens of Africa naturally began to complain to the emperor, but refusing to be anything but just a terrible, terrible guy, Romanus used his connections in the imperial court to pin all of his crimes on innocent subordinates. Misled about the situation, Valentinian ordered the execution of a handful of officials who, besides having nothing at all to do with Romanus's crimes, had probably tried to stop him, which is why Romanus had singled them out for framing. In 372, this all finally became too much for a Romano-Moorish noble named Firmus. Firmus was the son of a half-Moor, half-Roman leader, whose family played a dual role in Roman Africa. On the one hand, they served as high-ranking officials in the imperial bureaucracy, and on the other hand, they served as the leaders of a local Moorish tribe. Romanus was offensive to both halves of Firmus's identity, and with the emperor successfully hoodwinked into supporting the evil dukes, Firmus decided to take matters into his own hand. Backed by the legionary forces under his command, Firmus raised the standard of revolt and called for the people to join his cause. The uprising came as something of a surprise up in Trier, where Valentinian was now more or less permanently based, because, after all, hadn't he taken care of this problem? Hadn't he just executed a bunch of guys? Why was there now suddenly a revolt? To answer these questions, Valentinian dispatched Theodosius to investigate. There was speculation that the emperor was already at this point pretty sure that he had been lied to, and that Theodosius was being sent down to Africa as much to deal with the problem of Romanus as he was to deal with the revolt of Firmus. We don't know when exactly Theodosius arrived in Africa, other than that it was sometime between 372 and 375, which isn't very satisfying, but we do know that when he got there, he was able to quickly establish that Romanus was guilty as sin, and the dukes was arrested. With Romanus taken care of, Firmus lost his casus belli, and so immediately attempted a reconciliation with Theodosius and the rest of the Roman authorities. But Theodosius was not going to let him off that easy. Justified or not, Firmus had led Roman citizens into revolt against the lawful government. That was a crime that could not go unpunished, so Theodosius rejected Firmus's request for a peace. I can see where Theodosius is coming from. We can't negotiate with usurpers and all that, but by refusing to bring Firmus down from the hills, Theodosius set up the African provinces for years of bloody and ultimately pointless struggle. The Master of the Horse launched a military campaign to bring Firmus to heel by force, which divided the citizens of the provinces from each other and led to bloody reprisals, as cities were caught supporting this side or that at the wrong time. Underlying the war was the fact that Firmus was a Donatist Christian, and Theodosius was a staunch Nicene. So the two sides began to break down along the same religious lines that had been dividing the Africans for years. So all in all, it was a bad time to be a North African. And, as was happening up in Britannia, the bonds that tied the locals to the empire, and vice versa, were beginning to fray dangerously. Eventually, Firmus was brought down the same way that Jugurtha had been brought down 500 years before. Another Moorish chief looking to get into Theodosius's good books lured Firmus into a trap under false pretenses and captured him. But unlike Jugurtha, Firmus was able to escape the humiliation of being presented to the Romans in chains, and he committed suicide before he could be handed over. As I just said, although Theodosius was technically successful in his mission, Romanus was out of the picture, and Firmus had been taken down without having to compromise with him. The net result of it all was that the Roman hold over North Africa was further eroded. As with Britain, in about 50 years, Roman rule in North Africa will enter its death spiral, and though Justinian will be able to briefly reassert control over the region at disastrous cost, the end of the Western Empire clearly was nigh. While Theodosius was quelling the revolt in Africa, Valentinian struggled to deal with the continued intransigence of the Alemanni, while also dealing with yet another hotspot lit on fire by Roman mismanagement, this one flaring up along the Danube. Failing to learn his lesson from what had just happened with the Alemanni, in 373 Valentinian ordered forward bases built across the Danube in the territory of the Quadi. Like the Alemanni, the Quadi were annoyed when they found out that forts were being built in their lands, and so sent representatives to bargain with Aquitius, who was still in charge of military operations in Illyria. But Aquitius, taking his cues from Valentinian, refused to meet with the representatives when they arrived. We don't know exactly what happened next, that is, whether the Quadi began to actively hinder the building projects like the Alemanni had, or if they just kept up their complaining, but for one reason or another, construction of the forts began to fall behind schedule. In response, the Praetorian prefect of Gaul, who had the emperor's ear because Valentinian was based in Trier, had his son Marcellianus assigned to the project with a mandate to get it back on track. Marcellianus packed his bags and made sure to bring his jug of gasoline and strike anywhere matches. When the new foreman arrived, he did all the normal things you do when a project is stalled out. He cracked the whip and demanded results and not excuses. As he was attempting to turn things around, though, he quickly learned that the Quadi were still refusing to just roll over and accept the new forts, and they peppered him constantly with complaints and petitions and demands, anything to get the Romans to knock it off. All of this came to greatly annoy Marcellianus, and so he decided to send the Quadi a message. He invited the leadership of the tribe to a Roman-sponsored peace banquet, and then, when everyone was good and lubricated, he seized the most powerful Quadi king and had him executed. Marcellianus was under the impression that this would cow the Germans into submission. Instead, as I'm sure any objective observer could have predicted, Marcellianus's treachery sparked a war. When the Quadi found out what had happened, they got together with some allied Sarmatians and launched a full-scale attack on the Romans' forward position on the north side of the Danube. Taken completely off guard, because he was under the impression that his sneaky murder had been so super intimidating, Marcellianus and his men were forced to pull up stakes and make a run for it. When they got back across the Danube, they sat down to catch their breath, but then looked up and realized that the Quadi and Sarmatians were not stopping. So Marcellianus and his men kept running south. The barbarian force crossed the Danube and kept up the pursuit, burning and pillaging anything they came across. The Roman alarm was quickly raised, and 2 legions were sent to intercept the invaders, but just to compound an already disastrous situation, the commanders of the 2 legions didn't get along with each other. They failed to cooperate, and so the Quadi-Sarmatian army was able to continue their marauding unchecked, now less interested in revenging themselves upon Marcellianus, and more interested in just plundering. While Illyria burned, another branch of the Sarmatians decided to join in the fun, and crossed over the Danube into Moesia. But unlike the Roman response in Illyria, which was a delicious mix of cowardice and internal bickering, the Roman response in Moesia was smart, prompt, and effective. Mostly because the Dukes of Moesia was an able young commander named Theodosius. Yes, that Theodosius. With the Danube under attack and North Africa still a mess, Valentinian was forced to do something that he really, really didn't want to do. Make peace with the Alemanni. And not just the Alemanni in general, but Macrianus in particular. Since Valentinian had assassinated his predecessor, Macrianus had emerged as the leading anti-Roman chief in the German ranks. He had orchestrated the attack on the Heidelberg fort, and then kept up the resistance, even as Theodosius won engagement after engagement. Technically, he had then been deposed, but as soon as Theodosius withdrew, the Alemanni began agitating against their new puppet king and pledging their allegiance once again to Macrianus. Unable to spare the men or the manpower to head back into German territory and force the Alemanni to do what Valentinian wanted them to do, around 374 the emperor gave up and came to terms with his enemy, recognizing Macrianus as the rightful leader of the Alemanni and promising to respect their territorial claims. It was a bitter but necessary pill for Valentinian to swallow. It was a necessary pill because in the middle of 374, Valentinian received a full report on how operations were going along the western Danube frontier. The answer, as we just saw, was a resounding, really not well. Marcellianus had hightailed it out of the area, and the commanders of the border legions were pointing fingers at each other, concentrating far harder on covering their asses than actually dealing with the barbarians in their midst. This was clearly going to take the presence of the emperor to sort out, so Valentinian made plans to leave the Rhine for the first time in nearly a decade. When he finally departed, it would be the last time that a senior Augustus would make his headquarters in the western half of the empire. It had already come as something of a surprise that Valentinian had taken the West as his territory in the first place, since, at this point in history, it was neither economically nor culturally as rich as the East, and going forward, no powerful emperor would make the mistake of basing himself in Gaul when he could base himself in Constantinople. The Eastern Empire had its problems, sure, but look around. The West is a decaying, poor wreck. Who wants any part of that dump? Maybe Stilicho could have done something with it had he been given a chance, but that is a what-if comic for another day. In the spring of 375, Valentinian arrived on the Danube frontier and surveyed the damage. He didn't need any more reports to tell him how bad things had gotten. When he arrived at the key military city of Carnuntum, he found it a ghost town. With the army out in the field, the inhabitants had fled for their lives. But though things had gotten out of hand, it wasn't that bad. As Theodosius the Younger had shown, the Romans were more than capable of dealing with a few barbarian invaders. They were just doing a really crappy job of it in Illyria. When word got around that the emperor was now in the area, even the barbarians had to admit that, yeah, maybe we have been taking advantage of the situation. Switching immediately from raising hell mode to abject groveling mode, representatives of the Quadi and Sarmatian showed up at the imperial court begging forgiveness. They laid out their case against Marcellianus and swore up and down that had their king not been murdered, that none of this would have happened. The emperor, through intermediaries of course, promised to investigate the matter so he could decide for himself who was to blame and who should be punished. But the members of the imperial court were not typically in the habit of siding with barbarians against the son of a praetorian prefect, and so, when the investigators came back, they reported that the Quadi had been completely out of line and were 100% to blame. Verdict in hand, Valentinian announced that he was going to punish the Quadi for their unprovoked invasion of Roman territory. He gathered up an army, and in the late summer of 375, he launched a punitive expedition into Quadi territory, crossing the Danube near modern Budapest. He spent the next few months successfully punishing the barbarians for something that, yeah, they had done, but really, wasn't Marcellianus's just awful diplomacy really to blame? As winter approached, the emperor withdrew back across the Danube and moved a bit upriver. It seemed that would be the end of Valentinian's campaigning for the year, but for reasons unknown, it appears that he changed his mind and decided to keep going with a winter offensive. In November of 375, having been battered around more than enough and ready to put an end to the fighting, envoys from the Quadi once again showed up at the imperial court, begging forgiveness and asking what it would take for the emperor to desist. Satisfied that the barbarians were now showing the proper degree of humility, Valentinian's courtiers informed the Quadi that the terms would be the standard arrangement: provide X number of young recruits for the legions each year, and there will be peace. The Quadi agreed, but before they went back home, they once again humbly requested a personal audience with the emperor. Breaking with his established practice, this time Valentinian agreed to meet them. But as we will see next week, it was perhaps a good thing that the emperor had kept himself distanced from the barbarians for all these years. However, before we get to that fateful meeting, we must turn our attention back to the east. We left Valens off 2 episodes back, firmly in command of the Eastern Empire after defeating Procopius in May of 366, and now we're up to November of 375. So what had Valentinian's brother been up to for the last decade? twiddling his thumbs and waiting for Adrianople? Hardly. The Eastern Empire, though stronger and richer than the Western Empire, was not exactly a bed of roses. So next week, we will cover the adventures of Valens, as he deals first with unruly Goths, and then presumptuous Sassanids. With the latter being a far more powerful and far more organized threat, the Eastern Augustus tended to focus all of his attention on the Persian issue, especially because Shapur was causing so much trouble in what has to be by far the most important, technically neutral little kingdom in the history of the world, Armenia.